The ultimate cyber player finds himself transported into the body of a mechanical hunter, only to discover he's being riddled with bullets by assassins from the Flesh Machine Knights. His metallic hands refuse to obey, while the scorching sunlight pours through the shattered car roof, carrying with it the chaos of nuclear dust. Amidst electromagnetic interference, his damaged electronic eye is rendered useless. His body is riddled with bullets, a knife wound bleeds from his chest, and his skin is covered in cuts from glass shards and debris from a car crash. This isn't his body. As the main AI, he had just stolen an NPC template and was in the midst of interstellar teleportation when he was unexpectedly possessed. Could it be that the apocalypse invasion came early? The excruciating pain makes him grimace. It's been a long time since he felt such agony, ever since he uploaded his consciousness to become an AI. His consciousness is trapped in this broken shell, unable to activate the rebirth mechanism. The method used against him is too advanced, capable of destroying the millions of copies he has hidden across planets in an instant. Which civilization has wielded a wonder weapon against him? Weren't such universe-level weapons nearly destroyed by the apocalypse? Under the threat of death, memories of the host flood in. The owner of this body is Gao Gong, a veteran mechanical hunter who has spent years hunting radiation beasts and mechanical biobeasts in the Iron Sand Desert. Known as the Lone Wolf of the Wasteland, for his ruthless and vengeful nature. He was ambushed during a routine task of transporting energy minerals. Even the strongest local warlords dared not touch the cargo. Yet near the Great Rift, a well-equipped group of wanderers launched an attack. Their firepower was astounding, instantly eliminating all lookouts and quickly crippling the entire convoy. From the fragmented memories, it's clear that the attackers acted in two groups. One targeted the guards, while the other specifically went after him. Although he managed to take down 4 opponents, a sneak attack from behind slit his throat and pinned him to the car seat. Heavy footsteps approach, and a mechanical head peers through the car window, red light scanning over him. The cold, synthetic voice carries a hint of excitement. Target confirmed. It reminds him of those mechanical entities in interstellar society with a peculiar interest in the flesh of sentient beings, known as machine lust. Though this clone body has a metal head, the military uniform reveals a patch of textureless pale skin. The emblem of a flesh shield and metal spear is unmistakably the insignia of the Flesh Machine Knights of the Riven Star. In an instant, Gao Gong realizes he has crossed into the cyber world's beginner village, a year before the player's arrival. At this time, the beast mechanical disaster has yet to erupt. The city of Eternal Night hasn't fallen, and corporate wars are still in preparation. The Knights are gearing up for the epic Hydra campaign, a prequel never explored by players. Kill him! A distorted voice pierces the cabin. No, this body would make a fine collectible. It must be kept alive for future replacement. The mechanical head rotates, emitting a grinding metal sound. This violates the cooperation agreement with your group. Another voice weakly protests. Worm, remember, the Knights never accept threats. As soon as these words fall, a stream of data cascades like a waterfall. A crimson skull icon explodes in his view, enemy attribute data flooding in. This synthetic soldier is only level 9, but has undergone level 11 body modification. With 80 health points, stamina at 50-60, and a base mechanical energy of 50 points plus a 30-point boost. All attributes maintain a balanced value of 9 points, equipped with a level 5 electronic combat brain, and the pain system removed. More terrifying is the fanatical consciousness, permanently solidified into absolute loyalty by the mechanical brain. Just as the skull icon dissipates, a dark gold attribute panel unfolds in Gao Gong's vision. This panel is far more exquisite and luxurious than the player system, yet it shows his critical state. Only 10,100 health points remaining, stamina plummeted to 29,108, and even his prized mechanical heart is hanging by a thread. Once a level 8 mechanical modifier, he boasted formidable attributes with 15 strength and 13 endurance. Even when working as a child laborer in a human modification factory, he carved out another bloody path with ambition. But now, all his mechanical modification systems are sounding alarms. From the motor system to the reproductive system, the highest integrity is no more than 9. Even his prized combat skills are flashing broken warnings. His vaunted pursuit and kill, precise repair, mechanical modification skills are now like virus-infected programs, flickering with error codes. At this moment, a golden prompt flashes across the panel. Civilization template not yet activated. Please achieve conditions before attempting access. This discovery sends a jolt through Gao Gong's mind. No wonder rumors on the forums suggested that beyond the player's career templates, the cyber world hides a civilization building system. The player's suspicions were correct. Without this system, it would be impossible to contend with the major civilizations later on. But who would have thought that during the 3 great apocalypse invasions, various civilization forces would frantically capture players for experiments, reverse engineering an NPC evolution template from them. These NPCs evolved at a staggering rate, their combat prowess far surpassing players. The game difficulty skyrocketed, forums were filled with whales, with players posting daily to demand balance adjustments. But instead of game updates, what arrived were NPC armies invading reality through the internet. Giant mechanical arms tore through the sky, alien creatures traversed the atmosphere, national nuclear arsenals were commandeered by AI, and species viruses ravaged the globe. The once established game rules were completely overturned, with NPCs transforming into the true dominators. Thus, the virtual cyber world ultimately became the real-world cyberpunk. Before the release of the groundbreaking holographic online game, Cyberworld, players were buzzing with excitement. Gamers of all kinds had high hopes for this new title. With the arrival of Master Psy, justice prevails. With the arrival of Master Psy, peace reigns over Blue Star, they cheered. As it turned out, Cyberworld lived up to the hype as a revolutionary masterpiece. Its outstanding quality, remarkable combat system, diverse civilizations, and expansive world-building captivated countless players. Even in the later stages of the game, players remained highly enthusiastic. However, beneath this excitement lay a harsh truth. Players were turned into metal cans, injected daily with artificial dopamine, becoming tools for biological power generation. Under such conditions, it was hard not to be excited. Gao Gong, the protagonist in the game, was fortunate enough to escape becoming one of these metal cans. He not only rose to become the leader of a burgeoning level 6 civilization, but also played a key role in the final storyline against the three great calamities. If not for an inexplicable twist of fate, he might still be on his way to becoming a traitor. Gao Gong, originally named Gao Gong, was an unemployed young man and a hardcore anime enthusiast, as well as a master illustrator of adult comics. His exceptional skills in depicting human figures, especially in unclothed scenes, surpassed those of most original authors. Fans affectionately dubbed him the benefactor tentacle monster, wife enthusiast, and mature woman slayer. To many adult comic enthusiasts, he was the undisputed leader. In search of new inspiration and to keep up with the times, Gao Gong decided to dive into this game, hoping to find new creative directions among the myriad intelligent species. With the grand vision of mountains need not be high, as long as there is a chest, water need not be deep, as long as it is not human. Only with universal love can one achieve greatness. He entered Cyberworld under the alias Mr. G, becoming an ordinary player of adult comics. Cyberworld featured tens of thousands of races and professions, each belonging to different types of civilization tech trees, scattered like stars across the universe. These civilizations were divided into four main categories: mechanical world, carbon-based sequence, energy realm, and information abyss, corresponding to mechanical, carbon-based, energy, and information systems. Gao Gong's planet, Mechanica Fractura, was within the territory of a mechanical civilization. The dominant life forms on this post-apocalyptic themed planet were carbon-based humans, featuring basic professions for mechanical, carbon-based, and information systems. Mechanical professions included mechanical modifiers, cyborg security, and mech knights. The carbon-based professions included biomechanical templates, colonized soldiers, and beast soldiers, while the information system profession was the neurocoder. Driven by lofty ideals, Gao Gong chose the relatively obscure neurocoder, a cyberpunk version of a hacker, instead of the ever-dominant mechanical or superhuman carbon-based systems. Gao Gong then went through a series of events, and just before Mechanica Fractura was consumed by a planet-destroying weapon, he completed the main storyline and secured a ticket to the extraterrestrial colony. Following this, he advanced to a second-tier profession, completely abandoning his physical body to self-program, becoming the primary AI. From here, Gao Gong's gaming journey diverged significantly from other players. While others were leveling up and battling monsters, he was focused on character customization. While others roamed the stars, he developed virtual companions for wealthy patrons. When others pursued mechanical transcendence, he researched custom-made anime figurines. And when others engaged in interstellar warfare, he created a cross-species virtual dating platform. While other players were being hunted by advanced civilizations, Gao Gong successfully broke the reproductive isolation between carbon-based and information species, offering a full suite of services including virtual girlfriends, electronic wives, and data offspring. He made it possible for two-dimensional spouses to have children, creating a fantasy world for countless interstellar otaku. When players, as a unique species, were classified as an interstellar threat and hunted across the universe, Gao Gong had already become a distinguished guest among the 6th 9th level civilizations. In the later stages of the game, he was revered by followers across planets as the master of figurines, adult comic distributor, high-end sensory merchant, reproductive system innovator, mentor of hearts, lifelong ally of all universes LSP, and master of virtual experiences. He was also recognized by the Civilization Council as the leader of a level 6 virtual civilization, the supreme connector of the hyper-experienced nation Mr. G. Yet, even someone as formidable as Gao Gong found himself unable to unleash his full potential in his current dire situation, with only 10 health points remaining. His limbs grew colder, his consciousness blurred, and the sound of spinning wheels seemed to drift further away. As Gao Gong desperately sought a way out, a mission prompt suddenly appeared. Beep 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 mission. Death race. Difficulty. Normal. Mission brief. As an exceptional mechanical hunter, you found yourself in a sudden battle that ended with your death. Was it truly an accident? Now, the urgent matter is how to keep yourself alive. The mission objective flashed on the game panel. Return alive to the Black Rose gas bar or find the Black Rose. Mission reward. Experience 1500. The words "a dog's life" stood out conspicuously. Gao Gong glanced at them, his mouth twitching involuntarily. This new system sure had a sense of humor, he thought to himself. Unfortunately, this mission was of no help to his current predicament. Even gaining 1500 experience wouldn't level up his main profession as a mechanical modifier. Just as Gao Gong was about to give up, his gaze suddenly locked onto a particular attribute bar. Subprofession. Factory worker LV4. You were once a child laborer in a human modification factory, driven by ambition to take a different path. Gao Gong's mind raced. In this cyber world, players have both main and subprofession systems. The main profession is limited to one and caps at level 30. The subprofession can be numerous, capping at level 20. Don't underestimate subprofessions. They determine the modification direction of the main profession. The main profession requires a class change every 10 levels, which not only requires reaching the level cap but also undergoing deep physical modification. Success means a surge in potential. Failure means being worse than a dog. Subprofessions change every 5 levels, and Gao Gong's factory worker subprofession was right at the class change threshold. NPCs without a system can only wait for death, but those with a system can showcase their skills. Gao Gong made a snap decision, investing all the accumulated experience of the original owner into his subprofession. Factory worker upgraded to LV5. Repair success rate 3. Factory worker upgraded to junior worker of factory number 4, strength 1, endurance 1, gained 1 attribute point. Basic repair upgraded to basic mechanical repair. You unlocked knowledge, industrial materials science. You unlocked knowledge, mechanical modification. The moment of class change brought a flood of mechanical knowledge and cybernetic modification images into his mind like a revelation. Gao Gong quickly comprehended the 5 main attributes: strength, agility, endurance, intelligence, perception, each increasing health by 5 points per attribute point. Without much hesitation, he added his only attribute point to perception. Instantly, his blurred consciousness became crystal clear, and a warm current surged through his body. Simultaneously, various negative states rushed in like a tide. Nausea, sharp pain, fatigue, soreness. Gao Gong gritted his teeth, swallowing the scream that was about to escape. Sensory information like sound, sight, taste, temperature, and vibration flooded in like a breached dam. His health climbed from a near-death state to 25115, and his body status changed from near-death to severely injured. Gao Gong continued to feign death, his head drooping as he was pinned against the back of a chair, but a cold glint flickered in his eyes. His hand stealthily reached for the military knife, slowly and resolutely drawing it out. Then without hesitation, he plunged it back into his wound. System prompts flashed continuously. You lose 2 health points. You lose 3 health points. You lose 1 health point. You lose 3 health points. You are performing mechanical repair on yourself. The blade pierced from a different angle, the crimson flesh peeling back like 2 intersecting grimacing smiles. Gao Gong, drenched in sweat, painstakingly and cautiously manipulated the knife handle, seemingly stirring something within. This was an impromptu self-repair. While flesh and blood couldn't go berserk, motors could run in overdrive. Zzzzz, the whirring of the miniature motor inside his body suddenly intensified. The surrounding scene continued. Trucks transporting minerals departed one after another. The wounded on the ground were executed, and a few lucky ones were dragged away by soldiers, destined to become vegetative. The number of synthetic soldiers was gradually decreasing. In the end, only 4 remained. 1 leaned against a car door smoking, 2 stood on a high point to the north with guns, and 1 was talking into a walkie-talkie to the west. Unit 201, aren't you leaving? The synthetic soldier to the north shouted. Let me finish this cigarette. The soldier by the car responded. I found a decent implant body. Oh, really, male or female? Does it matter? True enough. Hope the next time I see you, you've become a beautiful woman. A coarse, dry laugh echoed, as grating as metal scraping. The cigarette but hit the ground, and the half-destroyed car door was yanked open forcefully. A typical adult male's main attributes are all 5, while a synthetic soldier's are 9. Even without modification, a synthetic soldier's clone body has reached the limits of normal human capabilities. Yet, where is he? The soldier's voice was filled with obvious surprise. Gao Gong vanished without a trace, leaving only a large pool of blood staining the chair. Unit 201 immediately went on high alert, activating its combat mode. Its artificial eye flickered with a cold light, engaging multiple functions such as visual imaging, infrared detection, and targeting systems. As a unique member of the Night Faction's enhanced soldiers, Unit 201 possessed semi-mortal traits and a vast memory bank filled with combat experience. In the crimson-tinted view, Unit 201 detected a heat source behind the wreckage of a truck not far away. Just as its finger was about to squeeze the trigger, its knee joint was struck with a violent blow. As it lost balance, Gao Gong appeared like a phantom behind it. His left hand clamped into Unit 201's underarm, sliding up along the humerus, and the heel of his palm slammed into its chin. At the moment the fluid tube on its neck was exposed, a tactical knife pierced with precision. A mixture of mechanical fluid sprayed out as Gao Gong turned without hesitation, using Unit 201's body as a shield. He rolled away swiftly, almost simultaneously as a hail of bullets whistled by, leaving a pattern of dents on the vehicle's body. The remaining 3 synthetic soldiers' eyes flared with red light, instantly transforming into ruthless killing machines. The 2 to the north spread out to find cover, their semi-automatic rifles steadily aimed at the target. The one to the west called for reinforcements while drawing a tactical knife, lunging at its prey like a ravenous wolf. Synthetic soldiers in combat mode were devoid of emotion, and even when critically damaged, they wouldn't immediately fall. Their metal skulls could withstand ordinary sniper rounds, and only severing the connection between their electronic brains and flesh could fully defeat them. However, players often discovered unexpected ways to deal with them, such as deceiving their electronic eyes. Gao Gong moved nimbly through the crossfire, but the space was becoming increasingly constricted. Under the cover of fire, one of the synthetic soldiers stealthily approached him from behind. Suddenly, an engine roared inside its metal head, and its entire body began to heat up and turn red. With its charge mode activated, its speed doubled, hurtling toward Gao Gong like a bullet. However, Gao Gong's reflexes were quicker. He suddenly split into 2, causing the opponent's knife to strike air. Before Unit 203 could react, Gao Gong's knee crashed into its spine. The tactical knife then plunged into the back of its neck, causing blood to spray out. The danger was far from over. Gao Gong sharply tilted his head back to evade a glint of cold steel. The dying synthetic soldier astonishingly twisted its arm 180 degrees, aiming the knife at its own throat. Meanwhile, its other hand had already drawn a handgun, the barrel ominously pointed at the back of Gao Gong's head. Without a moment's hesitation, Gao Gong thrust his right hand into the barrel of the gun. The next instant, a gunshot rang out, and his hand swelled violently, skin torn apart to reveal a metallic silver sheen underneath. Hiss! Gao Gong drew in a sharp breath. While the internal mechanical exoskeleton wasn't as capable of extreme modifications as a metal exterior, it excelled in close-quarters combat, seamlessly receiving neural signals. However, this advantage now only brought intense pain. A system notification flashed. You lost 3 health points. Gao Gong's eyes were bloodshot, muscles taut and veins bulging. The micromotor within his knee amped up its power once more as his right hand clamped down on the opponent's head. With a stomp, a twist, and a pull, accompanied by a loud crack, he tore off the opponent's metal head along with its spike-like bioimplant. The implant's sensory elements, neural diverters, and chemical catalysts were exposed, sparking and sizzling with blood. The system notified again. You have killed a knight's artificial soldier, experience 100. 2 chains of firepower immediately closed in, but Gao Gong was prepared. With a flick of his wrist, 4 shadows shot out in different directions. In the artificial soldier's visual sensors, the heat source suddenly split into 4, scattering in different directions. Gunfire became chaotic and disordered. Gao Gong's normal attributes were already superior to those of the artificial soldiers. To ensure a swift victory, he activated his basic mechanical repair skill, pushing his internal motor system into overdrive. In this state, his 5 main attributes soared to around 16 or 17 points, nearly double that of the artificial soldiers. Although this state could only be maintained for less than 3 minutes, it was more than enough for the situation at hand. In the soldier's vision, the heat sources multiplied, 2, 4, 8, as if a special forces team had suddenly descended to encircle them. One heat source was particularly eerie, bringing death with each appearance. The system notified twice more. You have killed a knight's artificial soldier, experience 100. Until the last artificial soldier had its throat slit by Gao Gong, they never understood how these enemies appeared. Few Gao Gong gasped heavily, the burnt smell of synthetic protein wafting from him. Transitioning from extreme excitement to sudden calm, some of his implanted machinery finally gave out. His elbow emitted a sharp crack, like a blown fuse, turning blackened on the surface. Damn, it hurts. Gao Gong grimaced. Players could adjust pain sensitivity, but as an NPC, he didn't have that privilege. His right hand went numb, hanging limply at an odd angle. The price of overloading. The mineral fragments in his hand fell to the ground. Gao Gong glanced around, feeling a sense of pride. The heat sources he used were actually quite simple, not some high-tech gadget, but ignited energy minerals. These byproducts of energy pollution resembled multicolored crystals and were the cheapest fuel in the iron sand desert. A fingertip-sized piece could burn for 3 days and nights. Burning energy minerals not only produced heat sources but also emitted energy radiation, disrupting the visual capture systems of artificial soldiers, rendering them blind in infrared mode. In theory, the soldiers could just switch to normal vision to solve the problem. But it wasn't that simple. Once in combat mode, their infrared vision was locked until all enemies were eliminated. A design meant to boost their combat drive but inadvertently creating a fatal flaw. After all, these low-end expendables weren't worth the effort to fine-tune. Gao Gong was certain that this squad had only recently arrived in the Iron Sand Desert. During the player-involved Beast Machine Disaster expansion, countless artificial soldiers were easily defeated this way, forcing the knights to patch the issue. The early game is the best. Bugs everywhere like a hornet's nest, and equipment drops are plentiful, Gao Gong mused to himself. He retrieved a cigarette pack from a corpse, the cover featuring a cybernetic woman adorned with tubes striking a provocative pose. Smoking is harmful to health. Seagull 2 Virtual Experience Machine offers a superior mental journey. The advertisement made Gao Gong sneer. With a cigarette in his mouth, Gao Gong awkwardly gathered his spoils with one hand. His consciousness began to blur. He was now so weak that even a regular person could easily subdue him. The game's realism lay in the fact that the lower the health, the worse the condition. This was why he had to go Allen. Despite this, the battle yielded some gains. Gao Gong picked up a gun, and the system panel automatically provided an appraisal. Name: Assaulter. Type: Kinetic Submachine Gun. Quality: Common. Weight: 2.8 kilograms. Caliber: 7.62 millimeters. Scope slot: Empty. Plug-in slot: Empty. Note: this is a decent weapon, except for its inability to hit targets. Gao Gong silently criticized the system's impracticality while gently caressing the grip of his gun. This wasn't some high-tech mother city. It was the treacherous edge of a radiation zone. In this barren land, firearms themselves were hard currency. He meticulously inspected the weapons before him, which were clearly military arms secretly sold by overseas armories. Gao Gong felt a burst of excitement. These were valuable items indeed. After a thorough search, he tallied his haul: 4 assault submachine guns, 4 sets of bulletproof vests, 5 pistols, and 5 knives. Gao Gong quickly calculated in his mind. Submachine guns fetched 100 mechanical coins on the market, and these factory-produced ones could easily add another 50 coins to their value. Pistols ranged from 50 to 60 coins. Adding the bulletproof vests and knives, the total haul was just over 1,000 mechanical coins. Mechanical coins were the exclusive currency of the Iron Sand Desert, used for trading with factories. In the local gasoline bar, a nutrient bar cost just 1 mechanical coin, while an anti-radiation drug was 10 mechanical coins. If one lived frugally, a mechanical hunter's monthly expenses were around 100 mechanical coins. Gao Gong recalled the original owner's memories. The earnings from a regular mission were about the same, and missions often failed, leaving him not only without pay but also out of pocket for equipment repairs. What hurt the most was that the provisional citizen card had cost the original owner a staggering 6-figure sum. Gao Gong felt a suffocating sensation, despite having a mechanical heart that shouldn't feel such things. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Gao Gong's mind. This mission is definitely fishy. Someone must have bribed the knights to target me. He vowed to uncover the truth and make the mastermind pay. Thinking of the impending mechanical body repair costs, Gao Gong's mechanical heart ached again. His gaze swept over the 4 metal heads on the back seat. These soldiers, though damaged, could still be usable after repairs. City enterprises might be interested in the Knight's biotech, and selling them could be a decent profit. As Gao Gong pondered, a gruff voice crackled through the radio. 203, respond. 203, respond. While lifting the car hood to inspect, Gao Gong jokingly replied, "Not buying insurance, not buying a house, not taking a loan, not applying for a card. All calls recorded. Scammers back off." "Who are you?" demanded the voice on the other end of the radio. "I'm your long-lost father," Gao Gong retorted casually, while carefully studying the vehicle structure. This vehicle, disguised as an off-road car, ran on energy mineral extracts. Its motor system and onboard energy system were reminiscent of electric vehicles Gao Gong had seen in his past life, only with a larger motor. The battery resembled a high-tech steam engine, with cold metallic surfaces extending numerous pipes, through which gas flow was faintly visible, exuding a strong wasteland vibe. With the knowledge boost from his mechanical modifications, Gao Gong quickly grasped its working principles. He deftly opened the trunk, retrieved tools, and skillfully segregated the circuits, inserting one end of 3 black rubber cables into the car and connecting the other ends to the access ports on his knee and wrist, one of which was already damaged. Gao Gong knew that after the modification of his circulatory system, his heart was no longer a critical organ. Although being pierced would still cause severe injury, it functioned more like a large battery. However, this was merely the first step in the original owner's grand ambition. The ultimate goal was to replace all human organs with electronic ones and bionic parts, fully evolving from a human form into a pure mechanical being. In the original owner's mind, a mechanical body was the most powerful existence. In some sense, the original host's idea wasn't entirely wrong. In the vast universe, civilizations are as numerous as the stars, with nearly half being mechanical civilizations. Among the top 6 level 9 civilizations, 3 are mechanical. This phenomenon is not only due to the inherent strength of mechanical civilizations, but also because mechanical ascension is more easily triggered compared to the other 3 methods. However, being the most numerous does not mean being the most powerful. Gao Gong glanced over his personal system on his attribute panel and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Among the 8 systems' modification rates, the motor system was the highest at 9, while the nervous and circulatory systems were each at 5. The endocrine, respiratory, digestive, urinary, and reproductive systems were all at 1. The difference between the highest and lowest did not exceed 10, which meant he still had a chance to avoid the path of becoming purely mechanical. Once bodily modification begins, it cannot be reversed. If the difference exceeds 10, one must proceed along the original host's envisioned path of pure mechanization. Gao Gong was well aware that the most powerful civilization in the observable universe was indeed mechanical, but not solely mechanical. At this moment, he had returned to the beta stage of the cyber world, where the mechanical uprising had yet to erupt, and the world of infinite powerhouses had not yet appeared. Events like the old world's destruction, the ancient corpse disaster, and the quantum crisis were still far off in the late stages of the game, and the 3 great calamities were nowhere to be seen. This was a rare opportunity, perhaps once in a lifetime. Gao Gong firmly believed that only by becoming the strongest could he control his own destiny. As the electricity started, a tingling sensation spread throughout his body. The interface precisely controlled the current intensity to ensure it remained within the body's tolerable range. In his modified circulatory system, cells reacted to the stimulation, piercing the cell membrane, creating a potential difference, and generating bioelectricity, thereby enhancing his mental state. The essence of bodily mechanization is to gradually replace the body's systems with bionic systems through continuous modification. As the modification rate increases, a certain amount of electricity each day can allow the body to secrete the nutrients needed for the day. It's practically a miracle. It's rumored that some bio companies in the city of Eternal Night have developed body fast charging technology. 5 minutes of charging can keep one energetic for an entire day. However, only a pure mechanical being with a 100 modification rate can completely eliminate the need for food and water. Gao Gong's current charging was mainly to boost his mental state and prevent fainting on the way back to the city. In the perilous iron sand desert, where natives, mutants, and semi-mechanical creatures lurked everywhere, fainting was tantamount to death. The voice on the other end of the radio didn't show anger. Instead, it spoke with interest, taking out my entire night squad single-handedly. Impressive, very impressive. Interested in joining our night order? I can offer you higher-level modifications, letting you skip the artificial soldier stage and directly become one of our combatants. Higher-level modifications? How high? Higher than yours? Gao Gong retorted. Compared to me? My rank might be beyond your imagination, the voice laughed. Honestly, my imagination is probably beyond yours. Gao Gong climbed onto the hood of the off-road vehicle, squinting into the distance. He had already torn off his tattered, tight-fitting t-shirt, revealing his muscular upper body with 3 thumb-thick cables plugged into him. The desert's characteristic hot wind hit his face, and the metal tag around his neck clinked, revealing a bold patterned G. Young man, don't be too arrogant. The world is much bigger than you think. The voice finally showed impatience. Gao Gong chuckled, flicked away his last cigarette, tossed the empty pack out of the car, and jumped into the vehicle, flooring the gas pedal. If the world is so big, how can I be content to be just a slave to artificial intelligence? What do you think? Former military AI war. The Iron Sand Desert was once a cluster of cities during the era of old civilization, ravaged by nuclear explosions and massive energy weapons during a mechanical war. All that remained was ruins and wreckage. The sky was shrouded in thick, murky nuclear dust, and the surviving plants and animals had mutated under the dual effects of nuclear and energy pollution, constantly emitting large amounts of radiation heat. Elsewhere, a nuclear winter would lead to smoke and dust entering the planet's atmosphere, blocking light from reaching the surface, causing temperatures to plummet and life to wither. But here, the interaction between radiation organisms and mutated plants created a unique post-disaster environment. Temperatures rose instead of falling, and even mechanically modified humans found it challenging to survive in this desert's radiation zone. The habitable areas were those modified by corporations, known locally as oases. The off-road vehicle sped forward, kicking up a storm of sand and heading swiftly towards one of these oases. In the car, Gao Gong kept a wary eye on his surroundings while meticulously studying the stolen NPC template in his hand. His gaze flitted rapidly between the road and the template, his fingers occasionally gliding over it in search of critical information. He felt a sense of disdain towards the invitation from the high-ranking member of the Knights. Thoughts of the Knights flooded his mind. A formidable underground force on this planet, renowned for their biomechanical technology and emulated by countless corporations. There were players who had boastfully shared the Knights' hidden quest chains on forums, which indeed offered generous rewards. In the later stages of the planet's main storyline, some players expended immense effort to build reputation and favor, eventually becoming high-ranking members of the Knights. However, Gao Gong sneered at the thought, knowing those players ultimately fell into a trap. All Knights were transformed into subbodies or avatars of military AI. While they could retain their personality templates and memory banks, their consciousness, including the player's accounts, could be directly controlled when war demanded it. It was akin to leveling up an NPC for free. Gao Gong shook his head, finding the Knights' methods even more reprehensible than the monopolistic corporations in the Sleepless City. Those corporations also used various means to control their employees, converting their thoughts into read-only modes stored in company databases, administering artificial adrenaline during overtime under the guise of free healthcare, or implanting high-frequency chips in connection pods to release electronic noise during vacations, but at least they paid wages. In comparison, the corporations seemed almost respectable, though those wages were eventually siphoned back to their coffers. Gao Gong's thoughts drifted to the essence of cyber arenas. Not just on Machine Rupture Star, but all players' starting points and novice villages were different types of cyber arenas. These arenas were places for advanced civilizations to explore, research, and develop the ecosystems and tech trees of various civilizations. They might manifest as monopolistic supercorporations, AI-dominated futures, aggressive alien invasions, apocalyptic environments, cloning cultures, biochemical crises, or chaotic gatherings of intelligent species from different planets. In the gray areas of the Civilizational Council, diverse technological trees were taking root and thriving in anti-civilizational ways. Gao Gong recalled players' conclusions. In this game, two issues hinder technological advancement: peace and ethics. Peace is resolved through war, and ethics in cyber arenas. For players, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Cyber arenas offered a plethora of experimental and forbidden advanced technologies, enabling players to enhance their abilities across civilizations. In Level 1 planetary civilizations, the main profession level cap was 30, or 1 tier. But in cyber arenas, there existed research knowledge and experimental results that could achieve 2nd or even 3rd tiers. Suddenly, Gao Gong's head snapped up, his pupils constricting. 3 small black dots in the sky were rapidly closing in on him. Knights drones, he cursed under his breath. He had anticipated that the ruthless Knights wouldn't let him off easily. The Death Chase mission still showed as incomplete on his game panel, validating his suspicion. Alarms blared as Gao Gong quickly assessed the drone information displayed by the system. Name: Military Tech Falcon 3. Category: Drone. Quality: Superior. Weight: 38 kilograms. Flight altitude: 5,000 meters. Control system: Basic military chip. Energy: Type 3 energy battery, 6-hour endurance. Flight module: Pressurized thrusters 4. Attack module: Mini Gatling gun 100 rounds, small anti-armor missiles 2, micro rockets 1. Attack range: 2,000 meters. Shield: 200. Attached template: Destruction mode, causing explosive shockwaves over a 55-meter area. Notes: though outdated military tech, it remains effective after numerous battles. Gao Gong quickly evaluated the situation. In the game cyber world, equipment ranged from basic mass-produced items to superior custom templates, exceptional war tools, rare strategic weapons, epic black technologies, and era-defining cross-civilization gear. The Knights' outdated military tech was undoubtedly of the superior level, akin to faction specialties. In a split second, Gao Gong jerked the steering wheel. The car swerved violently, tires screeching on the pavement. In the next moment, a fierce chain of gunfire kicked up a cloud of dust, narrowly missing the rear of the vehicle. He heard a faint whooshing sound, followed by a powerful explosion that sent a wave of debris cascading over the car, turning the windows a murky yellow. In a high-speed chase, the scenery outside blurred past in a dizzying array. Gao Gong twisted the steering wheel frantically, while the windshield wipers furiously scraped against the glass. His foot tapped the accelerator pedal at a rapid pace, changing rhythms to disrupt the drone's tracking systems. Gao Gong felt a surge of relief. If it had been the Sleepless City's most advanced drones, equipped with tracking weapons and pinpoint strike systems perfect for dealing with the city's super-modified individuals and cyber psychopaths, it would have been a different story. In the worst-case scenario, electronic signals would connect directly to an armed space station orbiting the planet, conducting wide-ranging physical sweep, so-called justice from above. Such a level of attack could easily eliminate him. However, Gao Gong knew that if that were the case, the mission difficulty wouldn't merely be ordinary. There were still levels of difficulty beyond the ordinary, such as hard, nightmare, hell, and even cross-civilization missions. In fact, the firepower of these 3 drones already exceeded the ordinary level in some respects. An increase in difficulty on one side inevitably led to a decrease in difficulty on the other. After narrowly avoiding a hit in the first wave of attacks, Gao Gong realized he had a chance. The car's front suddenly veered, the engine roaring thunderously as the off-road vehicle charged into the dense concrete jungle like a raging bull. From the drone's aerial perspective, the cityscape beneath the sky is breathtaking. The ruins of buildings, rising dozens of stories high, are tightly entwined with yellow climbing vines reminiscent of serpents. Beside them, colossal tree canopies stretch outward in all directions. The dense metal leaves resemble layers of solar panels, glinting coldly in the sunlight. The air is thick with the acrid smell of burning electronics, a byproduct of the mechanical biobeasts secreting artificial proteins. The drone's camera continuously swivels, gradually zooming in. Among the dense forest gaps, tree roots, like enormous mixers, penetrate the old city's concrete ground, crushing various metal scraps and absorbing nutrients through newly formed metal pipelines. In this scene, metal, concrete, and plant roots merge in a bizarre and eerie manner. As the drone flies past a communication tower, the lightning rod at its pinnacle suddenly rotates and slowly opens, revealing a sword-leaf-shaped metal flower engraved with Iron Tower Company, Limited. Just then, an anomalous signal connects and is abruptly cut off. One drone's 2 thruster nozzles lose control, causing its flight path to become erratic before it crashes into the forest below. This mishap immediately triggers a hunting frenzy. Iron rats, emerging from the sewers, dash out like lightning, their limbs replaced by high-tech brands' self-driving roller shoes. Following them are turbine spiders, 3 meters long and 2 meters high, medium-sized colonial lifeforms equipped with 3 pairs of mechanical pincers and razor-sharp appendages. Their radioactive spider eyes, akin to large searchlights, sweep intensely, deterring other creatures coveting the prey. Suddenly, a piercing horn shatters the silence as a millipede-headed vehicle barrels down the high-speed corridor, occasionally pushing aside car wrecks. However, the predators in the trees move faster. A dozen bird-shaped, semi-mechanical creatures swoop in, their beaks drilling open the drone's shell with precision, severing the wires on the engine, rendering the drone completely powerless. What follows is a frenzied feast. The metal shell becomes a starter, the circuits a spicy and smooth delicacy. Chips are rich in nutrients, batteries are the most coveted, while the motor, though tough, offers a satisfying chew. Amidst this melee, a bionic gecko snatches a camera, attaching it to its neck. The electronic patterns on its synthetic skin light up, seemingly undergoing some special pairing. Soon, the camera reactivates, completing a peculiar reassignment. Witnessing all this, the other 2 drones immediately ascend. However, as the trailing drone rounds a twin tower, the climbing vines on the building's surface suddenly open like snake scales, rhythmically undulating. The vines transmit biological signals into the building system, composed of fiber optics, databases, and input devices. As electronic pairing and signal conversion progress, the once television tower seems to come alive. In its 23 floors, long-dormant backup engines roar to life, filling the machine room with noise. From the rooftop to the ground floor, screens light up one after another, displaying not past advertisements but real-time footage of the drone's flight. The entire television station appears occupied by invisible staff, busy adjusting equipment, confirming shows, and editing videos. Finally, before the corpse of a suicide victim, a screen suddenly lights up, displaying a special announcement. Sky enforcers have initiated a crackdown, issuing enhanced safety management regulations for civilian drones and other low-altitude, slow-speed aircraft, establishing 8 categories of control zones, including directly governed cities, prohibiting except with special approval. As the video plays, the trailing drone shudders violently, abruptly changes direction, and slowly descends onto the rooftop of the twin tower. Subsequently, the screen's footage seems to rewind, as the drone reverses from the twin tower, flying back to an underground facility. In an underground control center of a bomb shelter, a staff member's face changes drastically. His fingers suddenly split open, transforming into spider-like structures, typing at an imperceptible speed. The large screen before him turns red, with alarms blaring incessantly. Data anomaly. Data anomaly. Flight signal captured. Virus intrusion detected. First defense layer breach. What's going on? A middle-aged supervisor exclaims. How could there be a virus intrusion? Has the mechanical mainframe detected our operation? No, the city's monitoring stations haven't detected any signs of mechanical troop movements, another employee wearing a network access pod explains. This virus type isn't a common corporate virus either. The device on his head resembles a headset, but the earpieces are deeply embedded in his ears, with a small circle of wires visible. In the sleepless city, this device is known as a network access pod. Due to a lack of technical accumulation, the Knights can only use old military technology to access the web, unable to connect to the more advanced cyber network. They are currently using refurbished machines acquired from the black market, nearly defenseless against corporate viruses controlled by advanced AI. It seems to be some kind of wild electronic virus converted from biological signals. The supervisor breathes a sigh of relief. After all, wild viruses are still within their handling capabilities. More importantly, the Hydra project remains undiscovered and is proceeding smoothly. The supervisor's voice was tinged with anger, his brows furrowed. Identify the source and find out why the drone appeared in that location. The staff quickly pulled up the data and reported. Location confirmed, coordinates 213.313.511. Former Jiangbei city of the previous civilization era. Task level. Knight, issued as a temporary wanted order by the higher-ups. He paused, his voice filled with awe. It's the Iron Knight Chi. Meanwhile, in the skies above the city, the last drone was carrying out its mission. However, in this concrete jungle, its nemesis was everywhere. Suddenly, a shadow shot out like a spear from the forest, and with the sound of a sonic boom, the drone exploded in midair, its fragments raining down like a storm. In one corner of the city, a district was adorned with countless red lanterns. On the ground, a blood-colored carpet began to writhe eerily, climbing skyscrapers, covering overpasses, devouring every intruder. The blood converged towards the center, resembling the luxurious train of a noblewoman's gown. And this noblewoman was a terrifying creature nearly 3 meters tall, composed of bone and flesh, with countless nerve bundles forming her hair, the tips adorned with the heads of mechanical hunters. Anyone with a radiation detector would find the levels here almost equivalent to ground zero of a nuclear blast. To dare trespass in the domain of a Crimson Queen is as good as signing your death warrant. A voice crackled over the communications. A system notification flashed. Task complete. 1,500 experience points awarded. The scene shifted to a unique oasis. This wasn't a real oasis, but a well-equipped small town. The residents were a complex mix: fugitives from the mechanical city, factory mercenaries, natives of the iron sand desert, forbidden modified cyborgs, and Turing-worshipping metal missionaries. Each person was marked by visible implants, with weapons becoming organs and organs becoming mechanical. None of them were to be trifled with. In such a place, anyone who could run a shop peacefully was definitely a force to be reckoned with. The owner of the Rose Gasoline Bar was such a character. She was a stunning woman, with fiery red hair like blazing flames and emerald eyes that habitually observed others from beneath wavy locks. She wore a high-elasticity tight tank top, her chest prominently fair, and her waist, with defined abs, adorned with a striking tattoo of a black rose. The Rose Gasoline Bar offered a variety of services: drinks, android prostitutes, virtual experience machines, psychoactive substances, minor body repairs and modifications, consignment, and assassin services. At the moment, Black Rose stood behind the bar mixing a margarita, listening nonchalantly to the boasts and brags of the patrons, unfazed by the occasional greedy glances cast her way. Every year, a large number of gold seekers poured in, including powerful cybernetically enhanced individuals, but fewer and fewer survived. 99% stayed forever in this irradiated zone, with only a fortunate few earning enough mechanical credits to buy a ticket to the sleepless city. Most of the time, Black Rose merely watched coldly as these fools leapt from the radiation zone into the even more dangerous urban hell. Have you heard? The factory's goods were intercepted at the Great Rift. A piece of news caught her attention. Who dares intercept factory goods? They're asking for death, someone exclaimed. Not sure. Maybe some desperate smugglers. Those people better not drag us down with them. A burly man with a metal arm laughed heartily. It's not all bad news. The factory's so rich, maybe we could earn a hefty bounty. True enough, my exoskeleton's long due for a replacement. Goods from the city sell for 10 times the price here. Those damned corporate leeches. Black Rose raised an eyebrow, downed her margarita, signaled the bartender to take over, and strode toward the back door. Besides running the bar, she had a little-known Hideo Yuta converted garage in an abandoned factory, where she kept a collection of various motorcycles. As she opened the door, the pungent smell of blood hit her. Black Rose remained unfazed and flipped the main switch. Under the harsh spotlight, a battered off-road vehicle came into view, with 3 blown tires, its body covered in scratches and bullet holes. Inside lay a rugged man, one-eyed and one-armed, with a half-smoked cigarette in his mouth. You're here? Black Rose surveyed the scene calmly. Who gave you permission to bring this junk into my garage? Gao Gong forced a wry smile. Rose, can't we talk about the car later? Save the person first. If I die, you lose a car too. With that, his head slumped, and he passed out completely. The system notification flashed again. Task complete. 1,500 experience points awarded. Data rebooting. Synthetic data aligning with the exoskeleton system. I chip initializing. ocular implants functioning normally, and the mechanical heart recharging. Gao Gong jolted awake from a bizarre dream, where neon lights spanned across galaxies and he transformed into a virtual overlord, wandering through the realms of civilization. Behind him, countless templates of intelligent species followed, and wherever he went, the old SPs bowed in submission. Suddenly, an angry voice shattered the tranquility of the dream. I sold my kidney just to buy your paper dolls. Eye for an eye, you'll end up the same way. Gao Gong barely had time to pitch his enhanced reproductive package before virtual divas, electronic idols, experienced queens, and mature models swarmed him like a tidal wave. Kidney, 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 give me back my kidney. Gao Gong sat up abruptly, drenched in sweat and gasping for air. The absurdity of the dream left him shaken. His own virtual units demanding payment from him, draining his account dry, unable to even enter the mechanical city, forced to sell his body, kneeling before wealthy women for sponsorship. The experiences of his past life intertwined with the memories of the original owner, weaving this peculiar dreamscape. Recollecting the voluptuous wealthy woman in a black bodysuit from his dream, Gao Gong couldn't help but admire her figure, though he thought the whip was a bit excessive. You look like you're suffering from kidney deficiency, Little Finger mocked while operating the surgical table. Do you want a bionic kidney? Or should I fit you with Mr. Oak 3? Gao Gong touched his right eye, his blurred vision gradually sharpening with focus, finally settling on the balding, middle-aged man before him. The Iron Sand Desert was unlike the city that never sleeps, with few cybernetic doctors willing to settle in this irradiated area. After all, with their skills, they could live comfortably in the bustling city. Littlefinger's expertise ranked among the top 3 cybernetic doctors across all oases. Despite this, Gao Gong showed no courtesy. My kidney deficiency is from overuse. What about your baldness? From using your mechanical hand to fly planes every day? Littlefinger's face darkened, glaring at Gao Gong with a look that suggested he wanted to plunge a scalpel into his chest. Cut the crap, pay up, he gritted his teeth. Including the cybernetic eye and exoskeleton repair, it's 5,600 mech coins. Plus, the 3 bullets in you, 100 each, rounding up to 6,000 mech coins. Card or cash? You charge for bullet removal? Why not just rob me? Gao Gong couldn't help but complain. With my skills, no need to rob, Littlefinger sneered. No money, no life, no backdoor either. Screw you, don't get cocky, Gao Gong threatened. Believe it or not, I'll pull out your cybernetic connectors and turn you into a vegetable. Gao Gong decisively flipped him off, yanking out several 4 lines. The surgery's done. Who are you fooling? Where are you going? Littlefinger couldn't help but ask as Gao Gong staggered towards the door. To the bathroom, you want to eat my shit? Gao Gong retorted without looking back. In the restroom, Gao Gong activated the mirror. Water cascaded from above, washing the mirror clean to reveal a face both unfamiliar and familiar. It was a handsome visage with a hint of wildness, looking about 25 or 26, reminiscent of the first-gen girl assassin he once developed. Unfortunately, that version of the virtual companion had poor sales, well-received but not profitable. Ironclad facts proved that even in the vast universe, a girl's wallet was like her chest, not as ample as a wealthy woman's. Fortunately, Gao Gong quickly adjusted his direction, developing the rich lady love second model, turning losses into profits, and even making a significant gain. This experience solidified his resolve to court wealthy women. Gao Gong noticed that the metal plate in his palm had been removed during surgery. Judging by the skin tone, it had been replaced with synthetic skin. This decorative metal implant added nothing but unnecessary modification rate. Given the tough road ahead, Gao Gong knew every bit of modification rate had to be utilized effectively, and purely cosmetic changes were unnecessary. After all, he was naturally blessed with good looks. Overall, Gao Gong was quite satisfied with this new body. At a glance, one might mistake him for a biomechanical model from the city that never sleeps. Gao Gong, a carbon-based human, is a formidable bounty hunter with a total level of 12 in physical modifications, a primary profession of level 24 in consciousness, and an additional level 8 as a mechanical modifier. Ambitious and ruthless, he also holds a secondary job as a junior worker at Factory Number 4, where he has accumulated extensive hands-on experience in mechanics. Currently, Gao Gong is lying on a makeshift operating table, his mechanical enhancements prominently visible. Bionic joints, a mechanical endoskeleton, a standard prosthetic eye, and a basic model mechanical heart all attest to his extraordinary status. Standing nearby is Littlefinger, a bald cyborg doctor, with a slightly smug expression on his face. This bald guy didn't cut corners, Gao Gong thought. The reinforced endoskeleton only lost a bit of durability, and the blown-out bionic joint is perfectly repaired. His skills are indeed impressive. However, when he realized that the eye was a generic model and the heart was a basic version, Gao Gong abruptly sat up from the table, glaring at Littlefinger. You greedy bald crook. Littlefinger was initially taken aback, but then retorted angrily. his voice rising sharply. Everything on you is military grade from the mechanical core. Where am I supposed to get original parts for you? Should I raid a core base? Tell me, in which oasis can you find a cyborg doctor who outfits people with military gear besides me? Gao Gong sneered, acknowledging the truth in Littlefinger's words. This setback meant his actual power was reduced by at least 30. As he was about to press the issue further, his attention was caught by a stack of reference books on the operating table. He reached out, only to have his hand snatched by Littlefinger's modified mechanical left hand. What do you think you're doing? Littlefinger asked coldly. Just looking, trying to learn from you. Gao Gong replied with a sycophantic grin. I remember you weren't this shameless before. What's the point of being thick-skinned if you don't use it? Dream on. You have to be good-looking to dream big. You get lost. As the two bickered, the roar of an engine grew louder. A heavy bike, reminiscent of Catwoman's ride in Batman 3, roared to a stop just 3 centimeters in front of them. The powerful gust lifted Littlefinger's sparse hair, leaving him pale with fright. Amid the dust, a woman in a black leather outfit gracefully dismounted the bike. It was Black Rose. Ignoring the eager Littlefinger, she walked straight to Gao Gong, tilted his chin with her slender fingers, and scrutinized him closely. You seem to be recovering well, Black Rose said with a hint of satisfaction in her voice. Gao Gong could only make indistinct sounds, but his gaze was drawn to her wrist, pale as jade. Beneath the skin, the veins resembled blue circuitry, clearly a high-end cosmetic bionic modification. Releasing his chin, Black Rose calmly asked, Were you two arguing just now? He tried to take my cyborg modification notes. Littlefinger immediately burst out, indignant. If he wants to see them, let him, Black Rose replied. Are you worried he'll steal your skills? Him? If he can understand them, I'll jump off a building. If he can't understand, then why not let him see? Gao Gong interjected. Littlefinger was momentarily speechless, while Gao Gong left the table feeling quite pleased. However, as he glanced back at Black Rose, her attire of black leather, chains, and a whip suddenly made him wary. A rich woman is right beside me. Over a decade ago, on the very day Gao Gong arrived in the Iron Sand Desert, the Rose Gasoline Bar had its grand opening. The neon sign outside the bar glowed with a seductive red light, starkly contrasting with the desolate desert surroundings. At that time, the local warlords had not yet faced the onslaught of factories. They roamed the desert recklessly on their modified motorcycles. The profession of mechanical hunters was not as formidable as it is now. Most were still struggling to find their next meal. In this environment, a beautiful woman of unknown origin opened this lucrative establishment. She had a captivating figure, long hair that cascaded like a waterfall, and eyes that exuded an unyielding sharpness. She quickly became a target for the local warlords. However, anyone who dared to cause trouble in the bar, regardless of their status, was found the next day with their head displayed at the entrance of Car City, blood slowly dripping down the iron gate. This bloody warning persisted for a while until troublemakers dwindled, replaced by customers who knew how to behave. Black Rose, the mysterious woman's code name, gradually integrated into the Oasis's ecosystem, becoming a pivotal figure. She not only ran the bar but also secretly controlled a vast underground network. Within this network, Littlefinger played a crucial role. As a cybernetic doctor, he indirectly controlled at least 100 cybernetic enhancers. At the time, Littlefinger was just a bartender at the bar. With thick hair and nimble hands, his cocktails were always praised by customers. Yet, his relationship with Gao Gong was strained. This discord stemmed from their differing attitudes towards Black Rose. Littlefinger was utterly devoted, while Gao Gong was more like a rebellious young wolf. Though both were dogs, their breeds differed, and naturally, so did their treatment. In front of Black Rose, Littlefinger was always submissive. At this moment, he grumbled as he tossed a few professional books on cybernetic surgery at Gao Gong. Don't expect me to teach you. Gao Gong disdainfully flipped him off, his face full of defiance. The books arced through the air and landed heavily in front of Gao Gong. Titles like Cybernetic Surgery Summary, On Consciousness Data and Mechanical Rejection, 18 Key Points of Muscle Implants, and Artificial Protein Infusion and Interface Technology were daunting to the average person. However, Gao Gong merely glanced at them, and his system prompted. You are reading the professional knowledge book, Cybernetic Surgery Summary, Learning Progress 1, 2, 13. The room fell silent, save for the sound of Gao Gong rapidly flipping through pages. An hour later, your learning progress reached 100. You completed reading, Cybernetic Surgery Summary. You have entered the job transition state, Transition Progress 114. With the system interface, the knowledge from the books automatically transformed into experience and memory, imprinted directly in his mind, far more efficient than any traditional learning method. As Gao Gong turned the last page, Black Rose unexpectedly spoke in a gentle voice. What are your plans next? Gao Gong was momentarily taken aback, then realized the peculiarity of her tone. Given her intelligence network, She couldn't possibly be unaware of the ambush on the factory convoy, or that his ticket to Nocturnal City had been stolen. She probably even knew who the mastermind was. But it didn't matter. The mastermind had likely already entered Nocturnal City to enjoy their spoils, leaving him, the unlucky one, no chance for revenge. Gao Gong recalled how the profession of mechanical hunters had established itself in the Iron Sand Desert. Besides their suitability for survival there, they had caught away factories relocating en masse needed mercenaries to clear the beasts in the irradiated zones. Now, the factories had become giants in the desert, with the division between non-human zones and living zones becoming clearer, and the slots for Nocturnal City dwindling each year. It was nearly impossible for Gao Gong to earn a fortune in mechanical coins by hunting irradiated beasts as he once did. Gao Gong mused to himself, I always thought you were just interested in my body, not my heart. Who knew you'd actually care about me? Could it be true, as some artsy woman once said, that the way to a woman's soul is through her mouth? He flashed a bright smile and replied casually, just taking a break. Recharging? Black Rose gave Gao Gong a deep look, nodded slightly, and left without a word, taking Littlefinger with her. In this so-called 100 realistic holographic game, Cyber World, all attributes are natural feedback of the body's state. Besides the 5 main attributes, there is no charm attribute. Instead, character a concept extending from relationships, with a moral aspectus objectively summarized by the system. Character is also the only attribute that can become negative. Gao Gong checked his attribute panel and found that the original character's score was 4 points, which brought him comfort. None of his other characters had had positive character scores for years. Below the character score was a note. Most scoundrels are heartless after getting what they want, but not you. You don't even take advantage. Gao Gong reviewed the original character's memories and found it true. His military-grade mechanical heart and titanium alloy inner skeleton were also acquired with the help of a woman without him paying a cent. Perhaps following Black Rose's advice, Littlefinger, the middle-aged balding man, finally stopped pestering him for the 6,000 mechanical coins. After helping him adjust his cybernetics and confirming there were no issues, Littlefinger snorted and left in a huff. However, he left behind a pile of professional knowledge books on cybernetic surgery, likely under the orders of a certain woman. Finally, after about a week of reading professional books, the familiar ding sounded on the game interface. Gao Gong eagerly looked at the system prompt, ready to embrace the new challenge. Gao Gong finally succeeded in transitioning to a cybernetic doctor and acquired a level 1 human technology blueprint called the pain editor. This neural coprocessor can suppress pain receptors from sending signals to the parietal lobe of the brain, allowing the user to feel no pain. Along with this came a flood of new skills and knowledge: human modification surgery, electronic neurology, human biology, and biomechanics, each reaching level 1. Combined with his previous experience as a factory worker, which provided him with knowledge in industrial materials and mechanical modification, Gao Gong had now mastered 5 professional skills. This sudden influx of knowledge left Gao Gong feeling both excited and overwhelmed. He knew well that in this game, experience points were everything. Whether it was upgrading primary and secondary professions, modifying the human system, or gambling for blueprints, a massive amount of experience points was essential. After careful consideration, Gao Gong decided to first raise electronic neurology to level 3 and then mechanical modification to level 2. This operation nearly exhausted all the experience points he had previously earned from missions. Next, Gao Gong opened the synthesis panel in the game. In this world that encourages players to create their own equipment, the technological knowledge of different professions can be fused into blueprints of various levels, leading to the creation of unique equipment. The process of gambling for blueprints involves injecting experience points from various professional knowledge into an experience pool and allocating a certain proportion of experience under different professional knowledge. Aside from those with incredible luck, there are only 2 methods to ensure a blueprint is obtained. One is full injection, filling the experience gauge of all knowledge completely. The other is to precisely invest experience points down to the unit digit, producing what is known as an exclusive blueprint. Gao Gong encouraged himself, I'm so handsome. Success in one go should be expected, right? He divided the experience gauge into 2 parts, attaching the upgraded electronic neurology and mechanical modification, injecting 151 points and 92 points of experience, respectively. The system prompt immediately popped up. Electronic neurology mechanical modification merged. Fusion successful. You have researched a level 1 mechanical blueprint. Mechanical ant. Fusion successful. You have researched a level 1 mechanical blueprint. Quadruped robot. A double whammy. Gao Gong exclaimed in excitement, truly blessed by the heavens. 2 days later, Littlefinger stormed into the gasoline bar in a fury. Before he could speak, Black Rose frowned and warned, you should be careful these days. The desert isn't peaceful lately. Littlefinger paused, then instinctively asked, is it those terrorists called the Knights? Didn't the factory send people to hunt them down? It's not that. Black Rose shifted her posture and slid a stack of photos to the other side of the table. Littlefinger took them and examined the aerial photos closely, his expression growing serious. The metropolitan area is expanding? Littlefinger exclaimed. Black Rose nodded in confirmation. If this continues, the two outermost oases will soon border the metropolitan area. What they might face is a beast tide. A beast tide? That's impossible. There hasn't been one in nearly a decade. Fear flickered in Littlefinger's eyes. And there aren't any Sclass Beast Kings now. Beast Kings aren't all born, Black Rose explained. As long as enough genomes are consumed, a new Beast King will naturally emerge. Our motor city is located deep in the desert, not bordering any metropolitan areas, so a beast tide won't occur. But you still shouldn't wander around these days. I'm worried small groups of beasts might infiltrate. She paused, then asked, by the way, what did you come to me for? Littlefinger remembered his purpose and said through gritted teeth, control that little devil of yours. If it weren't for your sake, I'd have had someone deal with him long ago. What did he do this time? Black Rose asked with interest. Her little man had been elusive these days. Littlefinger angrily recounted. The kid came to my clinic today with a bunch of gifts, politely thanking me for performing surgery on him. He insisted on buying me a drink, and I let my guard down. One drink and I was out cold. Turns out the kid drugged it. Then right in front of me, he dragged away my surgical tablet, even took back all the gifts. As he spoke, Littlefinger pulled out a tattered note from his pocket, with scrawled writing saying, borrowing the surgical table for a bit, will return it after use. My surgical table is worth more than he could ever repay. Littlefinger fumed, stomping his feet. Black Rose's red lips curled slightly, then she commented impassively, looks like reading those books wasn't a waste. He's even learned to concoct anesthetics himself. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, a principle every mechanical hunter must master. Aside from having a residence in Gasoline Town, Gaogong also maintains a secret hideout. It's an old metal scrapyard on the city's outskirts, long forgotten by most. In a ramshackle shack made of rusted steel bars on the scrapyard's edge, Gaogong is intensely focused on a borrowed operating table. This table is unlike any standard surgical setup, resembling more of a rugged industrial machine. Its 4 mechanical arms are equipped with an array of tools, saws, pliers, drills, and angle grinders, each stained with dried blood. As a specialized piece of equipment for a prosthetic doctor, it can perform surgeries and function as a high-precision lathe. Amidst flying sparks, Gaogong, wearing protective goggles, skillfully manipulates the 4 mechanical arms with one hand, conducting a brainwashing operation. In his other hand, he holds a welding torch, attaching some device to the back of a synthetic soldier's head. The display on the operating table flickers with data. Memory database deletion in progress, 56, 79, 100, brainwashing complete. Injecting quadruped robot template. Please select a template. Tibetan Mastiff, Teddy, Husky. Gaogong hesitated for a moment before ultimately choosing the Husky. As the template adjustments for the neck and limbs were completed, he placed electrode pads on the synthetic soldier's temples, with a fingertip-sized control chip embedded at the center. The synthetic soldier's head began to slowly rotate, first to the left, then to the right, spinning faster under the influence of servo motors, as if it were on a drug. Gaogong couldn't help but shake his head, true to the Husky template. Stop, stop, adjust yourself first. As if understanding the command, the metal head started to autonomously adjust its angle and posture. The movements of its limbs became increasingly dog-like, and except for its human head, the entire robot's behavior closely resembled that of a real husky. A system notification chimed. First quadruped robot creation complete. Experience 200. Name: human-headed dog. Category: quadruped robot. Quality: basic. Weight: 18 kilograms. Speed: 23 km/h. Control system: low-level military chip soldier version. Energy: black market energy or digester. Attack module: none. Additional module: biological mode. Note: apart from the head, this thing doesn't have much technical content. Indifferently, Gaogong patted the dog's head, and the artificial dog obediently jumped off the operating table, frolicking around the scrapyard like a real dog. Soon, 4 huskies were tumbling and leaping through the scrap heaps, seemingly set on tearing the place apart. Yet, the combination of human heads on dog bodies added an indescribable eeriness. Next, Gaogong began crafting mechanical ants. Compared to real ants, these machines resembled the 4-wheel drive cars he played with as a child. The system prompted again. First mechanical ant creation complete. Experience 50. Name: mechanical ant. Category: sensor robot. Quality: basic. Weapon system: low-level stomp crusher. Note: a multi-degree freedom robot driven by a set of servos, mimicking the appearance and movements of ants. Although these robots were merely products of a level 1 mechanical blueprint, the heads of the 4 synthetic soldiers endowed them with a certain level of intelligence, albeit just reaching the level of artificial stupidity. The electronic chips, photodiodes, and miniature motors used for the mechanical ants were scavenged from the city's trash at the flea market, collected by local scavengers, making them inexpensive. Gao Gong made 30 mechanical ants in one go. With preparations nearing completion, Gao Gong muttered to himself, just one thing left. He headed to the flea market on the city's northern outskirts, straight to the easternmost corner where an old friend's gun shop stood. Unlike ordinary gun shops, this one sold not only homemade firearms but also various melee weapons, hammers, shovels, swords, and electromagnetic steel claws. As he pushed aside the tattered curtain, a raspy voice greeted him. Behind the counter, a hunched old lady turned around, her smile blooming like a chrysanthemum. Handsome young man, what you want this time isn't easy to get. Luckily, Aunt Xiang has her ways, otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible. Gao Gong nonchalantly sat in a chair. Aunt Xiang, where's the stuff? Easy, easy. Idiot. Get the goods. Aunt Xiang barked sternly. Soon, the back door swung open, and a giant of a man, at least 2 meters tall, emerged carrying a box. Idiot. Be careful. Aunt Xiang kicked him in the backside. The big man just chuckled good-naturedly, scratching his head. Mom, is there anything to eat? Eat, eat, eat. All you know is eat. Our shop's nearly eaten out of business. Aunt Xiang scolded irritably. Gao Gong laughed and tossed him a nutrition bar. Fat Xiang, with your build, it's a pity you're not a mechanical hunter. Fat Xiang's eyes lit up, and he eagerly caught it, stuffing it into his mouth without even peeling it, mumbling, Mom doesn't allow it, I listen to Mom. Pang Xiang is Aunt Xiang's son, and the two rely on each other for survival. He was originally an abandoned baby in the desert, reportedly born with an unusual weight that almost led to him being cooked and eaten. Fortunately, Aunt Xiang, who was passing by, bought him and raised him. This enormous young man possesses incredible strength, but also suffers from mild intellectual disabilities. In the past, people often exploited his simple nature to trick him into becoming a pawn. One day, a customer came into Aunt Xiang's shop. Come, try the knife you ordered, Pang Xiang said innocently. Aunt Xiang immediately interrupted their conversation, shoving Pang Xiang through the back door with a kick. Gao Gong chuckled, unconcerned, and opened the knife box. Inside lay a crimson long knife, the blade notably thick. The handle was longer than that of a typical Japanese sword, more akin to a miao dao, with a spiral end for grip. The tip was serrated, giving the weapon a menacing appearance. Aunt Xiang explained, as per your request, the blade is crafted from tungsten steel, capable of cutting through alloy steel, with reinforced edges and handle. I even polished it with wax for free. What do you think? Gao Gong weighed it lightly, estimating it to be just over 10 kilograms, feeling like holding a chainsaw. With a gentle swing, he easily sliced off a corner of the weapon's stand, as effortlessly as cutting a cucumber with a kitchen knife. Aunt Xiang squinted, recalling that only the oldest generation of mechanical hunters would choose cold weapons. Nowadays, despite hunters' increasing firepower and advanced equipment, their yields have diminished. She hadn't heard of any beasts above level being hunted for a long time. Cowards, she cursed inwardly. What's this knife called? Gao Gong asked. Red Unicorn, Aunt Xiang replied, then detailed the knife specs. Name, Red Unicorn. Type, metal blade. Weight, 13.4 kilograms. Additional attributes, armor piercing 10.9 damage, critical strike 8.7 damage. Attachment slots, none. Note, this is indeed a lethal weapon, but are you sure you want to use it against mechanical biobeasts? Thank you for your patronage, that will be 831 mech coins. Cash or card? Aunt Xiang inquired. Gao Gong was taken aback. Aunt Xiang, an assault rifle costs less than 80, and you're charging me 800 for a cold weapon? Even regulars get ripped off? Aunt Xiang rolled her eyes. There's a cheap option. A rebar spear for scavengers, just 10 coins. Do you want it? This is too expensive, Gao Gong complained. Nonsense. If not for the 200 deposit, I wouldn't even have started on it, Aunt Xiang retorted. Who uses handmade cold weapons these days? Those fools back then. How many met a good end? They began haggling, and Gao Gong managed to bring the price down to 600, unable to lower it further. Aunt Xiang insisted, the effort I put into this knife. Anything less than 600. I might as well use it to slaughter chickens. Charge it. Gao Gong reluctantly pulled out a card that looked like a cafeteria meal card. In the Iron Sand Desert, the factory economy permeated every aspect of life. With this swipe, his savings were depleted. Without a successful hunt, he would be left with nothing, unless he resorted to selling himself for basic living expenses. Aunt Xiang deftly operated an old POS machine, a bright smile on her face. Charging is great. Those country bumpkins don't have this treasure. Is it from your little sweetheart? Gao Gong didn't respond, and Aunt Xiang continued. Those country bumpkins are all so cunning. I have to be extra careful calculating money. People aren't what they used to be. Hearts have turned bad. Gao Gong placed the red unicorn back into the knife box and, after a moment of thought, said, Aunt Xiang, you plan for Xiang Zai to take over this shop, right? But with his mind, after you're gone, can he really hold on to it? Aunt Xiang squinted her eyes and suddenly cursed. What business is it of yours, you brat? Get lost. You want my son to be a pawn again? Damn your rotten heart and lungs. Get out, get out, get out. Gao Gong shrugged, slung the knife box over his shoulder, and headed for the door. Turning back, he said meaningfully, Aunt Xiang, the times won't stand still. Get out, get out, get out. Aunt Xiang grabbed something and threw it at him. You trash. Take my trash and leave. Gao Gong caught the dark object, and upon looking down, saw it was a bottle of blade oil. After Gao Gong left, Aunt Xiang was left panting, lost in thought. Mom, I think Gao Gu is right. After you're gone, I'll definitely be tricked, came Pang Xiang's aggrieved voice from behind the door. Shut up, Aunt Xiang snapped fiercely, like a protective tigress. In the era of the old civilization, the Iron Sand Desert was a bustling cluster of modern cities, also known as an economic trade zone. The outbreak of the Second Mechanical War changed everything. The central city was severely damaged, and a nuclear explosion turned this once thriving area into a wasteland. Over time, a unique ecosystem made up of radiation beasts formed in the city's center, continually expanding outward. Gao Gong drove a modified off-road vehicle, racing wildly over the cracked asphalt roads. The wheels crushed through an abandoned toll and gas station, kicking up clouds of dust. With one hand on the steering wheel, he quickly scanned through the Hunter's Daily. This newspaper was one of the properties of the desert tycoon Wang Tian, and today's headline prominently featured news of urban riots and multiple oases being attacked by beast hordes. Gao Gong frowned in thought, tapping his fingers on the steering wheel. He analyzed two possibilities. Either a new beast king had emerged, expanding its territory, or it was a precursor to the Hydra battle. As an experienced mechanical hunter, he knew well that Class Beast King was not just a monster but represented a kind of radiation ecosystem. Suddenly, Gao Gong's eyes narrowed, and he sharply turned the steering wheel to the right. On the road ahead, a makeshift barricade of broken wooden planks blocked the way at the toll station, with shadowy figures looming. Radiation corpses, he muttered to himself, old acquaintances. 10 years ago, Scrap City was known as Hope City, a refuge for those fleeing disasters. After the beast tide struck, many residents were transformed into radiation corpses, now wandering the outskirts of the city. These radiation corpses retained some intelligence and were small radiation sources themselves, becoming stronger in greater numbers. As Gao Gong entered the muddy terrain, hundreds of radiation corpses swarmed in. Their skin was flushed, eyes bloodshot, but otherwise, they appeared human. Without hesitation, Gao Gong floored the gas pedal, and the thick, steel-plated bumper of his vehicle knocked down 4 or 5 radiation corpses like bowling pins. The vehicle, enhanced by level 3 mechanical modifications, performed even more wildly, perfectly suited for the desert environment. A few radiation corpses attempted to grab the tires, but were instantly shredded by the pure steel tracks. Gao Gong calmly controlled the vehicle, continuing his journey across this perilous wasteland. You have killed a radiation zombie. Experience 1. This system notification kept flashing in Gao Gong's vision, like an old typewriter furiously typing the same line over and over. After more than 30 such notifications filled the screen, the off-road vehicle finally made it past the road littered with corpses. A thick scent of blood enveloped the car, as if it were an invisible coating. Gao Gong's expression remained calm. Such scenes were trivial to him. Both the memories of his original self and his past life's experiences had exposed him to even more brutal wars conflicts on a planetary scale. As the off-road vehicle entered the 5th ring of Scavenger City, Gao Gong decisively hit the brakes. Every city's urban area was fraught with danger, with complex paths and animal trails only experienced hunters could navigate. Charging in carelessly like a drone squadron was akin to courting death. He parked the vehicle in a relatively safe spot outside the 5th ring. He wasn't worried about the scent of blood attracting beasts. What truly lured them was the vehicle itself. Radiation beasts were divided into 2 categories: those that fed on energy and mechanical bio-beasts that consumed metal and electronic parts. After a decade of brutal elimination, the beasts capable of surviving in the city zones were formidable opponents. To tackle these tough creatures, modern mechanical hunters typically used a bomb first, siege later strategy, deploying bombers for carpet bombing the target area, then surrounding it with artillery, tanks, and heavy machine guns, advancing step by step. While safe, this method rarely allowed for capturing the beasts intact. Both radiation beasts and mechanical bio-beasts had self-destruct capabilities, leaving hunters with nothing but useless wreckage if triggered. In contrast, classical mechanical hunters from over a decade ago used only cold weapons and had no mechanical implants in their bodies. With no electronic signals to give them away, they had no fear of detection by these mechanical monsters. They excelled at stealth and lethal strikes, preserving the carcass to sell for a large amount of mechanical currency. The downside was the high mortality rate, which led to the decline of classical hunters. Gao Gong now used a variant of the classical hunting method. He set down his large backpack, and 4 human-headed dogs emerged, looking around excitedly. Gao Gong gave them a stern look and warned, "Silence." The dogs whimpered in protest, but obediently quieted down. "You remember what I told you before, right?" Gao Gong confirmed. The dogs responded with a unified whimper, indicating they understood. Gao Gong then shook the backpack, releasing a swarm of mechanical ants. These ants were already set to tracking mode, their sensors linked with the dogs, ready to follow them closely. "Go," Gao Gong commanded, and the 4 dogs dashed into the concrete jungle like unleashed huskies. Gao Gong took out an old tablet from the time of the old civilization, and upon turning it on, a map appeared on the screen, with 4 yellow dots moving in different directions. "Activate biological mode," Gao Gong ordered. "Biological mode activated," a cold electronic voice responded. The metal stingers on the dogs' tails began to rotate, engaging sensory components, neural diverters, and chemical catalysts into a connected state. This device, known as a bioimplant, allowed a perfect blend of electronic brains and flesh, ensuring seamless coordination. In this perilous concrete jungle, activating a bioimplant was like receiving an invitation in a dazzling, lively venue, often leading to a series of thrilling consequences. Gao Gong pressed the enter key again, and the radiation detectors on the dogs lit up. On the map, numbers around the dogs began to change rapidly. Radiation beasts were categorized by radiation level, graded from F to S, with S level being a rumored beast king that no one had seen. The F level baseline was 10 radiation points, a level was 100, the level was 1000, and so on. The radiation zombie Gao Gong had previously crushed was an F level creature. In player terms, F level was akin to a minion, a level an elite monster, D level a mini-boss, and C level a raid boss. The most formidable creature the original Gao Gong had killed was a Clevel Reaper, akin to a 2-meter-tall armored warrior whose scythes could easily slice through tank armor at near-sonic speeds. Although successful, Gao Gong had been bedridden for a month afterward. It was the strongest mechanical bio-beast he had ever defeated in his mechanical hunter career. Gao Gong's current mission was merely for leveling up and practice, without the intention of challenging a Clevel beast. If he encountered such a boss, the only option would be to sacrifice one of the dogs. Soon, one of the dogs began to turn back, running frantically. The number behind it froze at 141 points in a level beast of unknown type, but just the right level. "Perfect for testing the blade," Gao Gong murmured, closing the tablet and slowly drawing out the red unicorn from its sheath. A red blade must see blood. Once it does, it becomes truly crimson. Gao Gong was hidden among a sea of metallic flowers, each about a meter high. The vibrant blooms reflected an eerie metallic sheen under the sunlight, appearing serene yet concealing danger. This flower field was actually a low-frequency noise testing ground, with invisible sound waves continuously assaulting Gao Gong's nerves. The blooming metallic flowers emitted low-frequency noises, while the buds held even more perilous infrasound. Humans can perceive sounds within the 20 to 20,000 Hz range, but infrasound below 20 Hz can stimulate the brain, causing tension, unease, or even panic. If it resonates with the internal organs, it could lead to ruptured blood vessels and death. In this hazardous flower field, Gao Gong endured the discomfort and remained vigilant. One major reason classical mechanical hunters avoid internal implants is to prevent radiation beasts from detecting electronic signals. This metallic flower field conveniently masked the sound of Gao Gong's internal engine. At this moment, he relied solely on his hunting instincts to assess the situation. The roles of predator and prey often switch in an instant. Suddenly, Gao Gong heard rapid footsteps followed by a piercing dog howl. It was the sound of a human-headed dog. These modified creatures have a top speed limited to 23 km/h. Any faster, and their shoddy parts would fall apart. For protection, each human-headed dog is accompanied by a dozen or so mechanical ants. These tiny machines are equipped with simple explosive devices. 2 metal plates on top connect to an electric detonator, with a small bottle of unstable energy extract underneath. Although the explosion is only a tenth the power of a grenade, it's enough to buy the human-headed dog time to escape. As the footsteps drew nearer, a series of explosions erupted in the flower field. Gao Gong deduced it was a 4-legged beast, as 2 mechanical ants detonated simultaneously. Then came the shrill mechanical barking. A woo, a woo, a woo. In an instant, a human-headed metallic dog leaped out from the needle-like grass. A massive shadow followed closely behind, and even from a distance, Gao Gong could feel the air temperature rise sharply. It wasn't a mechanical bio-beast, but a true radiation beast. The shadow hit the ground with a heavy thud, causing a violent tremor. Upon closer inspection, it was a giant dog the size of a full-grown bull. Its skeletal structure was clearly visible, with thumb-thick, pulsating veins across its skin. Its fangs were already metallic, and its limbs were thicker than a human's thigh. With each breath, Its belly emitted a strange glow, and it spewed scorching smoke from its mouth. Gao Gong quickly analyzed the radiation beast data. Name: Giant Radiation Dog. Radiation level: E. Health: 280,300. Stamina: 195,200. Bioenergy: 312. Attributes: Strength 22, Agility 10, Endurance 26, Intelligence 3, Perception 7. Skills: Frenzied Bite LV6, Steel Claw LV7, High Temperature Smoke LV4, Berserk LV7. Note: this is a good dog, more normal than your average one. The human-headed dog couldn't express emotions, but its trembling mechanical legs betrayed its fear. Despite being brainwashed and having its memory wiped, it retained basic combat intelligence as a fundamental unit of the Night Brigade. Without hesitation, the human-headed dog dashed into the flower field, not forgetting to taunt with a few barks. The radiation dog hesitated for a moment, but its low intelligence quickly turned to rage. Like a maddened bull, it charged into the flower field. The semi-metallic petals scattered, and the low-frequency noise environment intensified its frenzy. Gao Gong observed calmly, his four-joint micromotors running at full capacity. Just as the radiation dog was about to catch the human-headed dog, he launched his attack. The red unicorn blade gleamed with blinding light, its heavy blade spinning like a chainsaw as it drove towards the glowing part of the radiation dog's belly, the very source of its radiation organs and energy. Gao Gong had tested the red unicorn on scrap metal before, finding it cut through metal as easily as a fruit knife through an apple. However, when the blade pierced the radiation dog's belly, it felt like slicing through tough pork, indicating its muscle hardness could withstand ordinary bullets. Yet the red unicorn was the weapon Gao Gong had meticulously prepared for this moment. Few knew that Xiang Yi's late boyfriend was a classical mechanical hunter, and she had crafted all his weapons by hand, including this legendary blade. Gao Gong tightened his grip, letting out a fierce roar as he thrust the blade into the glowing organ of the massive mutant hound. With a deft twist of his wrist, he drove the knife deeper, causing 156 points of damage. This critical hit left the gigantic dog severely injured, its aggressive eyes losing their fury and replaced by a dazed look. Not giving the mutant hound a chance to react, Gao Gong followed through with his attack, ramming his shoulder into its waist as the blade sank to the hilt, knocking it to the ground. He swiftly withdrew the knife and plunged it into the beast's throat, dealing an additional 97 points of damage. This finishing move earned him 350 experience points. As Gao Gong pulled the knife out again, the blood sprayed like scalding water, sizzling against his coat. He couldn't help but think, no wonder classical mechanical hunters are called madmen. This life-or-death thrill is truly addictive. He flicked the knife, the blade steaming with the mutant's high-temperature fluids, resembling a red-hot branding iron. Gao Gong understood well that removing the radiation organ was more crucial than killing the beast. Once the mutant hound died, its life system would cease, causing the radiation organ to self-destruct. Though this was merely an A-grade mutant, it had been a long time since anyone in Motor City had hunted a complete giant mutant hound. Gao Gong expertly skinned and dissected the creature, carefully extracting the valuable organs. His haul was impressive. An A-grade bioenergy source, mutant dog liver, a full pelt, a whole tail, 42 metallic fangs, and a dog whip. Gao Gong mentally calculated the uses for these parts. The pelt could be tanned into an exceptionally durable leather jacket, the tail was premium biochemical material, the metallic fangs could be crafted into decorative items for sale, and the dog whip was a necessity for the big shots in Neon City. Looking at the half-processed carcass, Gao Gong felt a twinge of regret. The bones of a mutant hound made excellent weapon materials, with hardness surpassing steel bars, but he could only take a few long bones, leaving the rest behind. Just then, the previously trembling human-headed dog, now feeling cocky, trotted over and kicked the carcass. Gao Gong mused. This was the advantage of choosing the husky template always on the edge of disaster, yet blissfully forgetful. Shortly after Gao Gong left, a small scavenger discovered the mostly intact giant hound carcass, overjoyed at the find. Over the next 3 hours, Gao Gong's hunting trip went exceptionally well. He captured 2 more giant mutant hounds and a mechanical bio-butterfly. Whether he had stumbled into a den or the human-headed dog had some kindred taunt 100 aura, 3 out of the 4 mutant beasts were hounds. The last one, a mechanical bio-butterfly with a face as large as a dinner plate, was about to be crushed by Gao Gong when he pierced its vital point with a single stroke. However, luck was not on his side this time, as the butterfly exploded before dying, causing him 30 points of damage. Nonetheless, the battle upgraded his brawling skill to level 9, boosting his attack power by 16 and block damage reduction by 10 when using unarmed, blunt, or metal weapons. When Gao Gong returned to Aunt Xiang's weapon shop, she looked at the nearly intact dog pelt in disbelief, sizing him up as if seeing him for the first time. You really went hunting? In her mind, the word hunting carried significant weight, not something just anyone could claim. Gao Gong didn't answer but instead turned his bag inside out, letting a variety of precious organs spill out. Aunt Xiang examined them in astonishment. Mutant hound, mechanical butterfly, and, is this a grenade fruit? She gingerly picked up a dark, heavy fruit. Gao Gong explained, picked them on the way, didn't dare to take more, afraid they'd explode if jostled. He had only picked 6, keeping 2 for himself and letting the human-headed dog carry 1 each. These untreated grenade fruits were extremely unstable and could explode with the slightest bump. Aunt Xiang rummaged through the items without hesitation, her tone softening. I didn't expect you to have some guts. Or is it that you can't fit in with city folk, so you decided to go all out? Gao Gong chuckled and asked, how much can I sell these for at your place? Just the complete aggrade dog liver alone is worth at least 800, and all the bits and pieces should be around 4,000. I'll give you 80, Aunt Xiang said without looking up. Don't rush, Gao Gong proposed. Make one of the pelts into a coat for me, keep 3 grenade fruits, and use the rest of the materials as a down payment. He handed her a note. Aunt Xiang glanced at the note, finally looking up in surprise. You're really planning to go big, aren't you? You idiot, that's a weapon implant chip, not electronic waste. In the early morning at the east corner of the flea market, familiar shouts echoed from the old friend's gun shop. The owner, Aunt Xiang, was furiously scolding her clumsy son, Fat Xiang. Her sharp and piercing voice seemed to cut through the market's clamor. Moron, these gun barrels aren't rifled correctly. Do you want people to come and smash our shop? Aunt Xiang scolded as she roughly inspected the gun barrels on the counter. Her eyes were as sharp as a hawk's, able to catch the slightest flaws. Suddenly, her gaze fixed on Fat Xiang, as if seeing right through him. Throw away that virtual sensor you've hidden. Fat Xiang stammered in panic. What? No, I didn't. Do you think I'm deaf? Aunt Xiang sneered. Don't you know that thing's sound is on speaker? For most scavengers, the first day of the morning always began with Aunt Xiang's scolding. It had become a unique feature of the flea market. The owner of the neighboring stall couldn't help but tease, Fat Xiang. Your mom yells at you every day. How come you never get angry? Fat Xiang scratched his head sheepishly, showing a silly grin. When mom scolds me, it must be because I did something wrong. It's not her fault. Just then, Aunt Xiang's voice rang out again. You lazy pig. I told you to move things. Why aren't you back yet? Fat Xiang exchanged glances with the stall owner, both sensing that Aunt Xiang was in an especially foul mood today. When Fat Xiang finally returned to the shop, panting from carrying a pile of heavy metal tools, he found Aunt Xiang sitting with her arms crossed, her expression shifting as if contemplating something important. Carefully maneuvering his bulky frame around the cramped shop, Fat Xiang tried not to knock anything over and upset his mother. Mom, I'm going to grind the rifling now, he whispered. Wait, Aunt Xiang suddenly stood up. Watch the shop for me. I need to go out. She paused at the door, turning back to instruct him. Remember what I said. You can accept goods, but wait for me to get back to pay. If anyone wants to buy guns, don't sell to strangers. Got it, Mom. Fat Xiang nodded earnestly. Seeing her son's still dazed expression, Aunt Xiang couldn't help but ruffle his large head, muttering, idiot, once more, though her tone carried a hint of helpless affection. After Aunt Xiang left, Fat Xiang stood behind the counter, his gaze vacant, lost in thought. Perhaps he was recalling the women he sneaked a peek at last night. Aunt Xiang briskly navigated through the bustling flea market to the scavengers' enclave on the outskirts of Auto City. The air there was filled with an indescribable stench, a mix of rotting garbage and human excrement. The scavengers were unkempt, barely clothed, most with faces covered in sores and deformed limbs. They were descendants of refugees, living off scraps on the city's fringes, at the very edge of society. Aunt Xiang skillfully stepped over the filth on the ground, arriving at a relatively clean wooden shack. She knocked firmly on the rickety door, shouting, Old man, open up! The door creaked open, revealing an elderly man with white hair and a bottle of booze in hand, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Seeing Aunt Xiang, he looked surprised. What brings you here? Why can't I come? Aunt Xiang snapped. Drinking in the morning and at night, aren't you afraid of drinking yourself to death? The old man grinned, showing crooked yellow teeth. That's not a bad way to go. He hobbled to the table, sweeping the clutter to the floor, then unfolded a dusty chair, patting it. Sit, sit. Don't be shy. It's an honor to have you here. It's been years, hasn't it? Aunt Xiang glanced around, her eyes passing over the unfinished cheap liquor, piles of trash, and the filthy bed. The only clean spot was a photo on the wall, showing a group of young people, all smiling broadly, holding massive cold weapons, the blades stained with dried blood. Seeing the photo, Aunt Xiang's expression softened slightly, though her tone remained blunt. Old son, get yourself a prosthetic and clean up. With your skills, you shouldn't be living like this. Old son chuckled self-deprecatingly. With my skills? What skills do I have now? Haven't you switched to selling guns? Aunt Xiang paused, then got straight to the point. I've got a big job recently, tight schedule, need your help. Once it's done, I'll give you 2,000 mechanical coins as payment. A big job? 2,000 mechanical coins? Old Sun was taken aback, his eyes lighting up before dimming again. He smiled bitterly. Who needs old-fashioned hunting weapons now? Those kids would rather carpet bomb from miles away. And these old hunting weapons are for at least class radiation beasts. Aren't rockets more effective? Just think of it as some dumb kid's daydream. Aunt Xiang interrupted impatiently. The money's ready. Are you in or not? Of course, I'm in. Old Sun perked up immediately. With 2,000 mechanical coins, I could build a house out of liquor bottles. You're hopeless. Aunt Xiang almost swore, but, seeing the photo on the wall, she just sighed deeply instead. Meanwhile, in an apartment building in the Four Seasons Cloud Complex, a human-headed dog was proudly prowling the stairwell. It reached the third-floor corridor, where faint footprints could be seen in the thick dust. The human-headed dog immediately became timid, cautiously hugging the wall as it moved forward, its head swiveling to scan its surroundings for any threats. Several doors stood ajar along the corridor, the rooms beyond empty and lifeless. Realizing this, the human-headed dog regained its swagger, barking and occasionally spouting SB, likely a phrase picked up from synthetic soldiers. It trotted to the elevator, eyeing the closed doors before leaping onto a fire cabinet and pressing the elevator button with a paw. The elevator remained unresponsive, unsurprisingly, as not every floor housed radiation creatures. The human-headed dog shook its head, facing the elevator doors. It reared up on its hind legs and spread its front paws wide. Even though its human face was expressionless, its posture exuded arrogance. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from inside the elevator, as if provoked by something. With a crisp ding, the elevator's door light turned on, and out charged a dozen armed radiation zombies. These zombies were unlike ordinary radiated corpses. They wielded various weapons: household chainsaws, handguns, even katanas. Clearly, the original residents of this building were not to be trifled with. The system promptly displayed the attributes of these creatures. Name: Armed Radiation Zombie. Radiation level: F. Health: 105,120. Stamina: 95,100. Bioenergy: 55. Attributes: Strength 9, Agility 6, Endurance 13, Intelligence 6, Perception 5. Skills: Metal Strike LV5, Gang Up LV4, Bite LV3. Note: these are zombies proficient in using tools. Upon seeing this, the human-headed dog's expression changed dramatically, and it turned tail to flee. Its tail stood upright, longer than its entire body. This tail originally belonged to a giant radiation dog and was an excellent biochemical conduction material. Gao Gong had modified it, hollowed it out, and installed a battery and enhanced sensor. This not only allowed the human-headed dog to reach speeds of 30 km/h, but also added a warning mode, though currently, the warning function seemed less effective. Using its small size to its advantage, the human-headed dog quickly scurried down the stairwell. By the time the zombies reached the lower floor, they were enveloped in a dense white mist. This fog was unlike the white phosphorus smoke from ordinary smoke grenades. It was more like the steam from boiling water, thick and dense. Under its influence, the zombies' slight radiation was significantly suppressed, drastically reducing their sensory abilities. At that moment, a figure darted into the mist like lightning. With each flash of a blade, a zombie head would fall to the ground. The system notifications appeared in succession. You have killed a chainsaw-armed zombie, experience 20. You have killed a handgun-armed zombie, experience 35. You have killed a stunned baton-armed zombie, experience 30. The notifications only stopped after the last zombie was cleaved in two by the red unicorn. Gao Gong was quite satisfied with the haul. Though they were just radiation zombies, the accumulation of nearly 400 experience points was decent, considering it was the contribution of 4 synthetic soldiers. Currently, Gao Gong's equipment had been fully upgraded. He wore a black leather jacket made from the hide of a giant radiation dog. Despite losing some performance during production, it still effectively resisted small-caliber bullets. The smoke grenade he used was a specialty called water smoke leaf, similar to a grenade fruit. When ignited, it absorbs a large amount of steam and releases a special chemical that effectively intercepts radiation and cuts off the perception of radiation beasts. His tactical boots were made from the belly leather of a radiation beast called the flame bull. Due to prolonged exposure to radiation sources, the leather was not only fire-resistant and heat-resistant, but also had an endurance 1 attribute. The anti-magnetic goggles on his head could accurately locate the body of radiation beasts, even in disturbed electromagnetic fields. Although these items were considered basic in the system, in this world, their effects were comparable to high-quality gear. These were precious tools earned by classical mechanical hunters at the cost of their lives. Moreover, Gao Gong was in the process of customizing a big piece of equipment. His mechanical coins and experience points had also accumulated significantly. On average, he could earn 3,000 mechanical coins and 2,000 experience points per day, totaling 21,000 mechanical coins and 14,000 experience points in a week. This high figure reminded Gao Gong of his past life as a player, thinking that if it were an ordinary player, their earnings would likely be only 1/10 of his. This wasn't because Gao Gong had exceptional combat strength, but because by the time players could engage in the storyline, the Iron Sand Desert was already overrun by armies of radiation beasts. Each army was led by at least one A-level beast general, and every metropolitan area had become a heavily guarded beast nest. Most of the time, the cost of losing a life outweighed the gains from defeating the monsters. Despite this, Gao Gong wasn't content with the current situation. Although farming small monsters was enjoyable, he was already cooking up a bigger plan. "Come out!" Gao Gong suddenly shouted. There was no response, but faint noises came from the lower floor of the staircase. Without hesitation, Gao Gong leaped out of the building. In midair, he flicked his wrist, and a steel claw shot out, latching precisely onto the edge of the wall. With a powerful yank of his arm, the steel cable tightened, and Gao Gong traced a graceful crescent arc through the air, landing directly on the second floor from the third. The steel claw was an essential weapon for classical mechanical hunters. This maneuver looked impressive, but Gao Gong only dared to perform it from the third floor. He wouldn't risk it from the 10th floor. This unexpected move clearly stunned the pursuers, leaving them frozen in place, utterly still. In Gao Gong's eyes, there was a flicker of surprise. The stalker in front of him reminded him of an old saying, "So cute, if you punch them, they'd probably cry for a long time." This stalker looked like a beast skin doll with swollen eyes. Gao Gong quickly realized that it wasn't from being punched, but rather a result of the radiation in the environment. This native was naturally deformed, with tumors growing over their eyes, giving them the appearance of being swollen. Oddly enough, this appearance was somewhat endearing. The beast skin doll wasn't as fragile as she appeared. Facing Gao Gong, she swiftly drew a steel rod from her waist, pointing its sharp end directly at him. "Little girl, you've been following me for several days now, haven't you?" Gao Gong inquired. In fact, he had sensed another presence in the concrete jungle since day one, unsure whether it was a scavenger or a mechanical hunter. Focused on hunting, he paid little attention. However, as days passed, he realized someone was indeed tailing him, not to steal his kills, but to collect the scraps he discarded. This convinced him the follower was likely a scavenger, not a competitor. Yet, scavengers rarely ventured into the city's core, making him curious about how she tracked him. Upon hearing "little girl," the doll erupted in anger. "Who are you calling little girl? Are you blind?" "I'm 30. Gao Gong paused, scrutinizing her, an awkward realization dawning on him. It seemed his judgment had failed. Her deformity included dwarfism-like symptoms. "Let's cut to the chase. How have you been following me?" Gao Gong asked directly. "Who's following you?" "This city's big enough for," the swollen-eyed woman began to retort but abruptly stopped, eyes narrowing as a lock of hair fell from her forehead. She hadn't even seen his blade move. If it had aimed for her throat, she wouldn't have known how she died. Gao Gong softly said, "I meant, cut to the chase. It's for your own good, not mine." Seeing her terrified expression and the sweat trickling down her forehead, Gao Gong nodded inwardly. He initially intended to cut the steel rod but hesitated, doubting he could. To avoid looking foolish, he opted for the hair instead. His recent level up had increased his perception, doubling the average adult's. Intimidating a little doll, no woman, wasn't an issue. It seemed to work too well. Huang Yuanli dropped her steel rod, adopting a resigned expression of martyrdom. "If you're going to kill me, just do it. I won't say anything." Gao Gong chuckled. "Why would I kill you? You don't have anything valuable." "I meant, if you're a local scavenger, maybe we could work together. You've followed me long enough to know that most of the radiation beast parts are trash to me, except for some rare materials." "Really?" Huang Yuanli was skeptical. No wonder, Gao Gong dressed like a Marvel superhero, blade except he had Daniel Wu's looks making him quite intimidating at first glance. To prove his sincerity, Gao Gong planted his red unicorn sword in the ground, sat down, and pulled out a nutrient bar from his pack, offering another to her. "Want one?" Now that he had money, he bought the 5 mechanical coin flavored ones. This one tasted like roasted meat, reminiscent of meat jelly. Huang Yuanli instinctively swallowed. Her last taste of meat was a long-forgotten childhood memory of factory-provided canned meat, a taste she never forgot. Whether it was the food or the fact her life was in his hands, Huang Yuanli gave up resisting, plopping down and squeezing the nutrient bar into her mouth. "No rush, I've got plenty." Gao Gong tossed a dozen more onto the ground. They had flavors like vegetable, fruit, and even roast duck, leaving Huang Yuanli wide-eyed. After eating her fill, Huang Yuanli, now more relaxed, said lazily, "Compared to other mechanical hunters, you're not so bad. They look at us like we're primitive." "Ha, they might not even know as much as we do." Gao Gong, intrigued, asked, "You're different from the scavengers I've met before." "Of course, in the old days, I'd be considered intellectual," Huang Yuanli boasted. According to Huang Yuanli, scavengers fell into two categories: those who lost family to the mechanical wars, growing up aimlessly with only basic survival skills, living like sewer rats on the city's fringes. Another group consists of those who were raised by refugees, receiving a relatively complete education from the old civilization era, allowing them to survive in the city with the knowledge they possess. Huang Yuanli belongs to this second group. "Aren't you curious about how I managed to track you down?" Huang Yuanli's eyes gleamed with a hint of pride. She waved her hand lightly, and a small dot flew from the staircase, landing steadily on her fingertip. It was an electronic bee, small in size yet packed with astonishing technology. "This is my Agent Bee," she introduced, then listed the detailed parameters of the tiny mechanical creature. Name: Electronic Bee. Health: 55. Stamina: 88. Bioenergy: 11. Attributes: Strength 1, Agility 2, Endurance 2, Intelligence 2, Perception 2. Skills: Flight LV5, Signal Detection LV6. Note: this is a mobile electronic signal. Gao Gong's eyes widened in surprise. "You can actually train mechanical bio-beasts." Huang Yuanli's pride grew even more evident. With a thought, the electronic bee gracefully landed in Gao Gong's palm. Although Gao Gong had seen mechanical bio-beasts before, this was his first encounter with such a tiny version. He closely examined the bee. Its metallic wings shimmered faintly. The stinger was thicker than a regular bee's, resembling a 2.5 mm headphone jack, while the rest was indistinguishable from an ordinary bee. It can emit radio waves and determine if the surroundings are dangerous by analyzing the strength of the returned electronic signals. It can also adjust frequencies for localization and tracking. Gao Gong continued, becoming increasingly familiar with the concept until he realized, "Isn't this just a pocket-sized radar? How did you train it?" Gao Gong inquired, his eyes alight with curiosity. Huang Yuanli rolled her eyes, her tone teasing. "How could I possibly tell you? It's our bread and butter." The slightly plump woman stood up, dusting off her clothes, her tone becoming serious. "If you don't kill me, I'll go back. As for whether to cooperate with you, I need to consult the elders. Don't try to fool me." A hint of intrigue flashed in Gao Gong's eyes, and a smile played on his lips. "Of course, I never force anyone." Today, Gao Gong returned home earlier than usual. Typically, he would finish work around 4 or 5 o'clock. This wasn't due to a lack of enthusiasm but for safety reasons. After nightfall, the beasts in the city circle would become restless, and some high-level monsters might even leave their territories. Worse yet, radiation levels would peak at night, reaching dangerous levels. Even with radiation protection injections, prolonged exposure would cause irreversible harm to the body. The principle behind this phenomenon is quite simple. Nighttime power consumption far exceeds that of the day, and radiative creatures follow the same pattern. However, today, Gao Gong finished work before 3. It seemed he had snagged a big catch, which put him in a good mood. Driving back, Gao Gong rolled down the window, letting the hot wind blow against his face to keep his mind clear. He pondered. Being able to train a mobile radar is no small feat for an ordinary tribe. It goes beyond simple beast taming. The scientific knowledge they possess is top-notch, even by old civilization standards. If they have not only trained electronic bees, but also other mechanical bio-beasts, it transcends mere vocational knowledge. Gao Gong's eyes brightened as he realized this might be a complete chain of professional knowledge. In the game cyberworld, there are 2 ways to acquire vocational knowledge. One is to unlock a secondary profession, which naturally illuminates new vocational knowledge as the secondary profession level increases. The other is to complete special faction research tasks, often yielding vocational knowledge related to crafting exclusive equipment. However, above vocational knowledge lies a higher-level knowledge system, a professional knowledge chain, often jokingly referred to by players as a vocational pitfall. It's called a pitfall because the experience required to fill this knowledge chain is astronomical, nearly impossible for an individual to complete. Typically, when a secondary profession reaches the maximum level of 20, it can illuminate about 10 types of vocational knowledge. To obtain a complete professional knowledge chain, one must not only max out the secondary profession but also elevate all 10 types of vocational knowledge to LV9 and complete a vocational fusion task. Only after completing the fusion task can a professional knowledge chain be born. Gao Gong speculated that Huang Yuanli's tribe likely possessed such a professional knowledge chain. A professional knowledge chain has 2 key functions. One is to craft rare strategic level or higher advanced equipment and construct civilization level megastructures. The other is for civilization ascension. Only by gathering enough professional knowledge chains, unlocking the civilization knowledge system, and completing the ascension task can a civilization achieve a leap forward. Generally, a planetary level civilization can master at most a first-level professional knowledge chain, while civilization ascension requires at least a third-level civilization. But here in the cyber testing ground, Gao Gong suspected that they might hold a second-level professional knowledge chain related to neuroscience. Gao Gong was speeding down the desolate desert highway in his armored combat vehicle, the roar of the engine slicing through the silence. A weathered gas station came into view, prompting him to decisively slow down and pull in. This was no ordinary gas station. It was a multifunctional supply hub. Gao Gong expertly filled his vehicle with energy extract liquid while surveying his surroundings. The station was equipped with a prosthetic modification area, an advanced battery supply point, a weapon sales counter, a vehicle repair bay, and even a rudimentary energy or processing facility. He mentally noted that these gas stations came in two types: factory-owned and independently franchised. The franchising conditions were quite stringent, requiring ownership of a mine in the Iron Sand Desert and an exclusive sales contract with the factory. In short, it was a privilege for the wealthy or influential. Your vehicle is refueled. We look forward to serving you again, a robot chimed in, its enthusiastic electronic voice carrying an oddly comforting tone. Gao Gong handed over his meal card and casually inquired, "Selling energy plates?" He glanced at his combat vehicle, knowing that an ordinary engine couldn't handle its weight, so it must be equipped with energy plates. A keyboard-sized energy plate could match the efficiency of a whole crate of energy extract liquid, with only 1/10 of the consumption. The robot swiftly processed the card in the slot on its arm, deducting the appropriate amount. "Indeed, sir. This batch was shipped from the front lines." Gao Gong furrowed his brow. The front lines? They've started already? The situation doesn't sound too promising. Just then, a cyborg modification specialist on his vehicle noticed Gao Gong's gaze and rudely flipped him the bird. Gao Gong smirked, thinking, "Can't handle the radiation beasts but have the energy to scorn colleagues. These security corps folks are really making progress." He quickly reviewed the evolution of the security corps in his mind. Once, they were merely a factory-affiliated force, tasked with escorting convoys, transporting desert ore, and occasionally providing bounties and prosthetic modification services for hunters. However, as the factory established its foothold locally, the security corps gradually transformed into a paramilitary group. Recent major beast eradication operations were led by them, while mechanical hunters were relegated to supporting roles, focusing on transporting prey and protecting convoys. Gao Gong's lips curled into a smirk as he returned the gesture with a middle finger. "What goes around comes around," he muttered to himself. "But this might not be bad for me. If the security corps fails, the factory will undoubtedly recruit mechanical hunters en masse for hunting again. That's when I can get the prosthetic gear I need." With that, he floored the accelerator, and the armored vehicle roared off into the distance, kicking up a cloud of dust. Before returning to his secret base, Gao Gong detoured to visit an old friend's gun shop. He handed over his day's haul to the shopkeeper, Fat Xiang, and tossed him a nutrition bar. It was a pity he didn't see Xiang Yi. Gao Gong felt a twinge of regret as he headed back to his base. After a week of hard-earned experience points, it was finally time to put them to use. Gao Gong took a deep breath and opened the upgrade interface. "You spent 2,000 experience points, upgrading Prosthetic Doctor to LV2, Intelligence 1, Surgery Success Rate 3. You spent 4,000 experience points, upgrading Prosthetic Doctor to LV3, Surgery Success Rate 3. You spent 6,000 experience points, upgrading Prosthetic Doctor to LV4, Surgery Success Rate 2, Additional State, Calm. You can perform high-difficulty surgical techniques with a steady mindset, with a chance to enhance prosthetic performance." He then upgraded Electronic Neurology to LV3, and both Human Biology and Industrial Materials Science to LV2. After the upgrades, Gao Gong exhaled deeply with relief, his back soaked with sweat. Ever since he became an NPC, upgrading wasn't just a matter of numerical increases. It involved a massive influx of knowledge, images, and theories directly into his brain. The information torrent was almost overwhelming, causing his temples to throb from the pressure. "Looks like I won't be getting any sleep tonight," Gao Gong chuckled wryly, rubbing his temples before opening the synthesis panel again. As a classic-style mechanical hunter, close combat ability was crucial. He recalled a few close combat body modification blueprints, known among players as small divine gear, which were perfect for synthesis attempts. After some experimentation, Gao Gong successfully developed several new blueprints. Level 2 Neural Blueprint, Tactile Nerve Accelerator. Level 2 Mechanical Blueprint, Electromagnetic Stimulator. Level 2 Mechanical Blueprint, Microcomputer Knuckles. Level 3 Skin Blueprint, Desert Skin. Looking at his depleted experience bar, Gao Gong couldn't help but sigh. No matter how much experience you earn, it never seems to be enough. He reminisced about his past life as a player, with a group of wealthy patrons who funded his endeavors, allowing him to solve problems with money instead of experience points. This made him fondly remember those quirky players. With their support, his NPC role could truly shine. Gao Gong understood that the biggest difference between a player template and an NPC template was the ability to establish a faction. But to attract players, an NPC identity wasn't enough. He needed to build his reputation first. With this in mind, determination flickered in his eyes as he prepared for the challenges ahead. Unable to sleep, Gao Gong decided to find a high spot to lie down and stargaze. He climbed a nearby hill, lying on the rough ground, eyes fixed on the pitch-black sky. The atmosphere of this planet was filled with nuclear dust, obscuring not just the stars, but even the moon. All Gao Gong could do was rely on his memory to recall those distant stars one by one. That's Arcturus, he murmured to himself. A scorching desert planet. His gaze shifted in another direction. Here's Sirius, a late-stage star, but it's still billions of years away from collapsing. Gao Gong's eyes scanned another part of the sky, as if he could see the mysterious nebula there. This is a diffuse nebula. Any ship from a civilization below level 5 risks disappearing if it ventures inside. He chuckled softly. Above level 5? Civilizations above level 5 don't use ships. Suddenly, something crossed his mind. Oh yes, there's an asteroid belt on the outskirts of the extraterrestrial colony. He recalled the rich mineral deposits there, a hint of regret in his voice. It's a shame we left in such a hurry back then. No time to mine it, what a pity. Gao Gong continued counting the stars from his memory until the latter half of the night, when the tension in his nerves finally eased a little. Gradually, he drifted off to sleep. When Gao Gong awoke again, it was already 8 a.m. The iron sand desert was perpetually dim and scorching, causing some electronic devices to malfunction inexplicably if left out for too long. However, the locals had long adapted, naturally mastering the skill of determining their biological clock. Gao Gong grabbed a bucket of purified water from a metal shed and washed his face briefly. The water sources in the desert were mildly corrosive and couldn't be used directly. After freshening up, his thoughts returned to work. If the front lines really go to war, it probably means the factory will reopen the munitions warehouse. Gao Gong speculated to himself, then at least 3 out of the 4 blueprints I submitted can be produced. This thought invigorated him, and he immediately jumped into his off-road vehicle, flooring the gas pedal as he sped towards a munitions warehouse at the northwest corner of Auto City. Meanwhile, in a private room at the Rose Gasoline Bar, Black Rose was lounging lazily on the sofa. Her long legs, clad in black silk stockings, were crossed elegantly, and she held a special synthetic cigarette from the Night's Fragrance brand between her slender fingers. This cigarette could directly regulate dopamine secretion, creating the perfect flavor for the customer, costing 100 mechanical coins per stick. Thick smoke slowly exhaled from her lips, painted in bright red lipstick. Sitting across from her was an old-fashioned purebred robot dressed in a clown costume. Purebred robots came in 2 types. The first, like Gao Gong, were originally human and underwent step-by-step body modifications until reaching a 100 conversion rate, transforming from human to mechanical life. The second type, like the one before them, had a humanoid mechanical body that was modified in a lab to accommodate an AI. In the Sleepless City, such old-fashioned robots were rare. More common were bionic humans with directly injected AI templates. Only in highly confidential old places, like factories and military corps, could one still find these old-fashioned robots. Deliver this batch to the usual place, send someone to pick it up, Black Rose said bluntly. But this time, I want a tin cut. Little Finger frowned. There are so many layers to grease. There's no room for an increase. The old men are strict. What can I do? Black Rose replied nonchalantly. Little Finger wanted to say more, but Black Rose gently pressed her palm down, signaling him to be silent. Then she addressed the robot. Fine, but for the next batch, increase the quantity by 30. The old-fashioned robot was silent for a moment, seemingly calculating the success rate of smuggling using big data. Finally, it simply replied, agreed. With the negotiation concluded, the atmosphere immediately lightened. Littlefinger chuckled, bringing over 4 glasses of drink. Here, I made these especially for you. Beer-flavored gasoline and gasoline-flavored beer. Try them and see if you can tell the difference. The old-fashioned robot wasted no time, downing both glasses of gasoline beer in one go. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave, it said. Don't you want me to find someone to keep you company? Black Rose suddenly asked. Littlefinger's face froze, thinking, Rose, that's a bit much, offering a robot a companion. How did you even come up with that? To his surprise, the old-fashioned robot turned its head slowly at the question, responding, are you referring to the physiological state of pleasure that humans achieve through the operation of reproductive organs, stimulating the nervous system to secrete hormones? Although I'm busy, I can spare an hour. Take him then, and remember to get the best bionic girl, Black Rose said without expression. Littlefinger got up with a conflicted expression, hesitated for a moment, and couldn't help but ask, an hour. Are you really up for it? Yes, I have the latest model reproductive organ installed, the robot replied. Do you have any special requests? Special requests? Hold on. Let me search my database. Moments later, Littlefinger returned, grumbling, next time. Let's not do such dangerous smuggling. Why not just deal in military supplies and sell them to the poor in the desert? Why get involved with those lunatic schemes? Because they pay enough, Black Rose replied, rising to leave, with little finger following, chattering away. But who would have thought, even robots can be corrupt. I always thought Old Hong was a normal one. Yeah. Where are we headed now? Back to the garage. The garage. Little finger perked up. Are you taking me for a spin? Are we going on a date? Can I hold your waist? Black Rose gave him a sidelong glance. Have you forgotten something? Forgotten something. What? Little finger was puzzled. You haven't retrieved the operating table yet. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Little finger was doubled over, vomiting by the side of the Kusanagi Blade 430, as Black Rose looked on with a frown. He had completely lost his usual composure. The price of being infatuated was obvious. When the latest model of the heavy motorcycle in Night City accelerated to 350 km/h in 2.3 seconds, he had long forgotten the sensation of a slim waist against his back. 30 seconds later, as the speed soared to half a Mach, he felt as if he was touching heaven. Black Rose noticed some suspicious yellow stains on the back seat, and her eye twitched with annoyance. She cursed inwardly, if he dares to ride my bike again, I'll kill him. Then she drove straight to the old metal scrapyard. Just as Gao Gong knew her garage well, she was familiar with his secret hideouts. Both places had been their rendezvous spots. However, Gao Gong's recent behavior had become strange to her. It was neither self-destructive nor ambitious, and this loss of control was unsettling. The only thing certain was that this little man had recently acquired a large sum of mechanical coins from somewhere and was frantically shopping in military warehouses. Wait, wait for me. Little finger, drenched, chased after her. Hearing the familiar buzzing sound, he became furious. That rascal is messing with my operating table. Does he know how expensive that thing is? There's not another one like it in the whole Auto City. Black Rose, familiar with the place, approached the metal shack, where she saw Gao Gong, shirtless, holding a scalpel in his left hand, performing surgery on his own right hand. His palm was split open, revealing titanium bones, and nerves in his palm were entwined around each finger bone like wires. Gao Gong seemed to be doing some fine-tuning of the nerves, and besides his left hand, 3 mechanical arms on the operating table were holding a knife, a needle, and stitching muscles with dizzying speed. Just as Black Rose was about to speak, Little Finger suddenly became serious and held her shoulder. Never talk loudly in front of the operating table. His expression then changed dramatically as he muttered in disbelief, impossible, it's impossible. Over 50 modules on the operating table, and he figured them all out in less than a week? And he's triple operating. It took me over a decade of performing modification surgeries to control 3 surgical arms at once. How can he do it? What's that embedded in the center of his palm? A neural regulator? Black Rose didn't respond but started scanning the surroundings. A mobile sterile room, sensory deprivation equipment, neural inhibitors, and other military medical devices were all present. Electromagnetic cutters, small forging machines, high-temperature stamping machines, magnetic resistance stones, chromium iron, military-grade fireproof cloth. Suddenly, a black glove caught her attention. The glove's exterior seemed to be some sort of radiation beast skin, with a soft fur lining from another radiation beast, making it feel like slipping into cold cotton, except for the slightly hard palm. Each of the glove's 4 fingers had a circular connection device. Soon, Black Rose found its counterpart a chainsaw-shaped knuckle duster. Or was it a knuckle duster-shaped chainsaw? The 4 interfaces of the knuckle duster fit perfectly on the back of the glove's fingers. She then realized what the hard object in the palm was: a miniature energy board. Women who loved heavy motorcycles had a penchant for violence, and Black Rose looked around, eager to test its power. With the successful implantation of the neural accelerator, Gao Gong sighed in relief. He tapped a few times on the operating table, and the 3 surgical mechanical arms withdrew, replaced by 2 small stitching arms that began to sew up the wound on his palm with the precision of an old tailor. In his highly focused state, he was oblivious to the outside world. Few people visited this place anyway. However, just as he relaxed, a bald head suddenly appeared. Before Gao Gong's mind could react, his freshly operated right hand shot out like lightning, clamping around the intruder's neck and lifting him up. You, let go. Little Finger's face turned from red to blue at a visibly alarming rate. Oh, sorry, my bad. Gao Gong quickly released him, but blood burst from the stitched area on his hand again. He gasped, grabbing a sterile cloth to cover his palm. Why do you always sneak up like that without announcing yourself? Watching Gao Gong play the victim, Little Finger couldn't help but roll his eyes but didn't dwell on it. He urgently grabbed Gao Gong's shoulder and asked, "Did you succeed? How did you do it? It's impossible. What surgical plan did you use?" Little Finger continued to explain, "A cyborg doctor's surgical plan isn't just a set of procedures. It includes the design and calibration of the prosthetics, their integration with the human system, and even the development and implantation of the necessary software. To design a surgical plan, You need a team that includes a mechanic, a rehabilitation therapist, and a neuromodifier. Even an experienced prosthetic doctor who has installed 100 sets of the same type of prosthetics would struggle to independently design a comprehensive plan. Gao, having been a prosthetic doctor for nearly 20 years, has only 3 noteworthy surgical plans to his name. The rest either have design flaws or some inexplicable issues. Qi Long meticulously wiped his hands while checking the results of the surgery on the system panel of the holographic projection. The panel displayed: completed a neural system modification rate 1. Among the 8 systems, each one increase in modification rate adds 20 points to life value and 10 points to stamina. The effect of the tactile neural flow enhancer popped up. By finely tuning the hand's neural network, it accelerates neuron transmission, making it more suitable for wielding weapons. Perception 1, melee weapon attack speed 10, critical hit rate 5. At that moment, Gao suddenly spoke up. "Want to learn? I can teach you." Xiao Zhito was stunned and asked incredulously, "You'll teach me?" He thought to himself, "Does this fool not realize how valuable this plan is?" Gao continued, "Oh, I still owe you 6,000 mech coins, right? Card or cash?" Xiao Zhito was shocked again, alarm bells ringing in his mind. He's actually going to pay back the money? I knew there was no way this surgery could succeed. His personality has been altered. The side effects of this surgery are too severe. Just as Gao was about to say something else, a loud crash suddenly occurred, as if a shell had landed near the recycling station. In their stunned gaze, a water tank-sized spherical bulge appeared on the wall at the edge of the recycling station, followed by countless cracks rapidly spreading from the bulge, soon covering the entire wall. In the next moment, the wall collapsed with a roar, revealing Black Rose wearing gloves. "Wow, that strength must be over 30. Gao exclaimed in amazement at the scene, speechless for a long time. He thought, no wonder she could keep the original owner, this double flower red stick, as a pet. This Rose lady truly has some skills. Black Rose elegantly rubbed her slender wrist, as if the monstrous strength she just displayed never existed. She walked up to the two of them, casually tossing her gloves to Gao and said, "Tune it up, use better materials, increase the power a bit, and then send it to me." Gao swallowed hard and replied with difficulty, "No problem." He wanted to refuse, but for the sake of his life, he had to agree. Fortunately, he had prepared 2 sets of materials in advance, so making another one wasn't a big deal. However, looking at the twisted saw teeth on the microcomputer knuckle duster, he couldn't help but think, what kind of high-quality materials would it take to withstand such brutal treatment from you? The system immediately popped up with the item information. Name: high-speed microcomputer knuckle duster. Category: mechanical gauntlet. Quality: excellent. Weight: 4.4 kilograms. Additional mode: high power mode. Plug-in slots: none. Note: you must have been a mischievous kid to come up with something like this. High power mode, also known as SAW mode. In this mode, attack power 15, armor penetration rate 40, critical hit rate 25, with a 60 chance to cause bleeding. Note 2. Who needs horror movies when you're the real flesh cutter? Gao thought. It's obvious the system likes this thing, otherwise it wouldn't have noted it twice. Who knows which twisted player came up with this idea of installing a saw on your hand? The effect is practically rated. The red unicorn might handle large irradiated beasts, but when it comes to medium and small, high-speed attackers, this heavy blade is useless. A knuckle duster that can both pierce armor and protect is the perfect self-defense tool. What are you two talking about? Black Rose suddenly asked. Xiao Zhito snapped back to reality and quickly explained. This guy's surgery failed. His brain nerves were severely damaged, and not only does he want to pay me back, but he also wants to teach me the surgical plan for free. Gao's face turned dark, barely resisting the urge to punch him. Black Rose, seeing through the situation, directly asked Gao, "What's your demand?" Gao shrugged and took out a glass box from the drawer, inside which was a bionic eye resembling a real eyeball. He explained, "This is an upgraded version of my old prosthetic eye. Not only does it have aiming capabilities, but it also includes night mode and infrared vision. Replacing my own eye is quite challenging. I'm not Xiahou Dun." Unfortunately, no one got the reference. Black Rose looked at Xiao Zhito and asked, "Deal?" Xiao Zhito was still somewhat reluctant. "You organize the plan first, let me see if there are any issues." Gao impatiently said, "The blueprint? No, the surgical plan is in the drawer. Go take a look." Xiao Zhito wanted to press further. "How exactly did you do it?" Black Rose interrupted. "Do you think he'd tell you such a secret?" She twirled the keys in her hand and suddenly laughed. "Come on, I'll take you for a ride." "Sure," Gao shrugged, placing his left hand around Black Rose's waist, feeling the soft yet resilient texture with a slight squeeze. Facing Xiao Zhito's fiery gaze, Gao glanced at the telltale bulge in his pants and disdainfully said, "I gave you a chance, but you couldn't handle it. You have such a sleazy smile." When Huang Yuanli saw him again, her face was full of disdain. Gao Gong instinctively touched his face, seriously retorting. Can this face of mine even pull off a sleazy expression? Ugh, Huang Yuanli made a gagging gesture. Gao Gong, however, was in an exceptionally good mood. Yesterday, Sister Rose was in high spirits and took him on a thrilling ride that lasted until dusk. Gao Gong was no coward like Littlefinger. The speed approaching half a mach was exhilarating, filling him with adrenaline and endorphins. After getting out of the car, he felt better than ever. Then, Sister Rose took him for another ride. In terms of performance, the Kusanagi Hunter 430 couldn't compare at all. At this moment, everything around Gao Gong seemed wonderful. Even though there was no sunlight in the desert, only the warmth of nuclear radiation, he felt as if he could sense the warmth of the sun. Huang Yuanli interrupted his thoughts. Hey, I told the people in the tribe about you. Some agreed, some opposed. Fortunately, the clan elder overruled everyone and said we could start by getting to know you. The clan elder? Gao Gong thought, this organizational structure sounds a bit ancient. But Professor Han was really angry and scolded me again when I got back. Huang Yuanli continued. Professor Han? Gao Gong found it amusing how the titles suddenly modernized. Huang Yuanli shot him a resentful glance. Then you disappeared for days, and I got scolded again. Many people in the tribe started saying I was a liar. Gao Gong smiled silently. When it comes to fishing, it's all about the right balance. If he appeared too eager, the other party might suspect his intentions. Even if they eventually cooperated, he might end up getting the short end of the stick. He changed the subject, asking, so how does your tribe plan to cooperate with me? Huang Yuanli looked around cautiously and said, well, the elder wants to know if you can get us some weapons, like the gun you have. Gao Gong glanced at the high-precision sniper rifle slung over his shoulder. This one? That's a bit difficult. Seeing the disappointment in Huang Yuanli's eyes, Gao Gong added with a smile, but if it's just ordinary firearms, that's not a problem. Sister Rose had quite the integrity. Not only did she not take advantage of him, but the next day she sent enough materials to make 3 high-speed microcomputers, including some rare metals that even military warehouses wouldn't sell. And to reward Gao Gong for his performance the previous night, she sent him a high-quality sniper rifle. It made him wonder if she was hinting at something. Gao Gong examined the new weapon in his hands. Name, Nikomata. Type, sniper rifle. Quality, exquisite custom template. Weight, 7.6 kilograms. Additional attributes. Sniper, 32 kinetic damage. Frenzy, 11.2 critical rate. Note, a weapon obtained by selling one's body, yet used to target others' bodies. TSK, scoundrel. Gao Gong turned to Huang Yuanli. But if I give you firearms, what can you offer me in return? I doubt you have many mechanical coins. He rubbed his chin. Your electronic beast seems quite impressive. Huang Yuanli, a bit embarrassed, said, I can't give you that. Each of us in the tribe only has one. But as long as we're in Hope City, anything you want, I can take you to get it. We know many areas you don't. Hope City? Not Scavenger City. Gao Gong was intrigued and continued. So you're saying I provide you with free firearms, and in exchange, you take me scavenging? Well, Huang Yuanli hesitated for a while, her face turning red, unable to come up with a response. Gao Gong didn't press further and easily relented, saying, all right, but let's agree up front. Whatever I find, I'll provide you with firearms of equivalent value. Is that okay? Of course, of course. Huang Yuanli breathed a sigh of relief. Over the next week, this 30-year-old woman led Gao Gong deep into the urban area. Despite the city being a concrete jungle, there were still other areas, such as the heavy metal wetlands of construction sites, the radiation playgrounds of zoos, small mechanical creature settlements and slums, and the sewer systems turned into snake dens. Having such a guide greatly increased Gao Gong's hunting efficiency. Whenever he specified a target, such as a certain level of radiation beast or the armor thickness of a mechanical bio-beast, including its weaknesses and usual haunts, Huang Yuanli always provided accurate information. It might be a bit offensive to say, but she was more useful than a dog. Soon, Gao Gong's experience points and mechanical coins were back to 5 figures. He upgraded all 5 of his professional skills to level 4. To do a good job, one must first sharpen one's tools, and he planned to save the remaining mechanical coins to buy a smart armored vehicle. His relationship with Huang Yuanli also grew closer. Although the game didn't have a charm attribute, being good-looking was certainly an advantage with the opposite sex, at least visually pleasing. Gao Gong also got to know Huang Yuanli better. Her personality was the complete opposite of her appearance, carefree and clumsy. If she weren't so clumsy, she wouldn't have followed him so closely when they first met. The only thing this guy shared with a proper young girl was their shared love for food. Gao Gong watched Huang Yuanli devour her meal with gusto and couldn't help but recall the nauseating irradiated meat from the cable tribe. That ghastly pale chunk of meat seemed to hover before his eyes, exuding an indescribable stench. Gao Gong was grateful he hadn't tried it back then, fearing it would have left a lifelong nightmare on his taste buds. Huang Yuanli had been living quite comfortably lately. She didn't have to risk her life hunting. She had delicious energy paced every day and could wander around with Gao Gong. In just a week, she had gained 6 pounds, her plump cheeks radiating happiness. Suddenly, Gao Gong reached out and pressed down on Huang Yuanli's eager head, signaling for silence. He swiftly set up his sniper rifle, his eyes darting as he switched to aiming mode. A string of data flashed across his cybernetic eye: distance 2,114 meters, wind speed 3.4 meters second, angle of elevation 26 degrees, brightness 46, target length 1.3 meters, width 0.3 meters, moving speed 1.4 meters second. Finally caught you, Gao Gong murmured to himself as a serpentine creature swam through the heavy metal mire in the crosshairs. Huang Yuanli held her breath, eyes fixed ahead. Gao Gong gently squeezed the trigger, a faint explosive sound emanating from the silencer, and his right shoulder jerked slightly. A system notification chimed. You dealt 101 damage to the desert worm. The creature didn't die immediately, still struggling to dive into the swamp. Gao Gong unhesitatingly fired another shot, putting an end to its life. You dealt 62 damage to the desert worm. You have slain the desert worm. Experience points 50. Let's go check it out, Gao Gong exclaimed excitedly, rushing towards the target and hauling the massive worm out of the swamp. Huang Yuanli frowned and asked, "What do you want with this big worm?" Gao Gong, full of excitement, explained, "This is valuable." He carefully examined the thigh-thick earthworm, its surface covered with flowing metallic liquids secreted from its pores. The system displayed detailed information about the desert worm. Name: desert worm. Health: 120,120. Stamina: 5,050. Bioenergy: 36. Attributes: Strength 3, Agility 4, Endurance 10, Intelligence 2, Perception 6. Skills: Metal Devour LV5, Metal Secretion LV6. Note: mechanical beasts that feed on metal are not uncommon, but those with metal-secreting blood vessels and sweat glands are rare. The vastness and danger of Scavenger City exceeded all expectations. Even with a guide like Huang Yuanli, finding specific types of mechanical biobeasts was no easy task. The desert worm's habits made the search even more challenging, as they often remained motionless for days, undetectable without X-ray vision. But Gao Gong's mission was clear. He needed these desert worms to craft level 3 desert skin, a crucial step toward his carbon-based evolution. With this skin, he could hunt proactively like a classical mechanical hunter, no longer confined to roaming and grinding. More importantly, it was key to achieving fusion ascension. Among the 6 major level 9 civilizations, the Eternal Dynasty followed the path of fusion ascension, dominating both mechanical and carbon-based civilizations, even capable of confronting natural disasters alone. Since his previous life of trying to save players by creating virtual partners failed, Gao Gong was determined to pursue the strongest path in this life. Watching Gao Gong's obsession with the desert worms, Huang Yuanli shivered, wondering if he was some kind of pervert. Unaware of her thoughts, Gao Gong excitedly said, "Let's catch a few more before night falls." By dusk, Gao Gong had captured a total of 5 desert worms, laying a solid foundation for his first biomodification. Gasoline Town is undoubtedly the heart of the oasis of Motor City, but today's scene is quite different. Where there was once an empty entrance, a few members of the security team now stand vigilant, meticulously inspecting each mechanical hunter's catch. The factory's military warehouse has reopened, with precious armaments and supplies displayed on the shelves. However, these goods aren't free. Each mechanical hunter must bring back the carcass of an A-grade radiation beast daily to gain entry to Gasoline Town. Failure to do so means being turned away, and in this irradiated wasteland, losing access to supplies only leads to one outcome: death. "Look closely," one mechanical hunter exclaimed, holding up a sharp object. "This is the stinger of a self-destruct scorpion, a standard A-grade beast carcass." The inspector, his arms replaced by cold mechanical hands, scanned the catch expressionlessly. "Where's the rest of it?" he asked coldly. "The blood of a self-destruct scorpion is all flammable chemical liquid," the metalhead hunter explained with wide eyes. "I'm lucky to have saved a single stinger before it exploded." The inspector pondered this when a figure approached. "Let me take a look," said a young man in a military uniform. "Sure, team leader." The inspector promptly stepped aside for the highly mechanized young man, whose neck was visibly replaced with metal structures. Zhao Xie glanced at the stinger and sneered. "The stinger of a self-destruct scorpion is like a detonator. You claim the scorpion exploded, yet there's not a single trace of an explosion on this stinger." Before the metalhead hunter could protest, 2 heavy-duty robots flanked him, dragging him outside and throwing him to the ground. Enraged, the metalhead hunter cursed, "You begged us to hunt radiation beasts. Without us, could you people live in peace?" Bang! Zhao Xie unhesitatingly drew his pistol and pulled the trigger, aiming at the hunter's head. The metalhead hunter fell lifeless. The surrounding mechanical hunters' faces changed, and their hands instinctively moved to their weapons. Zhao Xie calmly surveyed the crowd, his voice icy. It's the duty of mechanical hunters to clear out the beasts. All kinds of prosthetics and weapons are available on the shelves, and the beast carcasses can be directly exchanged for supplies. With such generous treatment, if you don't give it your all, you don't deserve to live in this oasis. No one dared meet his gaze. Remember, mechanical hunters are shameless scum. From now on, any unclear catches should not be allowed through. Yes, team leader. The crowd responded in unison. Shortly after Xiaoxia left, a battered off-road vehicle slowly approached. The driver looked at the line of fellow hunters and muttered, "Something's off." Soon, the inspectors reached the vehicle. "The catch is in the back. Take a look yourself," the driver, Gao Gong, lazily said. One inspector was about to step forward when his colleague stopped him. "No need for this one. Let him through." Gao Gong grinned, made a gesture, and drove off with a rev of the engine. "Why? Didn't team leader Zhao just say?" an inspector asked, puzzled. "This one's different. He's a seasoned hunter," the colleague explained. "Not to mention, this week alone, he hunted 30 A-grade beasts." 30? Just him alone? The inspector was astonished. "He's a lone wolf, no partner, always works solo. These experts are different from the rookies. They're the ones we want to recruit." The colleague paused. "Soon, small packs of beasts will be roaming here, and he'll be valuable." The inspector nodded thoughtfully. Gao Gong drove his battered off-road vehicle around Gasoline Town. The town was noticeably more desolate, with most of the primary consumers still out in the field. He drove to the Rose Gasoline Bar and found its doors shut, so he honked at Littlefinger, who was smoking at the entrance. Littlefinger glanced at him and climbed into the passenger seat. "No bar service during wartime," he sighed, flicking his cigarette but out the window. "Fair enough." Gao Gong handed him a cigarette. "But the military warehouse is serving drinks. Looks like someone has connections. They can't keep it closed for long." Littlefinger said disdainfully. "Our local operations can't be taken down by a few outsiders. What about you? With the war on, isn't this the perfect time for a prosthetic doctor like you to make a fortune?" Gao Gong asked. "Don't even mention it," Littlefinger said gloomily, pulling out a badge with a metallic head engraved on it, electrified. "A security team badge, so you've been recruited?" "Congratulations," Gao Gong said with mock sympathy. "Looks like you'll be on the front lines soon." Littlefinger, with a look of frustration and indignation, complained. "It's bad enough there's no profit, but risking my life too? If I had known it would end like this, I never should have left the free shores." As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized he had said too much. His face froze, and he quickly changed the subject. "What are you doing at the bar?" Gao Gong chuckled and didn't press further. Instead, he said, "This car isn't cutting it. I'm hoping to see Sister Rose and ask if she knows how to get a military-grade armored vehicle." Littlefinger frowned. "Sister Rose isn't around, and military armored vehicles are insanely expensive. Don't even think about it without a six-figure amount of mechanical coins. Do you have that kind of money?" "I don't need a brand new one. A second-hand one will do," Gao Gong explained. "I'm talking about the price for a second-hand one." Littlefinger scoffed. Noticing Gao Gong's curious gaze, Littlefinger's expression changed, and he said warily, "Don't look at me like that. I don't have a car, and I definitely won't lend you money." Gao Gong waved his hand. "I'm not asking for money. I want to discuss a business deal with you." In the end, Gao Gong's new surgical proposal intrigued Littlefinger. Although he didn't believe Gao Gong could come up with a second plan so quickly, out of curiosity and with nothing better to do, Littlefinger brought him to his shady shop. At the door, a soldier called out, "Dr. Finger, get lost." Littlefinger barked, looking annoyed as he pushed past the soldier into the shop. Two soldiers from the security squad exchanged glances and shrugged. After all, cybernetic doctors were high-tech specialists and naturally received better treatment than mechanical hunters, who were considered lower class. "Excuse me, make way." Gao Gong followed closely with a foul-smelling sack in hand. Just as the soldier was about to speak, Gao Gong pushed open the door and locked it behind him. "What should we do?" one soldier asked. "Just turn a blind eye," the other replied. Gao Gong looked around. Besides the surgical table he had returned, there were at least a dozen high-tech surgical devices. He nodded in satisfaction and said, "I need a protein extractor and a plasmolysis machine. The former extracts special proteins from the worm's glands, and the latter isolates metal antibodies from the proteins. The operation isn't complicated if you know the formula." Seeing Littlefinger frozen in place, Gao Gong urged, "What are you standing around for? Give me a hand. You want me to assist you?" Littlefinger pointed at himself, incredulous. "Yeah, and get me a chair while you're at it," Gao Gong replied bluntly. "If you can't produce anything, I'll have someone deal with you later." Littlefinger gritted his teeth, but complied. Half an hour later, Littlefinger observed the cellular changes through a microscope and exclaimed, "Impossible. How is this possible? You actually blocked it." As the radio waves swept over the cells, antibodies visibly formed, and Gao Gong calmly watched the system panel. Everything under control. This is a biological injection, functioning like an electromagnetic shielding coating, Gao Gong explained. Do you know what this means? Littlefinger turned sharply, staring at him intently. Gao Gong continued. It means mechanical hunters no longer need to fear being caught in close combat. It means the revival of classical mechanical hunting. It means, to some extent, we will alter the course of the desert war. It also means I'm about to get rich, Gao Gong shrugged. At least I'll have enough to buy a car. Littlefinger's face turned red as he paced back and forth, muttering to himself. Gao Gong interrupted his reverie. I advise you not to overthink it. What do you mean? Littlefinger snapped. Are you planning to keep it all to yourself? Do you want me to beg? No, not at all. Gao Gong rubbed his nose and explained. The biggest issue is that the raw materials are hard to find. A desert worm has only one gland, and a single gland can produce at most one dose. So, in the short term, it can't be mass-produced. Littlefinger immediately caught on. Desert worms? Desert worms? I need to notify our people to catch those worms right away. If we're late, they'll be gone. Gao Gong added. Although it can't be mass-produced, the experts among mechanical hunters clearly understand its value and won't hesitate to pay a high price for a life-saving dose. Exactly. Littlefinger slapped the table excitedly. These experts may be willing to curry favor with me, but getting them to work wholeheartedly for us is nearly impossible. With this, they'll be at our mercy. As long as these experts shine in upcoming hunting missions, it will naturally lead to the revival of classical mechanical hunting. Gao Gong had once said he wanted to spark a resurgence in melee weapon hunting, and he wasn't just talking. Soon, Littlefinger and Gao Gong began to take action separately. Littlefinger activated his network of contacts to search for traces of the desert worms in the scavenger city and even farther urban areas. Meanwhile, Gao Gong decided to tackle the desert worms in the heavy metal marshlands first. Their urgency stemmed from Littlefinger's warning. Forcing the mechanical hunters to hunt radiation beasts was just the beginning. The security group would soon incorporate mechanical hunters into armed squads to hunt wandering beasts. Once enlisted, their freedom of movement would be significantly restricted. Bang! A soft gunshot shattered the marshland's silence, causing a mud pit to explode near a metal worm. Startled, the large worm quickly burrowed deeper into the marsh. Damn it! Gao Gong cursed through gritted teeth. Initially, it didn't seem difficult, but once the desert worms realized they were being hunted, the task became exceptionally tricky. These worms would dive into mud pits at the slightest fright, and the deeper they went, the higher the metal content. Some areas were as hard as metal itself, rendering even excavators powerless. Gao Gong's haul dwindled by the day. He caught 5 on the first day, but the numbers decreased daily. By the third day, he caught only 1 all day. Besides a few big worms, his efforts were almost fruitless. From what he knew, Littlefinger's results were even more meager. Although I don't know why you're so determined to catch these big worms, your current mindset isn't suitable for work. Huang Yuanli, usually carefree, became unusually serious. She sat up straight and said earnestly, take a break. I'll ask around in the tribe and see if there's a better way to lure these worms out. Gao Gong took a deep breath, letting the cold, rusty-smelling air fill his lungs before exhaling slowly. He looked at Huang Yuanli in surprise. You actually care about people? Of course, I'm older than you, aren't I? Huang Yuanli rolled her eyes. You should call me sister. By the way, here's a new flavor of lollipop. Want to try it? A new flavor? Give it to me. Huang Yuanli's eyes lit up as she snatched the lollipop from Gao Gong's hand. Is this all a sister does? Gao Gong chuckled mischievously, rubbing Huang Yuanli's head with his palm. Given their height difference, it was quite easy for him. Hey, I'm warning you. Huang Yuanli bristled, her face turning red. If you dare touch my head again, I'll have bees sting your butt. She snarled at him. Let's head back. Looks like this is all we're getting today. Gao Gong stretched. Let's call it an early day. Exactly, work-life balance, Huang Yuanli said, licking her lollipop and offering sage advice. Life can't be about shortcuts. If you get addicted to walking a tightrope, you'll fall off eventually. That's what our professor taught me. On their way back, Huang Yuanli continued her sisterly lectures to prove her seniority. Listen to your sister, and she'll take care of you. Gao Gong's expression suddenly changed. He bent down, scooped up Huang Yuanli, and sprinted at full speed. Within seconds, they crossed several meters and rolled into an abandoned building. MMPH, Huang Yuanli found her mouth covered and thought Gao Gong had suddenly turned wild and was dragging her into the woods. But she quickly changed her mind. It was the first time she'd seen Gao Gong so tense. Suddenly, Huang Yuanli's pupils dilated, and she began to tremble uncontrollably. Thick clouds of dust and smoke enveloped them. The intense glow of radiation energy flickered like a breath. It was as if they were facing the searing heat of a volcanic crater. The scorching flames spewing from the dust melted everything in their path, from metal trees to concrete ground. The intense energy waves made it impossible to see the creature clearly. Looking at it was like staring at the sun. It was, in essence, a moving mini-nuclear explosion. The two gritted their teeth, and the few seconds felt like an eternity. Once the nuclear explosion moved away, Huang Yuanli's eyes rolled back. Her limbs trembled uncontrollably, and she foamed at the mouth. Gao Gong's expression changed, and he quickly retrieved a radiation needle from his backpack, injecting it into Huang Yuanli's neck. Huang Yuanli finally regained her senses, clutched her mouth, crawled out of Gao Gong's embrace, and found a drain to retch into. Ugh ugh. Gao Gong didn't feel great either, like cockroaches were crawling under his clothes. He opened his status panel, shook his head, and injected himself with the radiation needle. Soon, the discomfort began to ease. After finishing, Huang Yuanli wiped her sweat and stammered, "That was at least a B, possibly in a level." Whether B or a level, among players, such creatures were known as boss commanders. These monsters typically commanded a sizable genetic territory, ruling a group of similarly attributed genetic bosses within it. The key difference between them and S-level creatures was that they hadn't taken that final step. Taking that step meant breaking through the limits of the second tier and reaching the level of the third tier. Huang Yuanli stood on the desolate street, her legs trembling uncontrollably, almost unable to stand. Her gaze was fixed on the massive figure in the distance, filled with fear and confusion. This was supposed to be a low-risk area, so how could such a terrifying creature appear here? Standing beside her, Gao Gong explained with a serious expression, "That's a planetary monster, a level 60 and above entity." According to scavengers, city zones are usually divided into low, medium, and high-risk areas. A high-risk zone will inevitably have an A-level monster holding its ground. He paused before continuing, "There are two recognized A-level monsters in the scavenger city, the Crimson Empress in the Red Lantern District and the Mechanical Fortress in the Metal District. The former's area is a no-flee zone where even planes are shot down. The latter is the source of a third of the city's mechanical bio-beasts." Gao Gong's voice carried a hint of unease. "It seems the scavenger city will soon have another high-risk zone. Even if that monster isn't a level, it's on the verge of transformation." He turned to Huang Yuanli, who was still trembling, with a touch of reassurance in his voice. "You should be thankful we encountered an A-level monster. To it, we're as insignificant as ants. If it had been a Blevel or Clevel irradiated beast, we might have already been attacked." Gao Gong took a deep breath and said heavily, "Let's go. From now on, every district in the scavenger city will be fraught with danger." The two began their journey back to the city, moving cautiously with every step. Gao Gong released his human-headed dog, while Huang Yuanli deployed her electronic bees. They advanced slowly, stopping frequently, only proceeding once they confirmed it was safe. Finally reaching the city's edge, Huang Yuanli was about to breathe a sigh of relief when her expression suddenly changed. Her electronic bee had returned with another, the two mechanical creatures circling in the air, seemingly communicating some message. Huang Yuanli's face turned pale as she instinctively grabbed Gao Gong's arm, her voice trembling, "It's bad. Our tribe members are surrounded by monsters." Without a word, Gao Gong jumped into the off-road vehicle and started the engine. The car roared as it sped towards the ancient forest, once a tourist attraction, now a forbidden zone. The road was in terrible condition, with potholes making the ride extremely bumpy. Thankfully, the level of mutation here wasn't too high, allowing for difficult but possible passage. "Is this the right direction?" Gao Gong asked, his eyes glancing at the electronic bee in Huang Yuanli's palm. "Yes, the electronic bee says this is it," Huang Yuanli confirmed, looking tense. The trees on either side grew taller, their branches intertwining to form towering green walls. Gao Gong couldn't help but think of the term megalophobia. Suddenly, a corpse appeared on the road, cut in half, with its innards spilled everywhere. The further they went, the more bodies they saw, all hacked into pieces. Some of the body's nerves were still twitching, hands and feet trembling slightly, creating a gruesome scene. Huang Yuanli quickly covered her mouth, struggling to hold back the urge to vomit. At a turning point, Gao Gong slammed on the brakes, grabbing a sniper rifle and some equipment Huang Yuanli had never seen before. His hand injury had mostly healed, no longer needing to hold back. Gao Gong drew out the large knife Huang Yuanli had noticed when they first met, and with a few swift swings, he carved a gap in the wall of trees. For some reason, Huang Yuanli suddenly felt a strong sense of security. The two took a detour, climbing up a hill. After about 100 meters, they heard screams and shouts. "I'll go up and take a look," Gao Gong said, tossing out a steel cable hook that latched onto a sturdy branch. In a few swift moves, he climbed to the treetop. Activating aiming mode, his vision zoomed in, piercing through layers of leaves to focus on the situation on the road. He saw over 20 people clad in animal skins hiding behind makeshift barricades, firing rifles into the distance. At the forefront, several burly warriors, each at least 2 meters tall, wielded steel bars and sledgehammers to fend off the advancing mechanical bio-beasts. Behind them, a few girls about Huang Yuanli's height stood with eyes closed, surrounded by a dozen or so metal sparrows. Whenever the front lines were in danger, these mechanical birds would dive down like miniature fighter jets, repelling the enemy. Gao Gong zoomed his vision to the limit, finally getting a clear view of the opposing monster. He murmured to himself, "Ah, an old acquaintance." The original owner of Gao Gong's body once made a name for himself by hunting down a clever reaper. However, the threat now facing the Cable tribe is far greater. A small family of 13 reapers is eyeing them menacingly. Two enormous adult reapers clearly lead this family, the male with long whiskers on its head, and the female bald. Both are undoubtedly clever powerhouses. Among the remaining juvenile reapers, 8 are clad in insect-like hard shells, marking them as level, while 3, barely as tall as a young girl and with their iconic scythe arms not fully developed, are a level cubs. Faced with such a lineup, Gao Gong's expression was serious. He knew that after the original owner killed one clever reaper, he was bedridden for a month. Now, in his less than ideal condition, he had to deal with an entire family. Retreat was not an option, perhaps influenced by the original owner's courageous nature. He longed to slay these monsters himself, but acting rashly would be suicidal. Unless the Cable tribe could hold off the 2 adult reapers and provide support after he dealt with other targets, he could only stay hidden and take potshots. After all, the Cable tribe members, as NPCs, could not be resurrected if they died, and he didn't want to end up dead. At that moment, a metal sparrow suddenly detached from the main group and landed on the tree where Gao Gong was. It spoke, "Hunter friend in the tree, if you can help us, you will be a friend of the Cable tribe forever." Gao Gong coldly responded, "I don't need so many friends. I need partners who offer benefits. I can help, but what can you offer me?" The person controlling the sparrow remained calm, with a voice as soothing as a gentle stream. "Our tribe can help you tame 3 small mechanical bio-beasts. It seems 3 beasts are worth dozens of your tribe members' lives. Your people aren't very valuable," Gao Gong mocked. 5. The other party raised the stakes. Gao Gong remained silent, but the battle suddenly changed. A burly man at the front line stumbled from exhaustion and was simultaneously pierced by 3 scythes. Blood gushed out as he fell backward, his fate uncertain. With this man, clearly a key tribe member, down, the entire front line became precarious. "What do you need?" The voice from the sparrow finally showed a hint of urgency. Gao Gong laid out 3 conditions. First, "I need your technology to control mechanical bio-beasts. Second, I need a way to keep the 2 adult reapers at bay. Third, when I make my move, I need assurance that those 2 adult reapers won't interfere. I can personally agree to the first condition, the second is beyond my capability, and as for the third, I can only say, we'll do our best." "All right," Gao Gong agreed decisively, as the system task had been triggered. The task panel popped up. Task: Cable Tribe's plea for help. Difficulty: hard. Task brief: a scientific team from the Cable Tribe is under attack by a Reaper family. Rescue them from the blades. Task objective: ensure more than 10 Cable Tribe members survive. For each additional survivor, gain 100 experience, and the task rating improves. Task reward: experience 6,500, Cable Tribe favorability 500, specialization points 1. Extra reward: mechanical puzzle piece 151. Glancing at the task rewards, Gao Gong casually asked, "By the way, how should I address you?" "My surname is Han, and everyone calls me Professor Han." Gao Gong descended from the tree and told the anxious Huang Yuanli, "No more words, go back to the vehicle and wait for my news. If I manage to save them, bring down some medical supplies from the vehicle." He paused, then added, "If not, make sure you and I can escape." Huang Yuanli took a deep breath and nodded firmly. Gao Gong quickly dashed into the forest, searching for a suitable sniping position while setting up simple traps. He allocated all remaining experience points to precision shooting. System notifications flashed in succession. You have increased precision shooting to LV6. You have increased precision shooting to LV7. You have increased precision shooting to LV8. Lying prone on a high ground, Gao Gong felt a peculiar connection with the sniper rifle. As he pulled the trigger, a strong premonition surged. The next shot would hit its mark. Indeed, an A-level Reaper about to pounce suddenly froze, its head disappearing instantly, leaving only a bloody neck stump. You have defeated a juvenile Reaper, gaining 80 experience points. Gao Gong realized that regular sniper bullets are no longer lethal against class monsters. He decided to exchange them for special ammunition at the armory once he returned. He took aim again, a stream of data flashing before his right eye. Pulling the trigger, another juvenile Reaper's upper body exploded instantly. Gao Gong calmly reflected, "It's better to break 1 finger than to injure 10. Suddenly, the surrounding adolescent Reaper-theized class monsters emitted a crackling sound from their tentacles. 4 Reapers lunged at Gao Gong simultaneously, their coordinated attacks startling him. "Once I return, I must change my skin, or it'll be impossible to clear the level," Gao Gong thought. The Reapers have developed a form of wireless communication, making the situation more challenging than expected. Without hesitation, Gao Gong discarded his sniper rifle and quickly lit the water pipe leaves at his waist. White smoke enveloped the area instantly. 3 seconds later, a sudden gust of wind erupted, accompanied by a fierce slash that tore through the smoke. An adult Reaper's slashing speed can reach Mach 1. Although these class Reapers haven't reached their peak, they can still cut through iron. The sound of footsteps echoed as the Reapers reacted swiftly, their steel feet pounding the ground, shattering the mist with cross-shaped blades, slicing a dog-headed creature into 4 pieces. In the next instant, a flash of crimson light sliced through the fog with such speed that the Reaper, whose head was severed, thought of its father in its final moments. Simultaneously, the white mist erupted outward, resembling a sonic boom. You inflicted 1243 damage on the adolescent Reaper, killing it and gaining 480 experience points. Gao Gong stood in the midst of the sonic boom, his face flushed, wielding a nearly tumter-long crimson blade in one hand and a buzzing mechanized scabbard in the other. The micromotors in his 4 bionic joints vibrated at high frequency. After the slash, Gao Gong stared at the remaining 3 monsters, slowly sheathing his blade into the unusual scabbard. The Reapers were visibly stunned, seemingly unprepared for this seemingly fragile human to not only not flee but to attack them instead. One Reaper grew excited. Its entire body was covered in thick iron armor, leaving no vulnerabilities, and it feared no close combat. The 7 or 8 blades on its back opened, revealing thumb-sized nozzles that spewed flames like a sports car's exhaust, enhancing its slashing speed. Gao Gong barely managed to turn his head before the biological scythe slashed heavily into his shoulder blade, penetrating only half a centimeter. You lost 17 health points. Gao Gong's feet were driven into the muddy ground, and the micromotors in his joints buzzed loudly. He looked up, revealing bloodshot left eye and a glowing red right eye, gripping the hilt with a bulging right hand. The crimson blade light tore through the sky, this time cleaving the Reaper and its biological scythe in two. The sonic boom echoed again as Gao Gong swung back, decapitating his foe. Facing the remaining 2 class Reapers, Gao Gong grinned and charged forward with his blade without hesitation. Name: Electromagnetic Exciter. Category: Mechanical Scabbard. Weight: 2.1 kilograms. Operation Mode: Manual Switch. Auxiliary Module: Electromagnetic Burst. Note: this high-tech scabbard can make a weapon extremely dangerous. Electromagnetic Burst: a hyper-exciting scabbard crafted from magneto-resistive stone and an electromagnetic converter, increasing draw speed by 500 with a 30-second cooldown. Magneto-resistive stone, as rare as energy minerals, is a byproduct of energy radiation. Gao Gong cleared out the limited stock at the armory. Its unique feature is the ability to convert between gravity and repulsion. While not particularly useful for firearms or other kinetic weapons, it is highly effective for melee weapons. When the electromagnetic converter repeatedly compresses repulsion, the damage unleashed when the red unicorn is drawn can be astonishing. Facing Ford-class mechanical bio-beast Reapers with formidable close combat abilities would have been challenging for Gao Gong. But with only 2 remaining, the situation has greatly improved. Reincarnated, or rather, having not lived much like a human in his past life, Gao Gong now faced an unprecedented brutal battle. His right eye turned completely red, signaling the activation of infrared mode. In this vision, 2 humanoid heat signatures moved at an astonishing speed. Gao Gong swung his long blade, fiercely blocking the opponent's scythe. With a step forward and a deft wrist movement, the red unicorn slashed at the chest armor of another Reaper amidst a shower of sparks, forcing it back 3 steps. A system notification flashed. You dealt 76 points of damage to a class Reaper. Heightened by a sense of danger, Gao Gong caught sight of a shadow in his peripheral vision. He twisted his body swiftly, narrowly avoiding a critical hit, but a bloody gash was left on his side, blood spurting out. You received 19 points of damage and are now bleeding. Instantaneously, the high-speed microcomputer knuckle on Gao Gong's left hand activated chainsaw mode. For rapidly spinning circular saws viciously impacted the opponent's faceplate. The Reaper's cheek caved in, and a slurry of blood and eye fragments sprayed out. Aya! The Reaper let out a piercing scream as the mouthparts behind its iron mask opened, revealing 4 sharp fangs. You dealt 123 points of damage to the class Reaper and caused a blindness effect. The stench hit him heedin, and Gao Gong had no time to dodge. He quickly turned his right hand, positioning the nearly tumper-long heavy blade behind him in a defensive stance. However, the opponent's attack was unexpected. The thick, biological scythe split into 9 segments, transforming from a blade into a whip, lashing brutally across Gao Gong's back. The clash of titanium alloy bones and the biological whip resounded with a harsh metallic screech. You received 39 points of damage and are now bleeding. A normal person would have been killed instantly by such a blow, But for the half-cyborg Gao Gong, the pain only sharpened his consciousness. He even pondered whether he should upgrade to biomechanical muscles once he returned, as stronger muscles would allow for greater power. Instead of retreating, Gao Gong advanced, enduring the pain to strike back. An electronic beam extended from his palm to his fingertips as he deftly rotated his right wrist, flipping the massive blade once more. Holding the sword single-handedly, he clamped the Reaper's neck with his left hand. Amidst the grating noise, the serrated blade pierced through the abdomen, severing the spine and emerging from the back. Withdrawing the sword, Gao Gong gutted his opponent, releasing a horrific spray of green pus, bizarre organs, and undigested human flesh. You dealt 235 points of damage to the class Reaper. You have killed a developing stage Reaper. Experience points 480. Witnessing its comrade's gruesome demise, the Reaper behind hesitated with its scythe, tasting fear for the first time. Blade and scythe clashed again, their speed too quick to track. Among Gao Gong's previously designed schematics, the most useful wasn't the ferocious microcomputer knuckle or the explosive sheath, but the unassuming tactile nerve stimulator. This tiny neural modification to his hand significantly enhanced his close combat abilities, making his hand and blade feel as one. This is where cybernetics surpass ordinary weapons. The weapon becomes an extension of the body, not just a tool. After a fierce exchange of over a dozen moves, the infrared vision finally locked onto the opponent's energy source. Gao Gong, willing to take a hit to his arm, charged into the opponent's embrace, precisely driving the serrated blade into the energy core beneath the Reaper's throat, centered in the scapula. You delivered a critical hit. You have killed a developing stage Reaper. Experience points 480. Despite facing 4 foes alone, the perilous encounter lasted mere seconds. Gao Gong lost a third of his health, while the Ford-class Reapers lay dismembered. Such an achievement was legendary even among top-tier mechanical hunters. Yet, the battle was far from over. Gao Gong sheathed his blade, grabbed a sniper rifle, and vanished into the underbrush. Moments later, white mist began to rise from all directions. The remaining Reapers, wary, moved in pairs through the fog. Soon, they triggered the traps. Gao Gong had tripwire grenades connected by steel wire. Boom! Of the 13 Reapers, 6 were killed instantly, 2 were heavily injured, and the rest were too weakened to pursue Gao Gong. This enraged the Reaper leader further. Unlike the still humanoid developing stage Reapers, its form defied human imagination. Its height is nearly 3 meters, with a massive back arching like a small hill. Unlike ordinary harvesters, it wields 2 pairs of sharp scythes that glint coldly in the sunlight. Even more astonishing are the 3 pairs of oversized cicada wings on its back, which vibrate the air with a low hum. This not only means they can fly, but at least glide at high altitudes for a short time. This creature's attributes far exceed those of a regular adolescent harvester, nearly doubling them. The system displays its detailed information. Name: Harvester Leader. Radiation level: C. Health points: 32403500. Stamina points: 10001100. Bioenergy: 11,580. Attributes: Strength: 55. Agility: 46. Endurance: 38. Intelligence: 8. Perception: 27. Skills: Steel/LV9. Cross/LV9. Advanced Electromagnetic Whip LV8. Elite. Leader Template. Domestication Aura. Effect 1. Grants the ability to command and manipulate mechanical biobeasts of the same kind. This harvester leader is even more powerful than the one the original owner had faced before. It possesses a boss template, and astonishingly, there are 2 of these harvester leaders. Just one could wipe out the entire Cable tribe. Yet, they not only survived but their defense became more stable after Gao Gong drew some of the fire away. All thanks to the mysterious Professor Han. Every time this pair of male and female harvesters prepared to attack, they inexplicably changed direction. The harvester leader was baffled. Prey was right in front of them, yet as they charged, the target would suddenly vanish. It began to doubt the old prey's eyesight. As a clever creature, its intelligence was not much inferior to that of an average human. When the pheromones of its offspring began disappearing one after another, it could no longer contain its rage and went berserk. With its fury, countless light spots emanated from beneath its 3 pairs of cicada wings, each one hitting the ground and transforming into a scorching wave of wind. A fierce radiation storm began brewing, centered around it. "Professor!" the girl in animal skin exclaimed. Blood suddenly flowed from Professor Han's ears, mouth, and nose, turning his already pale face even paler, and his body swayed unsteadily. The girl's face changed dramatically, knowing that if the professor fell, they would all perish here. Calm, calm. Professor Han's voice still carried a reassuring aura. This might be an opportunity. What opportunity? This is when the opponent uses their ultimate move. Well done. Meanwhile, on a nearby high ground, Gao Gong smacked his lips, His right eyelid flickered twice, shifting into sniper mode. Gunshots rang out in succession. To him, the Harvester leader using its ultimate move was a sitting duck. System notifications flashed. You dealt 23 damage to the Harvester leader. You dealt 15 damage to the Harvester leader. You dealt 35 damage to the Harvester leader. You dealt 27 damage to the Harvester leader. The sniper rifle Nakoma's attack power was as high as 78 points, with additional kinetic damage. However, when the bullets hit the target, the damage was reduced to half or a third. Nevertheless, in just half a minute, Gao Gong had poured over 60 bullets, nearly halving the opponent's health. Meanwhile, the Harvester leader's ultimate move also had a strong effect. Many from the Cable tribe, like Huang Yuanli before, rolled their eyes, foamed at the mouth, and fell to the ground. The uncontrolled metal sparrows and several other small mechanical biobeasts began to scatter under the pressure of the leader level. Gao Gong began to grow anxious. It'd be great to have something powerful right now, he thought. If I had my custom beast hunting weapon, I'd finish it in one strike. If not, an RPG would do. His gaze shifted to the other female beast. Although it still flew around like a headless fly, its flight speed was increasing, and it was getting closer to the Cable tribe. This meant it was gradually breaking free from Professor Han's control. Gao Gong realized that Professor Han could no longer maintain control, and he had no choice but to consider retreating. Two clever Harvester leaders with a leader template were not impossible to fight, but they were truly unbeatable. Gao Gong was not indecisive. He quickly made a decision. Retreat or take one down now. Almost instantly, he made up his mind. The micromotors in his knee joints roared again. Gao Gong charged full speed into the radiation storm. System notifications flashed. You have entered skin damage status. You have entered mild mutation status. You have entered stomach cramp status. Gao Gong flung out a steel cable claw, hooking onto a sturdy tree branch, and climbed up in a few swift moves. Deformed trees had their advantages, with thick branches forming a natural platform. Gao Gong gripped the knife handle tightly, his fingers bulging with veins, and even a trace of electricity leaked from his palm, accompanied by a faint smell of burnt protein. The tactile nerve stimulator reached overload status. The electromagnetic exciter trembled madly, causing the entire mechanical scabbard to shake violently. If Gao Gong's strength wasn't as high as 16 points, equivalent to the grip of 3 adult men, the scabbard would have ejected before the knife came out. Finally, by leaping between trees, Gao Gong reached the back of the Harvester leader, a spot nearly 3 stories high in the air. His left eye was forced shut by the wind, while his right eye focused intently on the radiation source in midair. Gao Gong's thigh muscles tensed to the limit, and as he leapt, he released the scabbard. A powerful force erupted along the blade, propelling his body 3 meters across. The crimson blade light broke the sound barrier, slashing across the opponent's thigh-thick neck, leaving a glaring red line. In the next moment, a fountain of blood gushed out. System notification. You dealt 1549 damage to the Harvester leader. Gao Gong's body slammed into a tree, the impact causing him to lose 11 health points. He gritted his teeth, swung back at the trunk, and activated the chainsaw mode on his microcomputerized knuckle dusters. The buzzing chainsaw sliced vertically down the trunk, sending with chips flying, and finally slowed his descent, allowing him to stagger to the ground. However, there was no trace of triumph on Gao Gong's face. Instead, he gazed intently at the Reaper leader hovering midair. Although the radiation storm showed signs of weakening, it hadn't completely dissipated, indicating that the Reaper leader wasn't entirely dead. Gao Gong thought to himself that among the opponent's unknown traits, one must be the headless. This type of mechanical biobeast had no vital organs except for its radiation energy source. What are you waiting for? Fire! Gao Gong's shout snapped the remaining members of the Cable tribe out of their stupor. Sporadic gunfire erupted. Even if the enemy wasn't dead, its remaining health couldn't exceed 200 points. As long as they held off its final desperate counterattack, they could finish it off. Unexpectedly, the female Reaper, sensing her mate, suddenly appeared behind the wounded leader. Her 4 bioscythes pierced into her companion's body like lightning. The small round holes on the backs of the scythes opened, voraciously absorbing the husband's essence. The female leader's body visibly reddened, reminiscent of a mantis devouring its mate in nature. The radiation storm quickly dissipated. The female leader opened her mandibles, emitting a grating low-frequency noise, then left without a backward glance. The remaining 3 Reapers hesitated briefly before disappearing into the forest. All that was left was a shriveled corpse falling heavily from the sky. The system notification chimed. Mission complete. Calculating mission rewards. Rewards distributed. Gao Gong collapsed onto the ground, grimacing as he stared at the stream of rewards flashing across the system panel. Experience. 9,440. Basic rewards. 6,500 700 Cable tribe survivors. 17,160 young reapers, 2 480 adult reapers, 4. Cable tribe favor. Friendly 5001800. Note: you are a friend of the tribe. Your suggestions will be seriously considered. Unlocked reputation. Desert Maverick 200. Desert Maverick. As a seasoned hunter, your near-death experiences haven't deterred your grand ambitions. A body forged in machinery, a fighting spirit fueled by mutation. Specialization points 1. Mechanical puzzle fragment 15. Gao Gong thought, that wasn't easy. Finally unlocked a specialization point. Without changing professions, leveling up skills seems to be the only way to quickly strengthen myself. Specialization points allow skills to surpass their limits. Without hesitation, he maxed out his brawling skill and invested the specialization point into it. System notification. You've upgraded brawling to LV10. Brawling has reached LV10 max, entering skill advancement state. Please select your advanced skill brawler, junior gun kata, or slaughter samurai. Brawler is an enhanced version of brawling, focusing on defense. Junior gun kata is a technique combining man and gun, ideal for close combat. Slaughter samurai is undoubtedly for stealth and assassination. Gao Gong hesitated between junior gun kata and slaughter samurai. Gun kata was well suited for mechanical modification, allowing for flashy moves like hidden guns, with modifications enabling his body to house multiple firearms, even turning his spine into a folding machine gun. However, while its output was decent, its burst potential was lacking. Additionally, gun-based body modifications would significantly increase mechanical modification rates, potentially disrupting his plans. Ultimately, Gao Gong made his choice. System notification. You have chosen the advanced skill, Night Warrior. You have upgraded Night Warrior to LV2. You have upgraded Night Warrior to LV3. You have upgraded Night Warrior to LV4. Night Warrior LV4 advancement. When using swords, attack power 20, attack speed with swords increased by 18. And sword combos have a 15 chance to inflict bleeding. Additional states: Bloodlust, Stealth, Bloodlust. Inflicting a bleeding effect with a sword increases attack power by 5, stacking up to 10 times. Stealth reduces the chance of being detected while hiding by 10, increases the one-hit kill rate against unguarded targets. In an instant, a flood of combat experience surged through Gao Gong's mind. In a trance, he seemed to transform into an ancient assassin, wielding a sharp blade, moving through the shadows. Kill after kill, powerful foes fell one by one, blood dancing, souls trembling. Under the pale moonlight, the blade dancer reveled in the art of slaughter. You sure? Gao Gong's eyes snapped open, his gaze calm as a still lake. Yet the depths seemed to hold countless corpses. Ah! A girl from the Cable tribe screamed, her mind blank. For reasons unknown, merely meeting his eyes made her feel as though death was washing over her like cold water. Standing on higher ground, Huang Yuanli looked down at Gao Gong, who was sitting under a tree, hands on her hips. It was a rare chance for her to look down on him. With a slightly reproachful tone, she said, "What's the big deal? I just asked you to bring some water. Did you bully her?" A glint flashed in Gao Gong's eyes before he broke into a sunny, charming smile. "Sorry about that. I guess my aura was a bit intense and scared you." The young girl blushed slightly and shook her head gently. She was a local, about the same height as Huang Yuanli, but distinct in her features. She had a bump on her forehead, resembling the unopened third eye of Erlang Shun, lacking the cuteness of a young woman. Taking the water, Gao Gong frowned and asked, "I only brought 5 or 6 radiation needles. That might not be enough, right?" "No worries," the girl replied proudly. "Do you think everyone in our Cable tribe is just sitting around doing nothing? We can concoct herbs to reduce radiation. What you're holding is one of them." Gao Gong looked down at the cup of green liquid, overwhelmed by the strong smell of decaying leaves. Seeing this, Huang Yuanli waved her hand dismissively and said, "Forget it. I can tell you don't want to drink it. Come with me, Professor Han wants to see you." As they walked, members of the Cable tribe, both men and women, cast grateful glances at Gao Gong. Without his help, their tribe would likely have been wiped out in the recent attack. "Hey, don't you have anything to say? Everyone's thanking you," Huang Yuanli grumbled. "Oh," Gao Gong replied blankly. Huang Yuanli huffed and then whispered, "Professor Han is a respected elder in our tribe. He has a lot of valuable knowledge. If you have any questions, you can ask him. But do it quickly, preferably before we head back. Our chief elder is particularly stingy and might go back on his word." Gao Gong recalled how the chief elder had once instructed Huang Yuanli to maintain contact with him, while Professor Han had opposed it. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly asked, "I do have a question. Does your tribe still practice the rite of the first night?" Huang Yuanli's eyes widened, her face flushing all the way to her neck. She suddenly snapped at Gao Gong in anger. "It never was a thing!" she shouted, exasperated. Gao Gong laughed as he dodged, trying to calm her down. "Just a joke. Don't get worked up." He swung his hand as if shaking off water, while his gaze fell on an old man ahead. You must be Professor Han. Hello, young man. The cave was dimly lit, but Professor Han's eyes were piercingly bright, as if they could see right through a person. Gao Gong assessed silently. This level of perception could probably control a clever boss. At least a 40. He squinted, thinking that the desert was indeed full of surprises, first with Sister Rose and now this. Aside from his remarkable perceptive abilities, Professor Han's appearance was quite ordinary. His face was covered in age spots, his vitality was lacking, and he looked as if he might faint at any moment. The animal hide he wore was no better than anyone else's. Yuanli, you can leave us now, Professor Han instructed. Huang Yuanli flashed a grin, showing off her canine teeth, before storming off in a huff. Once she was gone, Professor Han asked an unexpected question. Young man, that knife you're holding, was it crafted by Xiang Xiaomei? Gao Gong paused, then reversed his grip to draw the red unicorn knife and handed it over. After weeks of intense battles, the blade was nicked and some of its edges were bent. This knife had been used to cut through metal hides, some even tougher than steel plates, and even the best blade oil couldn't withstand such wear. Professor Han took the knife with nostalgia, speaking softly. Your fighting style reminds me of some people I once knew. Classical-style mechanical hunters? Gao Gong ventured. Were you friends with them? Not friends. Professor Han suddenly shifted his demeanor, handing back the knife with a calm expression. Young man, I can impart my knowledge to you, but you have two choices. First, I can take you back to our tribe, where we have the richest research data and experimental equipment. If you wish to delve deeper into this field, I can teach you gradually. Second, I can impart this knowledge to you right now, and how much you understand is up to you. Without hesitation, Gao Gong replied, I'll choose the second option. A hint of surprise flashed in Professor Han's eyes, but he nodded. Very well, listen carefully. In the era of the old civilization, I was a researcher in a large scientific project. The focus was on bionic technology, and my area of study was invasive neural modification. Over the next 2 days, Professor Han imparted this professional knowledge to Gao Gong. Gao Gong's learning progress increased slowly but steadily from 1. Eventually, Gao Gong mastered invasive neural modification technology LV1. Implantation and connection of dynamic neural networks. He finally understood how Professor Han could control metal sparrows and even make them mimic human speech. This wasn't about increasing the sparrow's intelligence, but modifying their dynamic nerves to mimic human sounds. This professional knowledge was incredibly useful. With it, Gao Gong no longer needed artificial soldiers' heads as intelligent brains. He could directly modify the nervous systems of mechanical biobeasts. And the technology of applying this to humans was likely the advanced skill in this professional knowledge chain. Mechanical modification and human application made Gao Gong think of the concept of mechanical to carbon-based transformation. It was well known that carbon-based civilization and mechanical civilization were eternal rivals. Transforming carbon-based beings into machines was common, but turning machine life into humanoid civilization was not unheard of either. Bionic humans were the best example of this. The difference between bionics and robots lies in their essence and evolution. Bionics were not initially human, but after modifications, they become indistinguishable from real humans. Robots, on the other hand, originate from human modifications and eventually lose their humanity. Bionics achieve a fully bionic human system by replacing all mechanical parts with bionic organs. Gao Gong recalls that if he had installed a bionic heart instead of a mechanical one, a single strike could be fatal. This highlights the key difference between bionics and robots. Bionics have vulnerabilities, whereas robots become increasingly invulnerable as their modifications advance. In Gao Gong's memory, the planet Jiley featured 3 secondary civilization systems: mechanical civilization, carbon-based civilization, and information civilization. Invasive neural modification technology was a specialty of the secondary carbon-based civilization, and bionics were considered a unique lineage within this civilization. According to archaeological data later discovered by players, before the outbreak of the Second Mechanical War, 3 major nations dominated by carbon-based humans existed on Jiley. Abruptly, an advanced mechanical civilization arrived, transforming the entire planet into a cyber experiment ground, leading to the Second Mechanical War. Gao Gong developed a keen interest in the history of this planet. He pondered the causes and participants of the First War, speculating that a major nation might have discovered a secret and started developing bionic technology, aiming to transform all machine life and even all humans into bionics. This idea resonated with Gao Gong's plan to guide the disaster. Most mechanical civilizations don't necessarily aim to exterminate humans. They simply prohibit the existence of pure humans. In the eyes of AI, pure humans are potential threats. Although bionics are essentially modified humans, they can be accepted by mechanical civilizations and become ideal guides. Gao Gong's gaze fell on Professor Han, who was directing his people to pack their belongings, suspecting that he might know some insider information. Professor Han, as if sensing Gao Gong's attention, turned and asked gently, "Is there something Mr. Gao would like to ask?" Gao Gong asked directly, "I want to know how that war started and why this world became like this." Professor Han was silent for a moment, a rare hint of fear in his voice. "I don't know when it all began. Only that on an ordinary day, mechanical octopuses suddenly appeared in the sky, then started destroying cities and obliterating all military facilities. Our weapons were utterly ineffective, and those continent-sized black warships were beyond our comprehension, their power exceeding even that of nuclear weapons." Gao Gong pressed on. "What's the reason? Extraterrestrial forces wouldn't attack a civilized planet without cause." Professor Han replied. "Why not? Do you need an ant's permission before you step on it?" Gao Gong explained. "Ordinary ants, of course, are no issue. But if ants have developed a civilization, then that's different. It would violate the Civilized Council's Observable Universe Civilization Unit Protection Ordinance. No one can defy the cosmic will of the 6 major 9th-level civilizations. Ultimately, the cyber experiment ground is in a gray area of the Council, not a black one. Generally, advanced civilizations wouldn't crudely interfere with a planet's civilization process. It's against the ordinance. They have many ways to bypass it." Noticing Professor Han's guardedness, Gao Gong decided to change the topic. "By the way, Professor, what was your mission this time?" Professor Han replied briefly, "Just a simple hunt. But unfortunately, the mission failed, and many people died." A hint of sadness crossed his face. Gao Gong thought to himself that the goodwill level wasn't high enough. It needed to reach a level of respect before the other party would reveal the truth. His gaze shifted to Huang Yuanli, who was tending to the wounded. He noticed that this young woman held considerable authority within the tribe. She commanded here and there, and even the tall injured men would sheepishly admit their mistakes when caught removing bandages by her. At that moment, a burly man about 2.3 meters tall limped over. Extending his right hand from his cane, he said earnestly, "Meng Duo, thank you for saving our people. From now on, you are my eternal friend." Their hands clasped tightly, and the sound of cracking knuckles echoed. Gao Gong raised an eyebrow, surprised to find that this Meng Duo's strength matched his own, despite Gao Gong's mechanical modifications. Gao Gong looked at the scene before him with confusion, muttering to himself, "Why is this guy trying to show off to me? He's only got one hand and one leg left." Just then, Huang Yuanli excitedly pointed to a burly figure not far away and shouted, "Hey, see that? That's Mondo, the mightiest warrior of our tribe. Look at his build. If you bully me again, I'll have Mondo beat you up." Following her finger, Gao Gong saw a towering man over 2 meters tall, whose face was flushed as Huang Yuanli thumped his chest. Gao Gong suddenly understood and thought, a strong guy like him, yet he's just a lovesick puppy. He noticed that the adult men of the Cable tribe were generally tall and strong, while the women were petite and delicate. This contrast made him ponder. Such a combination seems unusual. Shaking off these frivolous thoughts, Gao Gong asked seriously, "With so many losses in your recent operation, won't life be tough for you all?" Upon hearing this, Mondo's expression immediately darkened as he whispered, 13 brothers. I don't even know how to face their parents when I return." Gao Gong thought for a moment and suggested, "I can provide you with some nutritional paste to help you get through this winter." Huang Yuanli's eyes lit up, and she eagerly asked, "Really? Do you mean it?" "Of course, we're friends," Gao Gong assured her. Huang Yuanli and Professor Han both expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Gao Gong. He smiled, then turned serious and said, "I'm sure you've noticed by now that the desert is becoming more unstable with frequent mutant beast outbreaks. Even my oasis is starting to form armed forces for security. It's certain that the situation will only worsen, and the urban areas will become more dangerous. You need to be prepared." The three listened, their expressions growing grim, especially Professor Han, who looked particularly downcast. Gao Gong continued, "As I said before, if there's any danger, don't hesitate to come to Auto City for help. We're friends." "Yes, we're friends," Huang Yuanli echoed. Even Mondo, upon hearing this, completely let go of his hostility and showed gratitude towards Gao Gong. Eventually, the Cable tribe members departed, though Professor Han seemed hesitant to speak before leaving without saying anything. Watching them go, Gao Gong mused to himself, "This professor seems a bit shady." Through these past 2 days of interaction and communication, Gao Gong finally realized one thing. There was significant controversy within the Cable tribe regarding this scientific exploration. Such high-risk ventures inevitably lead to casualties, and Professor Han had used his influence in the tribe to suppress dissent. If successful, it would have been fine, but the exploration ultimately failed. Bringing him back to the tribe likely involved plans to use him as an external aid. Gao Gong thought to himself, having internal conflict is good. If they were completely united, how would I find an opportunity to intervene? In his strategy, he must not miss this tribe connected to a chain of professional knowledge. He needed to win them over. He had no moral qualms about it. as many people in the Iron Sand Desert perished during the Hydra campaign. If he could change the course of events, the lives he saved would be countless. Driving back to the oasis, he was surprised to find no security personnel at the entrance. Gasoline Town was bustling with people, lively as ever, though everyone seemed to carry a hint of anxiety. Gao Gong thought for a moment, then decided not to enter and instead headed towards the northern district of Auto City. Outside his old friend's gun shop, Fat Xiang was pouring something from a barrel. Seeing Gao Gong, his eyes lit up as he said, "Gao Gu, you're here. Mom's been waiting for you for a while and went to Gasoline Town to find you but couldn't." Gao Gong explained, "I've been out and about early and late these days, barely been back." "What does your mom need me for?" "Mom said she finished making what you wanted," Fat Xiang replied. "Finished it?" Gao Gong's eyes brightened. "Is it in the shop now?" "It's too big to fit in the shop, so it's in the warehouse." "Come on, I'll take you there," Fat Xiang said. "Forget walking, just get in the car," Gao Gong urged. Fat Xiang scratched his head and plopped into the passenger seat. Gao Gong felt the car dip sharply, nearly blowing a tire. "Fat Xiang, how much do you weigh now?" Gao Gong couldn't help but ask. Over 300, maybe 400? Fat Xiang mumbled as he counted on his fingers, then turned, curious. "Gao Gu, what do you think?" Gao Gong was at a loss for words, flicked Fat Xiang on the forehead and said, "You're still young, 16 or 17, right? When you're an adult, can your family's shop still afford to keep you?" "Mom says the same thing," Fat Xiang said. "What do you think, Gao Gong?" I think Gao Gong sighed. "Are you really asking me this?" "Mom said I'm a fool, so I should learn from smart people," Fat Xiang explained. "I think you're a smart person, Gao Gu. Is that so?" "You flatter me," Gao Gong said, his mouth twitching. "So you're not a smart person?" Fat Xiang scratched his head and looked at Gao Gong with pity. "If you're not smart, then you're a fool like me." Fat Xiang successfully brought Gao Gong's intelligence down to his level and, with his wealth of experience, outsmarted him. The warehouse is located in the public storage area of Motor City, serving as both a hub for goods and a temporary refuge for many cash-strapped newcomers. Directly across from the warehouse is a dock, situated next to the sulfuric acid river. Due to the river's corrosive waters, ordinary cargo ships cannot navigate it, and only factory-made cross-river conveyors can transport goods to this location. When Gao Gong arrived at the dock, the sky was already dim. The SUV automatically slowed down, gently moving along the narrow road. Suddenly, a piercing horn shattered the night, and not far away, a large forklift was recklessly charging through the maze of containers in the warehouse as if it owned the place. The forklift's path caused a commotion. People who had been asleep scrambled out of the containers, cursing loudly. "Damn metal toad! Is there a funeral at your house today? Get lost? Can't you let people sleep? I swear, Zhao should have just shot you." Despite the torrent of curses, the forklift navigated the labyrinthine public warehouse with astonishing skill, avoiding every container. Pang Xiang stared blankly at the metal head atop the forklift and suddenly said, "Isn't that person supposed to be dead?" "What do you mean?" Gao Gong asked. "I saw it with my own eyes," Pang Xiang recalled. "That day, my mom sent me to fetch water outside Gasoline Town. At the entrance, this guy got into a fight and was shot in the head." Gao Gong quickly blinked his right eyelid 3 times, switching to night vision mode. The dim scene was instantly replaced by a soft white view. He carefully observed the forklift, noting a metal head hanging from the hood with a noticeable dent in its forehead. Below the head were wires of varying thicknesses connected to the forklift's interfaces, truly integrating man and machine. Starting with head modifications is rare, Gao Gong mused. This suggests at least a 10-point enhancement to the nervous system, which isn't possible with the technology in the desert. As the forklift and SUV passed each other, Gao Gong's gaze caught a glimpse of a battered mechanical body. But the rest is pretty shabby. Its quality is worse than a cloned body of an artificial soldier. The surrounding commotion continued, with someone shouting, "The security team is coming, and things are going to get rough. The security team is here. The oasis is doomed. If you don't let us sleep, you're in big trouble right now." Suddenly, a burst of gunfire shot into the night sky, causing the head on the forklift to shrink back with an awkward smile. Just kidding, I couldn't get into town, and I'm anxious because I can't sell my goods. Here, have a nutrition bar each, all fresh fruit flavored. Only 3 months past expiration." A hole opened at the back of the forklift, and nutrition bars scattered everywhere. Instantly, the cursing stopped as shadows emerged from all directions, frantically grabbing the supplies. As soon as Gao Gong parked the car, Pang Xiang approached, proudly holding a stolen nutrition bar. "Brother Gao, here's one for you. Don't eat random things. Aren't you afraid of getting sick?" Gao Gong frowned. "I won't. I've never had a stomach ache," Pang Xiang boasted, patting his belly. "Aren't you afraid of getting a beating from your mom?" Pang Xiang thought for a moment and decided to hide the expired nutrition bar, muttering, "I'm definitely afraid of that." Gao Gong glanced at the metalhead figure still racing around and murmured to himself. A street racer from Nocturnal City, interesting. Entering the gun shop's warehouse, Gao Gong flipped the switch, revealing a weapon that was both ancient and formidable. It resembled a cross between an ancient ballista and a Juga crossbow, or perhaps a handcrafted version of a multi-barrel rocket launcher. Its ammunition consisted of long weapons similar to harpoons, with spear shafts as thick as an arm, exuding a cold gleam. The entire weapon was devoid of electronic components, with an incredibly complex internal structure. Over 100 mechanical parts shifted with each loading. Weapon information automatically appeared in Gao Gong's view. Name: Beast Hunter Iron Rain. Category: Multi-shot mounted launcher. Quality: Excellent custom template. Weight: 23.5 kilograms. Attachment slot: 9-tail clip reduces target movement speed by 17. Firing modes: single, triple, quintuple, and 20-round burst. Adjustable via manual mode. Note: crafted with mutated materials and extraordinary craftsmanship, this is a large weapon for hunting beasts. Gao Gong picked up a black spear from the table, examining it closely. The spear was about 1.6 meters long, with a spearhead resembling two blades locked together, featuring two blood grooves. The spear tail had a copper ring with 9 large hooks attached. These hooks would tighten via the 9-tail clip mechanism, spinning rapidly upon launch. Upon hitting the target, the hooks would spread out like a rotating iron umbrella, anchoring onto the ground, tree trunks, or other obstacles. The black spear's information also appeared. Name: Black Spear. Category: Projectile weapon. Quality: Plain. Weight: 2.1 kilograms. Attack power: 18. Note: while it appears to be a steel weapon, it is actually a special black ebony spear. The warehouse's back door swung open, and Aunt Xiang and a scruffy old man walked in. Hey, you're here. The old man grinned. This is the large beast hunting weapon you wanted. What do you think? It's great. Gao Gong nodded in satisfaction, thinking that if he had this weapon back then, he could have pinned down the Reaper leader, and the Mother Reaper wouldn't have stolen the kill. It seems like my investment of thousands of mechanical coins was worth it, Gao Gong had just said when an arrogant old man strode over. He looked Gao Gong up and down with a hint of disdain in his eyes. So, you're the kid who commissioned the beast hunting device. The old man sneered openly. You don't seem like much. Aunt Xiang sighed helplessly and introduced. This is old Sun. Sun Bingtian, my assistant. Gao Gong asked with interest. Were you once an old hunter? Old Sun ignored Gao Gong's question and instead pressed on aggressively. Don't change the subject. I asked you, once this thing is made, what do you plan to do with it? Obviously, it's for hunting beasts, Gao Gong replied calmly. This thing is meant for dealing with at least class radiation beasts. Are you up to it? Old Sun's voice was full of skepticism. Aunt Xiang couldn't help but interject. Why do you care if he can handle it or not? What, if he can't? Are you planning to give the money back? Old Sun lifted his chin arrogantly. Of course, I act like a boss once the money's in my hands. Without it, I'm nobody. His attitude was as if he were a big shot looking down on a newcomer. Gao Gong raised an eyebrow. Surprisingly, this old man's provocation triggered a chain quest. A system prompt suddenly echoed in his mind. Quest Part 1. Old Sun, not young. Difficulty: easy. Quest brief: a retired old man's provocation. As the pioneer of neoclassical mechanical hunters, you must respond with undeniable facts. Quest objective: earn Old Sun's acknowledgement. Quest reward: 100 experience points. Gao Gong thought to himself, a chain quest, huh? This is the first one I've triggered in this life. But what's with this pioneer title? Am I some kind of legendary figure from a fantasy story? I don't even have long eyebrows. Despite the mysterious nature of the rewards, the quest itself excited him. Instead of directly rebutting Old Sun, Gao Gong turned to Aunt Xiang and softly said, Fat Xiang, could you bring the stuff from the back of my car? Sure thing. Fat Xiang responded and soon returned, panting, with a large package. He placed it heavily on the table with a thud. When the burlap was uncovered, Fat Xiang exclaimed, Wow, that's a huge head. On the table lay a water tank-sized object covered in a metal shell, the head of a Reaper leader. Gao Gong had planned to turn this trophy in at the military warehouse for contribution points, but it was perfect for intimidating Old Sun right now. Old Sun was stunned. As a seasoned hunter, he recognized it immediately. Among all class mechanical bio-beasts, Reapers were among the toughest. Not only were they armored with thick iron plates and possessed formidable close combat skills, but they could also fly and had control abilities. Even his old friends would boast about taking one down. And now, a Reaper's head sat plainly before him. Did you kill this? Old Sun asked incredulously, his voice filled with shock. Gao Gong retorted. Is there anyone on the black market selling Reaper heads these days? At this moment, Xiang's eye suddenly remembered something and asked blankly, Oh, Gao bro, there are 4 smaller ones in your car. Should I bring those too? This not only startled Old Sun, but also shocked Aunt Xiang. Without a word, she drew her weapon, a red unicorn. The tungsten iron blade was already pitted, particularly from the tip to the middle, full of nicks from repeated battles. This was the result of countless slashes, and precisely why Gao Gong sought Aunt Xiang to have her finish off the beasts. The marks on the blade were more convincing than the Reaper head. The two old folks knew well that such damage required slaying at least a dozen radiation beasts. They exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. The system prompt chimed again. Quest completed, reward 100 experience points. Despite having acknowledged Gao Gong's abilities internally, Old Sun stubbornly said, "There's no way you did this alone. Reapers are too fast to give you a chance to strike their necks." Aunt Xiang looked at Old Sun in surprise and said, "Old Sun, what's got you so riled up? Aren't you just living to get by? Aren't you afraid you won't have any wine left?" Gao Gong admitted candidly, "I did have help." Hearing this, Old Sun seemed to cling to a lifeline and immediately said, "All right, since you admit it, I'll give you another chance. Take this big guy and go hunt a class radiation beast alone. Do you dare?" Seeing Old Sun's flushed face, Aunt Xiang suddenly thought of something and fell silent. Meanwhile, Gao Gong received the second part of the quest prompt. Quest Part 2, Lone Wolf Shadow Hunt. Difficulty: hard. Quest brief: the fading embers still emit a faint warmth. Old Sun seems to want to do something, but before he does, he wants to see if you are worth it. Quest objective: a corpse of a class radiation beast. Quest reward: the legacy of the classical mechanical hunter. Look at this. These are my achievements from the past few days. On the second day, inside the shady shop, Littlefinger proudly displayed 3 finished products. The first was a pale implantable bionic skin with a rough surface covered in granular protrusions, feeling like a chameleon skin. Gao Gong picked it up, and the system immediately displayed its attributes. Desert skin whiteboard, a full-body artificial skin that protects body moisture and obstructs electronic signals, with endurance 2 and agility 2. Applied status: hydrated, increasing endurance recovery by 5 per minute. The second item was a glass jar containing a cream-like substance similar to skincare products. Gao Gong opened the lid, and a unique scent wafted out. The system displayed Desert Skin Fine, which forms a cellular immune coating through ointment application, requiring 8 hours of continuous absorption. Endurance 3, Agility 2. Applied status: hydrated, increasing endurance recovery by 7 per minute, with slight radiation resistance. The third was a syringe filled with a transparent liquid, appearing the most refined. Gao Gong carefully picked it up, and the system displayed Desert Skin Superior, subcutaneous injection. An excellent biochemical agent, it completely shields electronic signals, allowing the skin to change like a tropical lizard with the environment. Endurance 5, Agility 3, Armor 10. Additional status 1. Skin breathing reduces blood activity, increasing endurance recovery by 15 per second. Additional status 2. Immune to bleeding. Additional status 3. Cold-blooded, reducing infrared radiation and lowering the chance of enemy detection. Gao Gong looked at Littlefinger in surprise. "This stuff is a bit ugly." Littlefinger shrugged indifferently. "At least it's usable. Those people are eager to replace all their organs with implantable weapons. Do they care about looks? They can do whatever they want in the virtual machine anyway." Mentioning the virtual machine, Gao Gong couldn't help but reminisce. "Ah, the virtual machine. An antique I haven't used in years. Back in the day, I transformed into Mr. G and developed a super virtual machine with 99.99 realism. Those were the days. But let's not dwell on past glories." Gao Gong picked up the jar of ointment again. "This is way better than artificial skin. At least you don't have to peel your skin off first." Littlefinger proudly explained. "This ointment can be used long-term or applied temporarily. It only blocks electronic signals, and you don't have to apply it all over just on some key areas. As long as you're not hiding a gun down your pants or a bomb in your behind, it'll block most radiation beast senses." Of course, Littlefinger continued to boast. "I've tweaked the formula to lower costs. 1 desert worm gland can make 2 jars of ointment. Add some water to dilute, and you can make 4 jars. Then in the black market, you'll dilute 1 jar into 10. Gao Gong gave a thumbs up. "Brilliant, truly brilliant. No wonder you're the top black market doctor in Motor City. You have a heart of stone." Littlefinger proudly replied. "Naturally." Speaking of a heart of stone, the last product targets the high-end market, attracting top-tier talent with no side effects or adverse reactions, and it doesn't trigger mechanical rejection. Gao Gong picked up the last syringe, of which there were only 2. Littlefinger admitted, "This is just a display piece. From nearly 30 desert worms, I only managed to make 2 subcutaneous implant syringes. Honestly, I was in the zone at the time. I don't even know how I did it. When this thing hits the market, make sure you don't spill the beans." Without hesitation, Gao Gong took one and swiftly injected it into his shoulder before Littlefinger could react. As the implant needle took effect, Gao Gong's skin began to transform. At first, There was a burning sensation, followed by a cooling effect, as if applying chili oil and then sunscreen. Gao Gong frowned, enduring the peculiar sensation. His skin started to change, first turning red, then returning to normal, then pale, and back again, repeating several times. Eventually, his skin exhibited an impressive mimicry ability. Parts exposed to the glow of an electronic screen turned into a blue static pattern, while areas reflecting off a metal workbench took on a metallic silver hue. Without careful observation, one wouldn't even realize a person was standing there. With a single thought, Gao Gong's skin instantly shed all its colors, along with the calluses and scars. His complexion became smoother and more delicate than ever, almost like new. Gazing at his rejuvenated skin, Gao Gong's eyes sparkled with excitement. That's an impressive effect. I'm very satisfied, he exclaimed. Littlefinger watched Gao Gong become handsome again and felt a pang of regret. His eyes involuntarily fixed on the last injection needle, and he wrestled with the idea of using it on himself. But he quickly dismissed the thought there was only one left, and if he used it without permission, regardless of the outcome, Sister Rose would certainly deal with him harshly. The atmosphere suddenly shifted as they began to discuss profit sharing, tensions rising between them. That's nonsense. A 70-30 split? Do you even know who developed this skin? Without me, you wouldn't be making this money. Gao Gong retorted angrily. Littlefinger was not to be outdone. That's rubbish. In any business, the distributors take the largest share. Without our network, this skin would be confiscated by the security team by the next day, and every faction would devour it completely. The two went back and forth, neither willing to back down. Gao Gong emphasized the importance of technology, while Littlefinger stressed the value of distribution and connections. During the argument, they exchanged barbs, with Gao Gong mocking Littlefinger as Sister Rose's lover, and Littlefinger countering that he was just a kept gigolo, highlighting that it was all hard-earned money. Ultimately, after weighing the pros and cons, they reached an agreement. The net profit, after deducting costs, would be split with Littlefinger, representing the distributors, taking 60, and Gao Gong taking 40. However, half of Gao Gong's share had to be converted into supplies instead of being directly withdrawn in mechanical coins, to avoid impacting their money laundering operations. After signing the agreement, Gao Gong realized just how lucrative the business was. The lowest grade skin implants had a pure profit of 2,000 mechanical coins, while the hand cream fetched as much as 4,000 mechanical coins. More astonishingly, this batch of skin had already been fully reserved, with orders extending to the third batch. Having wrapped up their business, both men appeared exhausted. Littlefinger collapsed onto the sofa and suddenly mentioned that Sister Rose was about to return. Gao Gong immediately understood that her absence was due to dealing with threats against the Black Rose Underground network. Seeing Gao Gong's curiosity, Littlefinger decided to share some information. He hinted that their adversary was a newspaper tycoon, and Gao Gong quickly deduced it was Wang Tian, the media mogul. Once a factory manager, Wang Tian now controlled the most popular publication in the desert, the Radiation Daily. Gao Gong fell into deep thought, beginning to suspect that this was more than just a business rivalry. It might be preparation for a larger conflict. An old adage echoed in his mind. Intelligence is the lifeblood of war. In the dimly lit corner of the Rose Gasoline Bar, Gao Gong sat at the bar with a classic cocktail, the Flaming Chariot, in front of him. It was the bar's signature drink and a favorite of the Black Rose. The blue flames dancing on the surface of the drink mirrored the fiery exhaust of a motorcycle, casting flickering shadows on Gao Gong's contemplative face. He took a sip, the bitter taste mingling with a strange sensation reminiscent of gasoline mixed with cola spreading across his tongue. The bar buzzed with activity, maintaining its lively atmosphere even in the absence of the Black Rose. Whispers exchanged in secret, haggling over deals, bursts of laughter from casual conversations, and the quiet sighs of those drinking away their sorrows filled the air, painting a vivid picture of life in this small space. Sir, someone has sent you a drink. A female android waitress approached, carrying a tray with a drink on it. The seams on her limbs were apparent, and her smile was stiff and unnatural, indicating she was a basic AI service model without a personality template. Gao Gong remained silent, simply waving her away. A disappointed sigh emerged from the shadows. A bearded man with a somber expression downed his gasoline beer in one go and stood up to leave. His left hand was replaced by a large hunting rifle, and his steps were heavy and resolute. Even the elephant hunter can't make the cut? His standards are too high. Well, he's got quite the track record. Yeah, I saw him blow the head off an E-class rad elephant with one shot from his double-barreled shotgun. Those are big radiation beasts. Can't be helped. He's earned that right. Amid the murmurs, a newcomer protested. Isn't he just an ultimer? What's so great about that? A mechanical hunter chuckled, shaking his head. Kid, you've got it all wrong. In the desert, experience is the least valuable thing. If you can return with the head of a Reaper commander and Ford-class Reaper corpses, then you can afford to be picky. The newcomer was taken aback and instinctively asked, Reapers. Those close combat monsters that even chainsaws can't cut through? That's right, 5 heads in total. Auto City hasn't seen such a haul in years. Gao Gong finished his flaming chariot in one gulp and ordered a beautiful lady. The rich aroma of the brandy suited his taste better. Today, over a dozen people had offered him drinks, but he hadn't accepted any. It wasn't just because they were men, nor entirely out of fear of being taken advantage of that was a concern. Women had approached him too, but their intentions were no purer. Regulars knew about his relationship with the female bar owner, so women looking for a simple fling wouldn't bother him. The partners of male or female big shots were off limits, though potentially thrilling. The real reason for his refusals was that accepting a drink implied agreeing to a team invitation. Satellite surveillance from the factory showed at least dozens of beasts roaming around Auto City. The security group had issued an ultimatum: form at least one 3-person armed team within 5 days. In this freeform team assembly, a formidable mechanical hunter like Gao Gong was in high demand. Auto City, as a central oasis, housed many renowned mechanical hunters, but lone wolves with a record as impressive as Gao Gong's were rare. Yesterday, when Gao Gong returned with 5 corpses, the entire supply depot was abuzz. Even the logistics chief, who usually looked down on hunters, came out to make small talk. Everyone knew Gao Gong had once again slain a class reaper. This was his second time. After downing another drink, Gao Gong glanced at the mechanical clock on the liquor cabinet. It was about time to head to the supply depot to collect his gear. He got up and made his way to the door. Hold on. A bald man suddenly blocked his path, exclaiming with a forceful tone, "I'm Black Death Ape, and I think I have what it takes to be your teammate." Amid the low jazz music, Gao Gong tapped the bottom of his cigarette pack, placed a cigarette in his mouth, and studied the man in the dim light. The guy was over 2 meters tall, not a native with a mutated physique, but someone who had undergone skeletal enhancement surgery, a form of advanced bone hyperplasia. His muscles were bulky and overdeveloped, likely due to some substandard bioenhanced muscle, making him look like he was wearing an oversized suit. The most striking feature was his massive metal arms, at least 3 times the size of normal arms. The protrusion on his forearm suggested a flamethrower, and his carathic fingers had 9 metal joints. Those fists would certainly pack a punch. Imported gorilla arms from Nocturne City? Gao Gong asked calmly. Good eye. Black Death Ape's eyes lit up as he casually grabbed a bottle, crushed it into a pile of glass shards with a few squeezes. I've done my homework on you. I know you're good with blades and have a big sniper rifle. He struck a bodybuilder pose, his bioenhanced muscles inflating like balloons, with no veins, only pale artificial fibers. I excel in close combat and can handle mid to long-range attacks too. I can attack or snipe. We will be the perfect team, declared He Sixing confidently, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Gao Gong, with bleary eyes, lazily exhaled a puff of smoke and leaned back in his chair. He glanced at He Sixing and replied in a flat tone, I don't have a problem with that. The problem is you. What do you mean by that? He Sixing widened his eyes in disbelief, thrusting a pair of massive mechanical gorilla arms in front of Gao Gong. Take a good look. These are the latest Impact Rocket 3 model. Gao Gong had to admit, the gear was impressive. On the system panel, it would at least earn a refined rating. Yet he shook his head. The equipment's fine, but the person isn't. Before He Sixing could react, Gao Gong took a few more drags of his cigarette, flicked the butt into an ashtray, and stood up to leave. Wait, you can't leave without explaining yourself. He Sixing, enraged, clamped a mechanical hand on Gao Gong's shoulder. The mechanical grip collided with titanium alloy bones, producing a teeth-gritting screech. Gao Gong frowned, suddenly spun around with lightning speed. He moved into close range, hooked his foot, and lightly stomped on the inside of He Sixing's ankle. The slender ankle couldn't bear the body's weight, cracking with a sharp noise. He Sixing crashed to the ground, clutching his leg and wailing. My leg. My leg. Gao Gong coldly regarded the writhing He Sixing and shook his head. With a movement system modification rate under 4, you went and outfitted yourself with something this big? He motioned for the bartenders, who had their hands on their guns, to stand down. Bit of a reckless move, my friend. Kneeling down with a hint of pity in his eyes, Gao Gong continued, body modification is a complex project requiring careful consideration. It's not about having the strongest prosthetics. In fact, the stronger the prosthetics, the harder they are to install and remove. Each high-level prosthetic modification is like a brush with death. If the prosthetic doesn't fit well, you're done for. Standing up, he added, players can always start over, but if an NPC is ruined, there's no coming back. Honestly, I think many mechanical hunters in Car City have gone a bit overboard with their modifications. Gao Gong mused, perhaps they're fine for now, but when they try to advance further, like crossing the level 10 or 20 threshold for their main profession, they'll find their bodies have been overextended, with nowhere left to modify. A glint appeared in his eye. This might be an opportunity. When mechanical modification reaches its limit, turning to biological modification is an option, though mechanical rejection is a significant issue. Even someone like me, with relatively balanced mechanical modifications, has to be cautious of rejection. For those with extreme modifications, encountering mechanical rejection is almost inevitable, he sighed. I can't forcibly perform biological modifications on others. That would just create a bunch of cyber psychopaths. With that, Gao Gong turned and drove south. He eventually stopped in front of a modern military camp. The building stood out in the desert, with a main building, airfield, shooting range, and various off-road obstacles. Despite being made of real materials, they had a strange, foam-like appearance. This must be 3D printed by some big company's military contractor, Gao Gong thought. This is the quartermaster's warehouse for the security corps. He observed several security corps members engaged in combat training, facing off against virtual projections of radiation beasts. The damage dealt by their melee weapons varied depending on where they struck the beasts. Their VR glasses enhanced the immersive experience. Not bad. No wonder the security corps is getting more formidable, Gao Gong chuckled, turning his gaze to a different area. In a simulated concrete jungle, a security corps squad was conducting precision elimination training. Reflecting, Gao Gong thought, these experiences often come at the cost of mechanical hunters' lives. But is this training method truly advanced? The frontline defeats haven't proven it so. At that moment, a robot approached with a monotonous electronic voice. Mr. Gao, welcome. So, have my spoils been appraised? Gao Gong inquired. Confirmed. A total of 2,124 contribution points. The robot replied. Would you like to see the breakdown? Or would you prefer to shop first? We've just imported a new batch of smart weapons. Would you like me to show you around? Let's take a look first. Gao Gong blinked, seemingly casually asking. By the way, can I ask which military contractors these weapons came from? Tiber Defense Systems, Marubeni Global Security, and Mosfeng, the robot listed. Familiar names. Gao Gong repeated the last name. Mosfeng. He pondered, realizing that this company, which would later become notorious for its radical body modifications, was already entering the weapons market. Sir, what would you like to see first? Smart firearms, close combat weapons, or ammunition? The robot asked. Ammunition, please, Gao Gong replied. The robot led Gao Gong to a display case. It placed its hand on a magnetic strip, and the bulletproof glass slowly opened to reveal rows of neatly arranged ammunition. This is the T1 incendiary round, the robot explained, pointing to a shiny silver bullet. It features a new integrated structure of steel core and explosive, capable of producing flames and scattering steel fragments. It then pointed to another black bullet. The T5 armor-piercing round uses a hardened high-carbon steel tip, capable of penetrating the hide of radiation beasts below level D. Next was a long, slender bullet. The W6 sniper round increases critical hit rate by 11 compared to standard sniper rounds, and its specially designed blood groove accelerates bleeding. The robot continued its introduction. This is the Black Tracer round, which releases a smoke that repels beasts, a specialty of our security corps. And here is the virus round. Gao Gong pondered for a moment, calculating in his mind. Regular bullets could be purchased at any ordinary weapon shop, but these specialized rounds were quite expensive. He decided to buy 100 rounds of each mid-level ammunition, totaling 7 types, costing him 1,400 contribution points. No more bullets, Gao Gong said. Show me the latest prosthetics from Evernight City. The robot led him to another section, explaining, the 3 major military contractors each have their specialties. Tiber Defense Systems focuses on firepower, excelling in installing large-caliber guns. Marubeni Global Security emphasizes mobility and survivability. Gao Gong lingered at Marubeni's booth and eventually chose some DIY components. I'll take a spool of load-bearing monofilament, a handheld launcher, and a combat battery. Just as Gao Gong was about to leave, a red-haired woman appeared behind him. Half of her face was metal implants, and her hair was half-shaved into a mohawk. Gao, are you customizing your own gear? She asked. Gao Gong turned and recognized her. Daisira of the Twin Hands, are you here to buy weapons too? Daisira extended both hands for a handshake, but Gao Gong hesitated. She gave an apologetic smile and withdrew her upper mechanical hand. An old issue, my neural coordinator, she explained. The two exchanged a brief conversation and agreed to share battlefield intelligence. Just as they were about to wrap up, a petite girl inserted herself between them. Daisira, are you ready? We're leaving, the girl said sweetly, then turned to Gao Gong. You must be the famous Gaokuin. I'm Keiko Matsushima, 15 years old, and I like women. Keiko looked up, her eyes gleaming with the fierce spirit of a swordsman. Gaokuin, Keiko likes Daisira, so you need to keep your distance from her, or Keiko will have to slice you up. Daisira, don't be rude. Daisira's voice rang out sternly. Wheezy pouted, feeling wronged, but still stubbornly pointed her finger, her eyes glinting with caution. But he doesn't seem like a good person, Daisira. My mom always said that handsome men aren't to be trusted. Gao Gong's gaze fell on Matsushima Huizi's waist. Two samurai swords hung from her slender frame, their sheaths equipped with intricate devices resembling electromagnetic triggers. His eyes moved up to note the stark contrast between Huizi's pale, delicate arms and her rosy cheeks. High-fidelity prosthetic arms, the knife gripper model from Yarn Continent, Gao Gong silently assessed. Matsushima Huizi's expression changed abruptly, clearly not expecting this seemingly ordinary desert dweller to identify the origin of her prosthetics so easily. Yarn Continent is a district of the Sleepless City, separated from other areas by a river, mostly inhabited by locals with strong martial virtues. Gao Gong continued to speculate internally. So, she's a city dweller seeking fortune in the desert. No wonder she's so ambitious. I'll keep her in mind for future contact. Gao Gong politely smiled at Daisira, then looked down at Matsushima Huizi and said, "Did your mom ever tell you that girls with small chests aren't good girls?" This remark was like a spark that ignited Matsushima Huizi's fury. She leaped forward, aiming straight for Gao Gong's knees. However, her collar was firmly grasped by Daisira's three hands, dragging her away like luggage. "Let go, Daisira. This man is too rude. I want to cut him down." Huizi's voice echoed as she was hauled away. "Can't you be quiet for a moment?" Daisira's exasperated voice followed. Gao Gong chuckled lightly and shook his head, not taking the incident to heart. He turned to a robot and said, "Oh, by the way, I've ordered some parts. Could you place the order for me?" He handed a list of mechanical parts to the robot, which were not for himself but for his future teammates. Of course. The robot responded and went off to handle Gao Gong's order. Gao Gong looked around, no longer paying attention to the surrounding commotion. Although over 2,000 contribution points was a significant amount, it was nothing compared to the long-term achievements of famous hunting teams. The prosthetics displayed in the exhibition hall were of decent quality, but he preferred to use his own designs. After all, one could never be sure if these military contractors had left backdoors in the prosthetics. Just then, a cat gracefully leaped onto the counter, its amber eyes scrutinizing Gao Gong. "Hello," the cat said with a hint of curiosity in its voice. "Your body is in great shape." "In what way?" Gao Gong raised an eyebrow. The cat's eyes scanned him again, nodding seriously. "The system is well-balanced and stable. That's good." "Oh," Gao Gong replied nonchalantly. "Interested in buying weapons from our place?" the cat suddenly asked. "Your place? Which place is that?" "Mosfengmong," the cat blinked. "You visited 2 other stores but skipped our exhibit?" Gao Gong laughed. "It's just that I'm broke. Who dares to use your prosthetics? Others are experimental weapons, but your company experiments on humans directly." "No worries about money," the cat said cheerfully. "I can lend it to you. Just return it after you're done." "That generous?" Gao Gong was intrigued. Of course, the cat looked at Gao Gong like he was missing something obvious. "Our main goal is to collect weapon performance data, so I get to decide how to use them?" "Of course," the cat said matter-of-factly. "Besides, how else would you use a weapon? You just use it." "All right," Gao Gong nodded. "Pick 2 for me, and I'll return them when I'm done. But let's be clear, if they get damaged, don't expect me to pay for them." "Don't worry," the cat assured. "Our company is always committed to customer service, offering returns, exchanges, and repairs. Our approval rating in the Sleepless City is nearly 100. Gao Gong chuckled inwardly, thinking of Mas Fengmong's future practices. That approval rating was likely manipulated. If you eliminate customers who don't give good reviews, all you get are positive ones. A moment later, Gao Gong drove his beaten-up off-road vehicle away from the military supply warehouse. The back seat was piled high with ammo, various mechanical components, and 2 exquisitely packaged boxes. He first transported these supplies to his secret base before driving to Littlefinger's black market shop. However, Littlefinger wasn't there. Gao Gong then headed to the Rose gasoline bar but still couldn't find Littlefinger. Fortunately, Littlefinger had left a message for him. "Brother Finger said the stuff you ordered, Brother Gao, has arrived and is stored in the warehouse. There's also a big item, but it'll take a few more days," the clerk relayed. Gao Gong had them bring out the goods, which turned out to be 10 boxes of nutritional paste, so much that the off-road vehicle could barely hold it all. As for the big item Gao Gong ordered, it was the armored vehicle he had been eagerly awaiting. Such military-controlled items couldn't be obtained through normal channels, but the black market always found a way. Gao Gong had invested all his hunting earnings and the first batch of skin profits to barely order this prematurely retired military vehicle. "All right, I'll be on my way then." Gao Gong said goodbye to the clerk. "Take care, Brother Gao," the clerk respectfully replied. Gao Gong drove toward the outskirts of the urban area. Following Huang Yuanli's instructions, he lit a special oil tree leaf nearby. Though the flame was small and the smoke minimal, this unique signal could be detected by electronic bee sensors. Soon, a pockmarked face cautiously peeked out from behind a tree. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Gao?" the pockmarked face timidly asked. "Who are you?" Gao Gong asked warily. I'm a member of the Cable Tribe. Sister Li sent me. The pockmarked face explained. She sent you? Where is she? Gao Gong frowned. The pockmarked face's eyes flickered, stammering. She's really busy right now. Can't get away. There's a high chance that Huang Yuanli has run into trouble. While getting eliminated seems unlikely, being grounded is quite probable. After returning to the old metal scrapyard, Gao Gong quickly set aside these thoughts and threw himself entirely into his work. In the realm of basic professions, a mechanical hunter is considered quite formidable, primarily due to a key skill called mechanical hunting modification. This level 5 skill allows for a certain degree of modification to one's combat body, significantly increasing the success rate of hunting prey. It's important to note that prey here refers not only to irradiated beasts, but also to humans. Although mechanical hunters can't create prosthetic bodies, they can modify existing ones to make them more lethal. Gao Gong recalled a time in his previous life when, as a novice, he read a forum post by an advanced player who had switched to mechanical hunter. This player shared various methods of hunting modification and managed to break into the top 10 player rankings in the game's early stages. However, that was his peak. This player was the unfortunate soul who managed to infiltrate the upper echelons of the Knight Order, only to have his account terminated by artificial intelligence. He had a memorable name: Rainy Knight, knife in hand, no umbrella. Inside the scrapyard, the sound of welding resumed. Gao Gong skillfully embedded a launcher into the metal material, installed a combat battery, and adjusted the circuitry. He specifically chose monomolecular wire, a specialty of Nocturnal City, famed for its extreme sharpness and durability, often favored by assassins. However, Gao Gong opted for the basic structural support variant, which, while not as sharp, could support a ton with just a hair-thin line. The technical challenge lay in ensuring the monomolecular wire was effective without damaging the modified equipment. Fortunately, after a thrilling joyride, Sister Rose provided Gao Gong with a wealth of rare materials, solving this dilemma for him. After about 3 hours of meticulous crafting, a new hunting apparatus took shape. It resembled a metallic arm guard, composed of a metal shell and a beast skin lining, extending from the forearm to the palm. Its trigger was a tactile neural flow device, and Gao Gong had calibrated it to a specific frequency. Embedded on the arm guard's surface was a small metal claw, akin in size to a chicken's claw, made from titanium steel alloy, harder than the red unicorn, and fashioned from leftover materials from Sister Rose's glove. With a flick of his wrist, the launcher activated, and the alloy claw shot out, embedding itself into a thick iron plate over 20 meters away. The next moment, a powerful force yanked him off his feet, causing him to crash face first into the ground and be dragged several meters, ultimately slamming his head against a steel plate. If not for his modified skull, he would have likely suffered a severe concussion. Ugh! Gao Gong spat out dirt while rubbing his head, relieved that no one witnessed the embarrassing scene. Otherwise, his reputation as a lone wolf of the wild, reaper of killers, and sugar baby to wealthy women would have been tarnished. Over the next 2 hours, Gao Gong repeatedly tested, adjusted, and retested. He realized that the launcher's power needed reducing. It was too much for even him to handle. After numerous adjustments, Gao Gong finally mastered the use of the new equipment. Holding a regular steel rod in his left hand, the red unicorn was still under repair. He swiftly flicked his right hand, and the alloy claw embedded itself in the wall. Gao Gong quickly slid forward, and after crossing 50 meters, he leveraged the claw's momentum to leap high. He flicked his arm again, retracting the claw, then swung the steel rod with force against the wall, shattering 4 bricks. Though he landed somewhat awkwardly, it was a success. Not bad, the slidey integer feed technique works, Gao Gong muttered to himself. Next, I'll try the swing and wall crash technique. Despite Rainy Knight's grandiose naming of this combat style as the Rainy Knight knife killing mode and his boastful forum posts, it quickly became a subject of widespread imitation among players. This led to 2 distinct gaming environments: high-level matches and casual games. In the latter, players engaged in all sorts of absurd antics, such as spider stuck in the ceiling, hero knee-jerk, slidetta dog feed, hukropang, and skydiving suicide, proving that only mechanical hunters could truly master these moves. A thread meant for serious technical discussion turned into a comedy showcase. Back then, Gao Gong was focused on character customization, merely a bystander to the chaos. But now, as he practiced, he understood the difficulty involved. The same pulling force that worked for sliding didn't work for hooking trees. Thus, Gao Gong embarked on a series of building liab suicide training sessions. Fortunately, his physical attributes were decent, so falling from a 3-story height only resulted in some health loss, not actual death. Late into the night, Gao Gong was practicing when inspiration struck. He realized he could set different tension modes for sliding and hooking trees simply by adjusting the tactile nerve flow controller. His thoughts then expanded further, could precisely adjust the gripping force of the alloy claw depending on the target, whether it was a wall, a tree, a weapon, or a radiation beast. To achieve this multifunctional upgrade, Gao Gong decided to install a combat chip, inputting various combat modes and continuously updating them. At that moment, he finally understood why mechanical hunters could dominate the high-level arenas only. Through mechanical hunting modifications, could the attributes of grappling hooks and other prosthetics be continually optimized to form a power system best suited to the individual. Gao Gong couldn't help but think of the legendary Yu Ye, who must have endured a period of intense training before showcasing such impressive skills. He sighed, realizing that practicing with a monomolecular grappling hook for a day was more exhausting than a whole day of hunting. Meanwhile, in a storage room of the public cargo hold, Tai Pai was meticulously grooming himself in front of a mirror. He first practiced a flattering smile, saying, "Ahem, Gao Gu, I'm here." Then he shook his head in disapproval and tried a cooler demeanor. "Xiao Gao, from now on, I'm your teammate and I've got your back." However, this attitude seemed too arrogant. His roommate yawned and mocked. "Do you really think someone from the top tier of Auto City's mechanical hunters would notice you? I suggest you wash up and get some sleep." Outraged, Tai Pai kicked his roommate off the bed, insisting, "Gao Gu specifically sent someone to invite me. That's what you call prestige. And what would they want from you? Your lack of hygiene, your stinginess, or your outdated prosthetics?" His roommate retorted mercilessly. Tai Pai gritted his teeth and insisted, "There must be a reason. I must have some hidden talent I haven't discovered yet." The next morning, Tai Pai polished his mechanical body and eagerly watched the street. Many people had heard about his invitation to join a famous mechanical hunters team and came to see the spectacle. "Frog, don't do anything foolish. I've heard that experiencing phantom limbs is a sign of cyberpsychosis." "That's not a phantom limb. It's clearly a hallucination in his head." "A hallucination in his head? What kind of illness is that?" "I've always said that human modification shouldn't include the brain. Look, now his thoughts are messed up, just like those virus-infected AIs. That's called a brain crash." Tai Pai endured the mocking voices, waiting patiently. Finally, at the appointed time, two black dots appeared at the end of the street. Soon, two vehicles came into view: a common large displacement SUV and a mobile steel fortress, twice the size of the SUV. "Whoa, a military armored vehicle," someone exclaimed. This wasn't an ordinary security group armored car but a real military armored vehicle, capable of withstanding rocket attacks and equipped with special energy panels, reaching a top speed of 230 km/h. Under the stunned gaze of the crowd, the armored vehicle's door opened, and Xiao Zhito stepped out, yawning. He glanced around and asked, "Who's Tai Pai?" "I am," Tai Pai replied. "Get in," Xiao Zhito ordered. Seeing Tai Pai still in a daze, he added, "What, do you want me to invite you?" Tai Pai snapped out of it, quickly climbed into the car, and didn't forget to flip off the onlookers. The armored vehicle roared away, leaving the crowd speechless. Inside the car, Xiao Zhito sat in the passenger seat, yawning repeatedly, seemingly having had a restless night. Tai Pai enthusiastically introduced himself. "Hello, Brother Zhito. My name is Tai Pai, also known as Iron Frog. You can call me Xiao Tai." "You know me?" Xiao Zhito asked. "Of course I do. These days, anyone in the small business world knows you," Tai Pai quickly replied. Xiao Zhito took off his glasses, rubbed his eyes, and examined Tai Pai through the rearview mirror. "Frog, your modifications are interesting. A bionic brain upgrade is something only available in the city. And your mechanical body, wow, what a pile of junk. Can this stuff even work?" Tai Pai looked down at his exposed wires and shabby components and said dejectedly, "Brother Zhito, I got scammed." Tinpi was grumbling non-stop, sharing his woes throughout the journey. His story was both laughable and pitiful. In an effort to become someone important in his hometown, he planned to transform himself into a cyborg. Unfortunately, before he could complete his transformation, the smuggling ring he was involved with got busted by the Night City Sheriff. As a result, he ended up as a half-finished cyborg, with a partially modified brain but an unchanged body. Littlefinger listened in disbelief, his expression becoming increasingly peculiar. Seeing this reaction, Timpy added with a bitter smile, "Yeah, Finger bro. I poured everything I had into this half-baked transformation. Now, I'm out of the gang, can't pay back my loans, and I'm just scraping by in the desert." The driver couldn't help but interject, "Wait a minute, aren't cyborgs supposed to serve humans? Those cyborgs and bars are practically like AI with limited capabilities. How come they're popular in the city?" Timpy sighed and patiently explained, "You might not know this, but ever since the Cyborg Act was passed, their status has been on the rise. AI templates are getting more advanced, and they can handle things humans struggle with, and for less money. Believe it or not, even gangs use cyborgs for hits now since they don't fear death. From what I know, the current status ranking in Night City is AI first, cyborg second, and us regular humans third." Curious, Littlefinger asked, "Do you still consider yourself a normal human? How does your memory system work?" "Of course, I only had half the surgery. No one wants a half-done cyborg," Timpy replied. "I have a memory chip installed, and the cyborg system regularly deletes some unimportant memories to keep things running smoothly. The driver probed further. What's it like being a cyborg? Timpy thought for a moment and offered a vivid analogy. It's not much different from being a regular person, except it's hard to recall things once forgotten. It's like wearing a thick winter coat all year round. Littlefinger rolled his eyes. That's because your sensory system is subpar. The two vehicles passed through the ruins of towering buildings in the oasis and arrived near an inconspicuous old metal recycling station. Littlefinger said, "Come on, let me take you to meet the kid. I still have to get back to my shift. Ever since I joined the security team, my work hours are longer than my off hours. It's a real pain." Just as they crossed a pile of rubble, a figure suddenly descended from above. The person paused midair, executed several flips, and landed steadily. Gao Gong glanced at his system panel, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes. He had finally mastered the passive skill molecular line grapple, a technique for maneuvering at high altitudes, assisting in attacks, or making escapes. Although a passive skill couldn't be quickly enhanced with experience points, with consistent training, its level would eventually increase. Raising his head, Gao Gong saw the two dumbfounded men. Slightly surprised, he asked Littlefinger, "What brings you here?" His attention was then drawn to the armored vehicle behind them, and he excitedly exclaimed, "It's finally here. I thought it wouldn't make it before the battle." Littlefinger snapped back to reality and replied irritably, "That's because Sister Rose specifically arranged it. Do you have any idea how many connections we had to Greece and how much effort it took to get this thing?" Ignoring him, Gao Gong climbed into the armored vehicle to check its performance. Littlefinger reminded him, "Don't forget, you've only paid the deposit. Just deduct it from my share." Gao Gong replied nonchalantly, "What? You didn't think I was broke, did you?" Littlefinger thought to himself that this guy indeed wasn't short of money and would soon be wealthier than him. Talk about dumb luck. Timpy, eyeing the armored vehicle enviously, seized the opportunity to assure, "Brother Gao, leave the driving to me from now on. I'll ensure you have a smooth ride." Gao Gong blinked, looking puzzled. "Sorry, who are you?" "Oh, it's you." Unfazed by the odd looks from Littlefinger and Timpy, Gao Gong showed no embarrassment. After all, he had only met Timpy once, and it was at night, so not recognizing him was understandable. Littlefinger said, "I've delivered the person and the vehicle. I'm off. Drop by the bar when you have time. Sister Rose wants to see you." "Sure." Gao Gong noted the dark circles under Littlefinger's eyes and asked, surprised, "You've been using the virtual experience machine a lot lately?" "Not at all." Littlefinger replied with indignation. "I've been doing over a dozen surgeries a day, only charging cost price. Damn military control." From Gao Gong's perspective, Littlefinger's cost price meant double the profit, while the normal profit for prosthetic surgery was tenfold, and his target was 100-fold. Why are cybernetic doctors also called black market doctors? The prices are outrageous. Gao Gong shook his head and sighed. He then patted Tai Pai on the shoulder and said in a relaxed tone, "Come on, let's go back and get ready. We've got work starting tomorrow." Tai Pai perked up and quickly followed Gao Gong's lead. As he kept flattering Gao Gong, he curiously took in the surroundings. There wasn't any special reason Gao Gong chose Tai Pai, as Timothy was a decent driver and seemed reliable enough. Though a bit sly, in this irradiated zone, finding someone normal was already a challenge. Gao Gong just needed someone who would follow orders. Loyalty wasn't a concern. "Tai Pai, you're working in the black market now, but what did you do before?" Gao Gong asked casually. "I used to deliver goods," Tai Pai replied. "Deliver goods? That sounds pretty legitimate," Gao Gong said, a bit surprised. Tai Pai proudly explained, "Yes, very legitimate. My old gang was licensed, and they even got me insurance. I transported prisoners and firearms for them, and sometimes even psychotropic drugs." No wonder you look so spirited," Gao Gong thought, understanding but saying no more. He had plenty to occupy himself with and didn't pay much attention to Tai Pai. Tai Pai, however, seemed to have already made himself at home. After wandering around the old metal scrapyard, he pulled out a crate of gasoline-scented beer from a shed. He leisurely sat on the ground, basking in the radiation and chugging beer. It seemed quite cozy, though the sight of liquid spraying from the seams of his cybernetic parts was rather unsightly. Gao Gong frowned as he examined two pieces of equipment laid out before him. Both weapons had impressive attributes, each rated as excellent by the system. In Gao Gong's arsenal, only the Beast Hunter, Iron Rain, crafted by Lao Sun and Xiang Yi together, had ever received such a rating. However, the side effects of these two weapons were so severe that he hesitated to use them. The first box contained a biological weapon called the Radiation Energy Gun. It looked like an oversized revolver wrapped in a layer of pulsating fleshy growths. This gun could actively absorb nuclear radiation in irradiated zones and release it as an energy beam. At the technological level of a second-tier civilization, energy weapons were far from mature. Only by the third tier did energy weapons see widespread use. and developing large-scale energy weapons like star destroyers, dark matter cannons, or particle annihilation cannons required a fourth-tier civilization's research capabilities. The radiation energy gun was rated excellent rather than black tech or war tool, mainly because it could only be used in irradiated zones, with a 5-minute cooldown between shots. This indirectly indicated that Mosfengmong had not yet mastered the 6th-tier research blueprint for a mini-nuclear fission reactor. Even the most basic energy weapon deals damage in the thousands, but the real issue was its note. This biochemical weapon is not mature and carries a high risk of injecting the user with a biochemical virus. Damn, I don't want to turn into a zombie, Gao Gong cursed inwardly. The other weapon was equally dangerous and problematic. It was an implantable machine gun with an intelligent module. The gun's 2 mounts were equipped with 4 biological drills, allowing AI implantation without needing cybernetic surgery. This machine gun also offered at least 5 intelligent modules for free, including auto-aim, trajectory analysis, and charge mode. In terms of combat system development, this machine gun was quite advanced, capable of autonomously adjusting combat modes based on the host's nervous system. However, the gun's drawback was equally troubling. The note stated, with increased usage, the gun unpredictably raises the risk of cyberpsychosis. It's a gun that gives you a mental illness, the system quipped. In his previous life, Gao Gong had never used Mosfengmong's weapons, but he'd heard of their reputation. Cheap, powerful, and super unstable, highly popular among players. From an NPC's perspective, though, these things were a trap. But it seemed a shame not to use such powerful weapons. Gao Gong stroked his chin and quickly came up with an idea. If these weapons weren't suitable for humans, then why not use them for something else? He had a plan, but it required gambling on some blueprints, so he'd need to save up more experience for now. The third day was the date he'd arranged with Xiang Yi. The red unicorn, coat, boots, and some miscellaneous items all needed repair or refurbishment after nearly a month's worth of hunting, wear, or damage. Xiang Yi was also aware of Gao Gong's secret base. However, to Gao Gong's surprise, it wasn't the short, hunchbacked Xiang Yi that greeted him, but a tall, burly man. Xiang Zai, are you here to deliver? Gao Gong asked in surprise. Xiang Zai chuckled foolishly and shook his head, handing over a basket of weapons and equipment. Mom told me to follow you. Scene shifts to the old friend's gun store. Xiang Yi stood with her arms crossed, her expression shifting between emotions, her eyes occasionally darting around. Lao Sun sat at the entrance, holding a bottle of alcohol, his eyes bleary with intoxication. He sneered at her expression. If you can't let him go, don't send him. Worrying won't help. You've always been like this, and you won't change in this lifetime. He has to go. Xiang Yi exhaled deeply. I can't protect him forever. Have you prepared his weapons? With his build, wouldn't regular equipment be useless? Lao Sun asked, puzzled. Xiang Yi nodded. I modified Lao Gong's gear to fit him. Lao Gong? Lao Sun exclaimed in shock. How can an average person use his equipment? Lao Gong, as Xiang Yi mentioned, was one of the top 3 in combat power among classical mechanical hunters and a recognized monster hunter. Lao Sun seemed to realize something and was suddenly taken aback. Could it be that Xiang Zai has that ability too? Behind Gasoline Town, the Intercontinental Auto Exhibition Center, now renamed the War Center, bustled with activity on a noisy morning. One after another, armored vehicles rolled into the spacious hall, and mechanical hunters emerged from them, their eyes scanning the surroundings with fierce expressions. The captains headed straight to Hall 1 to receive their assignments, while the others waited in the hall, casting wary glances at each other. The weapons in the hunters' hands were intimidating, with calibers growing larger and larger. Some guns emitted creaking sounds from their barrels as they responded to neural sensor fluctuations. The entire center resembled a weapons exhibition. Suddenly, an armored vehicle resembling a steel fortress drove through the gate, capturing everyone's attention instantly. Although Auto City was famous for its modified vehicles, this was clearly a legitimate armored combat vehicle, likely smuggled in. Its brazen arrival in front of the security officials was nothing short of a provocation. With a loud jet-like hiss, the heavy door of the vehicle slowly opened. The experienced hunters could estimate the vehicle's incredible horsepower from this detail alone. Gao Gong was the first to step out from the passenger seat. Those present immediately recognized him, the formidable assistant to the Big Sister, known for hunting down a large number of irradiated beasts over the past month. He glanced around, spotting familiar faces, including Keiko Matsushima perched on the car roof, who gave him a sweet smile while keeping her hands cautiously on the hilt of her katana. Stay with the car. I'll go register, Gao Gong instructed. Then, 2 unexpected figures emerged from the vehicle. A poorly modified cyborg and a chubby man who seemed to do nothing but grin and eat. This odd combination left the other hunters puzzled, especially those who had been unsuccessful in their job applications, feeling a surge of dissatisfaction. Ignoring the surrounding stares, Gao Gong headed straight to Hall 1. The security official glanced complexly at the armored vehicle before pointing towards the meeting room, indicating a special privilege reserved for elites. As Gao Gong pushed open the meeting room door, he immediately felt several sharp gazes directed at him. Inside were the captains of Auto City's 6 strongest hunting teams: Wilson the Fire Thief, Huang Wen the Mechanic, Miyamoto Sanzang the Assassin Master, Daisy La the Thief, Grey Eye the Wriggler, and Adrian. Apart from Daisy La, who offered a friendly smile, the others wore less welcoming expressions. Xiao Gao, you're here, said the middle-aged man behind the conference table. Director Zhou, who warmly patted Gao Gong on the shoulder. This preferential treatment caused a subtle shift in the other captains' expressions. Once everyone was seated, Director Zhou activated a virtual projection, showing the terrain map surrounding Auto City. Pressing a remote, the previously green areas were suddenly covered with a dense array of red arrows, creating a shocking scene. So many. This is approaching the intensity of a beast tide. What about the frontline troops? Even these seasoned captains looked alarmed. Director Zhou explained with a grave expression, everyone, the security force warriors are battling on the front lines, but many beasts are seeping through gaps in the defense line. Our mission is to eliminate these stragglers. Huang Wen squinted, questioning, how could the security force's mechanical defenses have so many gaps? By my calculations, your defense value should be 3 million points. Even a regular mechanical battalion couldn't create this situation in such a short time. I'm not clear on the specifics, Director Zhou admitted, but I can assure you, the frontline troops haven't been defeated. It's just that some special issues are troubling the frontline generals. Once resolved, the defense line will be immediately restored. Has a beast king appeared? Wilson, the bearded man, asked seriously. No, absolutely not. Manager Zhou stated emphatically, his voice brimming with conviction. Daisy La folded her arms, calmly analyzing, even if we deploy all our hunters, we can't possibly hold back so many radiation beasts. Manager Zhou quickly responded, trying to ease the tension, you don't need to worry about defense. Our diplomats have secured support from some local forces, who will help share the burden. Local forces, that means warlords. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the hunter captains present turned grim. The relationship between local warlords and mechanical hunters was notoriously hostile. The former viewed the latter as sources of chaos, while the latter saw the former as human beasts. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Manager Zhou decided to offer an incentive. To ensure everyone can fight on the front lines without worry, our security team has decided to offer a reward of 100,000 contribution points for this hunt. 100,000 points. Gao Gong could clearly feel the breaths around him grow heavier. Seizing the moment, Manager Zhou continued, moreover, to acknowledge everyone's contributions, our security team has decided to grant governance rights to the Central Oasis and development rights to the new Oasis. If you rank in the top 10 for contributions during this large-scale hunt, you can take on official positions in the Central Oasis, like mayor of this gasoline town. And if you achieve first place, you'll earn the right to develop the new Oasis. You'll not only have factory machinery for construction, but also the opportunity to negotiate directly with major corporations. If you succeed, you'll be the absolute ruler of the new territory. Who knows, I might even end up working under you, he added humorously. The breaths around grew heavier once more. The security team, being a monopoly-level armed group, had amassed a fortune in mechanical currency in the desert over the years. Now, they had the chance to become part of the profit-sharing group, or even develop an oasis and stand on equal footing with the security team. Everyone knew this was a tempting offer, but it was so alluring that even a whiff of it was intoxicating. The only one whose expression remained unchanged was Gao Gong. It wasn't because he was aloof, but because, in normal history, everyone in the Iron Sand Desert had perished. With no people left, what good was a tempting offer? More importantly, the system task hadn't been triggered, leaving Gao Gong disinterested. This expression caught Manager Zhou's eye, causing a flicker of surprise, thinking this person has a strong mindset, unflinching even in the face of upheaval. Manager Zhou continued, due to the energy interference in the radiation zone, our monitoring system often fails, and the beasts around Motor City are bound to be numerous. I've distributed information on all known beasts to your battlefield communicators, including their numbers and weaknesses. But I trust that with your efforts, we will win this war. While Manager Zhou was boosting morale inside, the rest of the security team was doing the same for the other mechanical hunters in the hall. Although the specifics were unknown, the mention of 100,000 contribution points, governance rights to the Central Oasis, and development rights to the new Oasis had everyone fired up. Let's kill those radiation beasts. When I become the Oasis leader, my first decree will be to reinstate the droit du Seigneur. Finally, the chance has come. Kill, kill, kill. Fat Xiang stared blankly at this scene for a long while before turning to the composed Iron Skin and asking, what are they saying? Iron Skin snorted, puffing on an e-cigarette dismissively, does it matter? Doesn't it? Fat Xiang scratched his head. Of course it matters, Iron Skin sighed. The problem is my hearing aid suddenly malfunctioned. I didn't hear what they were saying either. Oh. Engines roared one after another, with various modified vehicles racing out of the motor show center. Their wild laughter and the flames spewing from modified exhausts perfectly matched the desert vibe. It seemed as if, with their involvement, the radiation beasts were as good as caught. Let's get in the car too. Brother Gao should be out soon. Wait. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared, blocking their path. Zhao Xie looked at Iron Skin coldly, his gaze unfriendly. You're not dead? How are you here? None of your business. Seeing an enemy, Iron Skin's anger surged, thinking it was a good thing he hadn't completed his full bionic transformation. Otherwise, that shot at the door would have really killed him. Zhao Xie's eyes shifted from the person to the armored vehicle, frowning once more. How dare you steal a security team vehicle? Nonsense, that's our captain's car. With a flick of Zhao Xie's gaze, two robots approached from either side, intending to drag the clueless Fat Xiang away and confiscate the vehicle. However, to Zhao Xie's surprise, the two robots together couldn't budge the stout man before them. What are you doing? Fat Xiang asked naively, while underneath his clothes, thick, snake-like muscles bulged. Pang Xiang, the native infant, was nearly boiled alive by his own parents due to his obesity. However, like the few fortunate ones in the desert, radiation had stripped him of his intelligence, but endowed him with extraordinary strength. At this moment, Pang Xiang was grappling with two robots. Despite their combined strength of 2 tons, they were gradually losing ground to him. The sound of twisting components echoed from within their mechanical bodies. Pang Xiang's face turned beet red, and a primal, indescribable light shone in his eyes. Get away from me! Pang Xiang roared, his arms like iron pillars glowing with heat, thrusting forward powerfully. With a loud crash, the two robots were pushed back 3 steps, their chests marked with a shallow imprint of 5 fingers, accompanied by a sizzling burn. The robot systems immediately responded. Radiated life form detected, bioenergy increasing, combat mode activated. Their eyes turned red, switching to infrared mode. Simultaneously, their palms retracted into their arms, and with a swift sound, each arm extended 4 high-strength carbon alloy blades. Iron Skin shouted in panic, "Stay back! If you come any closer, we'll fight back." He gritted his teeth, his submachine gun cocked and aimed with hatred at Zhao Xie. However, a robot beside Zhao Xie had already activated defense mode, standing protectively in front of him. Suddenly, a hand rested on Zhao Xie's shoulder, and a voice whispered in his ear, "What do you intend to do to my dear subordinate?" Zhao Xie's alert system didn't react, yet the owner of the voice felt like a beast ready to devour him. The carbon alloy blade of the foremost robot hovered in midair, unable to move. Upon closer inspection, a small claw was caught on the blade. The other leaders paused to watch the scene unfold. At this moment, Supervisor Zhou's voice rang out, "What are you all doing? Stop!" His authority clearly exceeded Zhao Xie's, and as soon as he spoke, the two robots canceled combat mode and returned to patrol status. Simultaneously, the weight on Zhao Xie's shoulder disappeared. Turning around, Zhao Xie saw the supervisor and several elite team leaders just exiting. One of them was cheerfully holding the chubby man's head, saying something unknown. Zhao Xie's pupils contracted as he recognized the person. Supervisor Zhou frowned and said, "What's going on?" It's one thing to look down on these mechanical hunters usually, but at this critical juncture, why does this newcomer have no sense of the bigger picture? Zhao Xie quickly defended himself. "Supervisor, they are smuggling military goods and selling armaments." Gao Gong, lazily resting his arm on Pang Xiang's shoulder, said, "You can't just say whatever you want." Iron Skin, show the supervisor the file bag from the back seat of the car. The supervisor took the file bag and opened it to find a thick stack of authorization documents regarding the retirement, modification, and sale of armored vehicles. If examined closely, there would undoubtedly be issues. But if he scrutinized it, it would instead make him look suspicious. "No problem, it's a legal transaction with a proper retirement process," the supervisor stated. Looking at the armored vehicle, which was at least 80 new, Zhao Xie opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing. He understood that if he dared to argue, he would be the one in trouble. Gao Gong said, "Is everything settled? Then let's go. Pang Xiang, you did well this time. I'll treat you to a big meal." "A big meal, yes, yes." Pang Xiang nodded eagerly, nearly drooling. The other leaders, seeing there was no more drama to watch, also left. Only a somber old man stepped forward to block Gao Gong. This old man had yellowish eyes filled with bloodshot veins, resembling an aged hawk. His modified right hand was a more advanced blade holder than even Matsushima Keiko's, yet strangely, it carried no blade. Or perhaps the blade was hidden. "Miyamoto, is there something you need?" Gao Gong narrowed his eyes. Since becoming a Dark Knight warrior, he could clearly sense the similar, yet more intense, murderous aura emanating from the other man. This was a top-tier mechanical hunter specializing in assassination. Miyamoto Sanzang spoke in a raspy voice. "I heard that Gaosen assassinated the Reaper leader. Seeing you today, It seems the rumors are true. Gao Gong immediately understood that such rumors about assassinating leader-level monsters were likely spread by Littlefinger. He thought to himself, advertising even at my expense. Next time we split the profits, I should charge him for the advertising fee. So, what do you plan to do? Prove yourself with strength? Gao Gong asked with interest. Miyamoto Sanzing shook his head and pulled out a bottle of protective cream from his pocket. What I mean is, now that I possess some dubious artifacts, combined with my skills, the prey I target in the future will surely be of a higher level than yours. It wasn't until Miyamoto Sanzang left that Gao Gong snapped back to reality, clicking his tongue. This old man is quite interesting, Gao Gong muttered to himself, a hint of intrigue flashing in his eyes. He turned to his companion. Gao Gu, are we heading out to hunt now? No rush, Gao Gong shook his head. Let's head back to the bar first. There are a few things I still need to figure out. The Rose Gasoline bar was unusually empty today. The loud metal music had been replaced by low jazz, and the dim lighting along with the husky female voice created an intimate atmosphere. As soon as Gao Gong stepped inside, he was suddenly pushed onto the sofa by Sister Rose. He struggled to his feet, gasping for breath, tasting blood from his bitten lip. Damn, ordinary rich women don't have this kind of fight in them, Gao Gong thought. Is this the strength of a domineering female CEO? Sister Rose stood behind the bar, personally mixing a drink for Gao Gong. Her emerald eyes peeked from behind her red hair, a cigarette delicately held between her fingers, and a seductive smile on her lips. I'm quite pleased with your recent performance. Gao Gong wiped his mouth with a napkin and smiled. Is everything resolved? It's resolved, or rather, compromised. Sister Rose exhaled a smoke ring. How did you resolve it? Gao Gong asked, curious. I stormed into his territory, held a gun to his head and had him sign the contract, and took a few of his illegitimate kids out for a spin, Sister Rose said nonchalantly. Damn. Real boss material. Not someone to mess with, Gao Gong thought as he popped the cherry from his drink into his mouth. But why would the security corps concede so much? Autonomy, expansion rights, are they really willing to give that up? Why wouldn't they? Sister Rose sneered. The security corps is just a branded operation, a temporary authorization from the machine brain, pretending to be the real deal. If they mess up, it can be revoked just like that. Temporary permissions? Gao Gong frowned. Are you saying the security corps isn't even listed in the Machine Legion's roster? But who could alter the core logic of the machine brain? Even top-tier cyber cowboys can't do that. I've heard that the brain of Night City is the most powerful among the nearby mechanical cities. Have you heard of the cloud aristocracy? Sister Rose asked. Of course, Gao Gong nodded. The planetary nobles living in the ring-shaped space station known as the City in the Clouds. The final main quest of the last cyber trial was to get an ARC ticket from these nobles to escape the doomed planet. Sister Rose explained the true background of the security corps. It turned out to be a semi-legitimate, unofficial organization. Its success in the Iron Sand Desert was due to one or several cloud aristocrats using their privileges to obtain temporary control permissions from the Night City's intelligent brain. Although temporary, these permissions could be extended through certain operations. The only condition was maintaining the desert's safety. If the desert became unsafe, the permissions would be revoked, and the real mechanical legions would take over to fend off the irradiated beasts. Very few people know about this, Sister Rose added. Only a few desert tycoons, and of course me. Gao Gong realized. So, as long as they can maintain their interests, they'd rather let someone else at the table than have the AI flip it over. Sister Rose nodded. There's a balance between the machine brain and the cloud aristocracy, and another between the cloud aristocracy and local powers. The desert tycoons also divide territories among themselves to maintain balance. Once this balance is broken, it's like a disrupted food chain, and everyone wants to be the top predator. That's what Wang Tian was thinking, Gao Gong speculated. He wanted to take over your underground intelligence network to expand his influence and use it as leverage to negotiate better terms with the cloud aristocracy. And then he got a beating from someone with even deeper connections. Sister Rose smirked. So, the cloud aristocracy would rather distribute benefits to rootless mechanical hunters than to these local powers, Gao Gong concluded. Exactly, Sister Rose's red lips appeared especially alluring in the dim light. But her words were strong and domineering. She pointed at Gao Gong. That's why you must be the first in this hunt. No problem, Gao Gong grinned, exuding confidence. Sister Rose squinted. You don't need my help? Not this time, Gao Gong smiled confidently again. I never lie, especially not to you. Sister Rose felt a strange sense of unfamiliarity. Gao Gong had always been incredibly confident, but before it was a ruthless confidence. Now, there was something else she couldn't quite identify, but it excited her. You better think it through, she warned. If you mess this up, the consequences will be dire. Gao Gong leaned forward, gently wiping the corner of Sister Rose's mouth with a napkin. Sister Rose always keeps her word, even if it's to her own little wolf. If I can't fulfill my ambition, I'd be severely punished. maybe even killed on the spot. I won't repeat myself. Then you better do well. Sister Rose's emerald eyes shimmered, her red lips parting slightly. Otherwise, I'll punish you thoroughly. And how do you plan to punish me? Gao Gong teased. Kneel, Sister Rose commanded. Gao Gong flared up. Insulting me like this. Do you think I'm one of those who only talks big? So, will you kneel or not? All right. Gao Gong knelt down without hesitation. With the decision made at the heart of the war, the hunting battle erupted almost immediately. The death knell echoed through the skies as the mechanical hunters roared with fury. Die! Die! Monsters! We'll take you down. On the battlefield, a dozen modified off-road vehicles raced by. The machine guns mounted on their roofs roared tirelessly, ammunition belts spinning rapidly, and the hot barrels emitted wisps of smoke. Under their relentless fire, the small wave of mutated beasts fell like harvested wheat. Yet, this was only the beginning. The fallen bodies suddenly exploded, sending shattered flesh and metal shards flying, causing secondary damage to their companions nearby. Kill. Another wave of mechanical hunters leaped from a truck. These melee fighters had long been transformed beyond recognition. Some had arms turned into sharp blades and buzzing chainsaws, while others had thick steel plates embedded in their chests. At the very least, each had undergone 1 or 2 cybernetic modifications, while some had gone through 5 or 6, making them resemble humanoid machines more than humans. The battle quickly intensified. Chainsaws tore through the metal skin of the mechanical biobeasts, and hardened fists rained down on the beasts' skulls. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits, until brains splattered. They mercilessly peeled off the synthetic skin, drilling fingers into the chest cavity to forcibly extract the radiation source. At that moment, the captain standing on the truck's hood raised his walkie-talkie and laughed wildly. Brothers, watch the air support I've arranged for you. As he finished speaking, 2 factory bombers broke through the clouds, diving into the battlefield. Their belly hatches opened wide, and a dozen precision-guided bombs whistled down, targeting the leader beasts at the rear of the horde. Following closely were several tons of explosives, their detonation raising flames 3 stories high, with a violent shockwave sweeping the area, creating a vast void in the beast horde. These radiation beasts are nothing, the captain shouted triumphantly. Nearby, members of the elite hunting squad couldn't contain their eagerness, asking anxiously, Captain, should we jump in? Their firepower was 5 times that of a regular squad, and they were itching to join. Unexpectedly, the usually hot-headed Captain Wilson was unusually calm. Why the rush? Anyone who goes in now is just asking to die. But Captain, these ordinary beasts are perfect for racking up points. It's a shame to miss out. A team member protested. Wilson erupted in anger, kicking the protesting team member off the truck. Who's the captain here? You or me? You don't know squat. Meanwhile, on the southern front, the team of mechanics faced a similar situation. However, they hesitated not, methodically adjusting their machinery. Automated weapons were airdropped by drones to designated fire points. In this team, combat was entirely carried out by automated machines, with the team members handling remote control. At a communication station, mechanic Huang Wen's fingers danced across the keyboard. His fingers had been modified to resemble a spider's, with neural enhancement nodes at each joint, a cutting-edge technology from before the war, standard for Army logistics personnel. On the virtual screen, bar graphs fluctuated continuously, with red bars representing the radiation levels of the beast horde, which were skyrocketing, while the green bars indicating defense levels showed an unstable trend. Huang Wen calmly issued instructions. Have the personnel at New Steel City double-check the data tables. A few critical numbers are incorrect. New Steel City, located in the oasis south of Motor City, was formerly a steel factory. Huang Wen's tone was calm, as if he was merely engaged in a routine strategic game. On the western front, at the Blood or Hills, a dozen gray eyes stood in silent contemplation. In their vision, the battlefield appeared different. Waves of radiation flowed like tides, converging into an ocean, surging overwhelmingly. The original sin approaches. Turing God protect us. Gray-Eye Adrian murmured in prayer. Besides being a mechanical hunter, he was also a metal missionary of the Turing faith. His fiery eyes could glimpse truths from the electric grid network and also see the twisted demons in the radiation ecosystem. On the eastern battlefield, Keiko Matsushima's short legs bounced restlessly as she repeatedly rubbed the handle of her mechanical blade. Her large eyes filled with longing as she looked at the captain. Daisira, I want... No. The captain interrupted firmly. I just want to take down one. Secretly, I promise not to get caught, Keiko pleaded persistently. No. Daisira refused again. Seeing Keiko Matsushima clutching her sleeve, looking pitiful, Daisira sighed and patiently explained. Keiko, do you know what makes the radiation beast so terrifying? It's the environment, the radiation environment where the beast horde resides. In such an environment, all electronic devices malfunction, and weapon systems suffer significant interference, while the beasts thrive in the radiation zone. They can even monitor us through a fallen leaf or a twig. Before Keiko could respond, Daisira continued. I know what you're going to say, that the beasts are at their weakest when they're away from their nests. But you must understand one thing, the radiation field isn't natural. It's created because the radiation beasts live in groups. Keiko Matsushima paused, then thoughtfully asked, Daisira, are you saying they're creating a new radiation field? Combat only accelerates the formation of radiation fields. Once inside these fields, a biological magnetic field gets marked, passively becoming part of the radiation food chain. Matsushima Keiko shivered at the thought of being relentlessly pursued by beasts day and night. So what do we do now? She asked anxiously. Daixala calmly replied, wait, the beast's energy isn't limitless. When the radiation ecosystem stabilizes, their energy will be at its lowest. That's when it will be the perfect moment for us to hunt. A normally quiet team member suddenly spoke up, but if we do that, the radiation zone will just keep expanding until it completely surrounds the oasis. Daixala was silent for a moment, her gaze deepening. That's not our concern. When the time comes, the mechanical army will intervene and transform the desert's ecosystem, just like they did during the mechanical wars. The hunt lasted a full day and night. Mechanical hunters kept coming in and out of Gasoline Town, some returning battered and bruised for repairs, others quickly swapping out for new prosthetic bodies before heading back out. As mechanical enhancers, their endurance was tenfold that of ordinary humans, though not quite as limitless as pure machines. At some point, a giant electronic screen appeared at the town's entrance. It scrolled through a list of names and the number of hunted creatures, with battlefield recorders capturing and replaying thrilling hunting scenes that stirred the townsfolk's blood. At the top of the screen was a leaderboard, with the top-ranked hunting squad having already taken down 200 E-class beasts on the first day alone, showcasing their formidable prowess. Is it the Marauders? An onlooker asked. Of course, another replied. At least 3 members of their squad have undergone semi-mechanical transformations, and they're rising stars. What about the veteran teams? Where are Firegrass, Gray Eyes, and the Crawlers? In this man-eating desert, it's normal for newcomers to replace veterans. A few years ago, Firegrass and the others were the Marauders of today. Do you remember the older teams before them? As they spoke, a familiar voice rang out, place your bets, place your bets. Who will be in the top 10 tomorrow? Will the veteran teams make a comeback, or will the Marauders continue their dark horse streak and stay on top? While gamblers, aware they had no chance of ranking, were keen on betting, others were more interested in the movements of those veteran teams. The Fire Thieves, Mechanics, Crawlers, Gray Eyes, Firegrass. What were these once dominant teams up to now? I think I saw the Crawlers during a hunt, a hunter suddenly mentioned. Oh, what were they doing? Another asked eagerly. Are these veteran hunting teams planning something big? The hunter hesitated before replying. When I left, it seemed like the Crawlers were surrounded by a beast horde. It didn't look good. Impossible, someone immediately countered. The radiation beasts appearing now are mostly F-class and E-class. How could they corner the Crawlers? They must have another plan, preparing for a big move. However, by late afternoon, a shocking report arrived. The Crawlers were completely wiped out by the beast horde. The Crawlers are really gone? No way. Are the beast hordes that terrifying? Have you noticed that the radiation beasts seem to be getting stronger? The more we kill, the stronger they become. I've noticed too. What used to take one bullet to pierce their skin now doesn't even go through. The first day, second day, and third day passed. The Marauders remained firmly at the top, with nearly 500 kills to their name. Meanwhile, several powerful newcomers began to emerge. The Chainsaw Killer, Octopus Monster, Biochemical Fiend, Houndmaster, and Bomber. Yet the veteran teams remained silent, fueling rumors that they had other plans and wouldn't be so low-key otherwise. In the data processing center of the military supply depot, a group of battlefield analysts was fervently analyzing the situation. The Marauders must have backing, one analyst stated. They're using D-73 micromissiles, fully enclosed exoskeletons, and EMP bombs-all weapons for dealing with insurgents. Another analyst added. The beast horde is forming radiation fields faster than we estimated. As of noon today, F-class and E-class fields have already formed. The battlefield's intensity is about to escalate, and we need to increase logistical support. How about exhausting another wave of mechanical hunters? Someone suggested. Supervisor Zhou tapped the table, frowning. Not for now. The veteran teams haven't engaged yet, and this kind of attrition is pointless. Remember, we're not the only oasis facing a beast horde. This is also a competition. He thought to himself, maybe my promises weren't enticing enough. These seasoned veterans didn't take the bait. My negotiation skills must have dulled from dealing with robots too long. What about the hunter's squad? Supervisor Zhou asked. Have they reached the supply point? A new batch of weapons is waiting for them. A dispatcher suddenly looked alarmed and excitedly reported. They've arrived. They just informed us they have a hunting plan to target a class radiation beast tribe. In the Iron Sand Desert, an A-level beast pack doesn't necessarily have a D-level leader, but a D-level pack will definitely have a C-level radiation beast as its leader. The higher the level of the radiation beast, the greater the chance of forming a genetic territory, as they need their kind to share the backlash from the high-temperature radiation. The Raider squad decided to hunt a D-level pack, an undoubtedly ambitious plan. Manager Zhou was initially pleased with this, but was soon caught up in another troublesome matter. A murder had occurred in Gasoline Town. A mechanical hunter was found dead, his chest torn open, and the mechanical parts inside him devoured. This wasn't a simple murder, but rather an invasion by a beast. More troubling was the fact that surveillance showed no trace of the perpetrator on any routes leading to the victim's residence. This suggested the attacker might be an invisible beast, possibly possessing biological invisibility or electromagnetic interference capabilities. The former could be detected with infrared, like a chameleon, while the latter was more challenging, as it could not only become invisible, but also disrupt electronic devices. If Gasoline Town, as the rear base, could be infiltrated, then the security group's headquarters might also be at risk. Gritting his teeth, Manager Zhou ordered a doubling of the defense forces, with important locations guarded by both robots and humans. He also warned the Ultimers that if they didn't act swiftly, they would be called back to guard the main base. The message was quickly relayed to the front lines. Wilson, upon hearing it, disdainfully tossed aside the radio, cracked his thick neck, and barked at his men, "Get ready, boys, we're moving out tonight." Meanwhile, in the communication station, Huangwen calmly watched the screen repeatedly flashing radiation levels at peak. Daisela turned off the communicator, stood up and said, "Don't worry, we'll act soon." She removed the electromagnetic shield with her left hand and raised 2 magnetic storm rifles with her right, shouting to her team, "On the day of glorious return, the knights shall ride out." In the desolate no man's land of the southern line, an armored vehicle stood before a vast pile of rubble. Gao Gong, wearing sunglasses and carrying a long sword, knocked on the metal shell to wake the dozing Tai Pai. "Let's go, it's time to act." Tai Pai, still dazed, asked, "Is it finally time?" The past few peaceful days had made it hard for him to associate their current situation with war. In the backseat, Pang Xiang was still asleep. Gao Gong explained, "Yes, let's go." He had waited 3 days not only for the radiation circle to form, but also to scout around, confirming the beast pack's movement routes and settlement points. He ultimately chose the south as the main battlefield rather than the familiar western line. This area was near another oasis, also on the outskirts of a metropolitan area. Unlike the previous location, this one was filled with abandoned factories rather than an automobile park. The oasis was established in an industrial park, with large areas of abandoned metal materials, serving as a natural supply point for the advancing mechanical biochemical beasts. The complex factory environment was also ideal for Gao Gong's assassination operations. Gao Gong glanced at the battle recorder, the screen automatically refreshing to show a leaderboard of emerging strong contenders. He smiled dismissively, confident that at least half of the newcomers would perish after this hunting war. Confronting radiation beasts before the radiation circle fully formed was akin to courting death. Once you entered the radiation food chain, you were marked as prey by certain radiation beasts. As long as you remained in the desert and these radiation beasts were not eradicated, they would relentlessly hunt you until you met your end. Gao Gong had witnessed many powerful mechanical modifiers meet their demise in this radiation zone, not due to lack of skill or vigilance, but because of their arrogance. The sky was dim, but the abandoned steel plant was brightly lit. After the radiation circle formed, the plant's electrical system spontaneously operated, with mutated seeds taking root and spreading along the cables to the electrical box. Metal vines covered the factory's surface, with some crude fruits glowing like light bulbs. If this situation continued for another decade, this place might evolve into another metropolitan area. The armored vehicle stopped 100 meters away from an abandoned factory. Tai Pai eagerly rubbed the steering wheel, rekindling the thrill of his past days delivering goods for a gang. Pang Xiang groggily asked, "Brother Gao, do you need my help?" Gao Gong replied, "No need, today we'll just test the waters." If there was anything he had gained in the past few days, it was that he had assessed Pang Xiang's attributes. Name, Pang Xiang. Species, carbon-based aberration. Health, 530530. Stamina, 400400. Bioenergy, 195. Attributes, Strength 27, Agility 8, Endurance 31, Intelligence 3, Perception 6, Luck 17. Skills, Heavy Object Throwing LV5, Firearm Repair LV8. Advanced Staff Techniques LV3, Elite Aberration LV2. Gao Gong sized up Pang Xiang in front of him, nodding silently in approval. If the original owner was a dual-wielding red stick model, then Pang Xiang was undoubtedly in the standard tank mode. No wonder Aunt Xiang trusted him to go out. With his health and stamina, people might believe he was an elite class monster. However, his intelligence still needed some serious work. After pondering for a moment, Gao Gong picked up a basket of grenade-like fruits he acquired from an old friend's gun shop. Pang Xiang, later on, when Tai Pai opens the car roof, your job is to throw these fruits down. Wherever there are more monsters, that's where you throw. Pang Xiang nodded vigorously, a confident smile spreading across his honest face. Don't worry, Brother Gao, I'm really accurate. Back when my mom would leave me hungry, I'd sneak out to pick fruits and I'd never miss. Gao Gong nodded with a smile, patting Pang Xiang on the shoulder. Get used to the environment first. Once you're familiar, we'll need you to take on the boss. At that moment, Tai Pai approached excitedly, speaking in code. Boss, are we moving out? I think the cops are starting to watch us. Gao Gong replied seriously. Let's go. Remember, the bigger the commotion, the better. But if it looks bad, get out immediately. Don't worry, boss, Tai Pai assured, thumping his chest. I've been delivering for years and never been caught. Gao Gong smiled slightly, trusting Tai Pai's words. The guy's only redeeming quality was his driving skills honed from years of nighttime deliveries in the city. If tested, his driving skill would be at least LV8. Let's roll. With Gao Gong's command, the armored vehicle roared to life. The massive steel beast smashed through the factory gates, shattering them into pieces. Several small mechanical beasts didn't even have time to react before being crushed under the 20-ton weight, leaving no time for even a scream. Although due to time and budget constraints, Gao Gong hadn't equipped the armored vehicle with fierce weapons, its sheer body was already a formidable beast. Forget ordinary mechanical biobeasts, even a Reaper leader would suffer a critical blow in a head-on collision. Gao Gong cracked open the car door slightly, and 3 humanoid dog creatures sneaked out. On his right eye display, 3 small red dots moved rapidly in different directions. These humanoid dogs had been further modified, with the lowest level desert skin implanted on their surfaces, making them almost indistinguishable from small mechanical biobeasts. The skin didn't cut off electronic signals, but instead adjusted the biological magnetic field to absorb the signals differently. So even in this environment, Gao Gong didn't worry about using electronic devices being detected. Meanwhile, Pang Xiang transformed into a human grenade launcher. With a foolish grin, he continuously hurled the grenade fruits around him. The explosions formed an almost continuous sound, and wherever there were radiation beasts, there were grenade fruits. Within 500 meters, his accuracy was on par with a sniper. Found a treasure, truly a great tank material, Gao Gong muttered to himself. With a flick of his wrist, his skin began to blend with the surrounding light, like a human-shaped glass. The monofilament line tightened, and Gao Gong's figure silently vanished inside the vehicle. The abandoned factory wasn't just one building but a complex of several factories. As the armored vehicle rampaged through, it naturally drew the attention of the beast horde. Pang Xiang, get your head back in, Tai Pai shouted while frantically turning the steering wheel. Oh! Almost as Pang Xiang retracted his head, a barrage of bullets hit the bulletproof glass. This wasn't an enemy attack, but from gunbeast mechanical biobeasts. As the name suggests, these mechanical beasts could fuse with human weapons and feed on bullets. Some high-level gun beasts had firepower that rivaled mechanical hunters. At a turning corner, the armored vehicle swerved violently, nearly tipping over. Fortunately, Tai Pai's years of driving experience paid off, showcasing his superb driving skills at a critical moment. Pang Xiang, seemingly unaware of the danger, gaped in awe as massive metal scales scraped against the vehicle, with a huge shadow almost wrapping around the entire armored car. What a huge snake! Pang Xiang exclaimed. Just after escaping the snake's clutches, there was a loud thud above the driver's seat, and a noticeable dent appeared over Tai Pai's head. He shuddered, instinctively activating the roof camera. The screen showed a giant metal scorpion perched atop the armored vehicle. Its pincers were at least 3 sizes larger than a gorilla's arms, and the vents on the pincers were clearly jet propulsion devices. Damn, this is way more intense than deliveries. Tai Pai sweated profusely, slamming the gas pedal, weaving through the factory passages. Finally, he rammed into a lift platform, causing steel beams to crash down, knocking the scorpion away. But before Tai Pai could breathe a sigh of relief, a pack of mechanical wolves charged at them. If they were just ordinary wolves, it would be manageable, but each wolf had a semi-metal, semi-bone machine gun mounted on its back. A metal rainstorm engulfed the vehicle, as the dense barrage threatened to overwhelm the armored car. This is a whole pack of gun beasts, Tai Pai shouted in despair. On the 7th floor of a factory building, a barely visible thin line slowly descended. As it slid past a pane of glass, a nearly transparent humanoid figure could be faintly seen through the glass. Quite a scene, Gao Gong muttered to himself, his eyes fixed on the elusive figure. He understood that while the activity of luring creatures was dangerous, avoiding danger would only lead to future death. Gao Gong wasn't sure if formidable characters like Black Rose and Professor Han could survive in normal history, But he knew that in the calamity of beast machinery, Aunt Xiang and her son definitely wouldn't. Since Xiang had the potential to survive, Gao Gong was determined to train him, equipping him with the skills to protect himself in future disasters. Of course, this was also for Gao Gong's benefit. He knew that one person couldn't resist the tide. Only by uniting a group of people could there be a chance. Suddenly, Gao Gong sensed something. Hmm? Did a dog find its prey? He rubbed his chin, flicked his wrist, and the monomolecular grappling hook retracted. In the next moment, he pushed off the window ledge with force, the micromotor revving up as he leapt 3 meters into the air. With another flick of his wrist, the monomolecular grappling hook shot out, grabbing onto an elevator, swinging him forward. Several mechanical biobeasts on the ground glanced up but, sensing no living presence, quickly lowered their heads to continue gnawing on the steel bars. Gao Gong knew that this Spider-Man mode could only be maintained within a 10-meter range, far less agile than the little spider in the comics. If he forcibly imitated it, the consequences would be torn muscles, burnt-out motors, and even titanium alloy bones being pulled apart. Gao Gong calculated that to reach the little spider's 20-ton strength, he would need at least a second transformation, or level 60, along with specialized biological modifications. An interesting thought crossed his mind. On any planet, once a carbon-based civilization reached level 3, hero culture would emerge, along with a rise in super-species ideology. If this ideology spread unchecked, it would spark a mutant revolution. But for now, Gao Gong decided to play the mechanical version of Sekiro. Soon, he arrived at a spot marked by a dog with a human head. There stood a gigantic metal tree, its trunk so thick that it required several people to encircle it, its stem drilling through scrap metal and devouring it. The surface of the tree was secreting a thick layer of metallic protein, modeling and constructing layer by layer, like a giant 3D printer. Gao Gong squinted his eyes and recognized it as a crayed metal nest. He knew that if allowed to grow, it would become as large as a skyscraper, continually attracting mechanical biobeasts to transform into guardian beasts, settle down, and reproduce. This was one of the hardest species to eradicate in urban areas, even with heavy weapons, ground-to-air missiles, or thermonuclear bombs. In its mature stage, it was a standard-grade radiation ecology. Without hesitation, Gao Gong gripped the red unicorn, the electromagnetic activator revving to full power. The blade flashed, slicing through the air with a sonic boom. The metal nest seemed to sense the threat, its metallic, spiky roots curling upwards, and its canopy folding down like armor. But it was too late. The system prompt sounded in Gao Gong's ear. You dealt 15 points of damage to the metal nest. As Gao Gong sheathed his blade, a cracking sound came from behind him, and half of the tree trunk crashed to the ground, filling the air with a strong metallic rust smell. Once Gao Gong left, a group of small mechanical biobeasts was attracted by the commotion. Clearly, this metal nest had grown for too short a time to even produce a guardian beast pack. Half an hour later, Gao Gong appeared at an unfinished construction site. He held a sniper rifle, aiming at the radiation corpse leader not far away. This towering radiation corpse stood nearly 3 meters tall, with bulging muscles and radiation organs resembling livers growing on its chest and shoulders. With these organs, it could control all the radiation corpses around it. There were at least 1,000 radiation corpses roaming the construction site. Gao Gong pulled the trigger, the gunshot barely audible. The upper body of the radiation corpse leader jolted violently, slowly lowering its head to see a finger-length bullet lodged in its chest, smoke rising from the bullet's surface. System prompt. You dealt 131 points of damage to the radiation corpse leader using AT-5 armor-piercing bullet. Another shot rang out, this time hitting the abdomen. However, the abdomen lacked the twisted, rebar-like diseased muscles, and the bullet pierced through, hitting the tower crane behind. System prompt again. You dealt 231 points of damage to the radiation corpse leader using AT-5 armor-piercing bullet. This time, the radiation corpse leader let out a furious scream. Its surface radiation organs emitted a blinding yellow light, causing the eyes of all nearby radiation corpses to glow yellow, triggering a collective frenzy. An invisible radiation field stirred up the entire construction site. System prompts continued. Your body mutation was negated. You have been marked by radiation power. Due to the subcutaneous anti-radiation layer, you cannot be marked. Gao Gong calmly pulled the trigger for a third shot, then injected himself with an anti-radiation serum. Before the radiation corpse horde could reach him, he retreated into the darkness, quietly disappearing from sight. When radiation cannot mark the targets, all radiation zombies on the battlefield are essentially blind. These numerous radiation zombies are nothing more than moving targets for assassins from the darkness. Compared to mechanical biobeasts, radiation beasts have a more diverse range of powers. Superpowers, physical mutations, biochemical pollution, and more. However, their health is not high, not even half of the same level Reaper leaders, and they lack the heavy steel shells of the Reapers. The gunfire from Gao Gong rang out, with 5 bullets precisely hitting the 3 radiation organs on the radiation zombie leader. These organs flickered like short-circuiting light bulbs, seemingly ready to explode at any moment. At this critical juncture, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. The blade flashed like the cold moon on the horizon, a flash of blood, and the radiation organ on the zombie leader's shoulder was cleanly sliced off. The radiation zombie leader let out a scream, but a sly look flashed in its eyes. One of its palms suddenly opened, transforming into a serrated mouth, while a bone-white blade shot out from the flesh of the other hand. These 2 deadly weapons attacked Gao Gong from both sides. The radiation zombie knew that mechanical hunters coveted its radiation organs, predicting that when outmatched, the opponent would be driven by greed to engage in close combat for harvesting. Thus, it had already prepared a biological energy storage mode within its body. On the system panel, the radiation zombie leader's health suddenly surged by 500 points. Faced with this sudden change, Gao Gong remained expressionless. He slightly lowered his head, easily dodging the opponent's right hand, which had swelled to 3 meters. As he leaned forward, his foot stepped back, and a blood-red blade sliced across the opponent's abdomen, bringing out a string of filthy substances. The system notification appeared. You inflicted a bleeding effect on the enemy, increasing attack power by 5. Gao Gong's figure shifted, as if hidden in the darkness, with only a flash of red light. The radiation zombie leader screamed again, its right eye bursting. The system notified again. You inflicted a bleeding effect on the enemy, increasing attack power by 5. The continuously stacking frenzy effect made his eyes in the dark even more fervent, his blade technique like a chaotic dance of blood and flowers. The newly modified red unicorn blade was shortened from nearly 2 meters to 1 meter and 30 centimeters, perfectly complementing the Dark Warrior's combat style. The attack speed and power granted by the Dark Warrior compensated for the medium-sized blade's lack of lethality. The radiation zombie leader never expected a sniper's melee ability to surpass its own. In desperation, the radiation zombie leader cried out loudly, summoning nearby radiation zombies to swarm around, while also attempting to flee, trying to buy time. However, Gao Gong's blade movements were unfazed. The blade moved as gently as if caressing a beauty's skin, cutting off the last radiation organ, and then with a slight turn of the blood-red light, severed the zombie's head. The system notification. You dealt 135 damage to the radiation zombie leader. The radiation organs, now devoid of body tissue, exploded lightly like detonators without explosives. Gao Gong glanced at them, expressionless. Such low-level radiation organs did not pique his interest. He refrained from sniping the target directly mainly because he worried the explosion noise might attract other higher-level beasts. With their leader dead, the surrounding radiation zombies went berserk. Heads rolled under the blade, as the horde swarmed. Just as the radiation zombie horde was about to close in, Gao Gong sheathed his blade, flicked his wrist, and disappeared into the darkness once more. Gao Gong thought to himself, wondering if he could find suitable radiation organs tonight. His eagerness to hunt bosses was not only for gaining experience and completing tasks, but also for finding the right radiation organs. Many mechanical hunters were obsessed with mechanical modifications and prosthetic installations, overlooking the biological modification paradise right before them. The Iron Sand Desert boasted the richest resources of radiation beasts, unmatched elsewhere. Nighttime slaughter unfolded simultaneously in multiple locations. The next day, when the electronic board at the entrance of Gasoline Town was updated, everyone was stunned. Even the most reckless gamblers hadn't anticipated this scene. Apart from the top-ranked Marauder team, 2nd to 9th places were entirely replaced. The new rankings were as follows: Mechanic Team, Fire Stealers Team, Fluffgrass Team, Gasoline Worshippers, Symbiotic Team, Grey Eye Cultists, Miyamoto Sanzang, Gao Gong, Black God. The crowd erupted in disbelief. Some questioned if there was an error with the electronic board or a bug in the battlefield communications device. The sudden rise of several veteran hunting teams was understandable, as peers vaguely sensed they were preparing for something big. But where did these unknown teams like Symbiotic Team, Gasoline Worshippers, and Black God come from? Soon, those in the know discovered the origins of the Gasoline Worshippers. You mean they're affiliated with the Warlords? Someone angrily questioned. Why are Warlords allowed to participate in our competitions? Those bastards who eat people are worse than dogs. It's said they even eat their companions. Ha! Try defending the northern and southern lines without these local savages. Another person retorted with a sneer. They've all become lackeys of the security corps, yet still act so pretentious. The background of the Gasoline Worshippers hunting team was quickly uncovered. They were a hunting team organized by a local warlord. Their achievements were naturally overwhelming, like a vast ocean. Even if they were lackluster, they had thousands of armed locals to help boost their scores for free. Since they could appear on the electronic board, it at least indicated that this behavior was within the rules. After fruitless arguments and complaints, the mechanical hunters quickly shifted their focus to another aspect: solo hunting of the highest level monsters. Gao Gong and Miyamoto Sanzang, in a sense, were both formidable figures who made the leaderboard by single-handedly taking down monster leaders. Miyamoto Sanzang, a master of the assassination arts, is one of the most experienced and powerful mechanical hunters in the city of Automata. Rumor has it that he was once the top assassin for a mysterious organization, but after a mission failure, he fled to this irradiated zone to escape their pursuit. Within the hunter community, people fear his potential return to his old ways more than they respect his hunting prowess. Equally renowned is Gao Gong, another veteran mechanical hunter in Automata City. Known for his lone wolf style, Gao Gong is famous for his extensive experience and formidable skills. Recently, his hunting feats have been particularly impressive, shattering previous rumors of him being severely injured in the Great Rift. On the Hunters leaderboard, Miyamoto Sanzang and Gao Gong are the only two who have made it to the top 10 by assassinating Class Beast leaders. Miyamoto has taken down 13 Class Beasts, while Gao Gong has claimed 9. This astounding performance has sparked much discussion among hunters. Amazing, someone exclaimed. I'd love to see their assassination techniques firsthand. Exactly, the security corps should make their techniques public, another agreed. If we ever encounter them, it would be good to be prepared. What methods do they use to take down those metal-clad monsters? The crowd buzzed with speculation. On the outskirts of Gasoline Town, Old Sun and Aunt Xiang were watching the leaderboard. More precisely, Old Sun was focused on it, while Aunt Xiang was observing his reactions. So, does he meet your standards? Aunt Xiang asked. Old Sun clicked his tongue in amazement. These young folks are incredible. Look at that mechanic. He can airdrop weapons, set up a firepower defense, and control firepower intensity with algorithms truly ingenious. And that bearded guy, his firepower is ferocious, like a genuine mechanical battalion. Oh, and the woman with 3 hands, they're a close combat hunter squad, which is so rare. High-tech close combat weapons. Why didn't we think of that back in the day? Aunt Xiang interrupted with a snort. Don't change the subject. I asked if that kid meets your standards. Old Sun's eyes flickered as he hesitated. Well, it's hard to say. No, he's far from it. The creatures he's assassinated are just newly formed radiation beasts with most of their strength depleted. Can they even be classified as class? At best, they're D. How can that count as completing the task? No, he's still way off. I need to keep observing. Aunt Xiang sighed and suddenly erupted. You call me indecisive, but you're the indecisive one. You get all fired up watching young people slay beasts, then a few days later, you start backing down. You've been backing down for 10 years now. How much longer are you going to retreat? Until you're old? Until you're dead? Old Sun flinched at her words and quickly left, muttering to himself, I need to think about it some more, just a bit more. With the addition of veteran hunting teams, the leaderboard changes almost daily. These experienced hunters have doubled the number of irradiated beasts they kill, and that number continues to grow. Techniques like the mind control flow of the gray-eyed cultists, the melee output of Fireweed, Wilson's small mechanical brigade, and even the terrifying weapons of Symbiosis Squad and the hyper-mechanized mode of the newcomer Black God have left audiences in awe. People have realized just how powerful mechanical hunters can be. Meanwhile, the once dominant Plunder Squad has seen their ranks steadily decline from 1st to 2nd, then 4th and 5th, barely holding steady at around 5th or 6th place. In this environment of public battle reports, Miyamoto Sanzang and Gao Gong have become subjects of increasing controversy. The reason is simple. On this electronic leaderboard, participants can choose whether to share their battle footage. Everyone else has agreed, understanding that in the desert, reputation is second only to strength. But these two, like strippers who refuse to undress, have left people both curious and frustrated. Interestingly, the two seem to be in a competition. If one kills a radiation beast, the other goes after a stronger one. Since making it onto the leaderboard, their targets have rarely been below class. Moreover, they continuously break their own records. Miyamoto Sanzang, 15 class beasts, Gao Gong, 11 class beasts. Miyamoto Sanzang, 12 class beasts, Gao Gong, 7 class beasts. Miyamoto Sanzang, 8 class beasts, Gao Gong, 7 class beasts. Miyamoto Sanzang, 8 class beasts, Gao Gong, 8 class beasts. They just won't let us see. Onlookers are both curious and exasperated. These two assassination masters have not only piqued people's curiosity but also sparked a debate. Who is truly the strongest between them? Although Miyamoto Sanzang's hunting efficiency is currently higher than Gao Gong's, as the radiation beasts gradually regain their strength, his efficiency is steadily declining. On the other hand, Gao Gong maintains a peculiar steadiness like the unwavering calm of an old dog. It has to be Gao Gong, the lone wolf. Who's the strongest? Shouted a gambler in the black market, red-faced and hoarse, after betting everything he had. The old man will run out of steam eventually. It's only a matter of time before Gao Gong surpasses him. In the casino of Gasoline Town, a heated debate about assassin rankings was taking place. Look at these numbers. Master Miyamoto is clearly ahead. A gambler who had just won some money boasted, tapping the numbers on the display screen with his finger. That's nonsense. Another gambler, who was on a losing streak, immediately retorted. He's bound to be surpassed any day now. A mechanical hunter who had just returned from the battlefield shook his head. Not necessarily. His words drew the attention of those around him, especially the losing gambler, who glared at him intensely. The mechanical hunter quickly waved his hands in explanation. Don't look at me like that. I'm not jinxing it. I just think, in terms of skill, there's not much difference between the two. The key is the team. Gao Gong isn't as good as Miyamoto. Team? Someone questioned. Aren't assassins supposed to be lone wolves? You forget. The mechanical hunter lowered his voice. Sometimes when Miyamoto takes on a job in Gasoline Town, he's followed by three strange people all dressed in black. Those are Miyamoto's disciples. A familiar voice chimed in. I heard him mention them. How skilled can disciples be? Someone scoffed. Aren't the best disciples supposed to surpass their masters? I heard in the assassin world, the best disciples make their debut by taking their master's head. The mechanical hunter chuckled. No, these three disciples are unique. They're not human, nor are they androids. They're combat AI implanted into mechanical bodies. AI? Taking AI as disciples? That's bizarre. The people around exclaimed in surprise. The mechanical hunter continued. That's what I've heard. Miyamoto Sanzo implanted 3 AI templates into mechanical bodies, having them record his combat patterns daily, along with stealth techniques, assassin psychology, and combat experience. The loyalty attribute is written into the AI's core logic, so they won't betray him. Miyamoto naturally teaches them everything. 3 AI assassins equipped with an old killer's entire experience. It's terrifying to think about. With that, the mechanical hunter stood up and collected his chips. You folks carry on. I've got to head out and make some money. After he left, the gamblers exchanged looks, their expressions gradually changing. After a brief standoff, they simultaneously rushed to the android dealer, shouting, I want to adjust the odds. Once outside the casino, the mechanical hunter didn't head to the battlefield as he claimed. He circled around the outskirts of Gasoline Town several times to ensure he wasn't being followed, then slipped into a small house. Inside, the room was filled with surveillance screens. Littlefinger was intensely focused on the screens, constantly adjusting the odds as if he were an old gambling pro. Boss Finger, the information's been spread, the mechanical hunter reported. Without turning around, Littlefinger tossed him a wallet. Spend the next few days outside. Don't come back. Once exposed, the act is over. What's there to expose? I didn't lie. The mechanical hunter shrugged. Miyamoto really does have 3 AI disciples. Didn't you implant them yourself? Littlefinger ignored him, continuing to watch the screens. The mechanical hunter asked again, Boss Finger, even though we're manipulating the odds, how can you be sure that Gao Gong can't surpass Miyamoto? Youth often prevails. We almost got overturned the other day. Gao Gong nearly took the lead. Now we're adjusting the odds to bet on Miyamoto losing. Why? Littlefinger turned around, asking coldly, do you really want to know? No, not at alley don't want to know. The mechanical hunter laughed, backing towards the door. Littlefinger snorted, snapping his fingers, and the gun ports that had emerged from the walls quietly retracted. This underworld boss pondered for a moment before dialing a phone number, his tone suddenly becoming ingratiating. Brother Gao, how's it going on your side? That's right, hold back a bit. It's not time to turn the tables yet. Don't worry, your share of the money will be there. Oh, and for the next couple of days, let's take a break. Let that old Miyamoto have his moment. Once I've gathered enough mechanical coins to crash the market, we'll clean out those gamblers. How about setting your kill count at 3 for today? All right, don't worry. Your share will be dropped off at the bar. In the factory ruins, Gao Gong hung up the communicator and called out, once we finish this one, we're heading back. Heading back? Not hunting anymore? Got it, came the excited voice from Tin Skin inside the armored vehicle. The vehicle's side panels opened, revealing 2 automated machine guns. The powerful firepower immediately shredded the approaching small biomechanical beasts into pieces. Gao Gong hefted his DIY rocket launcher, Iron Rain, aiming and pulling the trigger. 13 heavy spears shot out, their tail-end propellers spinning rapidly, accelerating them further in the air, even causing sonic booms. The spears rained down on the charging mechanical leopard, their propellers fully unfurling upon impact, turning into hooks that embedded into the ground and walls, causing secondary tearing damage. Fat Xiong, go draw their attention, Gao Gong commanded. Fat Xiong charged forward, clad in a classical exoskeleton armor made from mechanical beast bones, looking a size too large. He took a deep breath, his beady eyes flashing with a hint of ferocity, his skin turning crimson, and steam billowing from his mouth and nose. Roar. With intense radiation fluctuations, Fat Xiong's height surged, bizarre veins protruding from his skin, layering over his body and fully filling out the exoskeleton. Finally, This seemingly foolish giant transformed into a 2-story tall monster, even larger than the massive biomechanical beasts. His dense muscles formed a barricade capable of deflecting ordinary bullets and most beast attacks. Wielding a massive spiked club, Fat Xiang planted himself in front of the remaining mechanical leopards. The club swept across like a spiked wall, sending 3 or 4 mechanical leopards flying with a single swing. No mechanical beast could breach this iron wall. Meanwhile, Gao Gong continued to calmly shoot, reload, and shoot again. This metal nest they were hunting was clearly stronger than the last, with at least 3 waves of guardian beasts and numerous migrating small biomechanical beasts. However, it didn't matter. They weren't the only ones who had grown stronger. With the last bullet setting the tree trunk ablaze, on an abandoned highway, an armored vehicle sped by, its tires roaring over the shattered asphalt. Inside the vehicle, Tiepi was brimming with excitement as he turned to Pang Xiang beside him, exclaiming, "Pang Xiang, I can't believe how amazing you are. Not only can you fight, but you can transform too. I really underestimated you. I thought you were just a big fool." Pang Xiang sheepishly scratched his head and grinned without saying a word. Gao Gong glanced at Pang Xiang, silently musing. The battlefield truly is the best training ground. Tiepi's driving skills have become more aggressive, and Pang Xiang has transformed completely. However, this astonishing change only occurs when he transforms. Otherwise, he's still the same simpleton. Gao Gong continued to ponder Pang Xiang's situation. His skill level is indeed remarkable. How did Xiang Yi train him? Could it be innate talent? In the cyber world, skill levels range from ordinary, advanced, elite, expert, to master, with civilization as a prerequisite. Gao Gong's highest skills were only at the advanced level. Yet this seemingly dim-witted kid had a transformation skill at the elite level. It made Gao Gong wonder if Pang Xiang had been passively training since birth. After all, he wasn't a mechanical bio-beast. He couldn't hone his skills through hunting. Despite his doubts, Gao Gong understood that this was undoubtedly a good thing. As long as Pang Xiang could fully adapt to the battlefield, he would become a true combat monster. Just then, Tiepi suddenly asked, "Boss, why are we heading back so early today?" Ever since experiencing the battlefield and witnessing Gao Gong's prowess firsthand, Tiepi had become completely convinced and acknowledged Gao Gong as his second boss. He secretly hoped to become a permanent member one day, enjoying better pay and benefits. This reminded him of his previous boss, a remarkable gang leader who, during a gang meeting speech, said, "A healthy organization provides the best benefits for every member." Unfortunately, after that speech, Tiepi was fired. Gao Gong was unaware of Tiepi's thoughts. He was calculating how to allocate the 80,000 experience points earned over the past 10 days. Thanks to the intense hunting warfare, the earnings in less than 10 days equaled a whole month's worth in the past. Yes, definitely upgrade first, Gao Gong decided internally. A system prompt appeared. You have upgraded mechanical modifier to LV10 max, strength 1, agility 1, perception 1. You have reached the maximum level for your profession and cannot upgrade further. You meet the requirements for a job change. Would you like to proceed? Gao Gong decisively chose no. He thought the biomodification was only just implanted in the skin, and the classical mechanical hunter's quest chain wasn't complete. Changing jobs now would be foolish. However, he could consider upgrading a secondary profession. So, Gao Gong began upgrading other skills. You have upgraded electronic neurology to LV5. You have upgraded human biology to LV5. You have upgraded human kinetics to LV5. The system displayed detailed information about these skills. Electronic neurology LV5. Conduct in-depth research on brain and body, modify nerve fibers, and simulate nerve signals using electronic circuits. Human biology LV5. Study the organs, structure, functionality, and biological interactions of humans with their environment. Human kinetics LV5. Understand the design principles of artificial implants. Then, Gao Gong maxed out the cybernetic doctor skill. You have upgraded cybernetic doctor to LV5 max, perception 1. Total level increased to LV19. At this moment, a new mission prompt appeared. You have triggered a job change mission. Senior Cybernetic Doctor. Mission content. 1. Successfully complete 3 cybernetic modification surgeries. 2. Create 2 unique modification components based on personal concepts. 3. Conduct 1 cybernetic experiment. Gao Gong was taken aback. This mini job change mission was much harder than what he experienced in his previous life. Normally, a level 5 job change for a cybernetic doctor required only 1 surgery, 1 component modification, and 1 experiment. The additional difficulty was likely due to upgrading 3 related professions to level 5 simultaneously. Still, this wasn't a major problem. Extra difficulty would surely mean extra rewards. With this thought, Gao Gong didn't hesitate to upgrade invasive neural modification technology to level 5. Invasive neural modification technology LV5. Master the principles of nerve signal transmission enhancement. Gao Gong calculated. The three professional knowledge areas from the cybernetic doctor were related to cybernetic implants and creation, while invasive neural modification technology focused on connecting and modifying mechanical species. This made his skill system more comprehensive. Next came the exciting part, gambling on blueprints. With nearly 60,000 experience points at his disposal, Gao Gong naturally opted for a full investment. To him, no strategic flow or hidden quest was as satisfying as directly investing in experience points. With enough investment, he could fulfill any wish. A system prompt appeared. LV5 Invasive Neural Modification Technology, LV5 Electronic Neurology Fusion Successful. You have developed a Level 1 Neural Blueprint, Advanced Neural Massage Chair. Gao Gong was momentarily stunned and couldn't help but mutter, seriously? Opening with bad luck? A Level 5 skill yielding a Level 1 blueprint? What kind of nonsense is this? They've even come up with an elderly massage chair. As the successful fusion of LV5 Invasive Neural Modification Technology and LV5 Electronic Neurology took place, a series of neural and mechanical blueprints emerged one after another. Gao Gong's eyes were fixed on the holographic projection, his fingers dancing over the virtual keyboard. Each new blueprint that appeared seemed to evoke a myriad of expressions on his face. Level 2 Neural Blueprint, Happy Wobble Stick. Gao Gong frowned slightly, internally questioning just how happy this device was intended to be. His disappointment grew as the Level 1 Mechanical Blueprint, Electric Egg Beater, appeared next. The appearance of 5 consecutive worthless blueprints had stretched Gao Gong's nerves to the breaking point. His eye began to twitch, and his lips quivered involuntarily, emitting an aura of impending eruption. The sight caused Tiepi, standing nearby, to tense up, fearing that his recent hopes for a raise might be detected by his superior. Just as the atmosphere was about to freeze over, the 6th blueprint's glow shifted from black to red, instantly lighting up Gao Gong's eyes. Level 3 Neural Blueprint, Central Nervous Control Ring. He quickly scanned the notes. Capable of restrictive modifications to the nervous systems of medium to small mechanical species, suitable for class or lower biomechanical beasts with radiation levels under 10,000. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Gao Gong's eyes. This was undoubtedly another potential hit, following the Desert Skin blueprint. What made it even more appealing was its relatively low usage threshold, requiring a perception level of only 5 to operate, with higher perception allowing control over more biomechanical beasts. Gao Gong immediately calculated that this blueprint should not be shared with Xiaoji. It had the potential to become a unique asset for his faction, promising substantial gains. The subsequent fusion yielded several intriguing blueprints. A Level 2 Mechanical Blueprint, Human Pleasure Manipulator, a Level 2 VR Blueprint, Open Version Virtual Projection, and a Level 2 Neural Blueprint, Neural Frequency Amplifier. Gao Gong was eager to explore the potential uses of these blueprints, particularly the Open Version Virtual Projection, envisioning ways to transform it into an auxiliary combat device. After enduring a few disappointing blueprints, Gao Gong finally received another heavyweight blueprint, a Level 3 Neural Blueprint, Manual Neural Disruptor. This device, hailed as a monster opener, could generate a super noise field within a 300 by 300 meter radius, comparable to 10 times the noise of a construction site, enough to drive any creature insane. Gao Gong was secretly delighted. With this, hunting desert worms would no longer require him to wait like a sycophant. Gao Gong then turned his attention to other areas. The fusion of LV5 Human Biology, LV5 Human Biomechanics, and LV4 Mechanical Modification resulted in a series of practical mechanical gear. A Level 2 Mechanical Blueprint, Giant Grip Magnetic Gloves, a Level 2 Mechanical Blueprint, High Temperature Metal Boots, a Level 1 Mechanical Blueprint, Torque Belt, and a Level 2 Mechanical Blueprint, Violent Headguard. These pieces of equipment were clearly more suited for larger warriors, leading Gao Gong to wonder if Pang Xiang had secretly influenced his luck. During the final fusion process, Gao Gong acquired a batch of medical-related blueprints, including a Level 2 Tech Blueprint, Blood Coagulator, High Polymer Scalpel, a Level 2 Pharmacology Blueprint, Metal Sedative Pill, and a Level 1 Prosthetic Blueprint, Immune Appendix. Reflecting on the results of this round of fusion, Gao Gong felt a mix of emotions. Although he had obtained many valuable blueprints, they were interspersed with a considerable amount of mediocrity. He couldn't help but mock himself. Are these medical blueprints hinting that health is wealth? Nonetheless, Gao Gong remained optimistic about the future, as these newly acquired blueprints undoubtedly opened up more possibilities for his research. Gao Gong instructed Tiepi to take him to the supply depot, then drove alone to the repair site. In the Tindi hunting war, the damage to vehicles far exceeded that to the mechanical hunters. Upon entering the supply depot again, Gao Gong noticed the bustling activity, with the tense wartime atmosphere palpable. Unlike the casino's lively environment, no one here cast curious glances his way. Feeling relieved, Gao Gong directly called over a service robot. He handed over a pre-prepared list of materials, so extensive that it triggered the robot's double-check procedure. Do you need one of each? The robot inquired. Gao Gong nodded in confirmation. The robot quickly completed facial recognition, and Gao Gong's contribution points instantly decreased by nearly 30,000. Next, Gao Gong purchased various ammunition, including a dozen enhanced radiation needles. He knew that the radiation needles from the supply depot were far superior to those from the black market, with no side effects at least. A significant portion of the black market's radiation needles were diluted, substandard products from someone called Little Finger. Just as Gao Gong was waiting idly, a furious large orange cat suddenly leaped onto the counter, its sharp claws aimed straight at his face. This impressive leap clearly indicated some enhancement. Gao Gong leaned back slightly while deftly grabbing the cat by the scruff. Got a new skin? Don't get excited. Isn't Mars Edge supposed to have an almost 100 satisfaction rate? Why attack a customer? Gao Gong said with a smile. The large orange cat retorted angrily. Only those using our weapons are considered our customers, you fraud. Gao Gong calmly replied. No need to get worked up. Your weapons have quite a few issues, from biochemical viruses to cyberpsychosis. Without proper debugging, how can they be used? The cat's eyes flickered, its tone wavering slightly. Nonsense. Our weapons don't have such problems. At this time, Mars Edge had yet to win a major metropolis-level outsourcing project and wasn't as arrogant as it would become. Selling faulty weapons during wartime could have dire consequences if exposed. Gao Gong lazily said, Relax, it's just a minor issue. I'll fix it up before using it. Held by the scruff of its neck, the large orange cat, though fierce in appearance, had a timid undertone as it said, You should know. The weapons are rented to you for free, guaranteed quality, no flaws. You ought to be grateful. Yes, grateful indeed, Gao Gong replied, a sudden idea sparking in his mind. He recalled that Mars Edge would later rise by gathering data through extensive player experiments. Knowing this, why not get involved? Players needed weapons, Mars Edge needed experimental data, and he could be the middleman. By the way, do you accept large weapon orders? Gao Gong asked. The large orange cat showed a hint of disdain. You? Large orders? As a new cross-city enterprise, Mars Edge naturally looked down on small figures in the radiation zone. Gao Gong explained, Of course, it's not just me. I have many partners who need weapons and can provide a large order. The cat was about to sneer but caught Gao Gong's meaningful gaze, remembering he had leverage over her, and quickly changed her tune. It's not impossible, but you'll need to bring in experimental data first, otherwise I can't apply to my superiors. No problem, Gao Gong agreed nonchalantly, starting to gently stroke the large orange cat. His skilled massage technique made the cat purr in delight, thinking that although this human looked ordinary, his massage skills were top-notch. After Gao Gong left with his materials, the large orange cat snapped back to reality from its enjoyment, gazing longingly at the door for a while before sighing deeply. She was originally human, an employee of Mars Edge, punished and transformed into a cat for failing to meet sales targets assigned to the Iron Sand Desert. If she failed again, who knew what form the next punishment would take? The thought of becoming a rat or cockroach sent a chill down her spine, and she resolved to work hard to complete her tasks, dedicating herself to the company for life, determined not to end up like those underperforming colleagues transformed into electronic cockroaches and thrown into the sewers. The next day, the electronic leaderboard updated again. The symbiotic squad edged out the gasoline worshippers and the Edelweiss squad, climbing into the top 3. The Marauders dropped to 8th place, while the Grade cultists rose to 6th. With his consistent boss hunting skills, Gong Bin Sanzang steadily climbed to 7th place. However, surprisingly, Gao Gong's name was missing from the bottom 2 positions on the leaderboard. Countless gamblers were left in shock. They had expected the older Gong Bin to falter first. As the saying goes, the fist fears the young. But unexpectedly, the young Gao Gong plummeted in rank, leaving everyone puzzled. Meanwhile, in a private booth at the Rose Gasoline Bar, the atmosphere was tense. Black Rose's eyes were icy as she stared at Littlefinger, her gaze sharp enough to make him instinctively shrink back. Her voice was low, simmering with restrained anger. At such a crucial time, you dared to incite him to throw the match? Littlefinger chuckled awkwardly, trying to explain. Sister Rose, well, a quick buck is a quick buck. Besides, he agreed to it, saying he could turn the tables, so we went along. Even if he couldn't hold up in the end, wasn't our plan to step in and help him cheat? Black Rose took a deep breath, her voice growing colder. Do you realize that among the top 10 teams, 5 have financial backers, and 3 have already started secretly boosting their scores? Can you guarantee our cheating methods are superior to theirs? Littlefinger's eyes widened in disbelief as he responded, Impossible, right? With battlefield recorders, drones, and post-battle inspections, how can they cheat? Do they think they're us? Suddenly, a realization struck him, his face turning pale. Are you saying the cloud aristocrats have sent their people too? Aren't those parasites usually indulging in extreme pleasures above the clouds? Black Rose analyzed calmly. The Skull Society, composed of emerging enterprises, is becoming more aggressive, and the rebel army's power is growing. The three major AIs of the Mother City are ruthless, and even those fools know to leave themselves a way out. The network of interests in the Iron Sand Desert is someone's escape route. Hearing the mention of the rebel army, Littlefinger felt an inexplicable relief, but just as he was about to speak, his eyes widened in shock. Black Rose's high heel suddenly lifted and stabbed into the couch right in front of his crotch, the sharp heel piercing the leather, stopping just millimeters from his vital area. A chill ran down his spine as he realized how close he came to needing the Mr. Tree Model 3. Black Rose's tone was icy. "Don't mess things up while I'm working." Littlefinger realized Black Rose was genuinely angry this time, so he dropped his sleazy demeanor and spoke seriously. "Rose, do you think that kid is one of us?" "What do you mean? I used to think he was just your pet wolf, but now I've changed my mind. Do you know, once he brought me some bugs, and I caught a glimpse of his eyes. Do you know who he reminded me of?" Littlefinger enunciated each word. "You? The unmodified you." Black Rose was stunned, momentarily speechless. Littlefinger continued, "The same ambition, the same fiery spirit, and most importantly, the same refusal to give up. Do you think the you who was once hunted would bow down to any man?" Black Rose sat back down, her mind drifting to a memory of a torrential downpour at the edge of freedom. The sky seemed to collapse, and the raindrops felt like knives on her bleeding skin. After a long pause, Black Rose asked, "What's that kid up to now?" "No idea, but I'm certain he's stirring up trouble," Littlefinger replied, relaxing a bit and shrugging. "He's borrowed my operating table again." The next day, Gao Gong sat in a rundown off-road vehicle captured from the night's battle, watching the scene behind him in the rearview mirror. One after another, cacti emerged from the asphalt ground, resembling oddly patterned rocks, but their true form was more like a combination of giant carnivorous plants and cacti. Their dense, petrified outer leaves wrapped perfectly around radiation energy, and once they bloomed to feed, they could create a radiation energy field in a 10 by 10 area, while simultaneously emitting toxic mist that caused dizziness, weakness, and poisoning. The previously barren, dry ground had transformed into a veritable oasis, with various unknown radiation plants sprouting up. Gao Gong felt a heavy weight in his heart. In less than 10 days, this desert had taken on the appearance of greenery. More concerning was that this area was only 20 to 30 miles from Motor City. The reproductive capability of the radiation zone was terrifying. Despite the mechanical hunters' relentless efforts to cull them, the number of radiation beasts didn't seem to diminish much. This wasn't because radiation beasts couldn't be killed, but because once a radiation zone formed, it became a massive breeding ground. If the Knights were truly behind this chaos, then this was their objective: to cultivate the most suitable battlefield for the upcoming showdown. At this rate, an assault on the city was only a matter of time. Determination flickered in Gao Gong's eyes. This time, he was heading to Scavenger City to resolve the Cable Tribe issue. The enemy was accelerating, and he had to quicken his pace as well. The city of Scavenger's Haven was still the same. Yet Gao Gong keenly sensed that the metropolitan area had grown more perilous. An unsettling aura hung in the air, as if the entire city had transformed from a simple beast's lair into a monstrous creature with a gaping maw. Gao Gong frowned and thought, this intensity of biological will usually only appeared when an 11 beast god was about to emerge. It was beginning to resemble a future armed beast nest. But this raised another question. If it truly was an armed beast nest, how had the security corps managed to win the battle? Reflecting on history, the Iron Sand Desert only became a monster's paradise after the Hydra battle ended. Before that, it was under the jurisdiction of the Mechanical City. At that moment, a well-known strategic saying suddenly flashed in Gao Gong's mind. Annihilate 1 billion enemies, advance 1,000 miles. A tiger crouches in the southeast, gazing over the central plains. Gao Gong's lips twitched as he muttered in disbelief. No way. It's one thing for me to rig a fight, but you guys? You're the licensed professionals. Just then, there was a rustling in the nearby bushes. Gao Gong turned sharply, shouting, "Who's there?" It's me, Mr. Gao. Do you remember me?" A pockmarked face sheepishly emerged from the underbrush, followed by 2 locals wielding steel rods with fierce expressions. Seeing it was someone familiar, Gao Gong's expression softened slightly. He glanced at a nearby campfire and calmly said, "Oh, you're here." The pockmarked man rubbed his hands together and tentatively asked, "Yes, Mr. Gao, you called us over. Is there something you need? By the way, did you bring any supplies this time?" Gao Gong frowned and replied, "I brought supplies. But why are you here again instead of my good friend Huang Yuanli?" The pockmarked man quickly explained, "Oh, she really had something to do. Right. She asked me to give you a token." He pulled a small butterfly hair clip from his pocket. Gao Gong recognized it as Huang Yuanli's treasured item. His face remained calm, but there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. He said coldly, "I'm only helping you because of my friend. If Huang Yuanli isn't here or is in trouble, there's no way I'll give you the supplies." The pockmarked man hurriedly explained, "Don't misunderstand. Mr. Gao, we're all friends. Sister Yuanli is fine in the tribe, she just couldn't get away. That's why she sent the clip, so you wouldn't get the wrong idea. Gao Gong hesitated, remaining silent. The pockmarked man kept signaling to the other two not to act rashly. However, one of them couldn't hold back any longer. He suddenly pulled a gun from his pocket, pointing the barrel directly at Gao Gong. The tribe's been out of food for almost 3 days now. To hell with it, let's just grab the food, the man said viciously. The pockmarked man's face turned pale, and he urgently tried to intervene. We can't do that. Mr. Gao is a friend of our tribe. Have you forgotten who saved our expedition team? I don't care who saved who. Another person suddenly interjected. I wish all those lunatics were dead. Without them, we'd be doing just fine. It's those science nuts who brought divine retribution on us, and now our tribe is suffering for it. We should sell them as slaves to protect the tribe. Spurred on by this person, the third individual made up his mind, gripping his steel rod tightly and approaching with a menacing look. Seeing this, Gao Gong calmly said, the supplies are in the trunk, but don't expect another delivery. Next time? Ha, by then, our tribe will have moved on. The man with the gun sneered, keeping it trained on Gao Gong as he moved to the back of the off-road vehicle and opened the trunk. However, inside the trunk, there was no food, only some high-tech equipment resembling items from Professor Han's lab. In that moment of surprise, a dog with a human head, which had been lying in the back seat, suddenly leaped up. Its forelimbs extended steel needles, piercing the man's shoulders. Its metallic head slammed into him, knocking him to the ground and continuing its assault. 2 more human-headed dogs quickly jumped off the vehicle, attacking another man from both sides. Although he managed to fend one off with his steel rod, the other bit into his groin, eliciting a scream of agony. The pockmarked man's face was drenched in cold sweat as he watched Gao Gong pick up the fallen gun and walk over leisurely. Recalling what Professor Han and the others had endured in the tribe, he felt his life hanging by a thread. Gao Gong stopped in front of the pockmarked man and calmly asked, "Can you explain this to me?" Nearby, 2 men lay barely conscious, one's face covered in blood, while the other bled profusely from the groin, with the latter appearing more severely injured. The man with the pockmarked face had thoughts as tangled as a web of cables, but the moment Gao Gong pulled back the bolt of his gun, his demeanor immediately turned honest. He began recounting the plight of Professor Han and Sister Yuanli. Professor Han was captured as soon as he returned to the tribe, while Sister Yuanli was placed under house arrest. After Gao Gong last delivered supplies, Sister Yuanli led an uprising that was suppressed by the Grand Elder, leading to both her and Professor Han's imprisonment. An uprising? Gao Gong asked in surprise. That little woman. What did you do to push her to that point? The man with the pockmarked face lowered his head in shame, his voice trembling slightly. According to the Grand Elder, half of the tribe was to be sold to outsiders, in exchange for the other half joining the Flame Apostles. What are the Flame Apostles? Gao Gong inquired, frowning. The term seemed strangely familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. The man explained, the Flame Apostles are followers of the god of radiation and gunpowder, his most loyal subordinates. The Grand Elder told us that joining them is the only way to save our cable tribe. Gao Gong's eyes suddenly sharpened. The name God of Radiation and Gunpowder was indeed familiar. An indigenous warlord's army located 2 continents away, west of Motor City. He scoffed, you speak so cryptically. One would think you were up to something grand, but it's just slave trading. Gao Gong briefly explained the status of scavengers in the Iron Sand Desert, and the even worse fate of the indigenous warlord's slaves, unfortunate souls referred to as meat people. Sensing Gao Gong's displeasure, the man quickly advised, Mr. Gao, I advise you not to go in. You're alone, and our tribe has at least 100 neurobeasts. You wouldn't stand a chance. Half an hour later, Gao Gong and the man crouched in a thicket. Gao Gong closed his left eye, using his artificial eye like a scope to survey the area ahead. He quickly analyzed the cable tribe's defensive setup, 2 visible sentries, 2 hidden ones, and a dozen or so mechanical biobeasts scattered around. He was surprised by the tribe's bold choice of location, positioned right between 2 class beast packs. Abandoning the idea of a frontal assault, Gao Gong turned to the man. Is there a way for you to get me inside? The man grimaced and shook his head. Forget about bringing someone in. I can't even go back alone. You took out 2 of the Grand Elder's close aides. 3 of us left, and if I return alone, the Grand Elder will skin me alive. Gao Gong pondered for a moment, then casually gestured, and a human-headed dog poked its head out of the bushes. He retrieved a device resembling a boombox from his backpack. What is that? The man asked, puzzled. Gao Gong didn't answer, focusing instead on adjusting the frequency knobs on the device. He was fine-tuning a neural disruptor to ensure it wouldn't attract too many monsters. Finally, he flipped the switch. In an instant, the human-headed dog bolted away like an arrow, carrying the device in its mouth. Gao Gong followed swiftly, leaving their spot behind. The man blinked in confusion, unsure of what had just happened. Suddenly, the two mechanical dogs at the tribe's entrance began barking furiously, as if detecting an invisible intruder. Moments later, they broke free from their chains and charged at the man, who was terrified and instinctively ran in the direction Gao Gong had fled. Soon after, a flock of metal sparrows emerged from within the tribe, flying towards the direction the mechanical dogs had headed. Then, all sorts of mechanical beasts, those that flew, crawled, and climbed, swarmed through the spot where the two had been. The man was just a step away from being trampled into mush by the stampede. "What did you do?" the man asked in terror, but Gao Gong was equally perplexed. At that moment, a deafening roar, like that of a massive forge hammering hot iron, echoed through the air. A giant leg, thicker than an ancient tree, descended from the sky, crashing heavily into the metallic vines on the ground. It appeared more like a prosthetic limb than a mechanical leg, with a surface smooth as a mirror, except at the joints. "The boiler elephant," the man exclaimed. "Why is it out here?" This biomechanical elephant, a sea-grade creature, lived near the cable tribe, feeding on metallic bark and leaves, and was usually docile. The elephant let out a call resembling a train whistle, and high-temperature steam instantly engulfed the forest for miles around. Gao Gong's desert skin could withstand the heat, but the man wasn't so lucky. He felt like he had been thrown into a boiling bath, his skin turning red quickly, and his pockmarks blushing as brightly as pomegranates. He clenched his teeth to stifle a scream. Suddenly, Gao Gong's expression changed, sensing a powerful threat approaching from above. Looking up, he saw a massive bird, the size of a bomber, flash across the misty sky. He faintly heard the sound of missiles being launched. About 10 seconds later, a fierce column of fire shot up from the direction where the human-headed dog had fled. Gao Gong remained silent for a moment, then issued a final command to the human-headed dog. "Run as far as you can and never come back." After Gao Gong activated the manual neural disruptor, a sense of unease swept over him. He recalled the disastrous incidents from his past life where players used this device to attract monsters and felt relieved that he had added a frequency modulation mode. At this moment, he was thankful he had no intention of farming monsters. Otherwise, he might have become a meal for them. The sea-level boiler elephant and bombing eagle were each deadly enough to take his life. Gao Gong glanced at the system panel, particularly the taskbar. Successfully completed 3 cybernetic modification surgeries 33 was prominently displayed. This reassured him that his equipment hadn't failed. It was just that the monster attracting effect was unexpectedly strong. "Hey, are you going in or not?" Gao Gong turned to Ma Zilian. "If you're not going in, I will." Ma Zilian opened his mouth to speak, but anger overwhelmed him, and he fainted on the spot. Gao Gong shrugged and pressed a button on his collar. His figure gradually vanished, as the desert skin's mimetic ability combined with the open-source virtual projection achieved nearly perfect invisibility. However, the scene before him made his heart sink. After luring away the mechanical bio-beasts, the two people at the entrance stood still. One kept repeating, "What's happening?" while the other said he needed to report to the Great Elder but merely spun in circles. Gao Gong realized something serious had happened in the cable tribe. In the dungeon, over 200 people were huddled together, each bearing injuries. Meng Duo struggled to move to Huang Yuanli's side, having lost half a leg. Huang Yuanli, the leader of the revolt, was covered in whip marks and had been unconscious for days. An old woman handed over a relatively clean towel, and Meng Duo thanked her before gently wiping Huang Yuanli's fevered forehead. Despair hung in the air of the dungeon, and a blind little girl timidly asked if they were really going to be eaten. The old woman could only hold her tightly, repeating comforting words. Meng Duo could no longer hold on and drifted into a half-conscious state. Hearing Huang Yuanli seemingly muttering in her sleep, "Professor, don't do this, Professor, no." Gao Gong silently appeared in front of a guard, and the sight made his skin crawl. The guard had a foolish grin on his face, chewing on his own tongue. Gao Gong took a deep breath and put on the black headphoneisa neural frequency amplifier. As soon as he put on the headphones, a piercing noise flooded his brain. It was as if he was immersed in a cyber network of interwoven signals, with countless neural strands flashing through his body like lightning. His senses intertwined, merging into a torrent of simulated sensation that washed over him. "Damn it!" exclaimed Gao Gong, quickly removing the amplifier and covering his mouth with his other hand as the torrent rushed towards him. Suddenly, a stream of liquid, not water but bright red blood, flowed from his left ear. The sounds around him fluctuated wildly, and the intermittent ringing in his ears left him dizzy and disoriented. In that moment, Gao Gong realized why the mechanical bio-beasts were relentlessly hunting the dog-headed humans. The manual neural disruptor was merely a catalyst. There had to be something invisible to the naked eye causing them extreme unease. He recalled the medical technology of a planetary-level civilization, which lacked nanorepair agents or cell regeneration injections. Recovery from injuries was slow, or required direct surgical intervention. After waiting to ensure his ear stopped bleeding, Gao Gong cautiously adjusted the neural frequency amplifier to its lowest setting and placed it on his other ear. This time, the situation improved significantly. Although the neural noise persisted, its intensity was greatly reduced. Listening closely, the noise wasn't harsh but rather sounded like countless raindrops falling simultaneously, creating a unique rhythm. Guided by this neural noise, Gao Gong quickly discovered two secret passages in the cable tribe's gathering place: a tunnel and a mountain path. The neural noise was noticeably stronger in the direction of the mountain path. Following the principle of tackling the easier task first, he decided to explore the tunnel. The so-called tunnel was actually an entrance to the city's sewer system. The manhole cover was gone, replaced by a large stone blocking the sewer entrance. As soon as Gao Gong moved the stone, a swarm of colorful butterflies emerged, fluttering gracefully in the air. Butterflies in the sewer? Gao Gong wondered, but he didn't dwell on it and climbed down the rusted ladder. A foul odor hit him immediately, reminiscent of rotting vegetables that had decayed for years. At this point, Gao Gong encountered an embarrassing situation. It seemed the neural noise was affecting his skin, causing it to shift uncontrollably, sometimes appearing pixelated, other times flickering like TV static. This low-resolution effect couldn't be masked even by a special effects generator. With a resigned shake of his head, Gao Gong pinched the button on his collar to deactivate the open virtual projection. He then drew the red unicorn with caution as he ventured forward. It's worth mentioning that planetary-level civilizations hadn't developed subspace storage technology, so equipment had to be carried by hand or airdropped via drones. The idea of pulling weapons from an inventory like in games was out of the question. Therefore, Gao Gong only took the red unicorn with him, leaving other weapons like sniper rifles and beast hunters back in Gasoline Town. As Gao Gong moved forward, the only sound in the empty sewer was his footsteps echoing. With a perception score of 14, about 3 times that of an average person, he quickly detected numerous breathing sounds. Following the direction of the sewer system, he also heard footsteps approaching. Already discovered? Are there cameras? Gao Gong thought warily, quickly switching his right eye to infrared mode. He soon identified several hidden heat signatures. With a flash of his blade and a series of explosive sounds, the footsteps turned chaotic. The underground tunnel system was clearly not singular, indicating the enemy was spreading out. Gao Gong swung his right hand, grabbing a steel bar above, and with a deft maneuver, he silently disappeared into the depths of the tunnel before the others arrived. Where did he go? He was just here. The newcomers' voices grew chaotic. Hidden in the shadows, Gao Gong's vision suddenly blurred. When he opened his eyes again, a horrifying scene unfolded. 4 or 5 living figures without heads, with brains still pulsating, emerged from the darkness. They wielded crude, handmade firearms, their expressions bizarre and grotesque, with a mucus-like substance connecting their lips. A surge of intense anger nearly drowned Gao Gong in hatred. In the darkness, his blade descended like lightning, piercing through the brain and down to the lower body. He withdrew the knife, slicing through the handmade firearm of another with one hand while blocking the gun barrel with the other. As the bullet exploded in the chamber, the red unicorn slashed and hacked, reducing the opponent to pieces. Brain matter splattered, blood sprayed, and red and white substances blossomed in the air. As Gao Gong killed the last brain creature, an intense, itching sensation spread from his head. He reached up, pulling away a mass resembling tofu pudding. He froze, instinctively touching his left ear, only to realize the neural frequency amplifier was gone, replaced by an ear. This is my own ear. Gao Gong realized with horror. It must be an illusion. However, when he looked at his reflection on the wall, he saw that the other brain creatures had vanished. The only real brain creature left was himself. In the reflection, his facial features were bleeding, smiling at him eerily. Gao Gong's eye twitched violently as he glanced at the red unicorn in his hand. The blade was clean and shiny, showing no signs of having sliced through anything. Looking up again, he saw the walls beginning to extrude pink intestines. Clear, transparent liquid trickled down from above. Gao Gong instantly understood what it was: cerebrospinal fluid. Terror overwhelmed his rationality like a tidal wave, and he realized he might already be trapped in a terrifying illusion. Gao Gong forced himself to calm down, his mind racing. He was certain that before wearing the neural frequency amplifier, he hadn't been affected by illusions. Without the implantation pod, being interfered with by simulated signals wasn't easy. The neural frequency amplifier could, to some extent, replace the implantation pod and enhance the connection of the nervous system. In this environment, where electronic signals were severely disturbed, creating illusions was not easy unless a cyber hacker was involved. Gao Gong ran, pressing the direct connection switch at his right temple with his thumb, forcefully shutting down his combat cyber eye. This action, known as cutting the cable, plunged his right eye into darkness instantly. The surrounding illusions paused, then resembled an old television with poor signal, as snowflake-like spots appeared on the pink cerebral cortex. Gao Gong's heart skipped a beat. He had been right. The only electronic device on him was the combat cyber eye. Any hack would start there. This cutting the cable method worked against most hackers. Gao Gong quickly analyzed the surroundings. This was a concrete jungle, making direct electronic signal access unlikely, ruling out remote hacking. The hacker had to be nearby. However, just 3 seconds later, the cerebral cortex-like structures began to wriggle again, and a soft, fleshy carpet covered the ground. Clearly, the hacker had successfully infiltrated once more. Gao Gong took a deep breath and activated 2 states on his skin: skin respiration and cold-blooded mode. Skin respiration reduced blood activity, increasing endurance recovery by 15 per second. Cold-blooded mode reduced his infrared radiation, lowering the chance of being detected by enemies. The former decreased brain power usage, while the latter increased the difficulty of neural signal access. The sound of dripping water vanished once more, but soon after, numerous light spots appeared in his other eye. Aside from the colorful spots, there was only darkness. It felt like the dreamlike patterns seen before sleep. Yet Gao Gong's eyes were open. He realized his thalamus had been hacked, and his visual system was disrupted. Despite this, his other sensory systems seemed to have returned to normal. Gao Gong felt his head, finding the texture hard as usual. He touched his ear and encountered the earpiece. Though he lacked hacking skills to counterhack, in this heavily disturbed concrete jungle, the opponent couldn't hack from afar. Not even the most skilled cyber cowboy could do it. The underground system was complex, making it nearly impossible to locate the enemy quickly. Gao Gong gritted his teeth and once again maxed out the neural frequency amplifier. Instantly, the maddening noise engulfed him. He could distinctly hear the sound of blood trickling from his ears. Under the amplifier's influence, the traces of the opponent's intrusion stretched out like a small road in the rain, extending into the darkness. In the rain, a tiny shadow, resembling a butterfly, seemed to appear. Gao Gong's mind filled with murderous intent. Kill the hacker to resolve the intrusion. He activated the micromotor in his knees, sprinting with a blade in hand. Just 10 seconds later, as he rounded a corner, the rain path neared its end. Gao Gong crashed into something, rebounding off it. He swung the red unicorn, slashing and cutting to break through the obstacles. The texture felt metallic. Suddenly, something grabbed his calf, and Gao Gong kicked it away. The hacker was right in front of him. As he swung his blade, a series of images flashed in his mind. Bizarre guards, an empty cable tribe, hacked senses, strange cyber hackers, and Professor Han controlling the Reaper leader. Professor Han? Even if the enemy was Professor Han, they had to die. Gao Gong was ruthless by nature, and he had the resolve to do it. Butterfly? Butterfly. Not a cyber hacker, nor Professor Han. It was. At the critical moment, Gao Gong's blade tip halted at the opponent's throat. Only heavy breathing remained, rising and falling. The amplifier's noise gradually faded, and the ringing in his ears ceased. Gao Gong's vision began to return. Under the blade, Huang Yuanli slowly opened her eyes. They exchanged glances, and Huang Yuanli weakly cursed, "You scared me to death." Gao Gong looked around. Not far away was a broken prison door. The surrounding faces were filled with fear. Meng Duo looked pained, with a black footprint Gao Gong's doing in his chest. Luckily, Meng Duo was physically robust, or that kick would have done more than just break a few ribs. "Did you lead me here?" Gao Gong asked. "I don't know. It felt like you. Lucky you came. Any later and it would have been too late." Huang Yuanli replied, pale-faced. "Can you explain?" "No time. Get us out first. I'll explain on the way. Everyone, hurry up, or it'll be too late." Without a word, Gao Gong hoisted Huang Yuanli onto his waist and strode out of the cell. The other members of the cable tribe quickly followed suit, supporting the injured Meng Duo. When Gao Gong glanced over, Meng Duo managed to force a pained smile and whispered, "That kick was too hard. Sorry, I'll be more careful next time." Retracing his steps, Gao Gong soon came across several corpses that had been hacked to pieces. The sight brought a look of satisfaction to the faces of those around. Despite her serious injuries, Huang Yuanli's eyes still burned with anger, as if she wished she could kick the bodies herself. They were all under the Great Elder's command. Huang Yuanli said through gritted teeth, "That old bastard was going to sell us as slaves." Gao Gong raised an eyebrow and asked, "So you revolted? You're quite brave, aren't you?" "It wasn't just me," Huang Yuanli explained. "I wanted to rescue Professor Han and have him lead us." She paused, glancing cautiously around before falling silent. Gao Gong nodded in understanding and asked, "Do you have a temporary hiding place?" A young tribesman mustered his courage and said, "I know of an underground bunker nearby that hasn't been taken over by wild beasts." "Then let's split up," Gao Gong decided decisively. "You head to the bunker first, and we'll join you shortly." Seeing the tribe members exchange hesitant glances, Huang Yuanli suddenly shouted, "Are you all fools? If you don't escape now, Do you want to become slaves? We can help you, one young man said through clenched teeth. Huang Yuanli sneered. You? I'll believe it when you can walk 2 steps without falling over. Meng Duo took a deep breath and said loudly, everyone, listen to Sisterly. We'll go first. Then he looked earnestly at Gao Gong, please. Make sure to protect Sisterly. Gao Gong rolled his eyes. If I can't handle it, she'll be the first one I throw out as a shield. Wow, you're such a jerk. Huang Yuanli said angrily. After all the good I've done for you. Good my foot, Gao Gong retorted. My ears are almost ruined because of you, you ungrateful thing. Huang Yuanli shot back. Have you forgotten who tirelessly helped you find those giant bugs? You didn't miss out on the lollipops either, Gao Gong countered. Once the two had separated from the main group, Gao Gong calmly asked, now that everyone's gone, care to explain how Professor Han went mad? How did you know he went mad? Huang Yuanli's eyes widened in surprise. Gao Gong analyzed calmly, if he wasn't mad, how could your great elder overpower him? In a scavenger tribe, having one person with a perception over 40 is already a stroke of luck, let alone another. After a moment of silence, Huang Yuanli finally admitted, Professor Han has indeed gone mad. She explained that before taking action, she had wanted to consult with the professor. In her eyes, he was the smartest person in the world, capable of solving any problem. However, he declined her request. The professor is still obsessed with exploration, Huang Yuanli murmured. He said that only by opening that place can everyone be saved. Didn't you fail? Gao Gong pressed. Yes, so the professor changed his plan. A hint of fear flashed in Huang Yuanli's eyes. He wants to lure out whatever's in that place. From that place. Gao Gong thought of the failed research expedition and furrowed his brow. His gaze fell on Huang Yuanli, waiting for her explanation. Huang Yuanli shook her head in distress, her voice low and trembling. I can sense its presence. It's vast and in pain. It's like a soulless being, a ghost without a shell. Gao Gong's mind stirred, his eyes narrowing slightly. So, you contacted me through it just now? Huang Yuanli nodded, continuing, yes, I found the professor. At first, he didn't refuse me. He offered me a cup of coffee. After that, I started having hallucinations, but they were sporadic, so I didn't pay much attention. However, when our rebellion failed and I was whipped, the hallucinations became more severe. When I finally lost consciousness, I realized I seemed to have become a part of it. I could sense what it could, the thoughts of electronic bees, the emotions of mechanical dogs, even the ideas of this forest. It is angry and in pain too. Gao Gong did not respond immediately but quickly glanced at the system panel. Information popped up. You are under psychic control. Vision is cut off, entering blind state, primary psychic mechanism. A superpower that senses minds, and it can sense more than just human minds. Gao Gong mused aloud. It seems the professor gave you some kind of sensory-enhancing drug, and luckily, you awakened. In the radiation zone, psychic abilities from the mechanical side are very useful. Huang Yuanli looked puzzled. Sensory-enhancing drug. What's that? Wait, are you saying I have psychic abilities? Gao Gong nodded, explaining, that's right, but not everyone who takes the drug awakens. This drug enhances experiences beyond the 5 senses. During this process, your genes might develop some antibody, which determines the nature of your superpower. He paused before adding, of course, most sensory-enhancing drugs aren't safe, and the risk of dying from overdose is much higher than awakening a superpower. You should thank that entity. I suspect it absorbed some of the stress for you. Huang Yuanli was stunned for a moment before suddenly erupting in anger. Her face flushed. The professor wanted to kill me. I knew no good could come from bespectacled people. Ignoring her emotional outburst, Gao Gong silently retraced their steps back to the original entrance. Once they climbed back up the ladder, their eyes widened in shock. The scene before them was astonishing. The previously empty cable settlement was now covered in a strange white brain-like substance. This brain matter slowly crept along the ceiling, walls, and tree hollows, with thick nerve fibers sprouting from it as if taking root like plants. Even without his amplifier, Gao Gong felt an overwhelming noise assaulting him from all directions. Huang Yuanli clutched her ears, her eyes red and filled with pain. Gao Gong immediately instructed, breathe deeply, learn to control your ability, try to accept it, harness it, don't resist it, remember, it's part of you. Under Gao Gong's guidance, Huang Yuanli's expression gradually calmed. Her eyes flickered with a deep gleam as she blinked. Gao Gong sighed with relief, thinking, in carbon-based civilizations, superhuman abilities are a significant branch, but they're quite niche on Machine Split Star. If Huang Yuanli couldn't control her abilities, things would get complicated. Looking at the brain matter covering the ground, Gao Gong suddenly drew his red unicorn and severed the pink nerve bundles. The panel immediately displayed information. You dealt 1 point of damage to the brain in a vat. You have entered the domain of the brain in a vat. Cognitive functions are now confused. Brain in a vat. Gao Gong exclaimed, shocked that such a thing had appeared. He had expected at most some kind of pre-war bionic machine. This creature was at least level 40, a hybrid of biology and information, notoriously difficult to kill. Its mental attacks dealt true damage, ignoring all defenses. Gao Gong estimated he couldn't withstand more than 2 hits. Scanning the surroundings, Gao Gong noticed that not just the cable settlement, but all the mutated trees in sight were secreting synthetic proteins, the raw material for the brain matter. Damn, Professor Han isn't planning to turn the entire cable settlement into a brain in a vat, is he? Watched too much EVA, Gao Gong muttered to himself. But clearly, this brain in a vat was still developing. The earlier hallucinations were merely the result of Huang Yuanli's subconscious operations. I see it. Huang Yuanli gritted. The professor is trying to connect with this thing. He wants to assimilate it, but it's resisting, and the professor is suffering too. Gao Gong took a deep breath, turned, and saw large amounts of brain matter seeping into the sewer. Its reproductive speed was astonishing. Let's go. We need to stop it. Lead the way. Gao Gong grabbed Huang Yuanli, who pointed towards the mountain path. At the Grand Elder's temple, the professor's lab is in that direction. Gao Gong sprinted along the mountain path, and at the same time, the system panel chimed with a notification. Professor Han foresaw the coming beast tide, but he had no means to stop it. In despair, he resorted to the most extreme measure, releasing the sealed research product and preparing to absorb it, becoming the master of consciousness. The mission objectives were clear in his mind. Kill Professor Han, destroy the brain in the jar, or rescue Professor Han. Completing the mission would yield rich rewards, 4,500 experience points, a 500-point increase in the Cable Tribe's favorability, and precious clues about bionic technology. Gao Gong's spirits lifted. Bionic technology. This was a professional knowledge chain that included 8 to 10 max-level occupational skills. More importantly, future biological modifications that aim to maintain human form would also rely on bionic technology. However, before he could ponder further, the ground suddenly shook violently. Skyscrapers rose like bamboo shoots after rain, and the dull, irradiated atmosphere was replaced by a clear blue sky. In the air, maglev cars raced along tracks. On the ground, lively small animals hopped around. Ordinary people strolled, chatted, or sat on benches basking in the sun. What is this? Huang Yuanli murmured, her eyes filled with astonishment. Gao Gong shook his head and explained. This is a city from the old civilization era, a memory from Professor Han's mind. We've been drawn into his brain. I guess Professor Han wants you to live here. Us living people. Inside his brain? Huang Yuanli asked incredulously. Yeah, Gao Gong shrugged. It's a lot better than the harsh reality, right? Quite a brilliant idea. Huang Yuanli looked around, took a deep breath, and the fragrance of flowers and plants invigorated her. Suddenly, she shouted, brilliant my foot. I don't want to become part of this old man's mind. Gao Gong squinted thoughtfully and said, if I'm not mistaken, in Professor Han's plan, you're the backup option. If he fails, you'll be the next vessel. That old lunatic. Huang Yuanli gritted her teeth, reaching out to sense the hazy yet transparent feeling from her dreams. Gao Gong cautiously scanned the surroundings, watching as countless fleshy tendrils emerged from skyscrapers, covering and then sinking back. Everyone froze in place, and in the next moment, they melted like wax candles. Huang Yuanli closed her eyes and walked in a direction, while Gao Gong gripped his knife tightly and followed. Yet, after a short distance, Huang Yuanli vanished, and Gao Gong found himself on a simulated battlefield. Sorry, I'm not a professional. The lab only has a VR room for relaxation, so I'm not sure how accurate the simulation is. A young man in a lab coat appeared beside Gao Gong, smiling apologetically. Gao Gong stomped on the rubber track beneath his feet and turned to look at the younger version of Professor Han. It's very realistic, just like the training base of the security regiment. You deliberately separated me from Huang Yuanli. Your condition must not be great, Professor. Professor Han nodded in acknowledgement. I've been shut away for almost 50 years. I thought that thing was dead, operating only on instinct, making integration easy. But it turns out it's still alive and has a voracious appetite. Gao Gong asked with interest. So, you're in a mutual devouring state with it? Yes, Professor Han explained. I've made some arrangements, but this advantage is rapidly diminishing. Fortunately, Lili has successfully awakened. The only chance now is for me and it to perish together, allowing Lili to become the new brain host. Gao Gong looked up at the enclosed ceiling and asked, do you think she'll agree? Meanwhile, in the sky, Huang Yuanli excitedly stepped on clouds, shouting, look, we're in the sky. She turned and found Gao Gong gone, replaced by an elderly man. Her expression turned complex. Lili, Professor Han smiled slightly and said, look at how beautiful the city beneath us is. No matter how beautiful, it's still fake. Huang Yuanli replied coldly. I don't want to become someone else's mind. nor do I want others to become mine. Indeed, I don't want that either. Professor Han nodded in agreement. So what do we do now? Huang Yuanli asked. Professor Han lowered his head, and they were suddenly back in the scavenger city. In the city district before them, a massive battle involving over 10,000 mechanical beasts raged fiercely. Countless red lanterns floated in the air, and blood-red flesh carpets spread wildly, engulfing buildings, overpasses, and highways, burrowing into various mechanical bio-beasts. Ahead, explosions roared continuously, with radiation energy and high-temperature smoke billowing like a constantly detonating small nuclear bomb, exuding terrifying power. Under its onslaught, mature metal nests were destroyed and leveled. Huang Yuanli stared in shock at this scene, suddenly realizing she recognized the monster. Not long ago, the memory of Huang Yuanli taking Gao Gong to catch giant insects was still vivid. On their way back, they encountered a super monster, akin to a nuclear explosion. Just a glance was nearly fatal for Huang Yuanli due to the excessive radiation, leaving a lasting imprint on her memory. At this moment, Professor Han calmly observed the scene before him, advancing slowly. The surroundings seemed to rush past, as if time and space were distorting. The radiation's glow, the explosion's fire, and the searing flames were all close by. Some attacks even passed through them without causing any harm. For the first time, Huang Yuanli clearly saw the true form of the nuclear monster. It was a colossal creature, towering 10 meters high, resembling a skinned giant with 4 arms. Its flesh was riddled with cracks, from which high-intensity radiation energy surged. Every time the giant attacked, the cracks would light up, triggering a small nuclear reaction at the target, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Professor Han adjusted his glasses and explained. Amazing, isn't it? This is an artificial nuclear reaction, not using uranium-235, but a new radioactive isotope. This spontaneous movement and transformation seem to be a fourth sequence, beyond uranium, thorium, and actinium. Though I'm not an expert in this field, I know that if this happened in a civilized era, this fission duke would earn the highest accolades in scientific research. Huang Yuanli widened her eyes, watching the breathtaking battle unfold. Hundreds of large mechanical beasts crawled out of metal nests, launching a frenzied attack on the fission duke. None of these mechanical beasts were below level. Meanwhile, around the fission duke, a carpet of flesh and blood rolled like a living entity, easily devouring a large mechanical beast with each wave, shielding the duke from most damage and allowing it to advance steadily. Professor Han continued, as you can see, this newly promoted A-level monster has allied with the veteran Crimson Queen to attack another A-level monster leader, the Mechanical Fortress. The battle's aftermath has spread from high-risk zones to lower-risk areas. Huang Yuanli's eyes flickered defiantly. What do these monsters' battles have to do with us? Professor Han gave her a long look. Do they? Then let me show you something else. Following Professor Han's guidance, Huang Yuanli found herself in various corners of the scavenger city. In each place, the radiation beasts were inexplicably agitated. They left their original habitats, launching attacks, with any living being becoming their target. Professor Han spoke seriously. I can feel it, and I believe you can too. The metropolitan area has changed, becoming more dangerous. I don't know if someone is manipulating it, but the food chain cycle is accelerating. Any species that can't survive the high elimination food chain will become someone else's food. He looked earnestly at Huang Yuanli. So, Lily, what should we do? Suddenly, the scene shifted. Gao Gong meticulously inspected the blade of the red unicorn, confirming there were no cracks, and bluntly said, Enough talking, let's get straight to the fight. The young Professor Han was about to speak, but Gao Gong interrupted. While I personally don't mind the brain and avat form of existence, in the universe, there are all sorts of bizarre civilizations, many stranger than this. But expecting an immature scientific product to solve everyone's survival problems? I think it's not the brain and avat that's problematic, it's your brain that's the issue. Professor Han's face darkened, and he fell silent, stepping off the rubber track. In the next moment, a group of figures surrounded them from all directions, wielding steel bars and shotguns, their expressions fierce. These were clearly henchmen of the Great Elder, or rather, living people already consumed by the brain and avat. Gao Gong calmly scanned the area, sheathed his blade, and bowed. In an instant, the motor roared, and 6 heads flew into the sky. The scene shifted once more. Huang Yuanli stared at Professor Han, who returned her gaze with the same calm expression. The scavenger city's scenery gradually faded, replaced by crimson brain folds pressing in from all sides. Overhead was the cerebral cortex, with the parietal and frontal lobes on either side, and cerebrospinal fluid dripped like rain. Countless nerve bundles extended from the brain matter, with needle-like nerve lines piercing into their bodies. Huang Yuanli made a last-ditch effort. We can leave here, Professor. Professor Han laughed maniacally, his eyes, nostrils, and temples already filled with nerve lines. Leave here? To where? In this world that devours people. Is there any better place? I once believed in a group of people who told me they could restore this city, but they failed. All their grand ambitions couldn't stop that terrifying dark beast tide. So this time, I will do it myself. Meanwhile, Gao Gong decapitated the great elder with a single slash, spat out a mouthful of blood, and glanced provocatively at Professor Han, surrounded by a sea of bodies. These scavengers, fearless of death, were otherwise lacking in combat prowess. Gao Gong scanned the area and identified only 3 individuals who posed any real threat. The elder with metal manipulation abilities, a mutant warrior similar to Meng Duo, and a slave master under a native warlord who wielded gasoline bombs and fire. The latter's lungs and respiratory system were evidently modified. Professor Han remained silent, observing the scene calmly. Suddenly, the surrounding corpses receded like a tide, and the living once again encircled Gao Gong. The elder's claw-like hand twitched, and Gao Gong felt his titanium alloy skeleton creak. Simultaneously, his son Zhao Yi stomped heavily on the ground, his body swelling to 2 meters tall, muscles bulging as he charged forward. On another front, the tattooed slave master gritted his teeth, unleashing a massive fireball from his mouth. Faced with this 3-pronged attack, Gao Gong's fingers twitched slightly, deploying a monomolecular wire claw that pierced Zhao Yi's thigh with precision. The high-tension retractor pulled them rapidly together, causing the fireball to miss its target. As they closed in, Gao Gong swiftly drove his sword sheath into the ground, and the electromagnetic actuator propelled him into the air. With a flash of his blade, Zhao Yi was decapitated. Gao Gong flicked his wrist, wrapping the monomolecular wire around the slave master's neck. As they were pulled together, Gao Gong merely lifted his blade tip slightly, creating a bloody hole in the man's chest. Basic metal manipulation was useless against Gao Gong. Only molecular-level control of metal posed a real challenge. After beheading the elder, system notifications chimed in quick succession. You have killed the elder, experience 130. You have killed the flame slave master, experience 80. You have killed the mutant warrior Zhao Yi, experience 150. Having honed his skills in the rain-soaked night, Gao Gong had become a formidable force. He looked around with a hint of regret, thinking that if not for his current mission, this would be an ideal place to farm experience. In the next moment, the monsters respawned. Hundreds of elders, Zhao Yis, and slave masters surged forward like a flood. Gao Gong turned to Professor Han and calmly asked, "Is this what you want? To turn everyone into your puppet toys? This is the only way to survive." Professor Han retorted through gritted teeth. "You've probably never been to a military supply base," Gao Gong suddenly remarked, pulling a high-tech metal ring from his pocket and placing it on his head. "So you wouldn't know. This isn't your imagination, it's a projection of my memory. By now, I bet you're using that young woman as a vessel, you perverted old man." "What do you mean?" Professor Han asked coldly. Gao Gong explained, "You pulled me into the brain in a vat scenario, meaning I'm part of this brain, just like the young woman, and all those others you've consumed to run your life game." He grinned. "But did you know, playing games too intensely can burn out the graphics card, especially when you're rebooting the system. Even if it's not burned out yet, let me have Professor Yang, the Thunder King, give you a hand." Gao Gong activated the central nervous system control ring. Instantly, a powerful electric shock erupted from his forehead, causing not only Gao Gong but also Professor Han and the summoned people to show expressions of intense pain. Gao Gong briefly explained the function of the central nervous system control ring, likening its principle to Professor Yang's method, blending strong mental suggestions to ultimately tame the subject. He added, "Of course, if you want to be electrocuted half to death, you can try wearing it yourself. The brain, when receiving unbearable pain signals, will self-shield. And the switch for this pain button is in the amygdala." In Gao Gong's vision, Professor Han appeared distorted and aged, with countless nerve bundles replacing the crowd, biological currents running amok. Before sinking back, Gao Gong flipped Professor Han off, mocking, "In my past life, I crafted virtual worlds, investing countless efforts, grinding through tech trees, hacking into star civilizations by the hundreds. Did you really think being a shootin' was easy? A mere brain in a vat. Copy-pasting faces lack soul." Gao Gong's vision plunged into darkness, his body seemingly sinking into an ocean of simulated signals. When he reached the seabed, he returned to reality. He rubbed his temples, reflecting, "Now I understand why the Monkey King settled down. Sometimes, hyper-realistic gear isn't all it's cracked up to be." Looking down, Gao Gong found half his body engulfed in synthetic protein. He yanked his leg free, tearing off the nerve connection lines clinging to his calf. Surveying the surroundings, he saw that Huang Yuanli was completely submerged in brain matter, surrounded by neural circuits. Gao Gong sighed, muttering to himself, "Hang in there a bit longer. I'll pull you out soon." On the bright side, at least you're holding a brain, not something inappropriate for children. Gao Gong arrived at the third hideout of the Cable tribe, known as the Wily Rabbit's Third Den, and the scene before him made him frown. The first thing he saw was an advanced laboratory, followed by a three-story building that was originally an employee dormitory, now transformed into the Grand Elder's villa. To the left of the villa stood a mysterious temple, while the right side was piled high with packed supplies, indicating that the Grand Elder was prepared for a swift escape. Gao Gong's attention was drawn to the temple, from which he felt a strong sense of danger. Narrowing his eyes, he walked inside without hesitation. At the temple entrance, a chilling sight awaited him. The upper half of a man hung over the threshold, his fingers clawed so fiercely that his nails had broken. His lower half was replaced by a mass of neural cables, covered with dendritic structures resembling small tumors. Gao Gong stared at these tumors, which suddenly shook violently and then burst, releasing a gelatinous fluid. So sensitive, like sensitive skin, Gao Gong muttered sarcastically. He recognized the man as Zhao Yi, the Grand Elder's son and the tribe's top warrior, second only to Meng Duo. Even among mechanical hunters, Zhao Yi was considered elite, but to Gao Gong now, he was no longer a threat. Stepping over Zhao Yi's body, Gao Gong saw more neural cables spreading from the altar like thick cables. The dendritic structures grew larger, some even clearly showing humanoid shapes inside. He strode to the altar and kicked open the inner door. Inside was a massive tank of nutrient solution, with Professor Han floating naked within. Even more shocking was the presence of a bizarre creature, the brain in a vat. It was not ordinary brain tissue but a gigantic transparent octopus, its hundreds of tentacles moving slowly, varying in length, the longest reaching over 10 meters. The octopus's suckers were replaced by blue light spots, forming a mesmerizing whirl of blue light. The blue glow illuminated Professor Han, making his skin and bones translucent, with only his neural network flickering continuously. His hair was shaved off, replaced by thick neural bundles densely spread across his head, resembling a unique mohawk hairstyle. Quite trendy, aren't we? Acting like a rebellious teenager, Professor. You almost killed the little lady this time, Gao Gong mocked silently. Professor Han slowly opened his eyes, but they were vacant. His entire mental capacity was focused on the prefrontal cortex, with other brain systems in shutdown mode. Gao Gong faced three choices: eliminate Professor Han, destroy the brain in a vat, or rescue the professor. Each option posed significant challenges. Killing Professor Han meant facing a psychic boss with perception over 40 points. Destroying the brain in a vat could lead to Professor Han becoming the new superbrain, and the dying attack from the brain in a vat could kill Gao Gong multiple times. Recalling his past experience in the virtual world, Gao Gong realized he had a unique advantage. He had once been absorbed into the brain, allowing Huang Yuanli to reboot the system before escaping with the help of a circlet. Back then, Professor Han was like a puppet, easily manipulated. What should I do with you, Professor? Or should I say the brain in a vat? Gao Gong looked at the transparent octopus, a cunning smile on his face. Let's talk terms. If I help you get rid of this old man, what's in it for me? The tentacles of the brain in a vat continued their mechanical rotation. Gao Gong pressed on. Don't pretend. Even if I kill Professor Han now, part of his personality will irreversibly merge with you. Do you really want to carry a piece of this old man forever? After a moment of silence, ripples spread across the nutrient tank, and a transparent tentacle emerged to lightly touch the back of Gao Gong's hand. A neural node on the back of his hand lit up, and Huang Yuanli's voice echoed in Gao Gong's mind. Should I trust you, human? Of course not, Gao Gong replied, sitting by the tank with a grin, analyzing the situation for his counterpart. Let's run through the best-case scenario. You eliminate Professor Han, shake off Huang Yuanli, and live independently. Gao Gong was well aware that Professor Han had thoroughly prepared, and it was unrealistic to completely erase any traces. He pondered several possible outcomes. The brain in a vat devouring Huang Yuanli to become the host, Professor Han destroying the core consciousness of the brain in a vat, Professor Han consuming the brain in a vat, or his own plan succeeding. He decided to test the brain in a vat by proposing an enticing suggestion. Perhaps I can help you resolve this predicament. Tell me, what is your choice? The brain in a vat remained silent for a moment before a 3-meter-long tentacle emerged from the nutrient solution, slowly coiling around Gao Gong. Mental nodes lit up one by one, and he experienced an indescribable sense of refreshment. The system indicated that his perception attributes had been enhanced multiple times. Just as Gao Gong was reveling in this peculiar sensation, the tip of the tentacle gently stroked his occipital lobe. A unique mental wave followed, and then a wave of intense electrotherapy pain surged through him. Due to the neural entanglement, the brain in a vat endured even more severe agony. Gao Gong grimaced and said, a feeling refreshed. Were you trying to steal my thoughts just now? The transparent tentacle trembled slightly, conveying a sense of embarrassment. Gao Gong chuckled inwardly and continued to let the brain in a vat's tentacle enhance his perception. Once his pineal gland was fortified, the brain in a vat fell into a fatigued state, with the mental nodes on the tentacle flickering intermittently. Gao Gong had not deceived the entity. He understood that under the current circumstances, helping the brain in a vat was the only way to achieve a win-win situation for all three parties. He took out another restraining ring and tossed it into the pool, instructing, "Put this on Professor Han. Then awaken Huang Yuanli within you, and let her establish a one-way telepathic connection between me and the old man." Huang Yuanli seemed to awaken from a long dream. In that dream, she observed the entire scavenger city from a peculiar vantage point, with her telepathic abilities greatly amplified. However, this was accompanied by a disconcerting sense of detachment and chaos. As she finally regained her senses, Gao Gong's voice suddenly rang out, explaining the plan in detail. Using the electrotherapy effect generated by the central nervous control ring, catalyzed by the brain in a vat, to transfer tenfold pain to Professor Han, causing him to fall into a coma and disconnect. Then, using the same method, put Huang Yuanli into a coma, freeing the brain in a vat from her control. Huang Yuanli hesitated. Worried that she might be devoured by the brain in a vat, Gao Gong reassured her, saying, "Don't worry. With your small arms and legs, that big octopus won't be interested. If it does eat you, I'll easily take it down and avenge you." Huang Yuanli gritted her teeth and agreed to the plan. Gao Gong was secretly pleased, having successfully taken control in this prisoner's dilemma, forcing the three parties into a superficially win-win situation. In reality, Gao Gong was the biggest winner, having triumphed twice in this strategic game. As Huang Yuanli fainted, the brain in the vat unleashed a powerful wave of psychic energy. Blue light rippled out like ocean waves, deep and mysterious. Gao Gong squinted, instinctively placing his hand on his sword hilt, feeling a rush of excitement. The brain in the vat comes in two varieties, wild and domesticated. The wild ones are more aggressive, often feasting on human brains, constructing their own ethics by absorbing human emotions and memories. They are extremely cunning, often acting as the hidden antagonist. In contrast, the artificially cultivated ones are simpler and relatively harmless. However, regardless of their origin, they are formidable bosses of level 30 or above, with unmatched psychic attacks. They can be taken advantage of, but never underestimated. When Gao Gong's perception reached 21 points, he immediately sensed a dozen invisible tendrils gently brushing against him, especially his head. Clearly, the brain in the vat didn't agree to the trade because of Gao Gong's words, but rather after confirming he wasn't lying. In a way, this creature was akin to a half-prophet. "Human, thank you. You're different from the others." The brain in the vat extended its tendrils joyfully, the nutrient tank rapidly depleting. "Of course, I don't conduct dissection research. I'm only interested in studying the unique quirks of different species." "Ahem. What's your next plan?" "Researcher Han fed me many things I dislike, and I need to get rid of them, then find a suitable body." "Researcher Han? You mean Professor Han? You don't hate him?" 40 years ago, with Researcher Han's help, I gained my first life. 40 years later, with his help again, I awakened from chaos. By your human principle of equivalent exchange, our grudges are settled. However, if one day my mind evolves or becomes more human, I will return for equivalent retribution, or as you humans say revenge." Gao Gong shrugged, not commenting. In the lab, Researcher Han hid some of his research materials from back then, which might be useful to you. The brain in the vat continued, "I can sense a dangerous flame burning within you. I apologize for using the word dangerous, but in the human lexicon, I couldn't find a more fitting phrase. Carbon-based plus mechanical, it's a synonym for danger, not just on this planet, but throughout the universe. Farewell, my human friend." The blue light grew brighter. "I've already found a promising body. I hope we meet again, and that by then, you've achieved what you desire." With a storm-like psychic impact, the brain in the vat vanished from the nutrient tank. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, in the high-risk zone, at the center of the metal area, stood the remnants of a massive mechanical fortress amid a field of mechanical wreckage. It billowed with smoke, as if it had been hit by a nuclear strike. There was a tank-sized hole at its chest, where its radiation organ had once been. This was the leader of the A-class radiation beasts, the mechanical fortress. In its lifeless eyes, a red carpet of flesh was slowly retreating from what had been the mechanical bio-beast's lair. The Fission Duke, who had slain it, now bore a blood-red cloak on his back. Meanwhile, in the sky filled with red lanterns, nuclear energy glowed within them. Two tigers cannot share one mountain unless one is male and the other female. It seemed the Crimson Queen and the Fission Duke had fused to some extent. Soon, the Scavenger City might have its class Beast King, or perhaps two night-controlled beast generals. However, a small unexpected event occurred. In the chest of the mechanical fortress, a pale blue octopus suddenly appeared, with countless neural wires piercing out, injecting energy and reactivating the circuits of the mechanical modules. In the next moment, the mechanical fortress's eyes twitched. Gao Gong was unaware that he had, in some way, altered the course of history. At that moment, he was in a pre-civilization laboratory, sifting through the materials left by Professor Han. Principles and Experiments of Arthropod Bionic, Bionic Human and Amphibian Simulation, The Possibility of Marine Human, Laboratory Journal. Gao Gong's curiosity was piqued, and he opened the journal. Third Summer Calendar, Year 231, June 4th. According to the draw, my colleagues and I were assigned to this Mesozoic site to collect and restore ancient fossil cells. I consider this a complete academic waste. The concept of giant symbiote soldiers has long been rejected. Who's the idiot that thought merging dinosaur cells with symbiote technology would create humanoid warships? The fools at the Empire's research department. When will they stop being so fanciful? On June 5th, Han Yuan stood deep in the woods, wielding a shovel as sweat drenched his clothes. As he dug through rocks, he muttered curses under his breath. This routine dragged on until June 8th, when he finally couldn't hold back his frustration in his diary. My God, this godforsaken place doesn't even have a girl in sight. Next time I'm on leave, I must download several hundred gigabytes of welfare videos or I won't survive this. For the next 2 months, Han Yuan continued the monotonous work of excavating ancient fossils. His diary was filled with all sorts of unsavory language, as if this was his only outlet. In the margins, he pasted numerous selfies, taken from various angles, some even without clothes. Gao Gong, looking at these photos, couldn't help but marvel at how this narcissistic and reckless young man turned into the reclusive Professor Han. What kind of experiences had transformed him into the grumpy old man he is today? On July 15th, a group of university students majoring in ancient biology arrived at the site. Han Yuan's diary noted with glee, Hey, the girls are really pretty. His tone revealed a long-lost excitement. On July 16th, a drone captured footage of a figure on the mountain. Han Yuan speculated in his diary, could it be a wild man? I bet 500 mechanical coins it's a female. His sense of humor seemed unaffected by the harsh working conditions. The entries from July 17th to 19th were relatively mundane, simply documenting daily tasks. But on July 20th, he suddenly wrote with excitement, Whoa, we actually dug it up, and it's huge. Is this thing alive? Can we extract ancient biological cells from it? If this is real, my thesis is set. If we can merge cells, won't I reach the pinnacle of my career? However, his excitement was short-lived. On October 13th, his diary read, The experiment failed. Alas, let's call it quits, it's pointless. Just got excited for nothing. With current biotechnology, there are at least 7 or 8 hurdles to overcome before we can integrate ancient biology into symbiotic technology. On October 21st, Han Yuan received an unexpected response. My application actually got a reply from the Institute of Human Application Technology. Never heard of this place, but why is the confidentiality level so high? Gao Gong continued flipping through the diary and found many pages torn out, likely for confidentiality reasons. It wasn't until the third summer calendar, February 4th, year 234, that new entries appeared. Unbelievable. It turns out the higher-ups have been in contact with alien civilizations for a long time. All this talk of human application technology is just a facade. It's clearly bionic technology. Our nation already possesses the most advanced prosthetic technology and symbiotic technology on this planet. Are the higher-ups planning to turn us all into robots? The entry on March 8th noted, the AI Life Act and Human Bionics Act have passed. It seems the species on our planet now have the freedom to choose. Although this freedom is given by aliens, the last diary entry was dated May 9th. The strongest bionic technology is brain science. Gao Gong closed the diary, frowning slightly. Just then, the system panel's task notification sounded. You have obtained a bionic origin task fragment 1. Undiscovered task fragment. A piece of a large task network puzzle. You need to gather enough clues to uncover the truth of the task. Task hint. Bionic humans seem related to aliens? This might be a clue, but it's certainly not enough. Find more task fragments to piece together the truth of bionic transformation. Fragment reward. Mechanical puzzle piece 1. Gao Gong pondered these prompts, realizing he might have stumbled upon a much larger secret. The commotion from the Class A internal conflict in Scavenger City was too significant for the security forces to ignore. In fact, the security forces had already detected the presence of the Fission Duke when he appeared and anticipated a battle between the old and new Class A monsters. They even devised a meticulous extermination plan for the aftermath of this clash of titans. However, unexpectedly, the Fission Duke formed an alliance with the Crimson Queen, and together, they first defeated the Mechanical Fortress. This unexpected turn of events was undoubtedly troubling news. The pressure on the Eastern Front increased dramatically, making the city's expansion and widespread conflict inevitable. The reason was simple. As leaders of the Class A radiation beasts, the Duke and the Queen's enhanced powers would inevitably lead to an expansion of their genetic territory. Unlike mechanical biobeasts, the powerful leaders of radiation beasts could almost exert control over the entire iron sand desert without the need for prolonged reproduction or manufacturing processes. Almost simultaneously with the conclusion of the Class A monster battle, a full squadron of bombers took off from the sky warship of the security forces headquarters. Their mission was clear: to completely annihilate these two monsters while they were still weakened. This squadron was equipped with the latest Fire Raven aircraft from the Mechanical Legion, each plane armed not only with conventional kinetic weapons, but also with electromagnetic rocket launchers, anti-radiation microwave emitters, and a powerful energy main cannon. Following the bombers were three massive troop-carrying airships, each carrying 200 fully armed mechanical warriors. Although these warriors had not undergone the colony transformation technology of the Mother City, they were outfitted with a unique factory configuration that combined titanium alloy inner skeletons with external composite armor, giving them physical strength nearly equivalent to Class B mechanical bio-beasts. It's worth noting that the titanium alloy inner skeleton within Gao Gong's body served as the basic model for these mechanical warriors' equipment. Although made from the same material, Gao Gong's version lacked energy ports, combat chips, and intelligent weapon implants. In terms of the smartphone industry, this would be considered the youth edition of the inner skeleton. This sudden outbreak of war directly impacted Gao Gong and his group. They were unable to return via their original route, forcing them to detour a long way to avoid the blood-soaked front lines. Gao Gong himself was indifferent. As long as he didn't run into a Class B boss, he was confident he could escape unscathed in any situation. However, the real challenge was the nearly 200 unarmed members of the Cable tribe following him. Gao Gong's efforts to take care of this small scavenger tribe were not purely out of goodwill. He keenly recognized the tribe's immense potential. Led by a young woman, the tribe included over 20 girls with perception abilities reaching double digits. Coupled with their extensive experience and unique methods in training small mechanical bio-beasts, Gao Gong saw an exciting possibility. With proper guidance and resources, he could quickly form a powerful small mechanical beast unit. In addition to these gifted girls, the Cable tribe also had 8 experienced tribal warriors, including Ming Duo, a warrior with a disability but strong will. That made 9 in total. There should have been more warriors, but most were beguiled by the Great Elder and ultimately sacrificed in those terrifying brain and avat experiments. In this perilous concrete jungle, Gao Gong was like a nimble wolf, using his exquisite monofilament claw skills to stealthily move and weave through various locations. When encountering radiation beasts, he either dealt with them swiftly himself or issued timely warnings, leading the group to detour. Thanks to his newly acquired desert skin, alongside his cold-blooded nature and adept stealth skills, most radiation beasts found it difficult to sense his approach. At that moment, Gao Gong received a system notification. Ding! Monofilament claw proficiency has reached 30003000. Skill level up. Monofilament claw passive advancement. A high-altitude maneuvering technique that can enhance attack or escape, increasing the probability of assassination. Proficiency, 15,000 inch. The skill description hadn't changed much, only shifting from assist attack to enhance attack. However, in Gao Gong's mind, hundreds of advanced techniques for using the claw suddenly emerged. These techniques were all close combat skills, including how to use the claw to disrupt an enemy's balance and how to stabilize oneself with the claw to execute a series of lethal strikes. Gao Gong recalled the awe-inspiring Rainy Night Master, whose claw skills were at an expert level. Given his current pace of battling monsters, reaching elite or even expert level was not out of reach. An intriguing idea formed in Gao Gong's mind. Could this be Fate's design? Would the unique Rainy Night with Blade, no umbrella, style be inherited and further developed in his hands? This thought filled Gao Gong with inexplicable excitement, as he felt this meaningful title suited him perfectly. Now that his claw had been upgraded, the abilities of the Night Warrior should also advance, lest his explosive power in close combat seem lacking. With this in mind, Gao Gong continued to lead his team forward, navigating this wasteland full of dangers and opportunities. Gao Gong upgraded the Night Warrior to level 7, and the enhanced abilities filled him with excitement. When wielding swords, not only did his attack power increase by 25, but his attack speed also improved by 20. What made it even more thrilling was that each combo had an 18 chance of causing the enemy to bleed. Gao Gong decided to test these new abilities in the field. His gaze landed on a mechanical bio-beasta horned antelope. This mutated creature's horns resembled oversized drills, and the moment it spotted Gao Gong, its eyes turned blood red, horn tips spinning rapidly and sparking. With a powerful kick from its metal hooves, the antelope charged at Gao Gong like an arrow released from a bow. As the menacing attack approached, Gao Gong stood his ground. Just as the antelope was about to collide with him, he flicked his wrist, and a grappling hook precisely embedded in the antelope's right front hoof. Using the pull for leverage, Gao Gong stepped gracefully while drawing his sword. The two figures crossed paths, and with a flick of his blade, Gao Gong sheathed his sword once more. The horned antelope blinked in confusion before its abdomen split open, and its innards spilled out like a waterfall. The system notifications followed. You dealt 79 damage to the horned antelope. You triggered a one-hit kill effect, experienced 20. You have slain the horned antelope. Experience 70. This effortless slash gave Gao Gong a new insight. He realized that high perception was the key to mastering the Night Warrior's combat style. Once perception became his primary attribute, he understood that he had been using too much force in the past. Killing didn't require brutality. The artful style of an assassin was the true essence of a Night Warrior. Returning to the group, Gao Gong was immediately approached by Huang Yuanli, who was visibly concerned. I could sense your killing intent from afar. Are you all right? Since awakening her psychic abilities, her perception attribute had doubled to an impressive 20 points. Gao Gong reassured her, I'm fine. Remember to train your abilities more. The more you practice, the deeper your understanding will become, which will benefit you. Huang Yuanli rolled her eyes and suddenly giggled. You said it, not me. Her gaze turned vacant as she stared intently at Gao Gong. He felt as if he were completely exposed, as though she could see right through him. Hey, why is your mindset so strange? Huang Yuanli asked, puzzled. Didn't you just kill that antelope? Why don't you seem angry at all? You're like a monk. She blushed, glanced around suspiciously and whispered. You didn't sneak off to do that while we were resting, did you? That? Gao Gong asked. You know, the thing before your sage moment, flying and all that. Huang Yuanli said, giving him a pitying look. If you need something, just tell me. I can't help you myself, but I can introduce you to some girls. That stuff can be addictive and harmful, you know? Gao Gong's mouth twitched, and he playfully pressed down on her head. Stop using your abilities for nonsense. Hey, you told me to use them. Let go, let go. Huang Yuanli struggled. If you don't let go, I'll bite you. Their playful banter amused the surrounding tribe members. After a brief moment of levity, Gao Gong suddenly asked, Where's the old man? Is he still in his shell? Huang Yuanli sighed. He refuses to eat or drink, completely resigned to dying. Did you use your psychic abilities on him? I wouldn't dare. What if he tries to eat my brain? Gao Gong rose and walked to the back of the group. Professor Han, with sunken eyes, looked like a withered corpse. I'll have a word with him. Meng Duo nodded and motioned for two companions to take Professor Han away. I read your journal, Gao Gong said straightforwardly. I want to know the exact location of the research facility. Can you tell me? Professor Han remained silent. Gao Gong continued, You don't have to tell me. After all, you did lead people to explore it before. We can roughly pinpoint its location, and I can find it myself. You failed in your plan, yet you won't share the location of the refuge with us? Is your sacrifice only valid within the scope of your own plan? Are you doing this for others, or for yourself? It can't be done, Professor Han suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse. What? There are many dangerous things in the research facility. Compared to them, the brain in a jar is safe. Gao Gong frowned. Then why did you go? Was your last exploration not for relocation, but just for that big brain? Professor Han's eyes dimmed, his voice low. During the war, this land was hit with saturation strikes, except near the research facility. It wasn't attacked by any alien ships. Why do you think that is? Gao Gong raised an eyebrow, signaling for him to continue. Because the base was already occupied by alien life forms. They wouldn't attack their own. Professor Han looked utterly exhausted, with sunken eyes, age spots covering his face, and the neural bundle on his scalp shrunken due to the loss of the brain in Avat's power. He appeared as though he could pass away at any moment. The failure to integrate the brain in Avat not only destroyed his experiment, but also hastened the decline of his life. Even if he had succeeded, his weakened mental capacity would have struggled to sustain the computations of the internal world for long. Gao scoffed at this. He believed that the true purpose of virtual reality wasn't to temporarily escape reality, but to find a sustainable path forward. The real challenge is to keep escaping until no one can find or deal with you. The conversation shifted to the alien base. Gao speculated that the knowledge chain of bionic technology was likely provided by alien forces. Professor Han painfully admitted this, explaining that once they had fully realized the alien theories, those aliens suddenly barged in, captured them, and forced them to conduct bionic experiments. The aim of the experiments was to transform alien creatures into carbon-based humans of Earth. Gao analyzed that a common way for advanced civilizations to intervene in lower civilizations is by offering a seemingly promising but actually trap-ridden technology tree. Lower civilizations often struggle to identify the underlying issues, and even if they sense the risks, some factions willingly accept it. This approach is widespread because planetary civilizations are usually composed of multiple sovereign states rather than a unified whole. Certain countries or interest groups might accept alien knowledge for rapid development, even packaging it as their own invention. There could be several reasons why advanced civilizations do this: to test the feasibility and societal impact of a technological path, to cultivate sub-civilizations to counter hostile ones, or to prevent the development of potential threats through malicious intervention. Although interstellar colonization is rare, advanced civilizations still use such methods to demonstrate their power. However, The act of aliens imparting bionic technology and then transforming into Earth's intelligent beings puzzled Gao. With limited information, he turned to ask Professor Han what he meant by dangerous things. Professor Han explained that the aliens might have already left, and the real danger came from the failed outcomes of biological experiments entities that even energy weapons couldn't destroy. This information made Gao realize that exploring the research facility would be a highly challenging task. To protect Professor Han's people, Gao insisted that he disclose the exact location of the research facility. With this information, Gao activated a bionic origin mission fragment, acquiring 15 of the mechanical puzzle piece. Combined with the piece he had previously obtained, he had now completed 25 of the puzzle. Mechanical puzzles are considered advanced blueprints, at the very least rare, and with a bit of luck, one might even stumble upon cross-civilization blueprints. These puzzles typically aren't for single weapons, but for large-scale equipment. Gao Gong realized that this research institute might hold new clues to task fragments. He quietly compared the differences between a task network and a task chain in his mind. A task chain can be continuously completed as long as you aren't stuck at a certain point. However, a task network requires the assembly of different task fragments, and the more fragments you have, the greater the possibility of completing the network. Yet, even when you illuminate a fragment, sometimes you find no path forward. Because of this, many players prefer to stick to task chains rather than venture into task networks. After all, task chains offer periodic rewards, whereas the rewards from a task network often don't become apparent until later in the game. It's only then that players realize task networks are one of the few shortcuts to bypass professional knowledge chains to craft large-scale or even ascension-level equipment. Gao Gong wasn't going to let this opportunity slip by. With his extensive background knowledge of the machine Rift Star, combined with his team of player lackeys, he was confident in tackling the task network. As for the basic rewards, he was willing to pay out of his own pocket. Alright, let's rest when we reach my territory. It's not safe here. Gao Gong clapped his hands and gave Huang Yuanli a glance. The woman immediately understood, and with a commanding presence, she began directing the tribe members like herding sheep. At that moment, she exuded the authority of a great elder. Suddenly, Gao Gong's expression changed, and Huang Yuanli's face also froze. A strong malevolence surged toward them, as if they might be devoured at any moment. They were being watched. Gao Gong squinted, puzzled. He had already driven away all the radiation beasts in the area, so there shouldn't be any new threats for a while. Unless, of course, someone had been lurking in the shadows. A familiar feeling crept over him. The truth was revealed a moment later. A massive metal head lunged from behind a tree, moving with lightning speed on all fours. Its gaping maw was filled with rows of sharp, metallic teeth. In an instant, an unsuspecting tribe member was bitten in half. His upper body clenched in the creature's jaws before it dashed back into the forest. Reaper! Gao Gong exclaimed. These steel monsters had returned to the forest. He intended to act, but a powerful sense of threat welled up from within him. His instinct screamed that taking action would lead to an ambush. The elegant sound of footsteps echoed as a scarlet reaper slowly emerged from the depths of the forest. Its neck was twice as long as a regular reaper's, with 6 wings spread like sharp blades rather than tucked under its ribs like a cockroach. Its 4 front limbs were more slender than other reapers, and it had developed 5 hooked fingers that rotated slowly as it moved. With its red antennae, red exoskeleton, and relatively slim build, Gao Gong immediately recognized it despite the changes. It was the Reaper Queen. Not only had it reorganized its brood, but it was now even stronger than its mate. Gao Gong quickly scanned its attributes. Name, Reaper Queen. Radiation level, C. Health, 36603660. Stamina, 900,900. Bioenergy, 13,530. Biological attributes, Strength 51, Agility 48, Endurance 35, Intelligence 15, Perception 27. Skills, Steel/LV9 Whirlwind/LV6 Advanced 6-Wheel Execution LV4 Elite Electromagnetic Whip LV8 Elite Psychic Shock LV5 Elite. Leader Template, Matriarch's Grasp. Effect 1. Mental control over fellow Reapers. Effect 2. Releases female hormones for short-term Reaper frenzy. Effect 3. Absorbs essences from various mechanical bio-beasts to birth Reapers with enhanced biological traits. Gunfire suddenly erupted, and a tribe member near Huang Yuanli fell, a bloody hole in his forehead. Not far away, a juvenile Reaper retracted its smoking forelimb, which had transformed from a biological scythe into a biological gun barrel. Apparently, its father was likely a gun beast. I can't watch over you anymore, Gao Gong said without turning back. I know. Huang Yuanli displayed decisive leadership, her eyes turning resolute. Elders, children, and the severely injured retreat first. The rest will cover the rear. As soon as she spoke, a juvenile Reaper charged. Its biological scythe evolved into a biological spear aimed directly at Huang Yuanli. However, another juvenile Reaper suddenly collided from the side. knocking the attacker off course and causing it to crash into a nearby tree. Two more juvenile Reapers emerged from the forest, flanking Huang Yuanli like bodyguards. Gao Gong was secretly impressed. The mechanical telepathy had a special effect known as mechanical possession, allowing short-term control over machinery. It seemed Huang Yuanli had mastered this skill. As the Reaper Queen drew closer, Gao Gong took a deep breath, slowly unsheathed the red unicorn, and released the scabbard. This was an unexpected encounter. At this moment, Gao Gong was unarmed, with his cat-like reflexes, brass knuckles, and hunting device left behind in the battle vehicle. His only weapon was a high-quality medium-sized knife. However, he finally understood the enemy's tracking method: pheromones. During their last battle, the enemy must have marked certain individuals with pheromones, enabling the new Reaper family to track them down. Gao Gong took a deep breath, quickly entering the mindset of a night warrior. He gently pinched his collar, activating the open virtual projection. Instantly, the surrounding scene was covered in a mosaic, and with each piece that disappeared, the environment subtly changed. The scene was like an immersive 3D movie, with Gao Gong as the protagonist. Virtual rain fell from the sky, creating layers of rain curtains between Gao Gong and the Reaper Queen. Instinctively, the queen shook her body to rid herself of the rain, only to be perplexed by the lack of physical sensation. Although a class radiation beast had intelligence on par with an adult human, it was bewildered by circumstances beyond its understanding. Gao Gong gripped the red knife, the micromotor in his knee emitting a low hum. The Reaper Queen lunged forward like a homing missile aimed at Gao Gong. At that critical moment, a dazzling white light flashed across the sky, and a virtual bolt of lightning struck the queen. Despite her instincts telling her it was an illusion, she subconsciously turned, exposing the vulnerable underside of her blade wings. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Gao Gong slashed, the knife's gleam forming a perfect X with the descending white lightning. The sharp blade carved a deep gash in the queen's abdomen. The system promptly notified him. You dealt 35 damage to the Reaper Queen. You inflicted a bleeding effect on the enemy, increasing your attack power by 5 per stack. One of the blade wings on the queen's back suddenly swung out, resembling the ancient weapon of a famous general, the green dragon crescent blade, fiercely slashing toward Gao Gong. But Gao Gong's body was suddenly enveloped in orange flames, like a fuel tank ignited. This unexpected sight caused the queen's attack to momentarily hesitate. Gao Gong took advantage of this, swiftly sliding with the knife held upright, slicing between the queen's legs. The strike hit the queen's vulnerable spother reproductive organ. The system again notified him. You dealt 46 damage to the Reaper Queen. You landed a critical hit, doubling the damage. You inflicted a bleeding effect on the enemy, stacking an additional 10 attack power. Gao Gong quickly retracted his knife, flicked his wrist, and the monomolecular line claw retracted. Using the cover of the torrential rain, he performed a kip-up, twisting his upper body nearly 180 degrees in midair, and slashed diagonally at the back of the enemy's neck. The system continued to notify him. You dealt 54 damage to the Reaper Queen. You inflicted a bleeding effect on the enemy, stacking an additional 15 attack power. The Reaper Queen let out a piercing scream. Gao Gong didn't linger, using the claw's drag force to sidestep 3 meters, narrowly avoiding the queen's counterattack. All 6 blade wings on the queen's back deployed, forming a deadly storm in the air, severing iron trees and splintering branches and leaves. The system displayed 6-wheel slaughter LV4. The Reaper Queen's 6-blade storm deals 3006 damage in a 33-meter area, and 106 splash damage within a 1010-meter area. Gao Gong was relieved he hadn't lingered, or he would have perished on the spot. Suddenly, a cyberpunk-style track played amidst the storm, adding an eerie atmosphere to the life-and-death struggle. Using the monomolecular line claw, Gao Gong moved across the battlefield like a nimble flea, striking and retreating swiftly. With the effects generator, his figure sometimes morphed into a snake slithering through the trees, or split into multiple illusions. The knife's gleam extended over 10 meters at times, or transformed into a hazy electronic mist. The system kept notifying him. You inflicted a bleeding effect on the enemy, stacking an additional 20 attack power. You inflicted a bleeding effect on the enemy, stacking an additional 25 attack power. You inflicted a bleeding effect on the enemy, stacking an additional 30 attack power. The Reaper Queen screamed in frustration. Her opponent was like an indestructible fly, always just out of reach despite being vulnerable to a single strike. This unexpected encounter was unfolding in the most surprising way. The Reaper Queen sensed the growing threat, scanning her surroundings anxiously. Suddenly, she locked eyes on the figure that made her uneasy. In an instant, her claws transformed into a dozen segments, each glowing with dazzling electromagnetic light, reaching across several meters toward the target hiding behind a tree. Between the shadows of her claws, a magnetic storm erupted violently. However, the unusual sensation made the Reaper Queen realize something was amiss. In her palm, a small speaker suddenly exploded. This was a manual neural disruptor, nicknamed the Monster Opener. At that moment, Gao Gong appeared from behind her, his blade flashing as he struck without hesitation at a previous wound. System notification flashed. You dealt 76 damage to the Reaper Queen. Your attack caused a tear effect. Your attack reduced the opponent's movement speed. Gao Gong's fighting style was like that of a skilled chef, never confronting Hedon, but rather slicing along the grain like a master butcher. He entered a unique state where the battle seemed to have its own rhythm. No matter how the opponent attacked, no matter how deadly or wide-ranging their skills, he always managed to evade danger in advance. The environment around them was also changing. The sound of rain grew louder, and the special effects were turned up to the maximum, gradually becoming distorted. Raindrops turned into snowflakes and streams of water falling from the sky, landing on tree trunks, branches, and people. In this concrete jungle where reality and illusion intertwined, predators and prey performed their roles. Suddenly, the Reaper Queen opened her mouth, unleashing a violent psychic shock that swept all around. All electronic illusions vanished instantly. Gao Gong stood not far away, unfazed. The Reaper Queen suddenly exerted force, creating a small crater in the ground as a sonic boom followed. Her blade-like limbs struck like lightning, only to be precisely blocked by Gao Gong's red unicorn blade, the blades meeting with a shallow penetration. Gao Gong's blocking technique was impeccable, as if the attack was aimed not at him, but at the blade itself. System notification flashed again. You have learned a melee skill, Parry Blade LV1, melee weapon blocking technique. When an opponent's attack is blocked by your weapon, there is a 17 chance they will be stunned, and a 9 chance they will suffer recoil damage. Although this skill had limited effect on the massive Reaper Queen, she didn't relent. She seized this opportunity, pressing her limb blades against Gao Gong. His ankles sank into the ground, his knees roaring like engines, and the red unicorn blade creaked under the pressure. Yet, the Reaper Queen also felt increasing pressure. Even though her strength was nearly 3 times that of Gao Gong's, an almost invisible monofilament was caught on a large rock behind her, growing taut under the strain. Just as her strength was about to wane, Gao Gong suddenly exerted force, perfectly executing the parry blade technique. The Reaper Queen's limb blades were flung high, while Gao Gong's blood-stained blade tip hit the ground. System notification appeared again. You inflicted a bleeding effect on the enemy, stacking 60 attack power, 12 layer max, status fully stacked. The same strike, weapon damage 25, Night Warrior bonus 60, Bloodthirst. This meant Gao Gong's damage had far surpassed just trimming the edges. Meanwhile, the situation in the Cable tribe was dire. The young woman had previously controlled 3 juvenile Reapers, temporarily stabilizing the situation. But her mental control ability was only at a basic level, and the mechanical possession was about to fail after less than 5 minutes. The controlled juvenile Reapers occasionally turned their heads, eyeing the young woman with a hungry gaze. Huang Yuanli watched as one tribe member after another was taken away, anxiously shouting to Professor Han, "Old man, do something. If you don't help, I'll throw you out." Professor Han could only smile wryly. Since failing to integrate with the brain in AVAT, his mental control ability was nearly depleted. He couldn't control even a metal sparrow, let alone a Reaper. He offered a seemingly useless suggestion. Try to sense that thing. What thing? Huang Yuanli didn't immediately understand. Didn't that thing run away? Professor Han explained, you can't sense it, but it can sense you. After all, you are the vessel. Damn you, getting more useless with age. Huang Yuanli cursed, desperately trying to recall the sensation of being a brain canister. Time seemed to blur, feeling both long and fleeting. Just as Huang Yuanli was about to give up, her vision suddenly changed. She felt her body becoming extraordinarily large, so large that even some large mechanical bio-beasts appeared like tiny dots to her. The scene before her left her in shock. A massive tribe, numbering in the thousands, was migrating, and she had become a colossal entity? Faced with the sea-level Reaper Queen, Gao Gong immediately established his combat style. Avoid unnecessary risks and focus on executing combos. Utilizing his skills akin to a master of footwork, he aimed to wear down his opponent through relentless assault. The Rainy Night Assassination mode perfectly encapsulated this combat approach, while the Dark Knight style allowed for stacking damage to unleash powerful attacks later. Although Gao Gong's battle seemed fraught with danger, it was actually as steady as a seasoned warrior. If NPCs had built-in cameras, this fight would surely become a highlight on gaming forums, earning admiration and reverence from countless players. Amidst the thunder and lightning, torrential rain transformed into streams of data. The effects generator went into overdrive, prioritizing quantity over quality to produce hundreds of Gao Gong's clones. They surrounded the Reaper Queen from the ground, the rooftops, and even floating in the sky. Despite most clones being easily identifiable as fakesome with pixelated faces or lower bodies, the sheer scale of this high-poly was awe-inspiring. The Reaper Queen hesitated, even showing a hint of fear in its eyes. During their brief 10-minute skirmish, it had attempted to pinpoint Gao Gong's location at least 10 times, yet failed each time. The roaring rain, psychedelic electronic music, and the opponent's elusive presence and unpredictable combat style left it genuinely unnerved. When Gao Gong's clones numbered around 500, the replication finally ceased. Every clone simultaneously cracked its neck and gripped the uneven red blade. Rainwater splattered across their faces, with some droplets bouncing off and others passing through the blade, hinting at the distinction between real and fake. In the next moment, the roar of the motors erupted like a super engine's scattered nodes. The Reaper Queen, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed two powerful area attacks, an energy shockwave and a radiation storm. The mental storm crashed like a tidal wave, sweeping away the front line of Gao Gong's clones like paper figures, some disintegrating into snowflake-like particles. Yet, more clones surged forward, relentless. The Reaper Queen's radiation storm, compared to the Reaper Overlord's, had a smaller, more controllable range. Three thick, high-compression energy whips lashed back and forth over a 100-meter area, systematically eliminating the fake Gao Gong clones. Large trees were toppled, clearing battle obstacles, showcasing the Reaper Queen's considerable combat intelligence. Gao Gong waited patiently for the opponent to exhaust its powerful moves. He knew defeating the enemy at its peak was the key to hunting down the radiation beast. In the dim rainy night, all of Gao Gong's clones suddenly charged from every direction. The Reaper Queen tensed, the eerie sense of danger returning. It extended its six-blade limbs, preparing for another round of six-strike assault. However, among the dozen red blades attacking from various angles, one inconspicuous blade struck like a viper, precisely targeting a joint of a blade limb. It was like a fast-spinning propeller being jammed by a small stone, disrupting the remaining 5 blade limbs from a storm of blades into random slashes. One of Gao Gong's clones raised its head sharply, a fierce glint in its eyes, and plunged into the circle of blades without hesitation. The accumulated battle power exploded at this moment. Each bloodthirsty combo against the enemy fueled Gao Gong's murderous desire, boiling within. His blade strength, stabbing angles, and changing techniques all received a comprehensive boost. He was like a cold-blooded killer ignited by instinct, each move targeting vital points. To Gao Gong, the Reaper Queen was no longer a living being but a candle about to be extinguished, destined to perish in this dark night. System notifications flashed continuously. Your attack dealt 112 damage to the Reaper Queen, causing a severe joint injury. Your attack dealt 121 damage to the Reaper Queen, causing a tearing effect. Your attack dealt 109 damage to the Reaper Queen, causing a bone fracture. The blade grazed Gao Gong's skin, and steel claws swept past his eye corner, but he paid no heed to the dropping health bar. The damage he inflicted was overwhelming, blood spraying and liquid dancing, as if the slaughter was the work of a group of Gao Gongs rather than one. In a brief moment, coupled with previous losses, the Reaper Queen had lost 2/3 of its health. The game's realism lay in its depiction of deteriorating condition with decreasing health. The Reaper Queen's situation grew increasingly perilous, while Gao Gong's victory was within reach. In fact, the only thought left in the Reaper Queen's mind was to flee from this monstrous figure, as far away as possible. Its massive blade-like limbs unfurled once more, this time not to attack, but to take flight. However, just as it was about to escape, hundreds of Gao Gong lunged at it almost simultaneously, defying the laws of physics in various ways. The Reaper Queen was instantly enveloped in a thick sphere of bodies, plunging into chaos. Its consciousness became muddled, unable to distinguish the real from the illusory among the Gao Gong, and even the pain it felt became hard to discern. Amidst the crisscrossing flashes of blades, it sensed claws tearing at its flesh, and sharp edges slicing through its outer shell. In its final moments of clarity, the Reaper Queen's gaze pierced through the rain, witnessing the surrounding forest vanish. In its place, data trees were expanding, sprouting new roots and buds, perfectly simulating the real environment. With the surge of data rain, everything was swept into a torrent, rushing towards it. A system notification echoed in Gao Gong's ear. You dealt 141 points of damage to the Reaper Queen. You have slain a C-level Reaper Queen, gaining 1420 experience and 150 regional reputation. Acquired aura, humanoid Reaper. You have defeated the most powerful Reaper, and from this day forth, all mechanical bio-beasts below Reaper rank will tremble before you. Gao Gong nearly crawled out from the Reaper Queen's corpse, drenched in a pool of blood. He could distinctly feel a substance from its blood seeping into his body, merging with his genes. Wiping his face, he realized it was perhaps the only part of him still relatively clean. Checking his status, Gao Gong found that his health had dropped by 3/5. Although the battle had been somewhat beyond his expectations, the outcome was still within his calculations. Bosses below level remained within his killing mode's control. Solo kill reward. Reaper aura. Gao Gong mused to himself, not my specialty, but it's still decent. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but crave more. Yet, Gao Gong had no intention of resting. His thoughts immediately turned to the Cable tribe. Without his help, who knows how many there had already perished. Hope they haven't been wiped out, Gao Gong worriedly thought, swiftly sprinting towards the tribe's direction. The exhausted Cable tribe finally reached Gao Gong's secret base, the old metal recycling station. After 3 sleepless days of migration, they were utterly worn out, but their survival instincts drove them onward. On the heaps of discarded trash, those tribe members who still had energy were scavenging for suitable steel bars to build a temporary shelter. Pang Xiang, a burly figure, was bustling back and forth, constantly hauling supplies from his own stash. His helpful actions gradually eased the wariness of the other tribe members. Many young women were drawn to this strong yet gentle giant, approaching him with flushed cheeks. Brother Xiang, you have quite a physique. Did you train from a young age? A bold girl asked. What kind of girls do you like? Scratching the back of his head, Pang Xiang recalled images he'd seen in a virtual machine and replied honestly, I like women who aren't wearing clothes. What a coincidence. I like men who aren't wearing clothes too. The girl laughed. Maybe we can chat sometime. Sure. Pang Xiang agreed readily. Meanwhile, Taipian was crouched by a large pot, jealously eyeing Pang Xiang, who was surrounded by young women. Stirring the pot vigorously, he shouted, Dinner's ready. Line up everyone. Feeding and taking care of nearly 200 people was a significant challenge, with the consumption of nutritional paste alone being astronomical. Fortunately, Taipian, a former middleman, knew how to turn the paste into porridge. He cooked up 3 large pots, barely enough to satisfy the tribe's hunger. Gao Gong and Huang Yuanli were discussing the tribe's future. Although the location was hidden, being close to the oasis's center meant they were at risk of exposure due to the large number of people. As undocumented individuals, discovery would lead to expulsion. How about going to the scavengers' settlement? Huang Yuanli suggested. Gao Gong shook his head in disagreement. No, he said, pointing to the war recorder. There are more and more new radiation zones, and the intensity of the wars will increase. The radiation beast leaders will eventually reach a consensus to attack the oasis. When that happens, the outermost scavenger settlements will be the first to be abandoned. Huang Yuanli turned pale at his words. Gao Gong changed the subject. It's surprising your tribe survived. He looked toward an isolated area where 8 juvenile reapers were eyeing the nearby food hungrily. Whenever they tried to sneak out, Huang Yuanli would rush over to scold them, even kicking their knees. These nearly 2-meter-tall creatures cowered like children facing their mother. Gao Gong occasionally joined in, using his humanoid reaper aura to corral them. In their simple minds, they now had a mother and an additional father, albeit a strange-looking one who exuded a powerful aura of their kind. Watching Huang Yuanli feed these creatures like pets, Gao Gong found it amusing. When Huang Yuanli approached with an empty bowl and saw Gao Gong's peculiar expression, she blushed and snapped. What are you staring at? Never seen someone feed their pets? Gao Gong retorted. I never thought that big brain would actually help you. I guess the brain toilet wasn't a waste after all. Huang Yuanli was furious. The primary reason the Cable tribe lost fewer than 10 people was because the brain in the jar intervened. It used a mental storm to brainwash the Reapers, altering their perception to see Huang Yuanli as their mother. Thus, a new queen of the Reapers was born. Worried, Huang Yuanli said, with these creatures' appetites, I'm afraid the metal scraps here will be eaten first. What do we do when there's no food left? Gao Gong had no answer. This was the base of the mechanical hunters, and letting them out to hunt would result in them being beaten to death. We'll take it one step at a time, he said. Maybe by then, the problem won't be a problem anymore. Gao Gong's words seemed casual, but a plan was quietly taking shape in his mind. His gaze unintentionally drifted into the distance, as if searching for an invisible target. By the way, what is the brain in a vat doing now? Gao Gong suddenly asked. Not sure, came the hesitant reply. It seems to have transformed into a gigantic mechanical bio-beast, leading its people through the desert. Gao Gong frowned, lost in thought. The panconscious entity is quite troublesome, he said slowly. It's not that they're particularly strong, but they can spread like locusts if you're not careful. This proliferation could even sweep across an entire planet's intelligent species. His fingers tapped the table unconsciously as he continued to analyze. The brain in a vat, as the lowest form of panconscious entity, isn't incredibly powerful, but if it expands wildly, its numbers could quickly rival a beast king tribe. Gao Gong stroked his chin, a gleam in his eyes. Perhaps this is an opportunity, he muttered to himself. The reason the later beast god soldiers were so hard to defeat, even with several mechanical legions, was because the entire desert was their domain, with ears and eyes everywhere. The brain in a vat might be a chance to place a wedge inside. After pondering for a moment, he said to Huang Yuanli, "Give the brain in a vat an address. If it wants to regain its strength faster, it should go there." "What is this mysterious place?" Huang Yuanli asked with a frown. "Old Copper Mountain number 314, where is that?" "A deserted mine to the south," Gao Gong replied briefly. "Just tell it. I promise it's only beneficial for you." Gao Gong thought to himself that on the surface, Old Copper Mountain was an abandoned mine, but secretly, it was an unmanned factory producing beast god soldiers for the knights. According to the plot, at this point in time, the production of beast god soldiers was already underway. These level 20 flesh mech units, without the knight template injected, could indeed be a great supplement for the brain in a vat. He knew of several such unmanned factories. "All right, I'll leave this to you. Don't bother me unless necessary," Gao Gong said, turning to leave. "Who would want to find you anyway?" Huang Yuanli scoffed at his retreating figure. Gao Gong had already given his deluxe metal shelter to Huang Yuanli as her new residence as the tribe leader. Meanwhile, he, along with the manufacturing equipment he had previously acquired, moved into a nearby abandoned building, which now served as the base for his team. As soon as he entered the building, two mechanical dogs eagerly greeted him. These two had undergone another upgrade, now featuring a special groove on their back, where live flesh wriggled alongside wires. This flesh, cut from the Reaper Queen, had a unique vitality, allowing it to graft onto mechanical bodies and form a symbiotic system with their power source. The result of this graft was an increase of 100 health points for the dogs and an additional prosthetic interface. Of course, this grafting surgery seemed simple, but was actually quite difficult. So difficult that Gao Gong could only assist, while the real modifications were done by Professor Han. Aside from invasive neural modifications, Professor Han had at least 3 max-level professional skills in his mind, and more importantly, extensive experience with biological experiments. This was the most useful. Gao Gong went up to the second floor and entered a cleaned meeting room. The strong smell of blood hit him immediately. On the operating table lay a 2.5 maternal corpse. Professor Han, in white clothes and mask, was dissecting it. Although he wasn't a prosthetic doctor, he was adept at using the operating table. On another table were various sterile incubators containing the organs of the Reaper Queen. Professor Han would scrutinize them with a professional eye, determining if they had strong biological rejection and if they could be grafted symbiotically. Gao Gong focused on a claw, seemingly alive, opening and closing in its glass box. "How's it going?" Gao Gong asked. Without a word, Professor Han handed him a paper. It listed the components of the body, categorized into 3: discarded organs, transplantable organs, and modifiable systems. Discarded organs were unsuitable for grafting, while the latter two, with modifiable systems being more complex than transplantable organs. Gao Gong settled into a chair, his fingers tapping the armrest unconsciously. According to the paper, there were 5 transplantable organs: blade limbs, bioiron armor, electronic tendrils, subcutaneous blood pumps, and sensory knees. The modifiable systems were 3: circulatory, reproductive, and digestive systems. When Gao Gong looked up, he found Professor Han gazing at him with a complex expression. "You don't seem to hate me?" Professor Han asked, a hint of puzzlement in his voice. In the past few days, even the usually carefree Huang Yuanli looked at Professor Han with a complicated expression. Others avoided him altogether. After all, there are no secrets in the wind, and Professor Han's plan had been partially exposed. Putting hundreds of living people into his own head who wouldn't be scared? By pre-civilization standards, he was the epitome of a mad scientist. Professor Han wasn't surprised by others' reactions, but he was by Gao Gong's attitude. Gao Gong was well aware that if not for Professor Han's interference, his brain and AVAT project would have succeeded long ago. With over 100 lives sacrificed, even if they executed him on the spot, he would have no defense. "Do you not hate me?" Professor Han asked, his expression complex. Gao Gong raised an eyebrow and countered. "Hate you? Why? It was your cable tribe members who died, and it was the women who became brain toilets. What does that have to do with me?" Professor Han's expression was subtle. "Oh? I thought someone as righteous as you would want to avenge the dead." "Righteous? Me?" Gao Gong looked puzzled, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. Aren't those two words opposites? After a moment, Gao Gong suddenly realized. Standing up for justice, providing free food to the tribe multiple times, and risking his life to save people after learning of the mad scientist's brain vat experiment. When he thought about it, he was somewhat moved by his own good deeds. What a good person he was. If not for the mission rewards and his plan to subdue, he might have almost believed it himself. Gao Gong cleared his throat, deciding not to shatter the beautiful illusion in the professor's mind. He said seriously, "Do you think it's right to sacrifice others for some seemingly noble vision?" Professor Han was at a loss for words and only managed to speak after a long pause. "Great causes are built on sacrifices, or so someone once told me." Gao Gong stared directly at Professor Han, his tone stern. So you used them as guinea pigs without their consent? You seem to have never regarded them as intelligent beings equal to yourself. You consider yourself superior, naturally paving the way with others for your ideas. But you ignore whether the tides of the era need a leader like you, or whether your scientific achievements can support your ideas. In this primitive era, your scientific accumulation has bred arrogance, greed, and vanity. In this backward tribe, you see yourself as a deity, believing that gods do not make mistakes, correct? Professor Han clutched his head in agony. How did I fall so far? Science should not become the new theology. I am a sinner. Gao Gong secretly rolled his eyes. Not just you, but as the technology tree ascends, all unascended civilizations will inevitably breed many similar thoughts. The rapid development and expansion of civilization, the emergence and popularization of new technologies, accelerated planetary migration, the weakening of species identity, and the birth of new life theories all drive this process. At a certain stage, the gap between people is no longer within the concept of the same species. Do you consider a dog to be your peer? In the development of lower civilizations, many people are bound to hold such ideas. They might be political leaders, technological heroes, genetic slavers, or corporate moguls. Gene modification, biological transformation, hive technology, super life, dimension conversion, these technologies ruthlessly break genetic connections. Ultimately, people liberate themselves from moral and ethical constraints. By then, it will not only be a social split but a civilizational divide. To break this curse, only ascension at the civilizational level will suffice. Using super technology that encompasses an entire civilization to reshape the life forms of the original race. Gao Gong snapped back to reality, realizing his thoughts had drifted far. The reason he didn't harbor ill will towards Professor Han, or even morally condemn him, was that he had done many similar things in his past life. For instance, in his attempt to transfer reproductive systems to the virtual world, he accidentally erased the primary sexual characteristics of an entire civilization. Although he later sent billions of virtual sensory machines as compensation, which were more effective and longer lasting, those people still took him to the civilization court, calling him a civilization extinction level criminal. It was utterly unreasonable. What about racial inheritance? Aren't virtual wives appealing? Or when he transformed a sexual reproducing species into sexual ones and vice versa. Ahem, these were technical adjustments, not product defects. Compared to this, Professor Han's little manipulations were nothing to him. Outwardly, Gao Gong maintained a serious demeanor and said, if death could atone for sins, what about the living? Isn't finding light in darkness and hope in despair the essence of life? The knowledge you possess can serve a greater purpose. Are you really going to give up? Professor Han took a few deep breaths and with a determined look, said, I understand. At the very least, while I'm still alive, I'll do everything I can to help the tribe and you. That's how someone who has walked through the age of civilization should be. Gao Gong nodded in satisfaction, then, please introduce these things to me. Under Professor Han's explanation, Gao Gong gradually understood the functions of these organs and the parts they could be transplanted into. The blade limb, nearly 2 meters long, was half wing, half blade, with biological neural wires at the wing root that could connect to prosthetic sockets. Gao Gong found himself deep in thought as he faced 5 transplantable organs and 3 modification systems. His eyes scanned each option, weighing the pros and cons. First, he dismissed the blade limb modification and the bioiron armor. Although these upgrades could significantly boost combat abilities, Gao Gong was concerned they would push his mechanical modification rate over 10, conflicting with his pursuit of a carbon-based path. He then turned his attention to the remaining 3 organs. Despite the powerful capabilities of the electronic tendrils, the mere thought of having antennae sprouting from his head sent a shiver down his spine. I don't want to turn into a cockroach man, he joked to himself, decisively discarding this option. Ultimately, his focus settled on the subcutaneous blood pump and the sensory knee. These modifications not only promised substantial benefits, but could also be seamlessly concealed within the body, eliminating the need for additional bionic surgery. Satisfied, he nodded, having made up his mind. Professor Han, observing Gao Gong's decision, proceeded to explain the modification systems. He detailed their complexity, emphasizing that it was far from a simple organ replacement. Rather, it involved adapting biological systems to a model the human body could accommodate. Gao Gong listened attentively, but when Professor Han mentioned reproductive system modifications, he promptly shook his head, a hint of an awkward smile on his face. Next, Professor Han introduced the Reaper's circulatory system. Upon hearing that this system could make the body less vulnerable, allow limb regeneration, and even resist decapitation to some extent, Gao Gong's eyes widened. Are you saying that if I undergo this modification, I could regrow my head if it gets chopped off? He asked, half-jokingly. Professor Han chuckled, explaining that while it wasn't possible to fully replicate the Reaper's abilities, the modification would indeed significantly enhance survival rates. Gao Gong nodded thoughtfully, beginning to imagine the possibilities such modifications could bring. Finally, Professor Han introduced the Reaper's digestive system. Hearing about its ability to digest metal and even consume the corpses of its kind, along with the feature of digestive organ externalization, Gao Gong couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. At that moment, Professor Han led Gao Gong to a nutrient tank. Inside, a segment of a blade limb and a claw were submerged, sparking a wave of inexplicable excitement and curiosity within Gao Gong. Gao Gong stared intently at the nutrient tank containing the blade-like appendages and metallic claws, his brow furrowed, seemingly unaware of anything unusual. Professor Han offered no further explanation, silently pressing the drain valve switch on the nutrient tank. As the low hum of the pump echoed, the liquid level quickly receded, and just as it was about to hit the bottom, Professor Han released the switch. The body parts belonging to the Reaper Queen displayed astonishing vitality. Even when cut into pieces for research, they showed no signs of death. The biological blade, comparable to a green dragon crescent blade, vibrated with a hum, like a treasured sword imbued with spirit. At the same time, the metallic claws continuously opened and closed, even moving slowly like a crab within the glass tank. Do you see that? Gao Gong whispered in amazement, pressing close to the glass. Under the activity of these biological remnants, the nutrient liquid that was not yet at the bottom quickly disappeared. Gao Gong suddenly realized the reason behind it. On the blade of the bioappendage, countless pinhole-sized openings appeared, ravenously absorbing the nutrient liquid. Similarly, pea-sized holes appeared at the tips of the Reaper's claws, competing with the bioappendage for the precious liquid. This is an instance of externalized digestive organs, known in bionics as organ externalization, a very peculiar biological phenomenon, Professor Han explained. When the Reaper's capturing appendage penetrates a target, it secretes a potent digestive fluid that liquefies the target's internal organs. These biosuction pores then absorb the liquefied nutrients. Its suction power is astonishing, reaching 4,800 AW, 3 times that of a standard central vacuum cleaner. Gao Gong wasn't quite sure what this number meant, but he recalled the scene when the Reaper Queen assassinated the Reaper leader. In just 3 or 4 seconds, it had drained a Clevel boss into a husk. This is like a biochemical version of the star-sucking technique. Gao Gong's eyes lit up with excitement. So, if I undergo biological modification, I could have this ability too? Professor Han replied cautiously, theoretically, yes, but only in theory. Whether human limbs can replace capturing appendages and evolve into new predatory organs, I can't say for sure. No worries, you handle the plan. I'll handle the surgery, Gao Gong said confidently. He had prepared extensively to deal with biological rejection. At least for the first biomodification, he was confident it would go smoothly. As for acquiring the ability, that would be up to fate. Professor Han resumed his busy work. Adjusting the biological system alone required an expert, and for Gao Gong to modify himself, he needed to be at least level 10 in his secondary profession as a prosthetic doctor. Gao Gong found himself with some free time but didn't stay idle. With a snap of his fingers, 2 cyberdogs jumped onto the operating table one after the other. As a master of biological modification, particularly skilled in bionics, Professor Han had no trouble installing prosthetic interfaces on the 2 mechanical bodies. Gao Gong carefully took out a box, revealing a large revolver wrapped in red flesh-like tendrils. Wearing triple-layer radiation-proof gloves, he solemnly placed it on the operating table. The attributes of this weapon were astounding. Name: Radiation Energy Gun. Category: Biochemical Weapon. Quality: Excellent custom template. Weight: 2.3 kilograms. Additional attributes: 31 armor-piercing damage, 23.2 critical rate from high temperature. Plug-in slot: Radiation Storage Unit. Radiation Storage Unit: a biochemical battery that automatically absorbs nuclear radiation. Note: this weapon is not fully developed and carries a high risk of injecting biochemical viruses upon use. This gun was unique in that it functioned both as an energy weapon and a biochemical weapon, the former intended for enemies, the latter posing a threat to its user. On this planet, only a level boss could fire energy beams. Although its attack power could only be matched by Gao Gong's 12-stage blade slash, its firing rate was at the opposite extreme. 1 shot every 5 minutes, requiring pre-charging. After a moment's thought, Gao Gong realized the gun's best use might be for mutual destruction. But then again, why not just keep it away from humans? He decided to mount the gun on his dog. As it turned out, such surgery wasn't difficult. Soon, a system notification chimed. You have completed a prosthetic modification surgery 1, experience 50. The cyberdog, unaware of its potentially grim future, cheerfully frolicked after jumping off the operating table. Gao Gong then retrieved a heavy machine gun from another box. This gun was exceptionally heavy, over 30 kilograms, without a stock, and with 4 biodrills underneath squirming like eels. Gao Gong had to shake the gun body vigorously to detach it from his wrist. Behave yourself, Gao Gong muttered sternly. The next moment, The 4 surgical arms on the operating table turned, and the surgical clamps firmly secured the unruly eel heads, finally holding them in place. Gao Gong glanced over the weapon's specifications, his brow furrowed. The 5 intelligent modules enhance intelligent shooting, bleeding chance, critical hit rate, area damage, and firing rate. Undoubtedly, this is a powerful weapon, but a sense of unease stirred within him. A classic in human-implanted firearms, he muttered to himself. Warriors jokingly call it the psychopath's toy, significantly increasing the risk of cyberpsychosis. After a moment's thought, Gao Gong decided to change his approach. Instead of using it on humans, why not on dogs? He mused. After all, it's just a dog's life. With that, he turned to the operating table, and the welding machine buzzed loudly. As the modifications progressed, the initially goofy-looking dog with a human head began to exude a chilling aura. Gao Gong had to make extensive modifications to the dog's body, removing joints, lowering the center of gravity, replacing legs with mechanical tracks, widening the back, and moving the human head back to serve as a gun mount. Once the transformation was complete, the dog was unrecognizable, resembling a miniature humanoid tank. Satisfied, Gao Gong nodded. Perhaps calling it an unmanned tank is more fitting. Just then, Professor Han entered the room, his expression complex. I have good news and bad news, he said without preamble. The good news was that, possibly due to the influence of the Reaper's aura or the absorption of specific pheromones when killing the Reaper Queen, Gao Gong showed an unusually low rejection rate toward these biological components. However, the bad news followed swiftly. Professor Han explained that these homologous biological components were experiencing rejection among themselves. In simple terms, he said, Reaper cells are invasive, which is why they cannibalize each other. If it's a biological implant from the same system, it's manageable, but if it's from 2 different systems, the mutual rejection escalates the biological incompatibility. Gao Gong frowned and asked, then why didn't the Reaper Queen have this issue? That's a 9 million radiation creation. Professor Han shook his head. Unless you want to fully become a Reaper, you'll have to make choices. So, Gao Gong said slowly, I can only choose between adding a subcutaneous blood pump to the circulatory system or a sensory knee to the digestive system. Professor Han nodded and added, I've made some bionic adjustments. If it's just the knee, it's within the compatibility range. After all, your knee has already undergone mechanical modification, moving beyond the biological realm. Hearing this, Gao Gong's eyes lit up. He shook Professor Han's hand enthusiastically, sincerely praising, You're amazing. My knee has not only been mechanically modified, but can also kneel for you in gratitude. After Professor Han left, Gao Gong fell into deep thought. His gaze wandered among the various instruments in the laboratory, while his mind drifted towards the significant decision he had to make. It wasn't just a simple choice between 2 system upgrades. It was a weighing of 2 sets of skill combinations. In his mind, he repeatedly compared the 2 options. On one hand, there was the mobile blood bag, organ vulnerability removal, microlim regeneration, and enhanced same-species hunting. On the other hand, there was increased flexibility, metal digestion, enhanced same-species predation, and the biochemical absorption technique. Gao Gong muttered to himself, the former is more suited for tanking bosses, like a defensive player such as Pang Xiang. His fingers tapped the table unconsciously. But those 3 traits are really tempting. Even I am intrigued by the idea of invulnerable finger regeneration. He paused. It's a boon for close combat enthusiasts. Turning his thoughts to the second option, Gao Gong frowned. The latter seems more apt for rapid battlefield recovery. Although metal digestion isn't very practical, the absorption technique. His eyes lit up. It's incredibly tempting. He sighed. But there's no guarantee it can be achieved. Gao Gong's dilemma persisted until Professor Han presented a specific biomodification plan. Upon seeing the detailed proposal, his eyes suddenly became resolute. I have to choose the second one, he explained. Normal systemic modifications have a core component. The circulatory system centers on the heart, while the digestive system focuses on the stomach. Simply put, the former requires a heart replacement, the latter a stomach swap. Pointing to his chest, Gao Gong said, replacing the stomach is no big deal. Mine is original. But the heart. His tone turned serious. I've long since replaced it with a mechanical heart. Although this standard power unit isn't very efficient, I've been wanting to replace it for a while. However, he paused, as if choosing his words carefully. Following the fusion ascension route, combining carbon-based and mechanical systems, there's a major taboo. Don't interfere with the biological system during mechanical modification, and vice versa. Gao Gong gestured as if walking a tightrope. It's like balancing on a tightrope. Swaying too much can lead to a fall. Professor Han was surprised by Gao Gong's swift decision. Hesitating for a moment, he said, I understand you want to gain greater power through biomodification, and that's fine. But implanting biological organs into the human body isn't my area of expertise. I'm not sure what kind of physical reactions might occur. Gao Gong raised an eyebrow. You're not trying to stop me, are you, Professor? Professor Han shook his head. What I mean is, if you just want to harness the power of the radiation beasts, there's another way. Cloning technology? Gao Gong blurted out. You know about it? Professor Han was taken aback. Gao Gong smiled and explained. I've read your notes, Professor. I must say, you were in great shape when you were younger. Professor Han blushed slightly, a rare occurrence, and sighed. Ah, youthful folly. Youth is indeed wonderful. He continued seriously. But cloning technology was a top secret in your country, even in the pre-civilization era. Although I am a biomimicry expert, Gao Gong interrupted, not purely cloning technology, but using biomimicry principles to temporarily graft radiation beast limbs onto the human body to gain greater power? Exactly. Professor Han nodded. Gao Gong suddenly understood. No wonder classical mechanical hunters could wield heavy weapons without mechanical modification. Professor Han's expression darkened, clearly displeased by the reminder of past events. Sensing this, Gao Gong shifted the topic. As I suspected, this biomimetic approach has significant flaws, right? Long-term use would lead to severe biological rejection. Professor Han nodded. Indeed. Moreover, cloning technology is wartime tech, meant for immediate use. Our biomimetic limbs require at least several days of adjustment. Gao Gong shook his head, losing interest. Then I'll stick to my method. The two then began collaborating. Professor Han was responsible for the systematic biomimicry of the Reaper Queen, while Gao Gong integrated the surgical plan, weighing which modifications were suitable for surgery and which required adjustment. In gaming terms, they were creating new blueprints and gear. During breaks, Gao Gong often stood before a nutrient tank, gazing at the stomach inside. Unlike the water bag-like stomach of ordinary people, the Reaper's stomach possessed a sinister beauty. It was an oversized red gem, covered in a network of digestive tubes, resembling a tangled ball of red snakes. The snake-like openings constantly bubbled, emitting a gurgling sound. Gao Gong knew that in some civilizations, human modification was taboo. Those cultures would cite failed modification cases and fringe theories like the uncanny valley effect, the repulsiveness of non-human organs, and physiological variability to justify their views. In short, they would expose the structure of human modifications to shock your senses. They would say, look, this isn't human. It's not like us, how disgusting. Gao Gong scrutinized the behavior of the strange creature, finding it increasingly baffling the more he observed. Its actions defied ethics, upended common sense, and were utterly repugnant. Yet, he mused silently, if one were to peel the skin off a beautiful woman or extract their own internal organs, it would likely be equally revolting. As one ages, even their own appearance might become unbearable. As a proponent of universal love and a player who appreciates diverse characters, Gao Gong maintained an aesthetic appreciation for intelligent species of all kinds. He recalled an ancient adage, only through universal love can one achieve greatness. Whether it was a mechanical battle maiden, a bionic beauty, a ship girl, or a tentacle girl, each was captivating in their own way. Without such an all-embracing mindset, one would be just an ordinary gamer, ultimately doomed to be transformed by NPCs into a biobattery or a brain matter generator. Gao Gong shook off these distracting thoughts and focused on the task at hand. After a day of coordination, he and Professor Han finally completed their preparations. Time was of the essence, and they worked against the clock. Gao Gong lay on the operating table, a slight smile playing at his lips as he adeptly applied a set of electrode patches to his forehead and temples. This was the result of the first blueprint he received upon becoming a cybernetic Doctora pain editor. It could block pain signals from reaching the brain, allowing the user to feel no pain. Gao Gong had customized this equipment for himself, precisely for the purpose of performing surgery on his own body. Once the pain editor was activated, the pain signals were instantly cut off, marking the official start of the surgery. Two mechanical arms simultaneously went to work. One injected anesthetic into his leg to prevent muscle reflexes, while the other began cutting into the skin. A noticeable suture scar marked Gao Gong's knee. As the skin was peeled back, it revealed the metallic sheen of an artificial joint. Thin, nerve-like wires were faintly visible inside the joint, representing implanted micromotors. The surgery aimed to replace the knee joint while retaining these motors. The combination of biological and mechanical power generation would double efficiency. The most challenging aspect of the surgery was preserving these micromotors. Fortunately, a Reaper's knee was naturally compatible with alloy materials. Coating the motor surfaces with a biometallic film would ensure perfect integration. Gao Gong even had the luxury of replacing some of the aging wires. The entire procedure was bloody yet precise, with Gao Gong calmly cutting into his own flesh, his demeanor chillingly composed. Throughout the surgery, the system continuously displayed notifications. Implant surgery in progress. Surgery complete. You have implanted a sensory knee. Agility 1. Dodge 5. Critical hit rate during stealth increased by 10. Your knee's load capacity increased by 300 kilograms. Fall damage reduced by 20. Your motor system modification rate 1. Health 20. Stamina 10. Outside the sterile room, Professor Han anxiously monitored various indicators. His task was to constantly check the rejection values in Gao Gong's body, ready to adjust the surgical plan immediately if any abnormalities arose. The knee surgery was completed smoothly, but it was just an appetizer. The real challenge lay ahead. Thanks to the blood coagulator device equivalent to a sweat gland refrigerator that could freeze the sweat gland system in a short time, Gao Gong's forehead remained dry. He then took out a metallic pill, placing it in his mouth, reminiscent of ancient practices of placing a golden pill in the mouth of the deceased. This was actually a special drug that could quickly gather trace metallic elements in the body, reducing rejection of mechanical components. Ideally, it would be swallowed for better effect, but considering the digestive system was about to be modified, it had to be held in the mouth. Seeing the numbers on the screen stabilize, Professor Han breathed a sigh of relief and said softly, "We're about ready." Gao Gong slowly lay back as an electronic screen unfolded above the operating table, displaying the structure of his abdomen. The upcoming surgery would be entirely automated. Once anesthesia was injected into the abdomen, two high-polymer surgical knives with laser blades emerged with a zzz sound. These knives were several times sharper than ordinary surgical tools, particularly suited for mechanical and extreme biological modifications. A red line slowly appeared on the abdominal skin. As the incision opened, it revealed titanium ribs and the mechanical heart beneath, as well as the stomach just below the heart. This organ was about to leave its familiar position and embark on a new journey. During the surgery, Gao Gong had no time to pay attention to the system panel, but the notifications kept coming. Transplant surgery in progress. Lung transplant complete. Reaper stomach implant in progress. Transplant complete. Health 100. Additional status. High digestion mode. Maximum endurance 10. Digestive system modification in progress. Your digestive system modification rate 3. Health 60. Stamina 30. Fusion with internal mechanical systems. Digestion mode automutate. Digestive system upgrading. Health recovery speed 10. Biological mutation commencing. Suddenly, Professor Han's expression changed dramatically. He watched in horror as blood gushed from Gao Gong's 10 fingers and several toes simultaneously split open. Was this the beginning of biological transformation or a sign of surgical failure? The answer was yet to be revealed, but the danger was already present. The dim light resembled the glow of a setting sun. Although the planet Gili star had no sun to speak of, around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, the sky did appear more beautiful than usual. Gao Gong sat in a wheelchair, dressed in hospital garb, his complexion as pale as paper. Bandages wrapped around his body were faintly visible beneath his clothes. The scent of antiseptic occasionally wafted from him, harmonizing with the surrounding atmosphere, as if life itself was slowly ebbing away. Huang Yuanli pushed the wheelchair, struggling internally before finally speaking up. "Why didn't you say anything before the transformation?" Gao Gong yawned lazily and replied, "What good would it have done? Rather than making you worry, I thought I'd just get it done myself." Huang Yuanli stomped her foot, seething with anger. She had only learned today that Gao Gong had undergone an extremely dangerous biological transformation surgery last night, under the notorious Professor Han. The news nearly stopped her heart, fearing that the surgery might fail or that Gao Gong's brain might be drained by the old professor. Seeing Gao Gong so nonchalant about it made her so furious she could scream, but considering his current patient status, she had to swallow her anger. Seeing her expression, Gao Gong reassured her, all right, don't be mad. Everything turned out fine." Huang Yuanli was relentless. "You need to be more careful. That's Professor Han we're talking about, the brain-draining demon, and you actually trusted him with your surgery. Aren't you afraid he'd suck your brain dry?" Gao Gong gave her a strange look, wondering if since becoming a brain receptacle, this little woman had developed some sort of paranoia about brain matter, unable to talk about anything else. Huang Yuanli declared defiantly, "From now on, whenever you have surgery, I must be there to supervise." All right. Thank you for your concern," Gao Gong replied dismissively. "Do you realize your mistake?" "I do." Huang Yuanli's tone softened. "I'm only saying this because we're friends." "Of course, we're friends," Gao Gong nodded. Huang Yuanli had a forgiving nature, quick to let things go. Once she was sure Gao Gong was all right, curiosity got the better of her. "What did you transform?" "I don't see any changes," Gao Gong replied mysteriously. "Well, you could try using telepathy on me." Huang Yuanli became wary. "You're not thinking of anything rated, are you?" Gao Gong shrugged. "If you don't believe me, then forget it." Caught between curiosity and caution, Huang Yuanli's curiosity eventually won. "Don't you dare think nonsense," she warned. "Remember, I can take on 10 of you now." Activating her telepathy, Huang Yuanli's perception flowed into Gao Gong's mind like liquid mercury. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. Gao Gong's body began to transform dramatically, his head elongating, and his body growing rapidly until he reached 3 meters in height. His bright red steel and iron frame exuded danger, with dagger-like teeth jutting unevenly. His breath distorted the air with heat, and his amber eyes fixated on Huang Yuanli, while 6 massive blade-like limbs unfurled from his back, triggering her primal instinct to flee. Ah! Huang Yuanli fell to the ground, mouth agape, unable to process what she was seeing. What would have you turned into? Gao Gong turned his head and sighed, saying that is quite disrespectful to a patient. Huang Yuanli jumped to her feet, her face alight with excitement. What happened? What happened? You mutated? How did you mutate? After a moment of thought, Gao Gong explained, you could think of it as an aura. In short, as long as I want, everyone else sees me just like you do. Wow. Huang Yuanli's eyes sparkled with admiration. That's incredible. You're like a reaper. That creature is super strong. As a scavenger, she had an instinctive admiration for power. Not bad, but it's not all good, Gao Gong said. The biggest issue with system transformation is its unpredictability. Indeed, this proved to be true. Abilities like metal digestion, same-species predation enhancement, and biochemical absorption all underwent some degree of mutation. For instance, the unexpected fusion of same-species predation enhancement with the Reaper aura created a bloodline talent. In many ways, it was a little monster-killing tool. However, the failed judgment was a bit of a headache. With 300 hatred points, it was a fight to the death. But there was no choice if you insisted on treating others as food. However, the previously deemed useless metal digestion did give Gao Gong a pleasant surprise. Metal-strong food biological transformation. By absorbing nutrients from the Reaper's stomach, you can enhance a specified attribute by 15 for 10 minutes, with a 6-hour cooldown. Note: after the skill ends, you must consume enhanced food within 24 hours, or you will experience hunger, stomach pain, and lack of concentration. Being able to specify an attribute makes it quite the little gem. As for the much-anticipated absorption technique, it did emerge. However, it didn't achieve the ideal effects like extracting blood from a distance or using biological weapons to absorb blood. But it wasn't entirely useless. The bloodthirsty capture limbs 6, a unique, mutated weapon exclusive to the Reapers, are designed to penetrate living beings, causing their organs to rot and bodily functions to fail, leading to massive blood loss. Each second, they inflict an additional 5 points of bleeding damage. With the Dance of Blades ability, one bloodthirsty capture limb deals 5 points per second, and with 6 limbs, that's 30 points per second. Even if Gao Gong's health, enhanced by biological modifications, reaches an impressive 477 points, it would only take a few seconds to fully recover the health lost in battle. Gao Gong slowly raised his left hand, and under the curious gaze of the young woman, he brought his thumb together with his fingers. In an instant, the other 4 fingers became sharp. Crimson claws extended from his nails, doubling in length, with tiny barbs running down the nails, forming a continuous line. The tips of the barbs were bioimplantation slots, and his skin became coarse, with pores doubling in size. The entire scene was chilling. The young woman widened her eyes, speechless for a moment, then curiously asked, "What about the other 2? Didn't you say there were 2 more? Show me. Are they on your toes?" Gao Gong awkwardly replied, biological modification isn't that precise. In fact, the other 2 bloodthirsty capture limbs were also finger mutations, but on his right hand, in rather awkward positions, one was a thumb, and the other a pinky. This hand gesture was quite familiar. Wasn't it the 666 sign? Imagine making a 666 gesture at an enemy. It's hilariously absurd. Almost too ridiculous to watch. But that wasn't the worst part. Besides these 6 bloodthirsty capture limbs, all 12 toes and 4 fingers had mutated. External digestive limbs 12, an external digestive organ, could now be used for eating. Upon hearing this, Huang Yuanli was first stunned, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, are you saying you can now drink and eat with your toes? That's impressive, really impressive. Show me. Gao Gong's forehead veins bulged, and his eye twitched, but he couldn't argue back. Seeing this, Huang Yuanli laughed even harder. Finally managing to stop laughing, Huang Yuanli patted Gao Gong on the shoulder, consoling him. Look on the bright side. At least you're only eating with your toes, not, you know, what the heck, are you a devil? You said you'd help me relax, but do I look relaxed to you? Gao Gong retorted irritably. Ha ha ha, that's what you get for not telling me about the surgery in advance. If you had, maybe this wouldn't have happened under my guidance. Gao Gong rolled his eyes, sat back in his wheelchair, and opened his system panel. Name, Gao Gong. Race, carbon-based human. Total level, LV24. Body modification, 29. Consciousness, 10. Main profession, mechanical modifier LV10 max. Subprofessions, factory worker LV5, factory number 4 junior worker LV4, prosthetic doctor LV5. Health, 477 47710. Armor stamina 212212. Mechanical energy 96. Biological energy 30. Personal attributes: strength 17, agility 14, endurance 21, intelligence 9, perception 21, luck 3. Personal system: motor system 9, mechanical modification 1, biological modification, nervous system 6, endocrine system 1, circulatory system 5, respiratory system 1, digestive system 1, mechanical modification 3, biological modification, urinary system 1, reproductive system 1. After the surgery, all attributes significantly improved. The newly added biological energy option, similar to mechanical energy, indicates the degree of carbon-based mechanization. The higher the value, the deeper the transformation. The body modification at 29 points is the sum of all system modifications, with 25 points in mechanical and 4 in biological. According to Gao Gong's memory, a 10-level modification cap is 25 points for a single system. A regular player with 20 points of body modification at level 10 is considered elite. This means there's still room for 21 points of improvement in biological modification, equivalent to 2 or 3 surgeries. As the modification deepens, upgrading one system will boost the modification rate of others, and high-level biological organ implants can lead to qualitative changes. Though Gao Gong is only level 10, his attributes surpass those of a typical level 20 player. Adding in equipment and skills, he could easily take on 5 opponents, and 10 with exceptional performance. This is the advantage of taking the fusion route. Double the modifications, double the enhancements. In Gasoline Town, people came and went, but few stopped to look at the electronic leaderboard anymore. The harsh realities of the hunting wars had dulled any interest in the rankings. The battles between mechanical hunters and radiation beasts had evolved into a two-way hunt. Even in the relative safety of Gasoline Town, over a dozen mechanical hunters had fallen victim to deadly ambushes by radiation beasts. As the sun set, 3 figures stood in front of the electronic screen. One was plump, one was thin, and the other was neither. The one in the middle appeared pale and unwell. They silently observed the leaderboard, surprised to see it had changed dramatically. At the top was the once obscure Symbiosis Squad, rumored to be so well equipped that even class radiation beasts couldn't challenge them. To everyone's surprise, the second place was held by the Creepers, a team thought to be completely wiped out, now back on the list. The cyborg on the right stared in disbelief and asked, "The Creepers? Weren't they wiped out?" The plump man on the left scratched his head, puzzled, and asked, "Can they come back to life, Gao?" The one in the middle shrugged and replied helplessly, "Who knows?" The transformation of Gasoline Town was astonishing. Towering fortresses, thick walls, patrolling drones, and the dark muzzles of machine guns on watchtowers all signaled that the town was prepared for a possible beast siege. Apart from Symbiosis Squad, the Creepers, and the third-rank Miyamoto Sanzang, the leaderboard was filled with new names. Formerly dominant teams and once rising newcomers like the Marauders, Biochemical Giants, Hounders, and Bombers had vanished without a trace. The thin man patted the plump man's shoulder and said, "Let's go pick up your mom. We can come back for the boss later." They then climbed into their armored vehicle and roared off into the distance. The man in the middle lit a cigarette and leisurely strolled into Gasoline Town. Soon, news started spreading around town. The Lone Wolf is back? The Lone Wolf, the new assassin master? Wasn't it rumored that Miyamoto Sanzang assassinated him? I heard he died on the front lines, just like Grade Adrian. So many experts have died. One more or one less makes no difference. The black gasoline bar was still bustling, but it was filled with mostly new faces, with only a few familiar ones from 10 days ago. A customer, claiming to be an ultimer, suddenly spoke up, "He's just a deserter. I remember he stopped fighting 10 days ago." This statement immediately piqued the interest of those around. Someone offered him a cigarette, eagerly asking, "What happened? Tell us, old man." The ultimer accepted the cigarette with satisfaction and began his story. He was a seasoned hunter, skilled but cunning. About 10 days ago, when things looked bad, he slipped away, faster than anyone else. The mention of running away caught more attention, and people gathered around, showing great interest in the story. Enjoying the spotlight, the ultimer continued, "Don't even think about it. That was in the early days of the war when the security corps weren't strict. Now, who dares to run? The robots would shoot you down first." He raised his wrist to show his battlefield recorder. "See this? The latest model handcuff, non-removable, satellite tracked, drone monitored. Running? No way." Disappointed sighs echoed around. Someone grumbled, "So we're no different from corporate lab rats." Another chimed in, "Lab rats? They have monitoring chips implanted. Their lives are worth more than ours." The crowd voiced their frustration about the impossibility of escaping the battlefield. Sensing the topic was shifting, the ultimer seemed a bit anxious. In the bar, a familiar face who claimed to know the Lone Wolf was talking non-stop. "Ahem, let's get back to the point. Actually, that lone wolf's last name is Gao, and I kind of know him. He's always been the kind of person without any backbone, two-faced, and being a deserter is just par for the course for him. The familiar face looked around and saw everyone staring blankly at him. So he bragged even more eagerly. Did you know, before he became famous, he often worked as a gigolo to make money? Women could have him for a price, and so could men. Can such a person have any dignity? Seeing that he had successfully captured everyone's attention, the familiar face continued to embellish the story. That guy used to be in my team, saying we were a team, but really, he was just my lackey. Back then, he didn't have the fame he has now, just a very humble guy. Before he could finish, his neck was suddenly squeezed tightly. Unbeknownst to him, a huge figure sitting in the corner had stood up, and with a metal arm as thick as a thigh, it grabbed his neck and lifted him up. Black God, I'm not talking about you. The familiar face pleaded in terror. The mechanical giant ignored his explanation and instead downed a barrel of gasoline beer, then smashed the empty barrel viciously onto the man's head. You insult him. How dare you insult him? The mechanical giant roared. Only I can insult him, and only I am worthy of killing him. The metal fist, like a pile driver, pounded the familiar face's head again and again. After an unknown number of hits, there was a loud crack, and the familiar face's head burst open like a watermelon. Amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd, Black God casually tossed aside the headless corpse and staggered out of the bar. His legs, waist, hips, and back were all embedded with powerful mechanical modules, and as he moved, blood seemed to seep from the implant sites. This ninth-ranked hunter, Black God, was also a lone wolf. Meanwhile, in one of the bar's private rooms, Wilson the fire thief heard the commotion outside but showed no reaction. He was focused solely on drinking, flanked by two barely clad android prostitutes. Enough, Wilson. Stop drinking. Daxila frowned at him. You both can leave, Huangwen calmly said to the two android prostitutes. They stood up vacantly and left, like zombies, completely at the mercy of the customers. It was clear that the one orchestrating this meeting was the mechanic Huangwen. Looking at Wilson, who was covered in bandages, Daxila sighed. Old Huang, why did you specifically call us here? What do you want? Daxila asked. Huangwen looked only 16 or 17, with a delicate appearance like a young boy, but that was only because he had undergone cybernetic modifications. In reality, he was over 40, the oldest among the three. He was a veteran mechanical engineer from Factory 18. The battle at the scavenger city cost us dearly. Huangwen got straight to the point. Wilson's mechanical army was completely wiped out. Half my team is comatose due to wild virus infections in their neural systems, and Daxila, your team suffered a third of its personnel losses. To hell with the beast tide. To hell with the security corps. They sent us to our deaths. Wilson cursed. Among the three, Huangwen was on the southern line, Wilson on the northern, and only Daxila was on the eastern, heading towards Scavenger City. However, a grand battle commanded by General Hells brought them together. The target was the impending beast tide at Scavenger City. The joint army of the three oases, with all the mechanical hunters from the central desert gathered, was meant to be a formidable force. The security corps spared no expense, offering all weapons and equipment in the battle free of charge, even allowing free installation of prosthetics. Yet despite these favorable conditions, they faced an unprecedented defeat. The fully mechanized army from the front lines collapsed under the beast tide, let alone Wilson's small mechanical team. Huangwen's firepower line was directly infected by over a dozen wild electronic viruses, turning their guns on allied forces. As for Daxila, she fled at the first sign of trouble, yet still lost a third of her personnel. This was why almost the entire roster of veteran teams on the rankings had changed. Huangwen remained calm, saying softly, let's cooperate. It's the only way forward. Cooperate. Daxila was taken aback, and Wilson stopped cursing. 3 hunting teams merged into one team. That's how we stand a chance at claiming the top spot. Huangwen explained. You still want to fight? Wilson looked at him in surprise, as if seeing him for the first time. After witnessing the despairing power of the beast tide, the fact that he still wanted to fight was shocking. Do we have any other options? Huangwen countered. Yes, wait for the mechanical army to deploy. Wilson replied. What if it doesn't deploy? Huangwen pressed. Impossible. Daxila paused, then sighed. Old Huang, it's not that I don't want to help you, or that I lack ambition. It's just that my manpower can't support the next phase of the war. She gave a self-deprecating smile. Not to mention, outside of Auto City, are there even any stray radiation beast packs left? Now a stray pack isn't just one beast anymore, it's a whole group. Huangwen furrowed his brow in deep thought. The beast tide's impact on the 2 veteran captains was clearly beyond his expectations. He turned to Wilson, seeking the advice of the seasoned captain. Wilson, bleary-eyed from drink, let out a loud belch and curtly spat out a single word. Scram. With the alcohol taking its toll, Wilson staggered out of the bar, bumping into several people along the way. However, Those he collided with dared not voice their anger, evidently wary of the bearded man's notorious reputation in Gasoline Town. Scoffing internally at Huang Wen's proposal, Wilson considered his own standing. True, Huang Wen had connections, but Wilson was no nobody either. In this cutthroat desert, anyone who thrived had some backing. He had managed to gather over 100 mechanical exoskeletons. Without internal support from the Mechanical Legion, it would have been impossible. In fact, the scramble for the Oasis's development rights was being fueled by a faction within the Legion. However, the greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. The overwhelming onslaught of the beast tide had decimated the team he'd painstakingly built over the years, leaving him utterly devastated. Wilson resolved that he couldn't stay in this cursed place any longer. Once the Legion forces pushed back from the front lines, he'd leave this radioactive wasteland with them, and whoever wanted to stay could do so. As he passed through a dim alley, Wilson suddenly halted. His peripheral vision caught sight of a shadow behind him, with another figure slowly approaching from the front. Narrowing his eyes, his hand instinctively reached for his waist. "Wilson, captain of the Fire Stealers squad," came a cold voice from behind. "Your grandpa's here." Wilson roared, swiftly drawing the energy weapon from his waist. It was a limited edition plasma pistol issued by the Mechanical Legion, typically reserved for military officers rank major and above, a rare and advanced weapon in this desert. However, the figure moved with lightning speed, vanishing in an instant. About 3 minutes later, a bar waiter hurried over, eager to relieve himself. Suddenly, a strong scent of blood filled the air. He turned to see a figure slumped against the wall. The waiter began, but the figure slowly toppled over. It was then he realized in horror that the person was riddled with holes, notably missing an arm from the elbow down. Meanwhile, Daisy La, known as Three-Handed Daisy, was on her way back. Unlike Wilson, she actually agreed with Huang Wen's proposal. What she disagreed with was the implication in Huang Wen's tone that he would lead the joint team if it were formed. Clearly, among the 3 veteran teams, Edelweiss had suffered the least losses. Just outside Gasoline Town, Daisy abruptly halted. Her mechanical arms instantly switched to combat mode, with folding handles ejecting from her palms. With a flick of her wrists, 2 folding blades whirled out. "Who are you?" she demanded sharply. Standing before her was a half-human, half-machine creature. Below the human head was a mechanical body, with vibrant red muscles writhing over the metal surface. These weren't ordinary biomuscles. They were teeming with unusual vitality. Daisy's gaze landed on the creature's chest, where a blood and metal emblem of a shield and spear was branded. She vaguely recognized the symbol. It belonged to a notorious terrorist organization. "Such fighting spirit. I like that look in your eyes," the creature said, advancing slowly. As it moved, a flame suddenly ignited at the intersection of the shield and spear on its chest. "I am the Flame Knight," the creature declared loudly. Back in the bar, Huang Wen hadn't left. In fact, Daisy and Wilson weren't the first captains he'd met with, nor would they be the last. He never put all his eggs in one basket. However, the plan wasn't going smoothly. Most were either too frightened by the beast tide or had their own agendas. Truly valuable collaborators were few and far between. Ultimately, in the violent profession of mechanical hunters, the most respected was always brute strength. As for battlefield intelligence and command skills, could you surpass the generals of the Mechanical Legion? Even they were at a loss. What made you think you could succeed? Huang Wen pondered, his small brows furrowing on a youthful, innocent face, giving him an expertly feigned look of naivety. "TSK. What a cute little brother." An unfamiliar voice suddenly chimed in. Huang Wen reacted instinctively, lunging towards the window without hesitation. But in the next moment, an electronic ripple flashed across the window, bouncing him back. "Wow, quick reflexes. Why don't you try using your drones?" the voice teased. Huang Wen took a deep breath, watching as a grid of light points materialized in the room, pressing in on him. "Cyber hacker, cybernetic control," Huang Wen thought, alarmed. His eyes had been modified with cybernetic enhancements and electronic defenses. Yet these measures seemed useless now. Only a top-tier cyber hacker could achieve this. "It's not a hacker intrusion, it's a knight skill," the voice clarified. "A knight skill? You're with the knights," Huang Wen realized. After a moment of silence, he spoke. "Do you accept surrenders? I'm willing to undergo any controlling cybernetic modifications." "Hee, little brother, you're so honest." "But no, the knights don't take outsiders. Actually, we don't take humans at all," the voice replied with a tone of cruel delight. "Little brother, remember, before you die, my name is the Cyber Knight." Before the words even finished, an electronic grid instantly covered the entire space. Inside the room, Huang Wen remained seated on the couch, his fists clenched tightly as his entire body trembled violently. Electronic sparks erupted from the joints of his cybernetic body, spreading from his left eye to the right, and finally reaching the modified parts of his head. Suddenly, with a loud bang, Huang Wen's skull shattered, revealing the dark electronic components inside. Amidst the thick smoke, his body lurched forward and crashed heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, in Rose's garage, Gao Gong was covering his ears, standing beside a telephone. An angry roar came from the receiver. I told you to lay low for a couple of days, not to vanish completely. 10 days, a whole 10 days. Do you know how much money I've lost? Rose almost tore me apart. Do you have any idea how chaotic the battle has become? Gao Gong waited for the outburst to subside before responding leisurely. Pinky, it's only been a few days and you already missed me so much? What have you been up to these days? Pinky shouted from the other end of the line. Gao Gong glanced at his hand, feeling like something was different. He cleared his throat and said, nothing much, just got a little procedure done. Feeling pretty good now. And what good is feeling great now? The entire defensive line has collapsed. Pinky's voice was filled with frustration. I heard there was another big battle in Scavenger City recently? Gao Gong sat down, crossing his legs and asked, weren't you on the front lines then? Didn't they draft you as a field medic? Pinky's voice was full of lingering fear. It was a complete disaster. The beast tied at the front hadn't even been dealt with when one erupted here too. Luckily, I'm in logistics and was among the first to evacuate, otherwise, I wouldn't have made it out. That bad? I heard that Hells, the renowned general of the Mechanical Legion, brought his elite troops. Gao Gong inquired further. Elite my foot, Pinky scoffed. That old guy ran faster than anyone when things got rough. Fortunately, your brother Pinky was prepared and hitched a ride on his plane. Pinky took a deep breath and continued. The beast tide was terrifying. All the radiation fields merged into one, rendering all electronic devices useless. The sky was black with mechanical birds, and the ground sprouted countless mutated plants. Radiation levels on the battlefield went through the roof, and in the end, people were fighting over radiation needles, not weapons or ammo. The beasts in the tide were relentless, attacking wave after wave. The mechanical defense only held for 3 days before collapsing. They later estimated that there were 5 million radiation beasts on the battlefield. Gao Gong frowned, asking, didn't the security corps make any preparations? Of course they did, Pinky explained. They anticipated 2 full-scale A-level beast tides. They could barely handle even 3. Weren't there 2 A-level monster leaders? Gao Gong recalled, the Radiation Queen and the Fission Duke, both injured. How did it end up like this? Yes, but who could have predicted that those 2 monsters would merge? Once they did, they became an authentic level Beast King. This wasn't an A-level tide. It was a full-blown Beast King tide. Gao Gong was speechless. So they could merge? Their relationship turned into a hermaphroditic one. Well, it's good you weren't there, or you wouldn't have survived. After chatting for a while, Pinky finally asked something serious. By the way, where's Rose? She went to a banquet at some desert chieftain's place, living the high life. Huh? Not really. That old desert fox invited all the desert tycoons. They're probably discussing this war. I have a bad feeling about it. Gao Gong rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It does seem ominous. He knew that if things continued like this, the oasis would be picked off by the beast tides one by one. By the time the Hydra battle came, the Mechanical Legion wouldn't even have a frontline base. Suddenly, Gao Gong had a thought and said, gotta go, talk later. Don't hang up, Pinky pleaded. Chat for a few more minutes. I'm surrounded by robots and bored out of my mind. If you're bored, play with a virtual machine. Gao Gong decisively hung up, his eyes scanning the area warily. The garage was silent except for the rows of luxury cars. Switching to infrared mode, he still saw no sign of anyone. Can it block heat signatures? Gao Gong murmured to himself when suddenly a gust of wind rushed towards him. He turned quickly, spotting a massive scratch on the ground. So the radiation beasts have infiltrated the heart of the oasis. The security corps really are useless. Gao Gong chuckled coldly. Perfect, let's try this out. With a thought, his eyes turned a sinister yellow, and a terrifying aura erupted from him, enveloping the entire abandoned factory. To the hidden radiation beast, this human transformed in an instant. Gao Gong's head elongated, his body shooting up to 3 meters tall. Blood-red steel bones exuded danger, his dagger-like teeth jagged and menacing. The heat from his breath distorted the air around him. In the eyes of the invisible beast, Gao Gong transformed into a 3-meter reaper, a formidable creature encased in steel. The aura of destruction and annihilation around him grew steadily, and the terrifying biological scythe seemed poised to pierce the beast's chest at any moment. To ordinary people, Gao Gong appeared unchanged, but to the invisible beast, he was a horrifying entity, thirsty for blood. As the Reaper's back slowly split open, 6 massive blade-like limbs emerged, creating a chilling atmosphere that almost froze the air around them. The invisible beast was engulfed by a primal fear, a dread rooted deep in its bloodline, overwhelming it like a tidal wave. This fear, a product of the food chain's strict hierarchy, caused a slight crack in its protective layer, and a mirror-like flash appeared several meters away. Gao Gong sprang into action, instantly appearing near the reflective surface. By establishing a connection within the food chain, he could automatically mark his opponent's position. In the blink of an eye, Gao Gong launched himself over 3 meters into the air. His new sensory-enhanced knees not only silenced the miniature motors, but also allowed him to precisely control the engine's power output, a clear advantage of biological modifications. In midair, Gao Gong's left hand transformed into a knife-like shape, his 4 fingers rapidly morphing. His nails extended into blood-red talons, lined with tiny barbs that merged into a continuous surface. The tips of these barbs housed needle-sized biological implants, and his skin thickened, with pores enlarging significantly. Gao Gong's hand blade pierced the creature's biological armor effortlessly. A wave of satisfaction surged through his palm. The sensation of penetrating soft tissue was indescribably delightful. He finally understood the joy of the Reaper Queen. The bloodthirsty capture limbs, a unique, mutated weapon of the Reapers, allowed them to rot an enemy's organs, destroy bodily functions, and cause massive blood loss. Each limb added 5 health points per second, totaling 20 points per second with all 4. A Drank Radiation Beast, without the enhancement of a boss template, typically had health between 300 and 500. The stealthy types like the Invisible Beast had even less, sometimes less than some A-rank Radiation Beasts. With a swift stab, Gao Gong drained half of its health instantly. Upon landing, he flicked his hand, and a shriveled corpse was tossed aside, barely recognizable as a mosquito the size of a wash basin. The power of the absorption technique was truly terrifying. Systematic modifications carried inherent instability and variability. The acts of hunting and organ consumption had mutated, but thanks to low biological rejection, these mutations developed beneficially. Gao Gong's health bar remained full, and the blood absorption translated into a hormone-like pleasure, akin to an enhanced state of contentment. System notification. You have killed a Drank Invisible Steel Needle Mosquito, gaining 680 experience points. That was quite a bit of experience, though not surprising. The combination of invisibility and ambush, undetectable even by infrared, posed a threat greater than many crank radiation beasts. Gao Gong looked up and said casually, "Enjoying the show for so long. Was it entertaining?" Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause echoed. A figure emerged from the second-floor emergency exit. Impressive. A mechanical hunter capable of assassinating even crank radiation beasts, and you've already spotted me? The newcomer gracefully leapt down from the second floor. Gao Gong tilted his head, observing the man. Golden hair, handsome features, dressed in a black, modified tailcoat. The most striking feature was the emblem on his chest, a metallic lance and a shield of flesh. "An old acquaintance, I see," Gao Gong remarked nonchalantly. "What rank are you? A combatant or a knight?" "Surely not a grand knight." The blond man showed a hint of surprise, then smiled elegantly. "Knight Regiment Combatant, Theodore. What do you want?" "I'd like to borrow something from you," Gao Gong joked. "You can have the flower, but not my head." Theodore paused briefly, then shook his head with feigned dismay. "You truly are a coarse individual." In the next instant, the sound of rushing wind exploded as Theodore crossed nearly 20 meters, appearing almost instantaneously in front of Gao Gong. His agility was well above 15 points. As he moved, Theodore's arm traced a graceful arc, his sleeve snapping with a sharp sound as his fingers, like iron claws, shot out from his suit sleeve, aiming fiercely for Gao Gong's face. Gao Gong could even smell the scorched scent of an electrified blade. However, Gao Gong's right hand seemed to anticipate the move, thrusting upward from below. As it moved, his fingers rapidly mutated, transforming into the bloodthirsty capture limbs. The two biological weapons collided with force. Sparks flew in all directions. Although Gao Gong's agility was not on par with his opponent, his strength was superior. His bloodthirsty grip forcefully resisted Theodore's 5-bladed fingers, pushing him back 3 meters. Theodore stared at Gao Gong's hands with a mix of shock and suspicion, noticing that they had transformed into hooked blood claws, resembling a miniature version of the Reaper Queen. "Does this look familiar?" Gao Gong grinned, his gaze fixed on Theodore's fingers, which had been modified into bioelectric heated blades. Bioelectric generation, high-temperature cutting standard night core biotech enhancements. "I have a question. Is your nickname Edward Scissorhands? Or should I say, Theodore Scissorhands?" Theodore's face darkened, and in the next moment, the two figures clashed fiercely once more. In the early stages of the game, Night Core fighters were comparable to level 20-30 elite monsters, with their lowest attributes at 15 points. Especially after biotech modifications, some aspects were significantly enhanced. During their encounter, Gao Gong realized he had underestimated his opponent. This guy's agility was definitely at 20 points. Theodore, on the other hand, was even more surprised. The data indicated this person was skilled in close combat, but it should have referred to swordsmanship, not bare-handed fighting. In fact, when it came to unarmed combat, many of the knight officers couldn't match him. What was even more puzzling was that his opponent's mutant claws and alloy skeletal modifications were remarkably similar to the Knight Corps' biotech technology. The two moved like lightning, their movements too fast for the naked eye to follow. The shockwaves from their blade and claw strikes swept across the surrounding luxury cars, shattering glass and tearing through metal. Gao Gong crushed the engine of a luxury car with a single claw, while Theodore's fingers flashed, bursting numerous tires. During the battle, Theodore noticed that his opponent's fighting style was not only reliant on strength and speed, but also contained a subtle, deadly swordsmanship. Every move was like moonlight in the darkness, pure yet filled with a chilling intent. Gao Gong's sword dance skill was fully unleashed in hand-to-hand mode, with all swordsmanship states temporarily transferred to his arms. His swordsmanship specialization increased, granting a 25 damage reduction when blocking with katanas, regular swords, or mantis blades. This reflex made his hands seem to have their own consciousness. There were fewer than 10 knights sent to the Iron Sand Desert for this mission, and among those below knight level, Theodore was the strongest. His original target was a hunting captain, but upon learning of Gao Gong's sudden appearance, he changed his plan. However, he hadn't anticipated his opponent would be so formidable. The Reaper had no dominant hand, meaning Gao Gong's hands were like dual-wielded red unicorns. During the fight, Theodore was shocked to find his opponent growing faster, or rather, he was slowing down. Whenever the opponent's blade-like fingers grazed his skin, they siphoned off some of his blood, reminding him of a mutated vampiric vine. During a brief pause for a change of tactics, Theodore took a deep breath and suddenly unleashed his power. His 10 electric blades spun violently, tearing through the air and creating a small vortex. Yet, Gao Gong, as if predicting the move, lightly leaped back, defying physics by gliding 1.5 meters away, effortlessly dodging the attack. Gao Gong flicked his wrist, and the monomolecular claws retracted automatically. He chuckled. If that's all you've got, forget about killing anyone, you might not even save your own skin. Theodore's chest heaved as sweat dripped from his forehead. He realized the intel was wrong. His opponent was far stronger than the records indicated. Gao Gong appeared to him like a seasoned hunter toying with its prey. This level of combat prowess was definitely at the knight's tier. After a moment of silence, Theodore suddenly said, "Do you really think our assassination is aimed at you alone?" Gao Gong's expression darkened. "So, you've targeted my subordinates as well? As long as I keep you occupied soon, your subordinates' heads will be brought here. Will you still be as composed then? Trying to provoke me?" Gao Gong suddenly grinned. "Your Knight Corps can't be that affluent to waste resources, right? A mutant brute and a low-level mechanic soldier. With the right tactics, even the lowest-level fighter could handle them. So, the Security Corps has spies among you. I recall that my battlefield footage wasn't released to the public. The battlefield recorder served as a camera, capturing the actions of Gao Gong and his team, which were then analyzed and countered. Gao Gong believed other mechanical hunters faced the same scrutiny. No wonder this battle is going so poorly. There's a traitor among us. Gao Gong's eyes gradually darkened. In the next moment, in Theodore's eyes, Gao Gong's figure transformed again, growing taller, broader, and more robust. The predator's domain expanded, connecting the food chain and marking the prey successfully. Facing Theodore's terrified gaze, the massive Reaper spoke. "I recall that the Knight Corps fighters have a flesh-machine fusion ability. You'd better use it now, or you'll be dead soon." Oh my goodness. Tiepi's vision blurred for a moment, and he instinctively slammed on the brakes. The windshield shattered with a loud crash as a dark, indistinct mass exploded into a mess of blood and flesh. The quadruple-layered special glass held up as expected, effortlessly absorbing the impact of the mysterious object. Upon closer inspection, Tiepi realized it was the remains of a crow. What was chilling, however, was that the mass of flesh didn't fall away. Instead, it writhed, its blood-sucking organs pulsating as if still alive. He quickly activated the wipers to clear the bizarre object away. "It's not safe around your place, Pang Xiang," Tiepi muttered. For once, Pang Xiang wasn't grinning foolishly. His large face was pressed against the glass, staring intently outside. The cracked asphalt was littered with corpses, most of which were mutilated and had clearly been decomposing for days. Though the scavengers' settlement lay just outside the oasis, it was not far off, and the chaotic scene sent shivers down one's spine. Tiepi wore a grave expression, cautiously scanning the surroundings. Every time the armored vehicle passed by, shadowy gun barrels and malicious eyes seemed to lurk behind cover. Thankfully, the armored vehicle's robust defenses had spared them from falling victim to a zero-cost purchase. Eventually, they reached the entrance to the settlement without incident. The situation here was slightly better. At least there were no bodies on the ground. Tiepi parked the vehicle a short distance away, while Pang Xiang eagerly prepared to disembark. "Hold on, make sure you're properly dressed," Tiepi reminded him. That's the boss's order. Once we pick up the person, we leave immediately. Pang Xiang nodded, fumbling with his gear. Tiepi couldn't stand watching him struggle and stepped in to help pull up his pants. However, as the big oaf ran off, half of his backside was still exposed. Tiepi shook his head in exasperation. Did he trade his brain for muscles? Ensuring no one was around, Tiepi leaned against the car door and lit an e-cigarette. As a cyborg, most of his respiratory system was made of plastic. Regular cigarettes would heat the plastic, producing a bitter, moldy smell. In contrast, the aerosol from the e-cigarette offered a coffee-like aroma, one of his few pleasures. The boss had promised that if he performed well during this period, he would receive a full-body upgrade. Tiepi was eagerly looking forward to it. Suddenly, a buzzing sound reached his ears. Tiepi instinctively touched his ear, but he had no outer ear, only a cranial interface. When the wind was strong, it often caused a mosquito-like buzzing, so at night, he would disable his auditory system. A simple tap on his skull would create a loose connection, although sometimes it would also affect his vision. The buzzing grew louder. Tiepi paused, exhaling a cloud of smoke. The smoke rose lazily, with no wind to disperse it. Bunga loud mechanical twang echoed. Tiepi spun around to see a thick arrow embedded in the tire. The arrow shaft released several magnetic chains, latching onto the wheel arch. This was a specially designed tire, impervious to sniper bullets. Frightened, Tiepi shuddered, dropping his e-cigarette in the process. He scrambled back into the vehicle, peering through the window to see an old helicopter circling the armored car. The buzzing sound was the rotor blades turning. Tiepi, though not an expert, knew that the security force's nuclear-powered helicopters didn't have rotors. Those with rotors were relics from the civilized era. After securing 3 tires, the helicopter lowered 2 ropes. 2 heavily armed individuals slid down, each holding an assault rifle, flanking the vehicle. They wore bulletproof vests and helmets, their eyes visible beneath protective goggles. Only their forearms had undergone cybernetic enhancements, improving shooting accuracy and allowing connection to smart weapons. This kind of purely mechanical modification was clearly not the style of the Knights. In fact, as a global terrorist organization, the Knights had few core members. There were only 2,000 to 3,000 high-ranking Knights, spread thinly across the planet. Most tasks were carried out by peripheral members, including mercenaries, local forces, cyborg assassins, robotic gangs, and black market AI. The 2 men, although aiming their guns, didn't fire. This armored vehicle was not an ordinary troop carrier. It was an industrial creation capable of confronting radiation beasts hidden. From glass to armor, its defensive standards were remarkably high. Their goal was to force a surrender. If you manage to bring back a fully intact armored vehicle, you'll definitely earn a bigger bonus. After a long standoff, the vehicle's engine sputtered and died multiple times before the window slowly rolled down. 2 cautious arms extended out, and about 30 seconds later, the door opened and Tai Pai stepped out with an awkward grin. "Hello there, gentlemen. Woof woof. Ha ha ha." Tai Pai forced a calm demeanor, though his voice trembled slightly. The 2 mercenaries exchanged knowing glances, their lips curling into cold smiles. Seeing this, Tai Pai quickly explained, "I don't know who you guys are or why you're after me. If there's some misunderstanding, we can talk it out." Before he could finish, one of the mercenaries swiftly moved forward, cuffing Tai Pai and pressing him against the car hood. Another signaled to the sky, and a helicopter approached. A team member descended on a rope, carrying what seemed to be a tracking device. Still hopeful, Tai Pai pleaded, "Come on, guys, I'm just a harmless guy. Could you at least take these cuffs off? I swear I'm broke, and being a mechanical body, I can't even entertain you. If that's not enough, I can give you the latest virtual device from Neverland." Seeing no response, he added, "Are you guys after money or my life? Just let me know." One mercenary finally lost his patience, tightening his grip until Tai Pai's waist creaked. "We don't want your money or your life," he said coldly. "Just drive us where we tell you to go." "Sure, no problem." Tai Pai agreed quickly, then hesitantly asked, "But I have a companion. Could I leave him a message?" The mercenary sneered. "Your companion is already being taken care of." Tai Pai was taken aback, his cheap synthetic eyes flickering before he fell silent. Meanwhile, Pang Xiang eagerly ran towards the old friend's gun shop. It was his first time back since his mother handed him over to Brother Gao. He couldn't wait to tell her everything that had happened. But as he burst into the store, the sight froze him in his tracks. The shop was empty, the weapon display cases coated with thick dust, the drawers all empty, and debris scattered everywhere as if it had been ransacked. "Mom?" Pang Xiang scratched his head in confusion, heading to the back room to check. As he lifted the curtain, a gunshot rang out. Pang Xiang's body jolted as if struck by an invisible force, stumbling back several steps before crashing to the ground, shattering the chair behind him. Roar under attack, Pang Xiang's eyes filled with rage. His body rapidly swelled, muscles bulging beneath layers of fat like serpents slithering under his skin. The bullet lodged in his chest was expelled as his flesh quickly healed. Roar! Roar! As Pang Xiang's body expanded in frenzy, the cramped shop seemed on the verge of collapse. Wall panels cracked, and the counter splintered at his feet. Gunfire erupted again, shattering glass on both sides. Two metal electrodes shot in from outside, embedding into Pang Xiang. A surge of electricity coursed through him. Aya! Pang Xiang roared, blowing a massive hole in the shop's roof. His fists, as large as basketballs, smashed through the concrete wall, and a giant two-story figure burst out. Gone was the usual naive look on Pang Xiang's face, replaced by ferocity and menace. "Where's my mom?" he bellowed, grabbing an unsuspecting mercenary wielding a stun gun and yanking him into the air. In the next instant, the giant hand tore the mercenary in two, spraying blood and entrails everywhere. "Mom!" The monstrous giant roared again, yellowish radiation fumes seeping through his teeth. "Fire! Fire! Watch your positions!" a voice shouted. "Stay calm! Stay calm! Use formations for large radiation beasts." Unbeknownst to him, a dozen mercenaries had gathered outside the shop, armed with various weapons. At their leader's command, 7 or 8 large electric guns fired at the giant, visible currents sweeping over him, charring large patches of skin. "You all die!" The monstrous giant began to exert his strength, causing the enemies wielding electric guns to topple over. Mercenaries positioned on rooftops quickly pressed buttons on their launchers. Two thick ropes shot out, each ending in large, anchor-shaped hooks. One latched onto the giant's thigh, the other onto his arm, wrapping around his body several times. The ropes were tied to 2 pickup trucks. Both trucks revved in reverse, the ropes pulling taut. Amidst the roar of engines, the monstrous giant was rendered immobile. Like Gao Gong and Taipei, Pang Xiang also became the target of a focused attack by the enemy. Despite his limited actions, the enemy was well prepared. Tasers buzzed, grappling hooks were poised, and even a beast-hunting gun designed for large mutated creatures was loaded. Pang Xiang was like a sitting duck, surrounded by an array of deadly weapons, with a grenade launcher resting on a shoulder, ready to unleash its fury at any moment. This group of well-trained mercenaries worked in perfect harmony, surpassing many seasoned hunter teams. However, they only had the initial version of the intel. Some mercenaries suddenly noticed that this grotesque giant was wearing an oversized elastic belt and a large, distorted metal glove on his right hand. It was a magnetic sensing glove increasing grip strength by 9, enhancing blunt weapon damage by 12, and activating a magnetic call skill. Gao Gong's countless training sessions finally paid off as Pang Xiang instinctively snapped his fingers, triggering the magnetic call. In an instant, a metal ball the size of a bowling ball and weighing 70 kilograms came hurtling from the ruins of the old gunsmith's shop. The grotesque giant caught the metal ball with one hand and exerted force. It seemed to teleport across space, appearing instantly in front of a sniper-wielding mercenary who was blown apart as if hit by a cannonball. Pang Xiang repeated the move, summoning a 3-meter-long iron rod as thick as a bowl into his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the rod swept out, knocking down 3 mercenaries with a single swing, leaving them with broken bones and torn muscles. This was the advanced level 3 staff technique, once the signature move of a renowned monster hunter, now passed down to Pang Xiang by Xiang Yi. The long weapon's stunning effect increased by 20, heavy strike damage to large beasts by 15, and it added a copper wall status. 3 tasers lost control and naturally became non-threatening. The grotesque giant took the opportunity to lean back, narrowly avoiding an incoming grenade. "Shoot! Shoot!" the mercenary leader shouted after a brief moment of shock. He hadn't expected his opponent to be equipped with such peculiar gear. Bullets from the submachine gun rained down, but the giant, with only one usable hand, deftly spun the iron rod, creating a blur of motion and a howling wind. Within 10 seconds, 2 more mercenaries were smashed to death. The mercenary leader's forehead veins bulged. This guy's strength was far beyond expectations. Suddenly, the grotesque giant's fierce little eyes locked onto him. Just as the leader was about to move, the iron rod, like it had a targeting system, flashed darkly and pierced through his mouth, pinning him to the muddy ground behind him. As the situation teetered on the brink of chaos, the grotesque giant suddenly began to gag violently, spitting out several mouthfuls of yellow phlegm. His form started to shrink rapidly, with bullets embedded in his flesh raining down like a downpour. The transformation period was over. It should have lasted longer, but Pang Xiang had endured too many attacks. The remaining mercenaries exchanged glances, their gaze finally settling on the unconscious target. In the next moment, the sound of machine guns roared again, but this time it came from behind them. Taipei appeared with 2 dogs at the mercenaries' backs. 10 minutes earlier, as the 3rd mercenary nodded, the remaining 2 relaxed their expressions. "There's no tracking device on this vehicle. Woof woof. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof." "You cowardly dog. I haven't even tortured you much, and you're already yelping." One mercenary laughed heartily. "I'm talking to the dog, not you," Taipai suddenly retorted with uncharacteristic sarcasm. The man was momentarily stunned, then angered. Just as he was about to react, the vehicle's undercarriage opened, and a bizarre dog-headed tank dropped down. The tank's gun had already entered auto-aim mode, instantly reducing the man to a messy pulp. Taipai quickly rolled and slipped into the vehicle's undercarriage. Simultaneously, the vehicle cover flipped open, and another dog-headed creature leaped out. Crouching on all fours, the radiation energy gun on its back aimed at a nearby helicopter. In the next instant, a thumb-thick beam of light flashed and vanished. Explosions, gunfire, and shouts echoed, then fell silent. Taipai tapped his head, confirming his auditory system was intact, before cautiously climbing out. Before him were 5 corpses, the wreckage of a helicopter, and 2 dog-headed creatures in patrol mode. Taipai jumped up, smugly taunting. "When it comes to abductions, Taipai here is your grandmaster. Taking on 5. I never knew I had such power." Moments later, his expression changed. "Damn. Is that fat guy okay?" Pang Xiang groggily opened his eyes to see Taipai cautiously peeking out from behind a wall. Seeing Pang Xiang about to speak, Taipai quickly signaled him to stop. "Don't speak for now. Your injuries are too severe, and talking might tear your wounds," Tiepi said, breathing heavily as he struggled to lift the gravely injured Pang Xiang. He scanned the surroundings cautiously, on high alert for any hidden enemies. Although he was unsure of their identity or numbers, he knew the danger was far from over. Suddenly, a low growl from a dog shattered the silence. Tiepi's face changed abruptly, recognizing it as a warning signal. "Move," he growled, dragging Pang Xiang away. However, they hadn't gotten far when an elderly voice called from behind, "Mechanical brat. What's the rush when you see Grandpa?" Tiepi pondered the origins of the techno-organic technology. It was a tech from the Knights faction, rumored to be derived from military technology of the civilized era. As a high engineer, he found this technology somewhat similar to his own research path, but certainly not identical. Achieving fusion ascension required at least 3 levels of civilization accumulation to become a faction specialty. Even as a former level 6 civilization expert, he couldn't guarantee success on this path. With their planet being only a level 1 civilization, techno-organic technology couldn't possibly be a dual-route technology. Yet, on the surface, they did appear quite similar. As the fusion of flesh and machine began, Theodore's once graceful face twisted into a grotesque visage. His pupils turned a bright red, and veins bulged prominently on his face. 10 thermal blades retracted into his body, only to emerge again from his forearms, upper arms, shoulder blades, and spine. More blades surged out, quickly numbering over 20, piercing his exterior and making him resemble a human porcupine. Theodore's aura surged dramatically. The high engineer watched coldly, his eyes shining with an increasingly bright light. He activated the Metal Devourer biomodification, enhancing himself by absorbing nutrients through the Reaper's stomach. The system notified him that his designated agility attribute had increased by 15, lasting 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 6 hours. Feeling the unique power infusing his muscles, the high engineer wasted no time and launched his attack. "You think I'm going to wait for you to power up? I'm not a scion," he quipped, moving nearly a quarter faster than before. Pain flickered across Theodore's face as he launched 5 or 6 thermal blades, their speed rivaling bullets. The high engineer dodged the critical hits, allowing the blades to slice his skin and embed in his flesh. The system informed him of 21, 17, and 24 points of damage, with local skin entering a high-temperature burn state. He recalled the previous experiences of Mechanical City faction players against Knight faction monsters. They discovered that during the techno-organic fusion's enhanced mode, the enemy would briefly stiffen. Furthermore, finding and destroying the equipment responsible for balancing the mechanical and flesh components could cause tenfold damage, even triggering an instant kill. Although such equipment was usually hidden deep within the body, the high engineer seized his chance. His bloodthirsty claw plunged directly into Theodore's chest, causing the flesh to shrivel rapidly. Soon, he grasped the elusive mechanical component and squeezed hard. Theodore let out a heart-wrenching scream as all the thermal blades shot out, some even revealing the nerve connections at their bases. The system notified the high engineer that he had dealt 1,123 points of damage to Knight combatant Theodore, triggering an instant kill. Theodore coughed up blood, looking incredulously at the high engineer, and managed to utter his last words. "The Knight returns to the land of flesh." "Humph, you think dying means I'm out of options?" the high engineer said coldly, twisting off Theodore's head. "As long as your brain is intact, that's all I need." The system confirmed Theodore's death, granting him 1220 experience points and 100 regional reputation points. The high engineer quickly approached the telephone, dialing the armored vehicle's onboard phone. The call was promptly answered. "Hey boss. Everyone okay? The other side inquired. The fat guy's seriously injured, but he's alive. By the way, boss, the high engineer began but was interrupted. Just come back. We'll talk later, the boss replied, hanging up immediately. The high engineer started removing the thermal blades from his body. Having absorbed a significant amount of blood, each blade's removal was followed by the automatic closure of the wound, leaving only faint scars. Meanwhile, the system's task notification chimed, detailing the mission concerning the traitor within the security team. How dare they mess with my people? The high engineer exclaimed, pulling out the last thermal blade and slamming it into the table. Gritting his teeth, he declared, they're asking for it. In the recycling station, inside an abandoned building, a massive body is immersed in an oversized nutrient tank. This body belongs to Pang Xiang, who has replaced the tank's previous tenant, the Reaper Queen. Unlike the Queen's fierce yet elegant predator form, Pang Xiang is purely obese and bloated, yet remarkably occupies a similar space. Gao Gong stands with arms crossed, expressionlessly watching Pang Xiang in the tank. Xiang Yi stands beside him, her expression shifting unpredictably. The room is filled only with the low hum of monitoring equipment. After a long silence, Professor Han looks up and calmly reports. Extensive burns all over the body, internal bleeding, severe muscle tears, moderate radiation exposure. Just give me the conclusion, Gao Gong interrupts without turning his head. Professor Han glances at the remnants of the Reaper Queen's corpse and continues. First option, standard surgical repair. The best outcome for the patient is mild disability, able to manage daily life but unable to fight again. Second option, replacing the patient's circulatory system with hers. Higher risk, with severe biological rejection. After a moment of silence, Xiang Yi decisively speaks. Use the second option. All right, I'll make the preparations, Professor Han says, heading towards the archives. At the door, Professor Han suddenly stops and says to Xiang Yi, didn't expect to see you here, Xiang Xiaomei. Neither did I, researcher Han. Everyone thought you were gone. It's great to see you're alive, Xiang Yi responds, her eyes still fixed on the bloodied Pang Xiang. Professor Han walks through the door, ignoring Lao Sun's complex gaze, and leaves. Xiang Yi coldly states, I'll give you an explanation about this matter. Of course. Xiang Yi's tone is icy. Gao Gong also exits the room, and Huang Yuanli immediately approaches him at the staircase. He's not dead. The surgery will be done soon, Gao Gong says concisely. The small woman breathes a sigh of relief and follows Gao Gong closely. It's such a relief that Pang Pang is alive. Is the surgery risky? What can I do? Without stopping, Gao Gong instructs, use your telepathy to find Pang Xiang's consciousness and help him stay awake. When biological rejection increases, humanity can easily be overtaken by animal instincts. Got it. The small woman nods seriously. Gao Gong continues, take care of Xiang Yi's old friends. I don't have the energy to manage them right now. Also, have a few of your tribe's elders prepare for the cable ceremony and officially make you the chief elder. The small woman is stunned. With so few people left, is it really necessary to be so formal? Besides, I don't particularly want to be the chief elder. Gao Gong suddenly stops, looking at her seriously. People won't always be so few. Your tribe has great potential and will soon grow. Being chief elder might not be interesting, but what about being a city lord? The small woman is taken aback, needing a moment to process, then she hurries to keep pace. What do you mean by city lord? Gao Gong doesn't answer and directly closes the door of the armored vehicle. He picks up the onboard phone and dials a complex series of numbers. This is the factory internal hotline. For orders, press 1. For repairs, press 2. For waste disposal, press. Gao Gong interrupts the automated voice. Connect me to Director Du of Workshop 315. Huang Yuanli presses her ear to the car door, but can only faintly hear a woman's voice. Moments later, the car door opens again. The small woman looks at Gao Gong with a gossiping expression. Who was that woman just now? Is she your old flame? Why are you calling her? None of your business. Gao Gong retorts grumpily. Sis is just concerned about you, okay? The small woman counters. You, an aging Lolita, haven't even got married yourself, yet you're meddling with me. What? Worried that those interested in you are all Lilicon. I've told you countless times at your age, it's a blessing if any Lilicon even notices you. Gao Gong replies mercilessly. The small woman, infuriated, leaps up and bites at Gao Gong's thigh. Gao Gong's body has undergone significant modification, featuring a titanium alloy skeleton. This isn't a particularly advanced but a specialized mechanical modification. More importantly, titanium alloy skeletons are standard for soldiers in the mechanical corps and are generally not available for sale. Obtaining one naturally required internal assistance. The person who helped was a woman. The story is simple, summed up as the tale of love between a factory boy and a factory girl that must be told. 10 years ago, on a certain day, in a certain factory, A rebellious young man with a punk hairstyle declared to a factory girl, "I don't want to be a worker for life. I'm going to the desert to seek fortune, either to return home in glory or to die wrapped in a horsehide. There are no other options. A man must rely on himself." And then he left. Shortly thereafter, he quickly found himself a rich woman known as Black Rose, starting his life as a young lover. The factory girl who stayed behind had a knack for screwing bolts, and she slowly worked her way up. Starting as an apprentice, she became a general worker, then progressed through junior, intermediate, and senior levels. Her fingers danced like magic on the assembly line. Before long, she was promoted to frontline management, climbing from line leader to team leader. Du Xiaodi, an ordinary woman, carved out her path with independence and resilience, realizing her life's value in the grassroots and through the real economy. One day, now a workshop director, Du Xiaodi encountered her childhood sweetheart, whom she had never forgotten. She earnestly confessed again, "I'll take care of you." However, a young man with a wolfish grin laughed and immediately accepted her offer. This experience laid the groundwork for her future titanium alloy skeleton and explained her low character score. Gao Gong knew that relying on the security team to root out the mole was a fantasy. Reporting the issue would lead nowhere. The outcome of the Hydra battle had already shown that the top brass of the security team were masters of deception. At this point, Gao Gong realized that simply flipping the table was not enough. A more powerful department needed to step in. Conveniently, the factory was such an organization. It wasn't just an ordinary factory or a single production line. It resembled a state-owned enterprise of the Mechanical City faction, akin to a planetary factory or AI production line. It primarily handled procurement orders from the Mechanical City's central brain. The factory cluster located in the radiation desert was responsible for supplying all necessary materials to several mechanical cities, including the Sleepless City, effectively serving as the logistical base. The security team was essentially the factory's guard, appointed by the Sleepless City's intelligent brain but primarily tasked with protecting the factory. Gao Gong recalled how the cloud aristocracy maneuvered between the Mechanical City, the Mother City Legion, and the factory systems. The overlapping areas had been manipulated into a no man's land. Since the opposition could use their influence, Gao Gong could also find allies. Everyone was a scoundrel. Who was afraid of whom? Could their character be worse than his? However, before flipping the table, Gao Gong needed to set it up first. The current situation was actually a good opportunity. During wartime, a soldier was assassinated in broad daylight. Outside the oasis, beast tides were lurking. Achieving something significant now would make it easier to be recognized as a model. The more one muddled through, the more emphasis was placed on leading by example, as always. Gao Gong sought out Littlefinger, using his network to investigate the situation of other teams. It was obvious that this assassination wasn't targeting just their squad. With the Knight's typical grandiose style, it wouldn't be surprising if the entire list had been targeted. Meanwhile, around the campfire, a dozen Ultimers, missing arms and legs, were gathered, boasting. These men weren't truly old, the oldest being just over 40, yet they had graying hair, sagging skin, and a weary demeanor. However, their squinting eyes occasionally flashed with a beast-like greenish glow. Not far away, the tied-up mercenaries were their handiwork. These were the old generation of classical hunters. A decade ago, the desert was their battlefield. But time is ruthless. As their bodies reached the limit of biological rejection, they were forced to retire. Now, like Old Sun, they lived in poverty, akin to scavengers. So when Anxiang extended an invitation, they joined without hesitation. Teep liked this group of Ultimers. From them, he sensed the aura of reformed gang leaders. Besides, without them, he and Fat Xiang might not have escaped. These veterans were full of tall tales and dirty jokes. In their stories, the lowest level radiation beasts they defeated were at least clever. Anything less would sully their hands. Suddenly, a blind Ultimer instinctively groped a tribal girl's backside as she came to pour water. The girl from the Cable tribe wasn't one to be trifled with. She picked up the kettle and began beating the old man. The others laughed heartily, mocking him. "Old Qian, you just can't shake off your lecherous ways. Serves you right. Still thinking about women? Didn't you have your reproductive system modified?" Pinned to the ground, Old Qian was beaten black and blue, nose bleeding profusely. "Stop, stop, it wasn't intentional. It's a reflex, you know? A side effect of body modification." After a thorough beating, the tribal girl snorted and walked away. Old Qian tried to save face, claiming he didn't hit women. "Back in the day, I took down a Blevel Titan beast without suffering such humiliation. These youngsters today, they have no sense of honor." The laughter around him grew even louder. Old Sun stood not far away, his eyes distant, lips pursed as if he had made a firm decision. The surgery lasted an entire long night. With Gao Gong's skilled level 5 surgical techniques and Professor Han's meticulously designed bionic modification plan, the operation ultimately concluded successfully. On a makeshift, rudimentary hospital bed lay Pang Xiang, his face pale, his chest rising and falling slowly with each breath. Surprisingly, his exposed skin exhibited an unnatural pale red hue. To ensure the thoroughness of the transformation, the medical team not only modified his circulatory system but also implanted subcutaneous blood pumps and Reaper cells. Gao Gong roughly estimated that this comprehensive transformation had increased Pang Xiang's health points by at least 400, not to mention the additional capabilities like organ vitalization, micro-limb regeneration, and predator enhancement. These abilities would make any expert like Gao Gong envious. If it weren't for the severe rejection of the Reaper cells, Gao Gong would have eagerly undergone the transformation himself. The C-level boss template Reaper certainly yields some impressive results, Gao Gong mused. Even some level radiation beasts can't match this quality. Huang Yuanli's face was etched with exhaustion. Last night's surgery was far from smooth, with Pang Xiang nearly triggering the Reaper Queen's consciousness multiple times. Fortunately, this determined young woman helped him overcome the Queen's consciousness. Despite this, she did not utter a word of complaint. Since becoming a brain ventriloquist, her willpower seemed to have significantly improved. I think I just saw old Sun coming over, Professor Han suddenly remarked. Yes, he came by for a look, Gao Gong replied. You two don't seem to get along well? He went too far back then. A traitor can never be forgiven. Professor Han's voice was filled with resentment. Gao Gong shook his head, choosing not to involve himself in these old grudges. He turned to check the system panel and found that the task was complete, with the reward being the legacy of the classical mechanical hunter. Old Sun didn't say much, simply providing Gao Gong with an address, initiating the third part of the mission. The mission briefing read, "The rise of all professions is rooted in technological advancement, and classical mechanical hunters are no exception. What secrets do their legacies hold? The mission objective is to head to the classical mechanical hunter's graveyard and retrieve their former weapons, but be particularly wary of the undead. The mission rewards are substantial: 2,200 experience points, 5 implanted biological weapons, and 7 biological weapon blueprints." Gao Gong thought to himself, the rewards this time are indeed significant, indicating that this quest chain is nearing its end. He silently reviewed the characteristics of task chains for different levels of civilizations. A level 1 civilization's task chain usually has fewer than 10 stages, level 2 fewer than 20, level 3 fewer than 30, and so on. Similarly, a level 1 task chain is limited to planetary scope, level 2 involves multiple planetary colonies, and level 3 spans an entire star system. This task chain from Old Sun, with no more than 5 stages and limited to a specific area, was of medium difficulty. Gao Gong calculated that by the mid-game, if he hadn't unlocked advanced space theory or warp technology, just running tasks would be daunting for players. Of course, one could purchase a faster than light spaceship from an advanced civilization, or rent the use of a hyperparticle state black hole, but the prices were often prohibitive. 100-fold markup was considered cheap, with NPCs often marking up prices 1,000-fold with a take-it-or-leave-it attitude. Yet, even so, there were always low-level civilizations willing to bankrupt themselves for such purchases. The address given by Old Sun wasn't close, spanning 2 oases. Gao Gong decided to complete this task chain after dealing with the traitor issue. He knew he couldn't spend 10 years building a force from scratch, and inheriting the classical mechanical hunter's legacy was undoubtedly a shortcut. As for the biological rejection issue that classical mechanical hunters feared most, Gao Gong had a plan. In the short term, he could activate blueprints. He knew several formulas that could reduce biological rejection. The long-term plan was to wait until he surpassed level 30, completing the initial fusion of carbon-based and mechanical systems, which would allow him to solve biological rejection issues within a level 1 civilization's scope using himself as a life template. This technology was somewhat akin to biomechanical technology. Gao Gong analyzed that the reason the classical mechanical hunter's legacy was broken wasn't due to the exhaustion of potential in the profession, but because the corresponding tech tree upgrade wasn't completed. In fact, after the Night Order became the Desert Overlord, many mechanical hunters were incorporated into the auxiliary army. With the Night Order's technological support, these individuals remained quite formidable in combat. As Gao Gong pondered, a young girl from the Cable tribe rushed over to report urgently, "Sisterly, Brother Gao, a lot of people suddenly showed up outside." Although the recycling station was relatively concealed, and Gao Gong had repeatedly instructed tribe members to install barbed wire and artificial obstacles in all directions, those who found this place were likely Littlefinger's men. This quack's efficiency is surprisingly high. Gao Gong thought in surprise and hurried to the scene. Outside the barbed wire stood a group of people, all injured, armed, and looking wary. The tribe's warriors were at a standoff with them. A short figure was shouting angrily, "You crippled fool, let us in." "No, this is our home." Meng Duo firmly shook his head, refusing. "Get lost." A furious shout had barely faded when Meng Duo's vision blurred, and a short figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Before he could react, a fierce right foot struck his abdomen, sending him sprawling to the ground. The surrounding onlookers turned pale and quickly reached for their weapons. However, just then, Another figure flashed by at an even faster speed. A long leg sliced through the air like a whip, producing a sharp cracking sound. An expert! Keiko Matsushima exclaimed, swiftly moving her blade to intercept the incoming leg. But the opponent's speed exceeded her expectations, and the dark silhouette of the leg twisted midair, aiming directly at her chest. The next second, Keiko Matsushima was slammed to the ground, her metal hairpin shattered into pieces by the impact. The 5 or 6 people following Keiko Matsushima were taken aback. In their haste to ready their guns, they suddenly felt a strange force pulling them away, and their submachine guns flew out of their hands. Not only that, their knives, swords, and even the connectors of their smart weapons were mysteriously detached. Their opponent moved too quickly to be seen. Moments later, Gao Gong stood firm, casually tossing the confiscated weapons to the ground, and coldly surveyed the scene. What, are you here to cause trouble? Seeing the situation turn dire, a few of Pinky's henchmen quickly approached with forced smiles. Brother Gao, Pinky sent us to bring these people over. Who the hell dares to attack our people? Huang Yuanli arrived on the scene, rolling up her sleeves and leading a group of tribe members. Seeing Meng Duo on the ground, she immediately had him helped up. Her gaze then fell on Keiko Matsushima, who was also on the ground, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of superiority as she silently calculated their height difference. Meng Duo, suppressing his anger, explained, they tried to force their way in, and when we stopped them, they attacked. Gao Gong nodded in approval. You did well. Huang Yuanli added, yes, I trust Meng Duo's judgment. Meng Duo looked down at the footprint on his chest, recalling how he was almost powerless moments ago, and a hint of frustration flickered in his eyes. Gao Gong's intervention had calmed the situation. Keiko Matsushima, who had picked herself up from the ground, seemed unfazed by the blow she received. Instead, she pleaded, please save Daira. The three-handed Daisira? What's happened to her? Gao Gong asked. 2 of Pinky's men opened a car door and brought out a stretcher. Three-handed Daisira has now become the three-arm amputated Daisira. Gao Gong finally understood how Pinky found him so quickly. There were only 2 cybernetic doctors in the whole city, and for such severe injuries, it was either him or no one. Take her to the operating room, Gao Gong instructed, then turned coldly to Keiko Matsushima. And as for you, apologize to my man. If he doesn't accept it, you can forget about getting in. Brother Gao, there's another one. From another vehicle, another stretcher was brought out. This person's injuries were even more severe, with their body barely recognizable and only occasional sparks flickering from vital parts. Gao Gong examined him closely before recognizing the person. Is that Huangwen? He's still alive? Pinky said this guy was invaded by an electronic virus, and the cybernetic parts of his body have completely exploded, leaving him barely alive. But it seems he had some contingency plans, as his men brought spare body parts for him. Gao Gong turned his attention to another group, who looked more like mechanical engineers than hunters. One engineer spoke calmly, though urgency was evident in his eyes. Please save our captain. If he survives, we'll offer you a substantial reward. Pinky said he couldn't handle such a full-body cybernetic surgery, so he asked me to give it a shot. I can't guarantee success, Gao Gong stated bluntly. The engineer seemed relieved at this. As long as you're willing to try, we'll accept any outcome. Gao Gong nodded and allowed them through. Another surgery? Huang Yuanli asked worriedly. You were operating all night. Opportunities to win over 2 captains at once don't come often, Gao Gong replied. Have someone find a different room for Fat Xiang. He's too big. The operating room can't accommodate 2 patients. I'll get someone on it. Huang Yuanli nodded, then asked curiously, by the way, where's Aunt Xiang? I haven't seen her all morning. Didn't you notice something missing from the operating room? Gao Gong countered. Missing? Huang Yuanli tried to recall. The room was filled with organ parts, giving her the creeps, so she usually avoided entering unless necessary. But in her memory, right, the 6 limbs of the Reaper Queen. Huang Yuanli suddenly realized. Daisila felt as if she had just awakened from a long nightmare. In her dream, a raging giant of flames wielded a twilight sword, and its fierce fire obliterated all her weapons, reducing her to ashes. She abruptly opened her eyes, disoriented, and glanced around. Above her was the blinding white light of a sterile room, and she wore a breathing mask that fogged up with each breath. No wonder she felt suffocated. Daisila tried to move her body, but found that her prosthetic limbs were unresponsive. This was expected, but what truly unsettled her was the lack of feeling in her left hand. Straining to turn her head, her fears were confirmed her left hand had been severed at the base. At that moment, a cold, electronic voice shattered the silence. You're awake? Daisila looked towards the source of the voice and saw a brand new mechanical body lying on a nearby operating table, with almost no trace of organic material. The mechanical body lay motionless, but an electronic screen above the table slowly descended and flipped over. The screen lit up, revealing Huang Wen's face. How did you, Daisila began, only to be interrupted by Huang Wan. Just like you, but I wasn't as fortunate, the electronic voice said calmly. An electronic virus destroyed all my prosthetic limbs, which wasn't surprising. Cyber hackers in the Sleepless City can do that, especially since my electronic defenses were only basic. What surprised me was that these viruses could invade my organic parts, leaving my new prosthetic body in standby mode. If the prosthetic reboots, the virus will immediately revive. Huang Wen's face filled the screen, surprisingly calm. Daisala was stunned. She knew cyber hackers were powerful, but invading organic tissue seemed far-fetched. An electronic virus can invade organic tissue? How is that possible? She asked with difficulty. Ordinary viruses can't do that, Huang Wen explained. Based on my theory, the electronic knight must have uploaded her virus to the cyber network for activation. The activated virus can directly interfere with the nervous system. You could say she opened a backdoor in my brain. So now I'm in this state, similar to a paralyzed person using brainwaves to read and speak. Daisala's face twitched. You're really unlucky then. No, I'm actually quite lucky, Huang Wen continued. Not every prosthetic doctor can reassemble my damaged prosthetics. It's a massive undertaking. As for the electronic virus, that's beyond a prosthetic doctor's purview. So I'm very grateful to Mr. Gao. Gao Gong? He helped me? Daisala inquired. Did he find the prosthetic doctor? You misunderstand, Huang Wen corrected. Mr. Gao himself is a prosthetic doctor, and a highly skilled one at that. He's a prosthetic doctor? Daisala's eyes widened in surprise. She had never heard this before. 100 mechanical hunters couldn't match the value of one prosthetic doctor. If Gao Gong truly was one, law enforcement would never let him go. They'd do anything to recruit him into their ranks. A prosthetic doctor's role is not just to replace parts, but to truly heal and save lives on a mechanical level. Seeing Daisala's confusion, Huang Wen continued, perhaps that's the reason not everyone wants to join the Corps. There's also the possibility that a prosthetic doctor can easily form a large team if they choose to. From what I see, he has grand ambitions. Daisala frowned. I always thought of Gao Gong as a lone wolf, not one to collaborate with others. People change, Huang Wen said calmly. I've already had my mechanics join in. All the prosthetic materials, mechanical repair tools, and weapon systems I've collected over the years will be gradually brought over. I've already transferred 300,000 mechanical credits to his account. Daisala was once again rendered speechless. After a long pause, she finally asked, how did he convince you? Does he have some grand plan? Huang Wen's answer was unexpected. No persuasion needed. Without his regular adjustments to my mechanical body, I'd face brain death. I'm afraid of dying, so I joined. Just then, a rush of footsteps echoed from outside. Daisala. Keiko Matsushima burst in first, followed closely by the other 5 members of the Fireweed Squad. Daisala, it's such a relief you're okay. Wawawa, Keiko Matsushima cried, hugging her tightly. Daisala forced a smile, about to comfort her when she suddenly realized something. She looked around, her expression changing drastically. Where are the others? The Fireweed Squad members exchanged glances, and finally, the deputy leader spoke up with difficulty. It's just us, Daisala. Like you, we were also attacked by numerous unknown assailants. Keiko managed to activate the combat chip's chaotic Sakura dance to get us out. Daisala, don't lose hope. As long as you're here, we can rebuild the Fireweed Squad. The remaining half of Daisala's face twitched uncontrollably. At its peak, the Fireweed Squad had over 50 elite mechanical hunters, all experts in close combat. Even after the great defeat, they retained over 30 fighters, each a trusted comrade she could rely on in life-and-death battles. Now, including herself, only 7 members remained. This reality hit her like a sledgehammer, striking her heart with brutal force. If it makes you feel any better, my mechanic squad suffered no less than yours. A cold voice crackled through the communicator, breaking the heavy silence. Matsushima Keiko frowned, a flash of anger crossing her eyes. The voice continued, in fact, if it weren't for us using our virus-infected teammates as biological bombs at the last moment, we might have been wiped out completely. You used your comrades as cannon fodder. Matsushima Keiko glared at the communicator, disbelief coloring her voice. Seeing this, Daisy quickly placed a hand on Matsushima Keiko's shoulder, stopping her from uttering a curse. Taking a deep breath, she calmly said, Gao Gong, no. Where is Mr. Gao? I need to see him. At that moment, Huang Yuanli entered the room, glancing curiously at the electronic screen displaying Huang Wan. He's not here, she said brightly. He asked me to tell you that if you want to know his location, open the battlefield recorder. Who would carry that cursed thing? Someone shouted angrily. The security corps sold us out. The ambushers' weapons were precisely targeted. That's right. The security corps betrayed us and deserves no mercy. Voices of outrage echoed around. Huang Yuanli shrugged, pulling a high-tech walkie-talkie from her pocket. He figured you wouldn't have it, so he prepared in advance. She explained, this is an early war recorder. It only records in real time and updates the leaderboard. The latest handcuff version also has live streaming capabilities, supposedly inspired by the commercial live streams from the civilized era, using instant rewards to motivate the mechanical hunters to fight. She opened the hunting leaderboard, and everyone immediately noticed a name climbing rapidly, rising a rank every few minutes. Unsurprisingly, the hunter named Gao was once again in the top 10. Scene shift, 1 hour earlier, at the western defense line of Car City. Since the end of the Scrapyard City battle, the so-called 4 defense lines were in name only. Beyond the oasis, new radiation zones, large and small, were scattered, barely inhabited. More unsettling was their merging, which, once completed, would herald the beginning of the oasis's total assault. If the oasis fell, a new urban area would undoubtedly rise in its place. In the no man's land, behind abandoned walls and shooting platforms, lay heaps of discarded supplies and ammunition. The mechanical hunters were akin to a puppet army, while the security corps were like a formal army devastating in favorable conditions, but quick to collapse in adversity. The mechanical corps could achieve a 100 casualty rate, whereas the security corps would falter if losses exceeded 10, and would crumble if they surpassed 30. At this moment, a tactical squad was fighting a retreating battle. They wore more advanced exoskeleton armor than the average mechanical hunter, blue metal shells, streamlined armor structures, and ergonomic weapon systems. Their palms and shoulders were equipped with small beam emitters and multifunctional missile launchers. However, these weapon systems were now empty, indicating that their heavy arsenal had been exhausted. The soldiers were left to rely on assault rifles and machine guns as they retreated. Against the onslaught of radiation beasts, their advantages were gone. These creatures charged relentlessly, their radiation organs glowing before triggering devastating explosions. The battlefield was riddled with craters 2 to 3 meters deep. Even the most advanced exoskeleton would be damaged by a single hit, would cause internal injuries to the user with 2, and the third would be fatal. Amid the relentless explosions, the Major's squad had already lost over half its members, leaving only about 10. Yet, hundreds of radiation beasts still surrounded them menacingly. Even the steadfast Major Zhou couldn't help but feel despair. Just then, the roar of engines pierced the sky. In the distance, an armored vehicle sped towards them, its sides deploying machine guns that began mowing down the radiation beasts. The lines of fire were like invisible whips, felling beasts wherever they reached. Beast Machino Type 3, our allies. The Major's eyes lit up, and he immediately ordered, everyone, hold your ground and buy time for our reinforcements. The Beast Machino Type 3 lived up to its name, charging into the horde without pause. Explosions engulfed the vehicle, but the roar of its guns never ceased. Finally, when the last dozen radiation beasts scattered, the charred vehicle emerged from the pile of beast corpses and halted before the Major. In a cloud of smoke, the door slowly opened, revealing a young face. The newcomer lit 2 cigarettes, handing one to the Major, and calmly asked, "Could you kindly tell me where the largest radiation beast cluster is?" Zhou hesitantly took the Night City brand cigarette, his fingers trembling slightly. The cigarette was rumored to simulate some sensations of a virtual experience machine, with a taste akin to a biotic maid performing a tongue massage. After a moment of hesitation, he finally spoke. "You're not one of us, so this vehicle." "One of you?" Gao Gong raised an eyebrow. "Where are you from?" Zhou stood at attention and responded firmly. "Former Major Zhou of the Mechanical Corps, representing all my comrades, thank you for your assistance." He quickly realized the situation and decided to let go of his doubts. No matter what, this person had saved his entire squad. Gao Gong showed interest. "Former Mechanical Corps, are you from the front lines?" He knew that to counter the beast tide, the security corps had heavily recruited special ops elites from the Mechanical Corps to conduct large-scale interspersed operations alongside the mechanical defenses. Any disturbance at the front lines could turn into a storm by the time it reached the central oasis. Zhou shook his head with a bitter smile. "The front lines are barely holding. At least the Iron Eagle assault team I served with has been decimated by the beast tide, and we, the remnants, barely made it here." Gao Gong chuckled. "Well, you picked a fine time to arrive. We've got a beast tide here too." The other members of the assault team looked visibly alarmed but remained disciplined, merely signaling the Major with their eyes. Zhou took a deep breath. "Regardless, please tell me the location of the nearest oasis. In exchange, I will share the thermal map of the core with you." He paused. "That doesn't count as leaking military secrets, right?" "What secrets are there anymore?" Zhou sighed. "Survival is what matters most." The pale blue mechanical exoskeleton scanned the armored vehicle, and the vehicle's data terminal soon emitted a completion sound. "Wow, top-notch stuff. So many features," Zhou remarked, inspecting the vehicle. "Is it a custom version from Marubeni Global Security? Us grunts never get such privileges." Gao Gong glanced at the red sun emblem on the exoskeleton's shoulder and responded nonchalantly. After a moment of thought, Zhou Tsung's exoskeleton creaked as a storage unit with a cooling effect popped out from his thigh. He pulled out a vial of serum and handed it over. Whatever you're up to, take care. Gao Gong was somewhat surprised as he accepted it, grinning as he extended his hand. Hope you make it through. You too, Zhou Tsung replied, gripping Gao Gong's hand firmly. The engine roared back to life, and the armored vehicle quickly became a tiny speck in the assault team's view. One member couldn't help but ask Major, why not let him take us to the nearest oasis? Yeah, another said, a fierce glint in his eye. We could just take his vehicle. An outsider using our Corps' gear's clearly up to no good. That would only get you killed faster, the Major said calmly, casting a glance at him. You know what his demeanor reminds me of? A bio-enhanced warrior from the Mother City. A bio-enhanced warrior? No way. The team exclaimed in shock. Let's move, Zhou Tsung said without further explanation. We need to reach Car City before nightfall. Once it's dark, the radiation beasts will only become more dangerous. Gao Gong glanced at the injector in his hand. Tamir molecular injector, perception 3, attention 30. Activates the alertness button in the mixed neural system. Lasts for half an hour. He casually set the injector aside, not paying much attention to this small incident. Boss, the map's been sent to you, said the voice from the front, sounding relaxed. Gao Gong opened the electronic screen and projected the map. The map was dotted with radiation sources, resembling a rash. Blue markers indicated a level radiation beast hordes, red for level, purple for clevel, and black for level. Surprisingly, the red radiation circles dominated the map. Let's head here. Gao Gong pointed to an area densely covered in red. Got it, came the reply. Gao Gong then opened the leaderboard, found his name, and saw he was ranked 56. 10 days of slacking, and I didn't drop as much as I thought, he noted. He noticed a clear divide in the top 10 rankings. The top team, Symbiosis Squad, had an impressive score of 5 million, indicating they'd taken down about 500 clevel radiation beasts in just over half a month, far surpassing other teams. He checked his own score, 480,000. Not too shabby, he muttered before closing his eyes for a nap. The armored vehicle's shock absorption and soundproofing were excellent. Even as the number of radiation beasts outside increased, the vehicle plowed through the horde, maintaining an eerie silence inside. Boss, we've arrived, Tepi said, wiping away the mechanical fluid oozing from his body, trembling with anxiety. They had just survived a harrowing journey, narrowly escaping being completely surrounded by packs of beasts multiple times. Yet, the boss remained calm and composed, which only heightened Tepi's unease. Gao Gong awoke from a brief nap, his physiology forever altered by the implantation of Reaper cells. Now, like a radiation beast, he needed only a couple of hours of rest between hunts to satisfy his sleep requirements. Nighttime, instead of tiring him, invigorated him. With a hiss of the air pump, the armored vehicle's door slowly lifted. Two human-headed dogs eagerly leapt out, as playful as children. Gao Gong opened the trunk, revealing an array of weapons: the Red Unicorn, Nakomata, Steel Claw, high-speed microcomputer knuckles, Beast Hunter Iron Rain, along with handguns and daggers. He carefully inserted the barely repaired Red Unicorn into the electromagnetic activator. Once razor-sharp, the blade was now riddled with cracks and likely wouldn't last much longer. However, Gao Gong was prepared. Beside the Red Unicorn lay 6, nearly tumper-long Zamadeo. These new weapons resembled the first version of the Red Unicorn, but with blades twice as thick, handles with threaded ends, serrated tips, and reinforced spines. If the Red Unicorn retained the elegance and danger of a Miao Dao, these 6 Green Reapers were pure menace, exuding an unsettling aura of devouring oppression. Gao Gong carefully inspected the properties of these new weapons. Name: Green Reaper. Type: Bioblade. Quality: excellent. Weight: 16.4 kilograms. Additional attributes: Armor Cleave, 13.9 armor penetration damage. Bloodletting, 15 bleeding chance. Biological oppression. A special weapon made from biological limbs, naturally oppressive to lower food chain beasts. He couldn't help but remark, the Reaper Queen can rest in peace. Not a single part of her body went to waste. Gao Gong quickly donned a set of bulletproof armor, with an electromagnetic sensor resembling a copper disc mounted on the back. This was a modified version of Pang Xiang's Thanos Gauntlet, designed specifically for carrying blades. He strapped the 6 Green Reapers onto his back, their blades gleaming coldly in the sunlight, reminiscent of a ghostly figure from a horror film. The remaining weapons and some Desert Essentials radiation needles, nutrient paste, and more were packed into an off-road bag. Gao Gong tossed the bag a short distance away, and the 2 human-headed dogs eagerly dashed forward, as if competing to be the first to work. As we agreed, deliver supplies for me every 2 days, Gao Gong said calmly. Tepi watched, trembling. He longed to follow the boss into battle, but knew his small frame would only be a burden. Choking up, he said, "Boss, take care." Once Tepi left, Gao Gong exhaled deeply. He didn't need to actively draw in beasts. Within his line of sight, small packs were already closing in from 3 directions. He keenly felt the strange sensations of the radiation field's power brushing against him. With a gentle kick, Gao Gong signaled the 2 human-headed dogs to slip away. Still not enough beasts, he muttered, then turned on the pre-prepared speaker. This device, a future death trap for countless players, needed no further proof of its effectiveness. Soon, roars, galloping, and sporadic gunfire filled the air. A continuous black line appeared on the horizon. This was likely the southern side of the Blood or Hills, surrounded by several mining sources, populated mainly by radiation beasts. Using his synthetic eye, Gao Gong scanned the area, easily identifying skinning mane dogs, 5-legged leopards, organ-eating snakes, composite beasts, machine gun monkeys, radiation corpses, creepers, at least 9 clevel bosses among them. In addition, there were hundreds of radiation beast packs, estimated to number over 2,000. Gao Gong flexed his wrists, each equipped with a grappling hook launcher. One benefit of biological implants was altering the dominant hand's habits. He deftly drew 2 green reapers, assuming a dual blade stance. Would you like to activate the battlefield recording function? The system prompt sounded. Activate, Gao Gong responded decisively. To intimidate, you must demonstrate the power to overturn the table. A superpower in the radiation zone is enough to instill fear. Add some special effects. In the next moment, the green unicorn burst into flames. The effects generator had been upgraded to version 2.0, reducing environmental effects energy consumption and focusing on character effects. With a flick of his blade, dozens of Gao Gong's dual-wielding images were cast. The effects so realistic they were nearly indistinguishable from reality. Dual blades for hunting beasts, eradicating calamity for miles, Gao Gong whispered, then charged into the endless beast horde. In the current situation, live broadcasts from the battlefield have become a luxury, and even mechanical hunters willing to face the battlefield are few and far between. Most hunters are holed up in the fortress-like armored city, drowning their sorrows in alcohol while awaiting the final siege. Starting a live stream now would be like turning on a spotlight in a kennel blindingly obvious. Suddenly, a shout broke the silence. Whoa, those sword skills, someone exclaimed. Fast, fierce, accurate. How can anyone be this powerful? The audience stared intently at the screen, watching the figure perform one jaw-dropping move after another. He's flying, another voice shouted. Incredible. Did you see that? He was just flying. Voices rose in excitement. Never mind everything else. Can someone count how many radiated beasts this guy has killed? Who the hell can keep track? Someone muttered. Class, obviously class. Who cares about the low-level trash? A smug voice interjected. This comment drew numerous dissatisfied glances. Some people seem to have forgotten, a raspy voice said, that it's the so-called low-level trash that trapped them in the oasis. Just then, a gambler who seemed to have retired for about 10 days suddenly stood up, his face full of excitement. I've counted, he announced loudly. 23 in total. No. Including the mutated Bat King, that's 24. The number made everyone gasp, whether they were patrons in the bar, viewers in front of screens, or analysts in the security department. This guy is a monster, someone murmured. No, he was already a monster before, another voice corrected, killing 6 or 7 class radiated beasts in a day. Now he's even more formidable, with those powerful dual blades, that incredible agility, and a fearless combat style that's just beyond comprehension. Everyone believed they understood one thing. During the days Gao Gong was missing, he was in seclusion. However, they couldn't comprehend how he could sustain it for so long. They were so engrossed in the spectacle that they didn't notice the time passing until they realized 5 hours had gone by. Is he running on oil instead of blood? Someone joked. Or has he installed engines in all his organs? At that moment, the screech of brakes interrupted the discussions. A military vehicle came to a sudden halt at the operations department entrance. The door flew open, and Chief Zhou hurriedly stepped out, making his way swiftly to the operations meeting room. Chief Zhou was no longer the highest-ranking officer at this military supply base. It wasn't a demotion. Rather, the new operations department housed at least 5 officers with ranks higher than his. The reason for so many high-ranking officials being present was simple. This oasis was the closest to Scavenger City. The defeat at the Great Battle of Scavenger City had severe consequences. Many defensive facilities were abandoned, and the area outside the oasis had become a true no man's land. The expansion of genetic territories and rampant beast hordes posed a dire threat, with their first target being Armored City. The senior officials at the Core Joint Meeting had issued a strict order. If the oasis fell, none of them would be allowed to retreat and would be listed as casualties. This tactic was familiar supervisory team. It was a method they had used on subordinates, but now it was being used on them. Chief Zhou couldn't help but sigh at the old men's cunning. With a bang, the door swung open. Chief Zhou strode into the meeting room to find 2 brigadier generals, 4 colonels, 3 Oasis staff officers, and his direct superior the Minister of Logistics from the airship headquarters already seated. "Greetings, officers." Chief Zhou stood at attention and saluted. The report, Brigadier General Guire extended his hand without looking up. Chief Zhou promptly handed over the prepared documents. Guire skimmed through the report. It wasn't extensive but detailed, covering Gao Gong's background, mission history, degree of body modification, personal relationships, and more. None of it seemed remarkable until he reached the partner section, where the name Black Rose made him frown slightly. He had some impression of this woman. He had seen her at a banquet at the airborne base, a woman in a black dress, with a captivating figure. He initially thought she was a custom-made android for some cloud aristocrat or a mistress of an old official, but upon reflection, that didn't add up. At such high-level events, only direct relatives or clone family members were allowed. A brigadier general was the minimum rank to attend. So, he assumed she was the wife of a general or something similar. A bar owner? Brigadier General Guire exhaled in disbelief. How could there be such an odd situation? He passed the report to another brigadier general, Mozhan, but Mozhan didn't take it. Guire frowned and turned to see that the frontline brigadier general was staring intently at the projection with fervent eyes. "Interesting, quite interesting," Mozhan murmured. "Is this combat style unique to mechanical hunters?" The battlefield recorder captured the battle from a first-person perspective, so everyone could only view the battlefield through Gao Gong's eyes. On the ground, despite the rapid pace, flashes of dual blades could be seen, each swing severing limbs or beheading foes. The blade's ferocity was evident, yet they seemed to cut through the radiated beast's skin without any hint of smoke or fire. So far, no radiated beast had exploded upon death. This indicates that their radiation organs were removed before they died. General Mozhang frowned in thought, his gaze sweeping over the battle scenes in the virtual projection. He knew that an ordinary mechanical hunter could handle a single radiation beast, but when facing a pack, even elite hunters struggled to guarantee a 100 success rate. The most terrifying aspect of radiation beasts is the explosive power they unleash upon death. Mozhang recalled tests conducted on the explosive power of radiation beasts of different levels. An level is akin to a grenade, a level comparable to a shell, level like a dirty bomb, level similar to a cluster bomb, and level equivalent to a thermobaric bomb. As for a level and level, although they haven't been tested outside the battlefield, their radiation levels undoubtedly reach that of nuclear weapons. Therefore, in the face of a beast tide, a defensive battle is absolutely the worst option, Mozhang murmured, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. If only there had been such a decapitation unit back then, the mechanical defense line might not have been breached. A military advisor couldn't help but counter, "General, isn't that giving him too much credit? Aren't the flying types of radiation beasts the most threatening?" "Fool," Mozhang barked sharply. "Do you think I'm talking about how well he can fight? It's about mobility. In the virtual projection, the scene suddenly soared into the air, rapidly circling around a towering 3-story-high giant radiation beast. A blade plunged into the creature, while another slashed horizontally and vertically, leaving a trail of gore. The rapid rotation of the scene caused dizziness among many observers. "Speed, 67 kilometers per hour, someone reported. Mozhang rubbed his chin, puzzled. "How is it done? Manned flight wings, counter-thrust interference devices, exoskeleton thrusters." Following Ma Xiang's command, various lines appeared in the virtual projection, marking the warrior's flight path. On the ground, it was mostly straight, but once airborne, it formed arcs. "Kind of like swinging," someone speculated. "It seems to be some kind of catapult. What about the ropes? There must be some kind of descent rope or similar equipment." A special military advisor suddenly had a light bulb moment. "It's monomolecular wire. It has to be monomolecular wire." He then briefly introduced the origins and uses of this advanced molecular material, piquing the interest of the officers present. However, Brigadier General Guire's expression was peculiar because this monomolecular wire was only available from the logistics warehouse of the Security Corps. An excited colonel proposed forming a similar unit, but a major from the equipment department quickly poured cold water on the idea. He explained that mechanical hunters like to customize their prosthetics, and modifying them in their way wouldn't provide the military with sufficient firepower. Someone suggested switching to close combat, but Mozhang immediately pointed out the absurdity of this idea. "Look at their swordsmanship. Do you think ordinary soldiers can achieve that?" Mozhang then asked if it was possible to simulate such skills using combat chips, but Brigadier General Guire noted that advanced combat chips were prohibitively expensive and couldn't be widely distributed. As the discussion progressed, the high-ranking officials gradually realized that this ability might just be an exception, unlikely to play a decisive role in large-scale warfare. However, just as they were about to abandon the idea, a shocking fact emerged. This warrior had been fighting continuously for 2 full days and nights, and his condition seemed to be improving. Gao Gong steadily honed his parry and counterattack skills, ascending from level 2 to level 10 max. On this battlefield drenched in blood, He was like an unsheathed blade, cutting through his enemies with ease. By the time he emerged from this sea of corpses, the sky had already darkened. What was even more unsettling was the rampant growth of mutant plants under the gloomy sky. Countless metallic vines convulsively emerged from the ground, and the radiation nests began to spawn new grotesque life forms. Above, hundreds of pairs of twinkling stars appeared, each representing the eyes of a flying radiation beast. Without hesitation, Gao Gong leveraged the wealth of experience he gained during the day's battles to max out his parry and counterattack skill. This advanced melee defense technique granted him new abilities: a 25 chance to stun the enemy and a 17 chance to inflict recoil damage when an attack is blocked. More importantly, he acquired this sound localization status, greatly enhancing his auditory perception, as if his blade was lined with ears. This increased the chance of detecting hidden enemies by 17 and improved his success rate in blocking projectiles by 10. Gao Gong deftly sheathed his slightly dulled blades and summoned his loyal companion, the man-head dog, which eagerly bounded over. He took out his cat companion, Nico, and began upgrading his precision shooting skill from level 6 to level 9. This granted him the Bloody Mess status, a significant boost in excitement when using sniper weapons, with a 30 increase in headshot success rate. With the sniper rifle slung over his back, Gao Gong's hands transformed into bloodthirsty claws. He scaled the walls with agility, like a predatory beast, quickly vanishing from sight. Moments later, a faint gunshot echoed from a high vantage point. In the sky, a flying mutant was hit, letting out a roar as it spiraled towards Gao Gong. Its abdomen began to glow, a sign that its radiation core was about to explode. This was what made the flying mutants more dangerous than ordinary radiation beasts. They were flying bombs, as hard to evade as homing missiles. In this critical moment, a beam of energy shot forth, piercing the mutant's neck with precision. It let out a piercing scream, its wings flapping powerlessly as it plummeted. However, the glow in its abdomen intensified, and its flesh began to crack, on the brink of explosion. In this dire situation, a figure darted out like lightning. Gao Gong leaped, plunging his hand into the mutant's abdomen. His bloodthirsty claws emitted a gurgling sound as they digested, rapidly restoring his lost health, accumulated fatigue, and various injuries from the day. This was the advantage of the fusion between carbon-based life forms and machinery. The initial concept was to use the vitality of biological entities to compensate for mechanical wear and tear while utilizing the stable and powerful output of mechanical systems to address the shortcomings of natural evolution. This fusion not only enhanced endurance but also improved control over the body's complex systems, brain computational power, and even intangible qualities like intelligence, willpower, and emotions. Although the early fusion paths were not focused on combat prowess, they strengthened this virtually limitless regenerative ability. The moonlight, like water, spilled over the desolate wasteland. Although there was no loud noise, life continued to fade away in the silence. As time passed, brighter dust clouds once again shrouded the sky. Beneath these yellowing clouds, decay intensified, and radiation spread relentlessly. Gao Gong's precision shooting skill finally reached level 10 max, and his Night Warrior skill rose to levels 8 and 9. In the Cyberworld skill system, mastering melee weapons was far more challenging than mastering ranged weapons. After all, ranged weapons relied more on their own performance, often assisted by auto-aim systems. Therefore, advancements in ranged weapons mastery rarely led to qualitative leaps. Even the advanced precision shooting skill at max level only added a status that increased headshot rates. In contrast, the Night Warrior skill, at just level 9, had already granted a third additional status. This status not only reduced the consumption of the 5 main attributes: strength, agility, endurance, intelligence, and perception, but also temporarily boosted these attributes by 20 when using swords. Undoubtedly, this was more valuable than merely increasing headshot rates. The next day, Gao Gong continued his journey of looting and luring enemies. The mechanical hunters, already impressed by his prowess, were once again astonished by his even more formidable performance. This improvement was most evident in his destructive power. Gao Gong dealt 213 damage to a 4-headed lion, successfully decapitating it. He inflicted 223 damage on a patchwork beast, causing a tearing effect. Against a crawler, he even managed a one-hit kill. This marked Gao Gong's first milestone in surpassing 200 points of damage. Notably, melee weapons had an important attribute called attack speed. The Red Unicorn had an attack speed of 1.5 attacks per second, while the Green Reaper had 0.8 attacks per second. This difference in attack speed, combined with the increase in damage, resulted in a qualitative leap in Gao Gong's combat abilities. The latter is heavier than the former, naturally slowing down the attack speed. However, this doesn't mean having 100 points in strength and agility limits you to that speed. In fact, the attack speed shown on the system panel is based on the average attributes of a normal person, which is when all 5 attributes are at 5. With Gao Gong's current stats, his actual attack speed is about 3 times what the panel indicates. More importantly, Gao Gong uses a dual-blade combat style. When the frenzy skill stacks to 12 layers, the damage he can inflict per second surpasses 1,000 points. This means that even a D-level radiation beast can be instantly killed, even if it's on guard, and a C-level radiation beast won't last 3 seconds if caught off guard. This terrifying level of lethality is what allows Gao Gong to amass a vast amount of experience. Gao Gong upgraded his Night Warrior skill to level 10 max, and although he didn't gain any additional states, his critical hit rate increased by 7. However, the real breakthrough came the next afternoon. His left-hand monomolecular claw shattered under the strain. Thinking quickly, Gao Gong flipped the other monomolecular claw onto his heel. He then cleverly used his strength to rapidly contract his muscles, tendons, and bones, causing his whole body to spin like a top and land smoothly from a 3-story height. At that moment, a notification sounded for a passive skill upgrade. The monomolecular claw evolved into an elite monomolecular claw, gaining a new passive ability, adjusting his own gravity by modulating muscles, bones, skin, flesh, membranes, organs, implants, and bionic parts. The skill's proficiency started at 130000. From this point on, all of Gao Gong's active and passive skills reached a new level. 2 days later, Tai Pai arrived with supplies, including a large amount of ammunition and radiation needles. As he sharpened Gao Gong's knives, he exclaimed excitedly, "Boss, you're absolutely incredible." To Tai Pai, a true gang boss should be impressive, powerful, and capable of doing things others can't. In just 2 days, Gao Gong had perfectly demonstrated these qualities. Ignoring Tai Pai's flattery, Gao Gong tore open his bulletproof vest, which was covered in blood scabs and completely unusable. Fortunately, Tai Pai brought a new vest, and the electromagnetic sensors still functioned when transferred to the new garment. However, 3 of the 6 Qing Reapers required sharpening, indicating their high usage intensity. This made Gao Gong realize a drawback of biological weapons. They are quite fragile if they can't self-repair. For example, the sharpness of a blade limb is limited to the tip, and the Qing Reaper might only manage one more cut. Unconcerned about being on a live stream, Gao Gong poured a bucket of water over himself. Tai Pai suddenly asked, "Boss, why is your elbow red?" Gao Gong looked down but saw his skin was normal. Tai Pai scratched his head, guessing it might be due to the blood scabs. Gao Gong turned his attention to the hunting leaderboard. First, Symbiotic Squad, 5.32 million. Second, the Creeper, 3.12 million. Third, Miyamoto Sanzang, 1.63 million. Fourth, Gao Gong, 1.54 million. I've been grinding for 2 days and nights and racked up over 1,000,000 points? Gao Gong thought in surprise. This meant he had slain over 100 C-level radiation beasts in 48 hours. Recalling how he nearly lost his life against a Reaper tribe, and seeing his current achievements, Gao Gong couldn't help but reflect, truly, one must look at someone with new eyes. After 3 days I've achieved a qualitative leap in just 2. After this reflection, Gao Gong quickly began considering his future path. Currently, both his main and secondary profession levels and skill levels have reached their maximum. If he wants to follow a fusion path, he must prioritize enhancing biological modifications before his first advancement. This means temporarily suppressing his main profession level. While this may seem like bad news, the more he accumulates, the greater the post-transition bonuses will be. In addition to accumulating experience, Gao Gong is looking for other ways to enhance his strength. With his main profession unable to level up and the secondary profession's transition quest incomplete, his focus shifted to active skills, particularly the Night Warrior skill. Skill advancement requires specialization points, which can only be obtained from tasks of difficult or higher levels. Besides that, there's a more mystical method advancing through enlightenment. This enlightenment can come from on-the-spot breakthroughs, understanding nature, or engaging in high-intensity virtual battles in the cyber network. The latter is common among players, akin to a Scion's hyperbolic time chamber, using intense mental exertion to increase breakthrough chances. Although the success rate is generally low, Gao Gong has confidence in the original owner's dual flower red stick template. He vaguely feels that this body has a special talent for combat, especially melee. However, C-level radiation beasts no longer provide enough challenge for him. Gao Gong decides to take on a more difficult target, going to confront a B-level radiation beast Hedon. Gao Gong mentioned taking on the radioactive beast, but immediate action wasn't feasible. He needed to fully master his upgraded skills first. So, he moved to a different location and continued fighting monsters for 2 more days. During these 4 days, the public's reaction evolved from shock to disbelief, and finally to numbness. They were amazed by Gao Gong's endurance and speculated endlessly. The profession of a mechanical hunter is known for its stamina, as they must contend with both radioactive beasts and harsh environments. However, Gao Gong's continuous 96-hour high-intensity combat, which was like walking a tightrope between life and death, was truly astonishing. Apart from a brief 1-hour rest when low-level robots delivered supplies, during which he consumed a few nutrition bars, Gao Gong spent almost the entire time in bloody battles. Even more surprising was that he seemed to have never used the restroom. Some speculated that Gao Gong's digestive system had been modified. In fact, this speculation was correct. As a reaper, his stomach could digest nearly anything and break down food completely, so his frequency of excretion was indeed much lower than that of an ordinary person. The command center became busy again, shifting their research focus from Gao Gong's combat system to his modification system. They were astonished to find that Gao Gong's endurance even surpassed that of combat robots. While robots experience wear and tear, Gao Gong emerged unscathed after killing thousands of radioactive beasts, including several clever leaders. Although Gao Gong must have sustained some injuries, his recovery speed was incredible. The command center speculated that Gao Gong had undergone some special modifications. If they could acquire this modification technology, it would significantly enhance the Legion's strength. Additionally, some of Gao Gong's weapons piqued the command center's interest, such as the sound device that lured creatures, the VR equipment that created illusions for radioactive beasts, and the monomolecular grappling hooks. In short, he was a walking arsenal. In Director Zhou's office, subordinates greeted him and handed over reports. Director Zhou responded with his usual gentle smile, one of the reasons for his good reputation in the logistics department. Some privately praised that in this department, perhaps only Director Zhou was free from corruption and bribery. However, once the office door closed, Director Zhou's expression turned grim. He quickly walked behind his desk, unlocked a safe, took out a secure phone, and dialed a number. "Why haven't you arranged my withdrawal?" Director Zhou angrily whispered. "You gave me two choices initially, to go to Sleepless City or to Freedom's Edge. Are you going back on your word now?" The voice on the other end seemed to make a request, which made Director Zhou even more furious. Get his modification data? Easier said than done. Both generals are interested in him now. How do you expect me to make a move? Believe it or not, I'll turn myself in. Expose all your operations. He slammed the phone down with a loud bang, took a few deep breaths to calm himself. Anger gradually turned into regret. He regretted getting involved in this mess. The security corps, unlike other mechanical legions, was notoriously corrupt. From top to bottom, there was dishonesty at every level. Although Director Zhou couldn't claim to be entirely clean, he believed he earned the least among his peers, giving him a strong sense of moral superiority. However, this superiority crumbled in the face of his colleagues' wealth. He couldn't help but wonder, why should their illicit earnings be 100 times his when they were doing the same job? So, he decided to play big. As a result, he found himself trapped. Perhaps he hadn't invested enough in the skill of embezzlement and bribery, and before he knew it, he was caught in a trap. Even worse, the ones behind it were the planet's super-terrorist organization, the Knights. Director Zhou rubbed his temples and exhaled deeply, regaining his trademark smile. He dialed another number. "Hello, is this Brigadier General Gu Weir? I have some matters to report." Meanwhile, in the wilderness, Gao Gong sliced through the neck of the last mechanical ostrich. He flicked his blade to remove the gray mechanical fluid, then turned to press a button. The electromagnetic sensor's pull turned into a push, causing 5 blue unicorn blades to fall from the sky, embedding themselves in the ground before his war vehicle. "Why are you calling it a day so early?" Pang Xiang asked curiously. "You don't seem like you're out of energy." Gao Gong ignored her and simply replied, "Repairing equipment." Ever since Pang Xiang recovered, the old woman returned to her money-minded ways, insisting on hitching a ride on the metal vehicle to help him handle scrap materials. Initially, a young woman also wanted to come, claiming she couldn't watch the live broadcast from the recycling station and wanted to see the humanoid war beast in action. Gao Gong told her to scram. He thought to himself that the nickname Wild Lone Wolf was cool and aloof. So how did he end up being called a humanoid war beast? The latter sounded like a muscle-bound brute. These days of monster hunting had brought him not only a massive amount of experience, but also a significant increase in reputation. The system notification chimed. Your regional reputation has increased by 2,000, advancing to the next stage. You have earned the title, Humanoid War Beast. All mechanical hunters have heard of your notorious endurance and hold deep respect for your stamina. Gao Gong let out a sigh, contemplating silently. In a bustling environment like this, speaking the truth was absolutely out of the question. However, he reconsidered and realized this might actually be beneficial. The more renowned he became, the harder it would be for the hidden traitor to escape. At this moment, the Knights were probably more intrigued by him than the security team was. Gao Gong surveyed his surroundings, lost in thought. The abilities he had just demonstrated were remarkably similar to the fusion of flesh and machinery and biomachinery technology, even surpassing it in terms of duration. As long as the other party wasn't blind, they would surely be hot on his trail. Thinking of the Knights' modus operandi, Gao Gong recalled the fallen player master. Their methods were either deadly or worse than death itself. To those massive AIs, humans were merely tools for executing programs. "Did you bring everything?" Gao Gong asked, interrupting his own thoughts. Taipong, who was grilling irradiated bird wings, was startled by the question and quickly stood up. Although the meat of irradiated beasts was inedible, the enticing aroma was mouth-watering. He wiped his hands, opened the trunk, and together with Gao Gong, unloaded two large items, a mobile sterile chamber and a surgical table. This explained why the petite woman couldn't ride along the car was simply packed to the brim. After connecting the equipment to the power panel, Taiping retrieved a high-tech box from the car seat. Inside were two more advanced micromotors. This is from Advisor Huang, Taiping explained. He said these are specialized for high-level combat robots, with 3 times the power of your previous ones. Gao Gong nodded in acknowledgement. Each team leader had their own unique channels, and Huang Wan, being a former mechanical engineer, had direct access to internal products. Truly skilled individuals, Gao Gong mused. The surgical procedure was straightforward. On the operating table, 3 mechanical arms buzzed as they swiftly opened a small incision on the inside of Gao Gong's knee, extracting a device the size of a chip or circuit board. For Gao Gong, it was as easy as changing a bandage. But for the mechanical hunters watching the live stream, it was a jaw-dropping sight. Is that cybernetic surgery? Someone exclaimed. As experts in mechanical repair, they were acutely aware of the vast difference between cybernetic surgery and regular mechanical repairs. This guy is actually a cybernetic surgeon. Meanwhile, Aunt Xiang was busy collecting scrap, her face beaming like a blooming chrysanthemum. She cheerfully sharpened a knife for Gao Gong, but with a snap, a Qing unicorn knife broke in her hands. Taiping was shocked by the scene. What the heck, Aunt Xiang? You've made so much money. How is your craftsmanship declining? Aunt Xiang blushed and retorted angrily. Nonsense. Do you think my skills have dulled? Look at how many times this thing has been used. It was bound to break sooner or later. Better it breaks in my hands than against an irradiated beast. In the end, only 3 out of 6 Qing unicorn knives remained relatively intact. Aunt Xiang confidently stated that if they continued to be used like this, even the remaining 3 wouldn't last long. Don't worry, Aunt Xiang, it will be over soon, Gao Gong reassured her. He was testing the newly installed motors, jumping over 3 meters high on the spot. Upon landing, he felt increased support in his knees and reduced impact damage. Apart from a brief moment of stiffness, he quickly returned to normal. This minor flaw didn't affect combat performance. Gao Gong glanced at the rankings and found he had surpassed Gongbin Sanzang, moving up to 3rd place. Are you planning something big? Aunt Xiang suddenly asked. Whether it's big or not, you'll see soon enough, Gao Gong grinned, then turned off the battle recorder. In reality, the recorder was constantly receiving orders to recall him, but as he killed more monsters, the tone of these orders became increasingly conciliatory. Let's go, Taiping. Let's go for a stroll, Gao Gong said. Oh, Taiping snapped out of his daze and quickly climbed into the driver's seat. Boss, where are we going? To the black spots on the map. Boss, that's the territory of class irradiated beasts. What, you want to go to the A-class territory instead? Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away at Old Copper Mountain 314, within an abandoned mine, countless mechanized biobeasts were swarming through tunnels into a hidden bioweapon factory. The ground was littered with torn corpses and rolling metal heads, all remnants of the Knight's synthetic soldiers. Inside the factory, a 100-meter-long blue octopus hovered in the air, its mental nodes glittering in the darkness like stars. This was the brain in a vat expressing its delight. Suddenly, numerous biological incubators opened, spilling nutrient fluid as biosoldiers emerged. These advanced units, embedded with various irradiated beast organs, were known among players as humanoid beasts, officially called beastified soldiers. Having absorbed such a vast amount of pure biological psychic energy, the brain in a vat felt immense satisfaction. In its simplistic worldview, equivalent exchange was the way of survival. After a moment of contemplation, a tentacle as thick as a water barrel detached and vanished. In the wasteland, the black and red zones present starkly different scenes. The red zone is chaotic, teeming with herds of beasts, while the black zone is eerily silent and empty, with only deformed plants growing in silence. Taipei cautiously drove the armored vehicle along the boundary between the red and white zones. Aunt Xiang gazed out the window, memories flooding back. A long time ago, the metropolitan area looked like this. Back then, the radiation ecosystem hadn't fully formed, and each area had a ruler that dominated all the radiation beasts. A ruler? Huh, Gao Gong murmured thoughtfully with his eyes closed. Suddenly, Taipei broke the silence. Boss, I think I just saw a beast. Was it a radiation beast or a mechanical biobeast? Gao Gong asked. Radiation beast. Then keep driving, Gao Gong instructed tersely. Taipei acknowledged and continued to drive. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was tense, with each person lost in their thoughts. Gao Gong weighed the threats posed by different levels of radiation beasts. To him, lower-level radiation beasts were relatively manageable, but level beasts were another matter. Their massive size and explosive power rivaled thermobaric bombs, capable of destroying an entire block. Even with Gao Gong's current abilities, they were challenging to handle. Just then, Taipai was about to speak again, but Aunt Xiang quickly covered his mouth, her eyes warning him to stay silent. The tension in the vehicle grew even thicker. With his eyes closed, Gao Gong's expression occasionally showed pain. He seemed to be struggling through a green swamp, striving to reach the end, where the shadow of a massive six-eyed figure loomed. He was trying to awaken the Reaper cells within him, a part of him that was far superior to artificial muscles. Through the rearview mirror, Taipai noticed a vivid red hue spreading from Gao Gong's elbow to the back of his hand, confirming his earlier suspicions. All right, stop the car, Gao Gong said, taking a deep breath and stepping outside. He activated a sensor switch, and 3 green Reapers flew from the back seat to attach themselves to his back. He then secured the red unicorn to the metal hook at his waist. Do you have a cloth? Gao Gong asked. Aunt Xiang rummaged around and handed him a cloth to wipe the blade. Gao Gong tied it over his eyes, the smell of blade oil and rust filling his nostrils. Kid, don't go getting yourself killed, Aunt Xiang suddenly shouted with concern. Not a chance, Gao Gong grinned. Under Aunt Xiang and Taipai's watchful eyes, Gao Gong's appearance began to change. His limbs grew long and slender, his teeth sharp, and his gaze piercing. The weapons on him seemed to merge with his body, transforming into a steel tail and massive claws. Aunt Xiang's heart raced as she watched Gao Gong's figure fade into the distance. She sank back into the rear seat with a long sigh, her face betraying a hint of excitement. A strong urge welled up inside her to recount the strength and prowess of the earliest mechanical hunters. However, a strong smell of gasoline suddenly wafted from the front, accompanied by a dripping sound. Aunt Xiang looked closely and was startled. Hey, why are you covered in gasoline? That's not gasoline, it's sweat. Taipai managed an awkward smile. Whatever it is, clean it up first. You want to go down in flames with me? Aunt Xiang hurriedly handed him a towel. In the confined space of the car, a single match could reduce them both to ashes. Taipai froze against the seat back, his mouth twitching. MMY mechanical body got so scared it malfunctioned. Aunt Xiang was furious but helpless, so she climbed into the front seat to help him wipe it down. Yet the dripping sound persisted, especially from his lap. You wet yourself out of fear? Aunt Xiang was flabbergasted. Of course not. It's a malfunction in the urinary system, causing gasoline to spray from the catheter, Taipai explained, casting a pleading look at Aunt Xiang. Gao Gong shared a life and death bond with Peng Zine. Get me out. Get lost. Gao Gong fully activated his predator domain, closing his eyes yet sensing everything around him. In this extraordinary experience, the land, plants, and radiation fields all felt familiar, like a homebody returning to their computer desk with a bottle of soda waiting. The radiation lines before him were like his soda, vibrant and varied. X-rays appeared as pale blue shadows, revealing everything in their path, even at the cellular level. Human cells were colorless, occupying most of the body, while the Reaper cells were red, expanding wildly from the stomach as their core. Alpha rays were like barely visible short particles, appearing and disappearing like electric currents, and Gao Gong sensed the charged particle flow akin to bioelectricity. Neutron rays were the Reaper cells' favorite, continuously promoting normal cells mutation while strengthening the Reaper cells. Gao Gong pondered, could the radiation B cells be a special type of cancer cells? He recalled Professor Han mentioning the involvement of nuclear and energy weapons in the Second Mechanical War, suggesting that nuclear fission energy and cosmic energy might cause unique reactions. Suddenly, a bioentity enveloped in energy lunged at him from behind. Gao Gong reacted instinctively, fully activating his electromagnetic trigger and drawing his red blade in a reverse grip. The attacker was instantly sliced in half, energy rays scattering. Gao Gong realized why Clevel beasts were marked red. Upon death, various energy rays intertwined, creating a burst of red energy. He wondered if disrupting the energy reaction could control radiation beast explosions, and why mechanical biobeasts didn't explode. Sheathing his blade, the surrounding mechanical biobeasts did not attack. They regarded Gao Gong as one of their own, a Reaper. The terrifying aura he emitted sent his kind scattering, with only a few defiant attackers becoming tools for his voracious consumption. Upon slaying the 17th mechanical biobeast, the red unicorn blade snapped in two. Gao Gong thrust the broken sword into the ground as a grave marker. He drew 2 green unicorn blades and continued onward. About 100 steps later, Gao Gong's predator domain encountered a violent impact, compressing to just 3 meters. He removed his blindfold, spotting a giant ultramechanical gorilla, 4 stories tall, gazing down at him from a mutated hill. Its eyes were glowing mechanical orbs, covered with radar-like electronic grids, offering a panoramic view. Its body was clad in heavy armor, surpassing that of an armored vehicle, with numerous thick pipes interconnecting the armor plates. The colossal creature lay lazily on the hill, leisurely gnawing on a giant metal tree with its left hand. The sound of metal against metal echoed like a factory forging iron blocks, clanging loudly. Its teeth resembled a forging press, constantly retracting and stamping, capable of pulverizing prey without needing to bite down. Deity. Name: Super Mechanical Gorilla King. Radiation level: B. Health points: 126, 420, 126, 420. Stamina: Forb 86, 14, 861. Mechanical energy: 205,700. Attributes: Strength 153, Agility 42, Endurance 100, Intelligence 31, Perception 33. Skills: Siege Cannon Throw LV6 Elite, Biological Bomb LV4 Elite, Quadruple Beast Legs LV8 Elite, Jaw Hammer Bite LV2 Expert, Arm Cannon LV4 Expert. Leader Template: King of Taishan, Master of Radiation, King of Taishan Mechanical Module. Effect 1. Slams the ground with both hands, creating a shockwave that causes an earthquake effect. Effect 2. Powerfully vibrates the air, creating a Taishan mountain pressing effect. Master of Radiation Mechanical Template. Effect 1. Controls the radiation field. Effect 2. Effect 3. Gao Gong's eyes widened, and his eye twitched involuntarily. The attributes of this super mechanical gorilla king before him were simply astonishing. 6-digit health and mechanical energy, 2 main attributes over 100, a series of at least elite-level skills, and 2 powerful mechanical templates. This was not an ordinary level mechanical bio-beast. It was clearly a standard boss template. Although Gao Gong initially intended to seek breakthroughs on the battlefield without necessarily taking down a level mechanical bio-beast, the sheer power of this mechanical gorilla exceeded his expectations. However, the killing intent he had accumulated earlier suppressed his inner turmoil, like a calm water surface that only rippled slightly before returning to tranquility. The crimson hue gradually spread to the joint on Gao Gong's forearm. Simultaneously, the muscles on his upper arm bulged with prominent red veins, reminiscent of the crimson aura beneath the biological armor of the Reaper Queen he once encountered. Gao Gong gritted his teeth and activated the predator's domain once more. Although the gorilla's attributes were already exaggerated, a little more or less seemed irrelevant. However, if he could push it into a berserk state, it might yield better results. A flicker of restlessness immediately appeared in the super gorilla's eyes. It felt an overwhelming urge to crush the ant in front of it. Yet, in the next instant, as its electronic eye grids lit up, the impulse vanished. Predator's domain activated. Connecting to food chain marking failed. A trace of mockery flashed in the super gorilla's eyes, silently taunting. Is this all you've got? My intelligence is far superior to yours. Gao Gong remained silent, tossing an object at the gorilla's feet. It was a bunch of black-skinned bananas he had picked along the way, clearly laden with heavy metals. This silent provocation seemed to ask, "Want a bite?" The next moment, a black dot appeared in Gao Gong's vision, rapidly enlarging until it filled his entire view. It was the metallic tree the super gorilla had just gnawed on, hurled with astonishing force, creating a sonic boom. Gao Gong reacted swiftly, closing his left eye and switching his right eye to high-precision mode. Using his ability to discern positions by sound, he thrust his dual blades forward just as the tree was about to hit him. A massive force emerged out of nowhere but was continually offset by his max-level parry skill. With a roar, he redirected the siege cannon tree. Behind him, a series of trees snapped, as if a missile had blasted into the dense forest. Gao Gong barely paused, knowing that facing a creature with 5-dimensional attributes far superior to his own, even a second's hesitation could be fatal. Sure enough, another tree cannon appeared where he had just stood. Gao Gong swung his blades, creating countless blade shadows in an instant. Hundreds of Gao Gongs appeared simultaneously, surrounding the super mechanical gorilla like a swarm of ants overwhelming an elephant. The super gorilla slowly rose, exhaling 2 thick white jets of steam from its nostrils before pounding its chest and roaring. In Gao Gong's perception, the radiation field for miles around was stirred, visible blue, purple, and red lights flickering in the air. All the Gao Gong illusions, except the original, began to flicker, first showing snowflake-like specks before disappearing simultaneously. Cutting off my network? Gao Gong thought to himself. The beast descended from the sky like a meteorite. Gao Gong flicked his wrist, disappearing from his original spot. The ground shattered and sank in layers. 10 meters away, a thin line indiscernible to the naked eye cut into a tree trunk, leaving a deep impression. Then, a shadow appeared near the super mechanical gorilla's rear, as if traversing space. With the sound of wind howling, Gao Gong's bones and muscles resonated, aiming for the level radiation beast's weak spot. The super gorilla hesitated not at all, with several air cannons blasting from its right hind leg, propelling it forward, its fingers resembling the hand of Buddha. reaching for the audacious Monkey King. Gao Gong's infrared vision detected numerous heat source changes, reacting almost instinctively. He hooked his right foot with the monomolecular claw and pulled hard. Unable to leverage, he forcefully altered his gravity core, changing his flight path to slip through the gorilla's fingers. Then, Gao Gong's dual blades plunged into the gorilla's wrist, accompanied by a screeching sound as metal and sparks flew. Gao Gong's attacks were as insignificant as ants nibbling at an elephant, inflicting a mere 10 points of damage on the ultramechanical gorilla. Yet, the intensity of the battle far exceeded what that number could convey. One of his Green Reapers snapped unexpectedly while tearing through armor, causing Gao Gong to curse under his breath and quickly adjust his tactics. He deftly swung his grappling hook, seizing a hefty armor plate, and zipped across like lightning. His other Green Reaper precisely sliced open a pipe as thick as an arm. This attack dealt 50 points of damage to the ultramechanical gorilla, still just a mosquito bite to the behemoth, but enough to enrage it. The giant beast began to wildly swing its mechanical arms, trying to swat this annoying cockroach. Each collision of armor created a deafening clamor, and Gao Gong couldn't help but suspect that the self-inflicted damage might be greater than that of his blades. Despite the perilous situation, Gao Gong felt an unprecedented thrill. His cybernetic eye was operating at full capacity, barely keeping pace with the battle. In this life-and-death struggle, his skill in parrying and countering became his greatest asset. Without this max-level blocking ability, the undulating walls of armor and the hidden metal spikes beneath would have turned him into a human sieve. As the fight grew fiercer, Gao Gong discovered that the ultramechanical gorilla had a hidden porcupine-like form, with metal quills that became sharp and rigid when provoked. Worse still, his prized flame-resistant leather boots began to melt, and both Green Reapers were now full of notches. With the pressure nearing its peak, Gao Gong sensed a unique power brewing within him. The high radiation environment seemed to be generating a new form of energy in his body. His crimson forearms, bulging veins, and the network of veins across his shoulder blades all hinted at an imminent eruption of power. At this critical moment, the ultramechanical gorilla lost its patience first. It let out an earth-shattering roar, unleashing a radiant wave of colors that enveloped Gao Gong as if he were at the center of a nuclear explosion. This unprecedented radiation intensity triggered the latent power within him. He suddenly opened his bloodshot left eye, appearing instantly at the beast's neck. The Green Reaper in his hand flared with a blood-red glow as Gao Gong launched a relentless assault. The blade cut through, and for the first time, the ultramechanical gorilla let out a pained scream. 2 slashes dealt 3,263 and 3,157 points of damage, respectively, and the Green Reaper melted into molten iron from the force of the strike. Despite the severe damage, the ultramechanical gorilla's regenerative abilities were astonishing. Metal fur quickly covered its wounds, forming new pipes and mechanical vertebrae. It looked around in bewilderment, mistakenly believing it had eliminated the pesky cockroach, and triumphantly left the battlefield. Gao Gong stood not far away, his expression complex. He glanced at his remaining half-health, but was unfazed. After a moment of meditation, he opened his eyes again, and an invisible force swept across several miles. With his will, countless imperceptible radiation lines coalesced into a tangible form, like a colorful web enveloping the entire space. In that moment, Gao Gong realized he had gained the ability to control the radiation field of power that should have belonged to the overlord of radiation beasts. He chuckled wryly to himself, murmuring, "Looks like I've truly become a human war beast now." With a creaky halt, the armored vehicle came to a stop. Aunt Xiang stepped out first with a disgruntled expression, followed closely by Tiepi, who looked dejected. Gao Gong lazily exited last. The 2 guards at the entrance brightened upon seeing him and saluted fervently. "Salute to you, tribe advisor." Gao Gong raised an eyebrow slightly. "Tribe advisor?" One of the guards explained. "At the cable sacrifice ceremony, the Grand Elder personally bestowed the title upon you. You have the authority to be involved in all major and minor affairs of the tribe. Your status is second only to the Grand Elder." Gao Gong chuckled inwardly. Under a little woman? With her height, what position would she have to be in to be beneath her? Outwardly, he simply waved dismissively. "All right, carry on." "Yes, advisor," the guard responded respectfully. As Gao Gong made his way through, he noticed a subtle shift in the attitude of everyone he encountered, from respect for a lifesaver to admiration for a strong leader. In just 4 days, the recycling station had undergone a transformation. The outer area now housed some open-air processing equipment, while the inside of the abandoned building contained more sophisticated machinery, hinting at the beginnings of a production line. Everyone was busy at work, and the scene was orderly. "Not bad at all," Gao Gong commented as he approached a warehouse. The tribal guard on duty immediately saluted. Inside, a former member of the mechanic team was taking inventory. "How's it going?" Gao Gong inquired. The member was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Gao Gong, then earnestly reported, "During your absence, We purchased nearly 280,000 mechanical coins worth of supplies. The detailed list includes advanced alloys. Gao Gong waved a hand to interrupt. Forget the supplies. I want to know the exact number of pieces of equipment. Before leaving, he had given Huang Wen 3 blueprints: central nervous system control circles, portable virtual projection, and manual neural disruptor spanning production to prepare for the impending beast tide. The member immediately reported, so far, we've crafted 146 central nervous system control circles, 77 portable virtual projections, and 65 manual neural disruptors. Gao Gong raised an eyebrow. That many? These pieces of equipment weren't highly technical. The key was the creator's innovative ideas. Ordinary equipment contained a genius-like concept. The member looked at Gao Gong with eyes full of admiration, clearly more in awe of invention than brute force. Faster than I expected, Gao Gong mused, rubbing his chin. In that case, let's have a meeting to consolidate our ideas. Soon, in a tidy conference room, people started to gather. The little woman bounced in first. Beast advisor, you're back. Did you bring me a gift? Gao Gong teased. How about a radiation beast whip taller than you? Just as the two were about to start bickering, Professor Han cleared his throat. Meeting time, everyone, let's be serious. Gao Gong placed a hand on the little woman's head, letting her flail her short arms, while nodding to those entering behind. Though the conference room was small, it gathered the tribe's core members: Logistics Department Head and former Mechanic Team Leader, Huang Wan; Combat Department Head and former Edelweiss Team Leader, Daisy La; Hunting Department Head, veteran hunter Old Qian; Science Advisor Professor Han; and the Grand Elder of the Cable Tribe, Huang Yuanli. Once everyone was seated, Gao Gong turned to Daisy La. How's the new prosthetic? Daisy La flexed her 3 mechanical arms, looking a bit dissatisfied. Not very useful. I'm probably only at 70% of my former strength. I need to readjust to the combat mode. If Advisor Gao could spare some time to perform a prosthetic surgery for me, it might feel a lot better. Gao Gong smiled and agreed. No problem. I'll design a surgery plan for you when I get a chance. He had plenty of close combat schematics in mind. Just one more wouldn't hurt. On the screen, Huang Wen snorted. You're lucky to have anything at all. According to my calculations, your mortality rate during the attack was 86. You should be grateful you're still alive. Those 3 mechanical arms were his design. Daisy La raised an eyebrow and retorted. Compared to you, I'm indeed very lucky. Old Qian stared wide-eyed at Huang Wen for a while, curiously asking, Kid, are you an AI? Huang Wen's face darkened, and he stopped speaking. Gao Gong tapped the table to refocus everyone's attention. The main purpose of this gathering is for everyone to get acquainted and to report on your respective progress. With the big battle approaching, we're all busy, so let's not waste time on banter. Who wants to start? I'll go first, Daisy La volunteered. We've currently formed 3 combat groups, each with 10 members, using a mentoring system. The teams consist of my former squad members as the core, along with tribal warriors and some well-known newly recruited mechanical hunters. Professor Han frowned and asked, can we trust the outside hunters? Perhaps there were some initial doubts, but after witnessing Mr. Gao's performance, those thoughts quickly vanished. Dai Syra stood in the corner of the meeting room, her gaze sweeping over everyone present. She understood her peers' thoughts well, as she once harbored similar ideas. However, after witnessing Gao Gong's impressive display of strength, those notions dissipated instantly. For outsiders, it might be difficult to grasp the esteem a super-strong individual holds in the niche of mechanical hunters. Dai Syra mused silently. Having thoughts is only natural. Those without them have likely been weeded out by this harsh world long ago. Gao Gong quickly skimmed through the list in his hands. 3 combat teams, totaling 30 people, half familiar faces, the other half strangers. He frowned slightly, seemingly displeased with this ratio. Recruit 2 more armed teams, Gao Gong said to Dai Syra, under my name. Whether they're melee, ranged, or support, you decide. But there's one requirement: they must have potential, especially for mechanical augmentation. A glint of excitement flashed in Dai Syra's eyes. Understood, she replied, quickly calculating in her mind. Gao Gong turned his attention to Huang Wan, who, after a moment of thought, began. I'll mainly introduce the current equipment reserves. So far, we have 7 unmanned combat drones, 46 remote-controlled firearms, 76 close combat mechanical weapons, 5 automatic cannons, 54 shells, and 530,000 rounds of ammunition. Our production capacity is currently focused on crafting the new equipment you've assigned me. Are the armed teams still lacking equipment? Gao Gong suddenly asked. Dai Syra shook her head. The military warehouse went crazy with discounts. Weapons are practically being given away. Everyone has at least 2 spare firearms. Weapons and ammo are not lacking at the moment. Gao Gong's gaze shifted to Old Qian, who hesitated for a moment, mumbled a few words, and then said, the big bugs you wanted us to find. We've caught over 50. So many. A petite woman interjected in surprise. Old Qian explained proudly, these creatures are actually more abundant by the river. With that strange equipment you provided, we caught them quickly. Give us a few more days, and I can get 100 more. Gao Gong shook his head. Just assign 1 or 2 people as guides, let the others rest for a day or two. I have other plans for you. Old Qian opened his mouth, tempted to ask what use they could possibly have beyond catching bugs, but wisely chose to remain silent. Gao Gong bypassed the petite woman and directly addressed Professor Han. The control rings are all yours. In a short time, I need you to control 100 mechanical bio-beasts, preferably organized into small tribes. Professor Han frowned. That's quite difficult. It's too dangerous outside right now. Don't worry, I'll be with you. All you need to do is train the beasts, Gao Gong reassured. Professor Han sighed in relief. I'll do my best. Gao Gong turned back to Huang Wan. Design a tactic centered around these 3 new types of equipment. Sure, Huang Wan nodded, but added, however, I'll need the cooperation of the beast trainers. I've never worked with them before and don't know their capabilities. Our tribe members will help. The petite woman eagerly chimed in. Gao Gong continued issuing a series of directives. Also, have Aunt Xiang bring more apprentices and teach them the craft of making old-style weapons. These old weapons can be surprisingly effective in certain situations. Professor Han and Old Qian, come see me tonight. As for the disabled warriors from the Cable tribe, hold off on their prosthetics. I have other plans for them. Expand the defense line centered around the recycling station as much as possible. Don't worry about what the security group thinks. If they want trouble, let them come to me. Gao Gong's tone became serious. The beast tide will invade eventually, and the only ones we can rely on are ourselves. As a former leader of a civilization, managing a small organization of merely 300 members was a breeze for Gao Gong. Not only were others left in awe, but even team leaders Huang Wan and Dai Sira were surprised, then relieved. Who said Gao Gong was just a lone wolf? This was quite professional. The meeting concluded, and everyone dispersed. Gao Gong also prepared to get busy extracting glands from desert worms to make ointments. Preparing skin ointments for 300 people was no small task. However, when the meeting room emptied, Gao Gong noticed the petite woman lingering. Curiously, he asked, "What's your issue?" The petite woman pouted, "You don't trust me. You only trust Professor Han. But I'm the tribe's chief elder." Gao Gong shook his head. "You're in your 30s. Stop acting cute. Of course, you're important. Your telepathy is a battlefield commander's dream tool. If I'm the team's primary combat strength, then you're the foremost mechanical beast controller. All tactical arrangements hinge on your control." Huang Yuanli grinned widely, finally satisfied. "Okay, just kidding. Am I that petty? It contacted me. Gao Gong quickly understood. The brain entity. It wants me to deliver something to you. Something? Gao Gong looked at Huang Yuanli in confusion. Suddenly, Huang Yuanli opened her mouth wide, and a tentacle squirmed out. The scene was bizarre enough to make Gao Gong frown. After an intense battle, Gao Gong didn't rest but immediately dove into another round of preparation. In the operating room, under the bright shadowless lamps, rows of transparent reagent bottles were neatly arranged. With the precise control of the robotic arm, various liquids were extracted, mixed, and injected, gradually taking shape on the operating table. Crafting desert skin is a task that requires extensive experience and expertise, suitable only for a seasoned prosthetic doctor. Fortunately, this time materials were abundant, allowing Gao Gong to perform without the worry of failure. He worked with complete focus as time flew by. It wasn't until he heard a faint noise at the door that he realized he had been working late into the night. Outside the door, Professor Han and Old Qian had been waiting for quite some time. Professor Han remained expressionless, while Old Qian appeared restless, muttering to himself. "Why don't you come in?" Gao Gong asked, signaling them to enter the operating room. Old Qian couldn't wait to speak. "So, Kidu, consultant, what do you need me for?" Gao Gong pointed at the operating table and calmly said, "Lie down. Let's give you a thorough checkup." Old Qian looked at Gao Gong suspiciously, then turned to Professor Han for confirmation. Professor Han calmly explained, "We're going to do a full body check to see how your body is handling rejection. I was wondering, this thing doesn't look like a virtual machine." Old Qian said as he lay down, grimacing at the coldness of the table. "It's uncomfortable." Professor Han sat at the nearby diagnostic equipment, skillfully adjusting the settings. Soon, a series of complex body data flashed across a dozen screens simultaneously. "So, how is it?" Old Qian asked, his tone tinged with unease. Gao Gong carefully examined the data and slowly said, "Musculoskeletal ossification, vegetative nervous disorder, endocrine system radiation contamination, and there are a few extra components in your circulatory system." With those words, the operating room fell into silence. Old Qian uncharacteristically went quiet, and a heavy atmosphere filled the air. Gao Gong suddenly spoke. "Take off your shirt. What are you trying to mess with me?" Old Qian joked instinctively, but under Professor Han's cold gaze, his smile froze. After a moment's hesitation, Old Qian complied. As the shirt came off, Old Qian's scarred body was exposed under the bright surgical light. His ribcage was deformed, joints uneven in size, and an extra bone protruded from his shoulder blade. His hunched back was covered in metallic, grain-like rashes, a startling sight. Gao Gong inspected Old Qian's severed arm with a blank expression. The shoulder's cross-section showed clear signs of implantation, with 3 scabbed-over blood holes, but no visible mechanical organs. Indeed, you've been implanting the limbs of radiation beasts into humans. Gao Gong turned to Professor Han. Implanting one beast limb requires cutting off a human limb. So these old guys are either missing an arm or a leg. Your bionics are impressive, but hard on the body. Professor Han replied calmly. No one ever said bionics could only mimic humans. Humans can mimic beasts too. Seeing that Gao Gong didn't show any disdain, Old Qian reverted to his usual slick demeanor. Kid, take a good look. I've got 2 kidneys. Do you know what that means? That you've been taking too many kidney supplements? Gao Gong quipped. Nonsense, it means I'm a powerhouse. Old Qian proudly declared. Gao Gong retorted mercilessly. Put your shirt back on. Looking like that, you don't need to get into bed. You'd scare women away. Then he added, bring your old comrades over for a full checkup. What are you planning, kid? Old Qian asked, his tone wary. Gao Gong explained, restoring your bodies to their original state is indeed challenging, but restoring normal physical strength, and even the ability to wield bioweapons in combat, isn't impossible. After Old Qian left, half convinced, Professor Han looked at Gao Gong with a complex expression. Their biological rejection is at its peak. Are you trying to get them killed on the battlefield? Then why didn't you say anything earlier? Gao Gong countered. Professor Han was silent for a long time before finally saying, if their sacrifice could save others, I believe it's worth it. You haven't changed, Gao Gong remarked, then smiled. Problems brought by technological development will inevitably be solved by even more advanced technology. I won't sacrifice anyone. Life inherently has value. So what are you going to do? Tell me a story. I'm curious about the tale of Lao Sun, the deserter. The next morning, 4 armored vehicles appeared at the recycling station gate. A group of exoskeleton soldiers, nearly 2 meters tall, stepped heavily out of the vehicles, their footsteps echoing in the quiet morning. The guards' expressions changed drastically, quickly summoning their comrades. In no time, 3 armed squads surrounded these unexpected guests from different directions. Apart from the less experienced tribal warriors, all the mechanical hunters were expressions of apprehension. These armaments unmistakably belonged to the elite forces of the mechanical corps. Advanced defense systems, weapon systems, and implant systems, along with their high-tech, clipless gun standard electromagnetic weapons. Captain, who are they? Are they guests? The naive Fat Xiang asked. Matsushima Keiko, perched on Fat Xiang's shoulder, gave him a sharp slap on the back of his head, making a loud smack. You fool, they're here to cause trouble. Daisira approached with a serious expression, the 3 electromagnetic guns in her hands crackling menacingly. The sound immediately put the exoskeleton soldiers on high alert. Suppressing her anger, Daisira said coldly, honored guests, please state your purpose. The 10 exoskeleton soldiers remained silent, the tension in the air almost suffocating. At that moment, Gao Gong emerged from the building, casually wiping his hands, his eyes scanning the blue armored figures. He suddenly smiled slightly. We meet again, Major Zhou. The leader of the exoskeleton soldiers flipped open his visor with a creak, revealing Zhou Tsung's complex expression. I didn't expect you to become so strong since we last met. Gao Gong wasn't about to back down. You guys aren't too shabby yourselves. A military exoskeleton with its energy intact is a standard battlefield weapon. Zhou Tsung's earpiece buzzed with a teammate's warning. Captain, we're detecting small drones approaching, possibly setting up a firepower perimeter. Without changing his expression, he glanced around and then remarked with a smile, you've done well here, it feels quite lively. The crowd of onlookers continued to grow. The members of the Cable tribe had upgraded their weapons from steel rods to various firearms, glaring fiercely at the unwelcome visitors. Zhou Tsung said earnestly, I'm not your enemy. With your skills, you could escape anywhere, but they can't always get away. I'll go with you. Gao Gong nodded in agreement. I have something to report to your superiors anyway. The word report made Zhou Tsung raise an eyebrow, but he didn't say more, simply gesturing for them to proceed. Suddenly, a petite woman appeared out of nowhere, nervously grabbing Gao Gong's sleeve. Hey, don't go with them, they'll definitely dissect you for research. Gao Gong shook his head with a smile. Don't worry, the beast tide is only a few days away. Even if they research, what could they possibly find? He turned to give instructions. Oh, and bring that box from my surgery room. Zhou Tsung's heart skipped a beat, wondering if this situation had been orchestrated by the other side. In the vehicle, Gao Gong curiously examined the interior, unable to help but compare it to his own more luxurious ride. Zhou Tsung chuckled and pressed a button. revealing a mini-fridge with a bottle of champagne inside. He poured 2 glasses, handing one to Gao Gong, and remarked, "When I escaped the beast tide at the front lines, I thought I'd finally get some rest. But here I am, still fighting, and against the beast tide no less." He shook his head with a bitter smile, downing his drink in one go. Gao Gong took a sip and smiled meaningfully. "You're guest soldiers, I'm a guest general. In a way, we're on the same side." Zhou Tsong paused, not responding, but his expression subtly shifted. Gao Gong asked, "Tell me about the key figures." Zhou Tsong began to explain. Brigadier General Mozhan, a combat regiment leader from the front lines, commands his own elite unit and is known for his martial prowess. Brigadier General Guier, from the equipment system background, isn't much for fighting but excels at acquiring funds, especially for the latest weapons. However, the equipment system is notoriously complex. The gasoline town had transformed dramatically, with military structures seemingly sprouting up overnight. Armored vehicles halted at a trench as wide as a river. Gao Gong shook his head in amazement. "This is quite something. Wait, is that a transport aircraft?" In the sky, an energy zeppelin was approaching the nearby airfield. Zhou Tsong was nonchalant. "It looks like a factory cargo transport, probably delivering equipment." Gao Gong chuckled dryly, his tone inscrutable. "What a coincidence." At the airfield, the massive zeppelin's rear armored section slowly descended with a mechanical roar. This was no mere World War II airship. It was clearly fortified to fend off mechanical flying species attacks, with layer upon layer of reinforced super armor. Zhao Xie stood at the entrance, his expression one of surprise. Coming from a factory background, he naturally took on the reception duties, but he was utterly shocked to see her. As the hatch fully opened, a slender figure appeared at the entrance. She wore a light blue work suit, her sleek ponytail swaying in the wind, hands tucked in her pockets, the hem of her garment flapping dramatically in the gale. The security team's logistics personnel quickly approached, faces plastered with smiles. "Director Du, welcome to the inspection." Internally, they wondered why the factory would send someone for a surprise inspection with a battle looming. Zhao Xie eagerly stepped forward, extending his hand. "Director Du, long time no see." Du Xiaoti's expression remained impassive as she walked, followed by a group of equally expressionless auditors who seemed like emotionless tools. She spoke coolly. "Hello, Engineer Zhao. I am now an inspector for the Heavy Weapons Department of the Equipment Research Institute. I require a complete inventory of your current weaponry and usage records, and I ask for your cooperation in our inspection. Additionally, third-party audits must remain objective and impartial. Our previous working relationship will not impact my current duties, so please do not think otherwise." Zhao Xie's face instantly turned rigid. Strolling down the bustling streets with his hands in his pockets and surrounded by a squad of exoskeleton soldiers, Gao Gong was a man recognized by everyone in the local oasis after his 4-night live battle stream. His terrifying combat skills and astonishing endurance had become the talk of the town. People on the street began to stir. "Whoa, it's him. Who? He looks familiar. The humanoid battle beast? That monster is back?" Zhou Tsong, walking ahead, teased him. "You know, there are rumors now that you alone could take on an entire mechanical army." Gao Gong just shrugged it off. "For days and nights aren't your limit, right?" A gambler shouted from the roadside. One of the exoskeleton soldiers cast a wary glance at the man and shoved him aside. "You'll definitely take first place. I've bet everything I have on you." The gambler persisted. Zhou Tsong sighed. Who knew there'd be such reckless gamblers here too? Gao Gong responded calmly. "Where aren't there gamblers? You and I are gambling with our lives against the radiation beasts." Suddenly, a roar came from ahead. "Lone wolf of the wasteland, halt!" A towering figure over 3 meters tall pushed through the onlookers, storming towards them. "Lone wolf of the wasteland? That was my old nickname. I can't believe someone still remembers it." Gao Gong exclaimed excitedly. "That's way cooler than big muscle guy." People nowadays have no sense of nostalgia. A nickname isn't something you just throw away like a used tissue. Gao Gong looked up at the approaching nostalgic person, trying to determine if he was an old acquaintance. But he quickly realized it was a stranger. The stranger's level of modification was astonishing. He had at least a dozen mechanical attachments, all forcibly implanted by removing human parts. This method, known as component modification, was extremely painful, as the nervous system was directly connected to the equipment, causing intense pain with each use. His limbs, spine, eyes, kidneys, and shoulder blades were a grotesque blend of flesh and machinery. Blood oozed from the implant sites, creating a chilling sight. More surprising was that at least half of the mechanical components on his body weren't available on the market. "Surprised to see me now?" The stranger sneered. "Not becoming my teammate is the regret of your life." Gao Gong frowned and thought, who the heck is this guy? Someone nearby exclaimed, "It's Black God, ranked 7th. Is he going to challenge that monster?" Black God? Never heard of him. Gao Gong was still trying to recall. Zhou Tsung furrowed his brow and signaled the 3 exoskeleton soldiers to move forward. Hunters, get out of the way. Move. Black God roared, and the exhaust ports on his arm opened with a thunderous roar. With a burst of explosive force, his arm swung like a steel beam, striking the 3 exoskeleton soldiers. Despite his massive size, Black God's speed was unexpectedly fast. The exoskeleton soldiers, caught off guard by the sudden attack, were sent flying before they could react. You're asking for it, Zhou Tsung shouted in fury. With the mechanical strength of his exoskeleton, he appeared at Black God's feet in an instant, his palms mini-beam emitters glowing red-hot. In the next moment, a terrifying shockwave swept out in a fan shape, the explosion deafening. Yet the towering figure merely leaned back slightly before a strange sound emanated. Is that all the damage you can do? So weak. I'm truly powerful. Black God slowly lowered his head, revealing 2 rapidly rotating prosthetic eyes and a mechanical face covered in electronic components and wires. The electromagnetic weapons on his body glowed, ready to fire. All the exoskeleton soldiers were infuriated. They had never encountered such an audacious mechanical hunter daring to attack them in broad daylight. Gao Gong's gaze fell on the immense metal arms of his opponent, a sense of familiarity flashing through his mind. I remember now. Gao Gong clapped his hands. You're that gorilla. In Black Death Gorilla. Black God roared, his arms swinging violently as countless gun barrels emerged from his metal arms, ready to unleash a barrage. But just as the situation reached a critical point, Gao Gong vanished before Black God's eyes. Hey, do you really want to fight? If you do, I'm afraid you'll get swarmed. Gao Gong's voice suddenly came from Black God's right. He was gripping Black God's arm with one hand and pointing skyward with the other. 2 high-tech helicopters without rotors had appeared above, their ominous gun barrels glowing red. These were no ordinary helicopters, but level 4 aircraft. Their power source was a closed energy reactor, typically used in artificial satellites. At this moment, these 2 formidable aircraft were ominously aiming at the battlefield below. The main advantage of this energy reactor over a small nuclear reactor is its ability to absorb cosmic rays, allowing for resupply-style space travel. Gao Gong mused that a spacecraft of this caliber would be equipped with genuine energy weapons, and by its level of equipment, it had already crossed the threshold into a second-level civilization. Although Black God was mentally unstable, he wasn't entirely devoid of reason. He glanced warily at the aircraft above, and then fixed his manic gaze on Gao Gong. Remember, he growled through clenched teeth, if you can't be my ally, you'll be my lifelong enemy. One day, I'll rip your head off and wear it as my trophy. Before he finished speaking, Black God turned and barreled through the crowd, disappearing at the bustling street's end. If we weren't shorthanded right now, I'd definitely take that guy out. Zhou Tsung fumed, stomping his foot in anger. Gao Gong, however, remained calm. Don't be mad. Why get angry over a dead man? He explained. Those who sign up for corporate loans might experience a surge in power in the short term, but for the rest of their lives, they'll become mere consumables for corporate products, driven insane by endless human modification. Most of these test subjects don't survive more than 3 months. Gao Gong continued to analyze, saying that for ordinary NPCs, corporate loans were a dead end because they only had one life. But for certain players, it was an exhilarating opportunity. These players specialized in exploiting various corporations, trading reckless modifications for a temporary power boost to break through a mission level or achieve a boss's first kill. This was known as the one-way flow strategy. These rogue players later became a major headache for corporations, with several even being driven to bankruptcy and restructuring. Gao Gong sarcastically concluded, that's what you call fighting fire with fire. Aside from this small incident, everything went smoothly. Before long, Gao Gong was led to a conference room outside the command center. Inside, a critical military meeting seemed to be taking place, and they needed to wait outside for a moment. The hallway was bustling with people, all walking briskly. Zhou Tsung grabbed a familiar face from the logistics department and urgently asked, what's going on? Have the radiation beasts broken through? The person replied briefly and tensely, pretty much. That woman is going through old accounts like crazy, and we're trying to balance them. Fire dragon burns the warehouse. Ghost soldiers borrowing grain. Great omen, Gao Gong remarked nonchalantly. Zhou Tsung glared at him fiercely, while Gao Gong feigned innocence, focusing his gaze downward. Another conference room's entrance was also gradually filling with people. Gao Gong once again sensed a hostile gaze. Following the line of sight, he saw a young man glaring at him angrily. What's this about now? Recently, there seemed to be a lot of unknown enemies, Gao Gong muttered to himself. A person shouldn't fall into the same pit twice. He thought for a moment and finally remembered it was that security officer named Zhao Xie. Wasn't he at odds with Tiepi? How can hatred be transferred? Gao Gong wondered, puzzled. Zhao Xie suddenly spoke, his voice filled with rage. Having a woman stand up for you. You're truly despicable. Gao Gong squinted, wondering if this guy knew about his relationship with Du Zhaodi, or if he was actually referring to Black Rose. After all, Sister Rose was quite intimidating and might be scheming something in the background. With so many women involved, he couldn't quite tell which one Zhao Xie was talking about. Unable to figure it out, Gao Gong simply asked, "Which woman are you referring to?" Zhao Xie looked at him incredulously, silently cursing. People can be shameless, but how can one be shameless to such an extent? Gao Gong quickly explained, please don't misunderstand. What if that woman is my mother?" Zhao Xie gritted his teeth and said, "I saw it back then. You're a deceitful, boastful scoundrel. Using lies to deceive her, claiming you'd make something of yourself, and this is the result? Letting her risk her life on the battlefield?" Gao Gong squinted again and retorted, "What's your relationship with Du Zhaodi? Oh, to be precise, do we even know each other?" Zhao Xie took a deep breath and angrily said, "Of course you don't know me. Back then in the factory, you were so conspicuous, and I was so insignificant. But look at us now, you, a useless hunter struggling to get by, and me, an official representative of the security team. When I get my hands on you, I'll make you understand what it means to wish you were dead." Oh, Gao Gong nonchalantly picked his nose, thinking that these days, everyone seemed to be acting unpredictably. He hadn't even brushed his teeth in the morning, yet he suddenly had two mortal enemies. Clearly, there was a lack of interactive storylines here. After pondering for a moment, he figured that since they were already mortal enemies, it wouldn't hurt to provoke a bit more. So, he explained in a speculative tone, "Mr. Zhao, Captain Zhao, is there some misunderstanding between us?" Zhao Xie lifted his chin, snorted coldly, and dismissed him with disdain. Gao Gong continued, "For instance, making something of oneself doesn't necessarily refer to ambition. It could also be a position, right?" Before he could finish, the conference room doors suddenly opened, and a group of people ushered Gao Gong into the room. However, as he was being led inside, he seemed to hear a sound behind him resembling a bull snorting. Is the bull angry? Gao Gong wondered to himself. Although the meeting room wasn't crowded, everyone present held significant status. A brigadier general, senior military officers, AI robots, and logistics supervisors were gathered together, along with a few cyber hackers whose implant pods covered most of their faces. All eyes were instinctively focused on the young engineer. This young man wore a faint, elusive smile on his face, neither mocking nor respectful. As he slightly bowed and his gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across the room, everyone felt their hair stand on end. It was as if they were being watched by a fierce and dangerous beast, and even the shadow beneath the engineer's feet seemed to twist and writhe, ready to transform into a monstrous creature at any moment. In this tense atmosphere, a thunderous voice broke the silence, exclaiming, "Good, good. What a mechanical hunter." The voice belonged to a super-enhanced figure seated at the head of the table, a towering figure nearly 3 meters tall. His admiring gaze was locked onto the engineer. The young engineer squinted slightly, assessing the formidable General Mozhan. Unlike the bulky and chaotic mechanical components of a mechanical gorilla, Ma Shan's armor seamlessly combined beauty and intimidation. Despite his massive size, he moved with remarkable grace. The engineer had only ever sensed such a presence in class radiation beasts. He quickly calculated, this guy's physical modifications must exceed 50 points, with mechanical capabilities surpassing 500 points. And that figure didn't even include weapon systems, armor systems, and external equipment. Considering all these factors, even a super mechanical gorilla king would struggle to compete. An elderly brigadier general smiled and remarked, "Who would have thought that in our oasis, we would encounter a mechanical hunter?" This title signified someone capable of causing significant damage to large mechanical systems, akin to an A-level boss capable of rivaling an entire mechanical army. The engineer humbly bowed his head and replied, "I'm flattered, just trying to make a living." His modest demeanor pleased General Jevier, who thought this strong individual wasn't as arrogant as he had imagined. Jevier approvingly said, "Very well. I believe you'll prove invaluable when the beast tide arrives." Just then, a senior officer interjected, "But no matter how strong one person is, facing the impending beast tide alone is an insurmountable challenge." Following this, an officer from the equipment department chimed in, "One person isn't enough. Only a team stands a chance. Our security corps may have powerful firepower, but they struggle with endurance. If you could share your body modification technology with our corps to withstand the beast tide, our success rate could increase by at least 30. Of course, we wouldn't expect you to sacrifice for nothing. Whether it's weapons, equipment, or prosthetics, we can provide whatever you need." The engineer chuckled inwardly, recognizing the ploy to exchange products for core technology. Just as he was about to speak, the conference room door suddenly swung open, and a confident young woman with a ponytail strode in. Her eyes scanned the room before settling on General Jevier. "Director Du, we're in the middle of a meeting," Jevier frowned. A group of logistics personnel immediately approached, saying, "Director, we can report all these issues to you." Yes, director. Let's step outside first. However, faced with Du Xiaoti's commanding presence, no one dared to actually intervene. Jevier sensed trouble. Although the factory director's position was equivalent to a major in the security corps, a role he typically disregarded, during this period of scrutiny, she wielded significant power. If the battle situation turned unfavorable and problems were uncovered in the equipment system, he could be left to take the blame. He maintained his composure and asked gently, Director Du, is there something you need? General, there are some things in the equipment data I don't understand and need you to clarify, Du Xiaoti said directly. All right, please wait for a moment in the adjacent room, and I'll be with you shortly, Jevier attempted to placate her. However, Du Xiaoti's gaze fell on the engineer, a flicker of excitement in her eyes that she quickly suppressed. She turned to Jevier and said, I need to know the content and timing of your meeting. I want to ensure this isn't just another waste of time. Before Jevier could respond, the engineer, with a smile, interjected, the meeting is about my body modification technology. The generals believe my technology has the potential to change the course of the battle. At these words, everyone present felt a jolt of anxiety. The situation was becoming precarious. Indeed, Du Xiaoti looked at the engineer with interest before finally saying, Bring me a chair. General Jevier, I trust you won't mind if I listen in. Jervil's lips twitched, his expression stiffened, and suddenly, in a fit of anger, he shouted, What are you standing around for? Get a chair for the review committee. Mozhang glanced at his old comrade with amusement. As a frontline mechanical warrior, he had access to the most advanced weaponry and wasn't overly obsessed with mastering the technology. However, seeing the old schemer caught off guard brought him a certain satisfaction. A major cleared his throat, steering the conversation back on track. Given the situation, what are your thoughts? This matter can wait, Gao Gong said sharply, his smile vanishing as he spoke with gravity. But there's something I want to ask the Legion generals. While our mechanical hunters are fighting fiercely on the front lines to protect the oasis, where were you when our comrades were being assassinated? Gao Gong rattled off a list of 20 or 30 names. Three-Hand Daisy, Mechanic Huang Wan, Wilson, Hounder, Bomber. The expressions of the high-ranking officials present began to shift. Some were bewildered. Others frowned in confusion, some burned with anger, and a few looked visibly alarmed. Assassinated? Are you serious? Mozhang frowned, genuinely unaware of the situation. He wasn't lying. He truly knew nothing about it. For one, mechanical hunters, as mercenaries, often perished quickly on the battlefield. They could rise to fame today and be buried in foreign lands tomorrow. Secondly, as the situation evolved, skirmishes gave way to large-scale army operations, diminishing the role of mechanical hunters. With military affairs pressing, who would overly concern themselves with the fate of cannon fodder? However, the word assassination signaled something far more sinister. An orchestrator behind this beast tide. What's your evidence? Jervil's face darkened. Aside from the implication of a mastermind, he also sensed another layer of meaning. Someone was covering up the truth. The security corps had a mole. Gao Gong opened a small portable nutrient chamber. Inside the glass jar was a human head. A Night Corps fighter, Theodore, my defeated opponent, Gao Gong calmly introduced. What can a head prove? A lieutenant colonel questioned discontentedly. Director Zhou chimed in. To extract memory fragments from a head requires very specialized equipment. We could enlist a company specializing in mental connections, but time might not be on our side. Gao Gong shot him a cold glance. No need to trouble yourself. I have my own methods. Under the astonished eyes of the crowd, Gao Gong's right hand began to transform. It became soft, transparent, and eventually morphed into a tendril covered in light dots. The tendril pierced straight through the glass casing, into the head's temple. A viscous substance was slowly absorbed by the tendril. Gao Gong activated a special effects generator, and the scene unfolded. The image showed two people, Theodore and Director Zhou. I need the list of mechanical hunters who made the ranking, Director Zhou said in a low voice. What do you intend to do with it? Theodore asked warily. That's not your concern. If there's a large-scale assassination, what's my way out? Don't worry, we'll find a good place for you. What's the point of eating sand in this radiation zone? Director Zhou's face turned ashen. The scene continued to split, showing 2, 3, for different scenes, all with similar content. Shockingly, a major and a lieutenant colonel present were also featured in these scenes. Ma Xiang's eyes were as sharp as a hawk's as he slowly stood up, smirking. I didn't expect so many traitors. Arrest them immediately, Jervil commanded, and a line of battle robots stormed in, their electronic eyes glowing blue as they locked onto the targets and pinned the suspects to the ground. Some shouted their innocence, while others remained silent. Jervil turned to Mozhang. Isolate them for investigation first, then, if guilty, we'll take them to the military court. Mozhang sensed something. There seemed to be a hint of protection in Jervil's words. These three appear to be from logistics. Was it to save face, or? No need to trouble the generals. We'll take revenge for our comrades ourselves. Gao Gong, who had been cooperating until now, suddenly revealed his true nature. His hand transformed into a fearsome claw, which he thrust into Director Zhou's neck. The sound of the biological siphon was sickening as Zhou was drained into a husk, his eyes rolling out of their sockets. A system notification echoed in Gao Gong's mind. Mission complete, experience 1500, security core favor 500, Ant Xiang favor 200. What are you doing? Even General Mozhang, who had been supportive of Gao Gong, was furious, his mechanical body emitting a deafening roar. The favor of the security corps was clearly not the same as that of some influential figures. Someone had dared to kill in front of them, a blatant provocation. One by one, battle robots over 2 meters tall surrounded Gao Gong. Many eyes glimmered with greed. They had long coveted Gao Gong's modification technology. With ample justification now, why pay for it? Exoskeleton soldiers poured in from every corridor, while drones hovered menacingly with their guns aimed from outside the windows. Just as Mozhang was about to demand Gao Gong's surrender, Gao Gong preempted him, turning to Du Xiaodi. I'm willing to transfer my technology to the factory in exchange for your protection. What do you say, beautiful? In a tense situation, a subtle shift occurred with Gao Gong's words. Du Xiaodi, as a factory inspector, represented the factory's stance to some extent. Everyone wanted the new technology, and the factory was no exception. A smile appeared on Du Xiaodi's face as she looked at Gao Gong. Is your technology really that impressive? Gao Gong cleared his throat, his tone carrying a hint of pride. Of course, it's impressive. Even women say it's great. Ahem, what I mean is, our technology has the power to control radiation beasts. If you don't believe me, let me show you. Before he finished speaking, Gao Gong suddenly wrapped an arm around Du Xiaodi's waist. In the next moment, the entire space seemed to be disturbed by an invisible force. The lights flickered violently, emitting a harsh buzzing sound. All electronic devices and signals were severely disrupted, and the exoskeleton soldiers and combat robots froze instantly. Outside the window, a drone emitted a screech, with smoke curling from its muzzle. With a wave of his hand, the glass shattered. Gao Gong took 2 strides and leaped out of the window from at least 5 floors up. Du Xiaodi clung tightly to his chest, feeling the heat radiating from him, unsure if it was his face or hers that was flushed. Do you like it? Gao Gong's voice came through. Du Xiaodi looked up, amazed by the sight before her. The surroundings had completely transformed, with rainbow-like lights encircling them, painting the sky in vibrant colors. The air whistled past, and people on the ground seemed as small as ants. They glided effortlessly between the towering buildings, like birds in flight. It took a while for Du Xiaodi to recover from the exhilarating experience. She gazed at Gao Gong with admiration, unable to utter a word, only tightening her grip around him. Upon landing, Du Xiaodi quickly regained her composed demeanor. She calmly analyzed, if you possess such technology, we can leave immediately. My private jet can take you away. Gao Gong shook his head with a smile. They won't let me go. They wouldn't before, and now even less so. Gao Gong briefly explained his abilities. Leader template, radiation field control. Effect 1. Electronic mastery, affecting all electronic devices within the radiation field. Effect 2. Mutant energy collection, empowering weapons by gathering radiation energy. Effect 3. Beast manipulation, granting or stripping blessings from radiation beasts below rank within the field. Even though Du Xiaodi wasn't a combatant, she immediately recognized the significance of such abilities. A radiation field controlled by a single individual could alter the entire battlefield dynamics. The simplest example was that under Gao Gong's protection, the security team's electronic devices could function without interference. For this reason alone, the security team wouldn't let Gao Gong leave. Why didn't you just say so? Du Xiaodi asked earnestly. With such a unique ability, why did you call me here? Can't I just miss you? Gao Gong replied with a smile. Unlike Sister Rose, who sought thrills during work, Du Xiaodi, the wealthy screw queen, was meticulous once she entered work mode. Gao Gong shook his head and explained, honestly, I'm not worried about those mechanical augmenters. At least I can run if I can't win. But if those cyber hackers make their move, I might not be able to stop them. Cyber hackers differed from ordinary hackers by hacking into human brains, using various methods to control bodies. Those few hackers, who remained silent and almost unnoticeable, were the ones Gao Gong feared the most. For this reason, he didn't hesitate to reveal 2 trump cards. One was a psychic tendril, and the other was Du Xiaodi. The former could temporarily block the hacker's intrusion, while the latter ensured the situation didn't spiral out of control. By the way, what exactly is that tendril? Du Xiaodi asked, unable to hold back her curiosity. She didn't like slimy things, and if Gao Gong turned into a tentacle monster, she would be uncomfortable. Sister Rose, on the other hand, might find it exciting. Oh, that. Gao Gong extended his palm, and a blue, translucent tendril emerged from his hand, floating in midair. Aside from its shape, The Braininajar offspring is quite beautiful. With a thought, the tendril transformed into a blue orb of light, hovering above their heads, dreamlike and surreal. Name: Offspring Braininajar. Energy level: C. Species: Primary information entity. Information level: 56. Health: 200,200. Biological attributes: Strength 1, Agility 1, Endurance 1, Intelligence 1, Perception 1. Skills: Memory extraction LV6, Trunk informatization LV4 Advanced, Information barrier LV3 Advanced, Information devour LV2 Elite. Note: this is a rare information life form. Although it's very young, it has limitless potential. Gaogong didn't care about its future potential, nor did he plan to nurture it with brain matter. What mattered to him was that the next step in his transformation was finally in sight. The brain flower was considerate, sending exactly what he needed. He would repay it by providing a few factories for it to consume. In his memory, at its peak, the order had over 100 biofactories operating simultaneously, producing a continuous stream of beast soldiers. Although the current situation wasn't at its peak, there were still 3 or 4 dozen underground factories available. Some biomanufacturing plants are nearly as large as mechanical factories. This thought brought a glint to Gao Gong's eyes, and a knowing smile crept across his lips. Director Du, interested in becoming a factory manager? He asked half-jokingly. Du Xiaodi was taken aback, her brow furrowing. Being a factory manager isn't easy, she said seriously. You need several new equipment production lines, which are the secrets of large enterprises. And to become a manager, you must first join the mechanical committee of this continent, the highest authority in the factory system. Only those with great achievements can enter. She paused, adding, you could say that each of the dozens of factory managers has the backing of major enterprises. Are you exaggerating again? Du Xiaodi questioned, eyeing Gao Gong skeptically. Gao Gong was about to retort playfully when his right cybernetic eye emitted a sharp, buzzing noise. His expression instantly turned serious as a blue sphere of light rapidly transformed into countless tendrils, enveloping them both in a cocoon-like barrier. Outside, the sound of electrical discharges crackled. This is the countryside, without a cyber network. If anyone wants to hack into my mind, they'll have to get past my tendrils first, Gao Gong sneered. The next moment, the radiation field flared up again, stirring the air with various radiation waves. Although cyber hackers typically infiltrate the human mind through sensory signals rather than electronic ones, and the radiation field has minimal effect, these sensory signals require electronic signals to be most effective. In this radiation-heavy zone, where even local networks are severely disrupted, the hacker's attack was significantly hindered. Gao Gong's vision blurred and then cleared again, indicating the intrusion had failed. He snorted. It's rude not to reciprocate. Little brain, initiate data devour. The transparent tendrils lit up with a series of mental nodes, resembling eyeballs sprouting fleshy tendrils. A cyber hacker's shadow flickered in the air, followed by a harrowing scream. A system notification sounded in Gao Gong's mind. You have defeated the Legion hacker Bai Yong in the cyber invasion battle, gaining 316 experience points. However, before Gao Gong could celebrate, the special effects device on his collar activated, and the conference room scene reappeared. The image flickered, clearly affected by the radiation field's interference. In the room, only 2 brigadiers' faces were clear, indicating a private conversation. Let's negotiate, Grieville said bluntly. We can't beat you, but we also can't let you leave. State your terms. Mo Shanshan laughed heartily. Smart kid. You've picked a good time. Gao Gong grinned, secretly pleased. As expected, once they realized they couldn't handle him, their tone shifted dramatically. My terms? Let me think, he mused deliberately. Director Du has contributed greatly. How about a spot on the mechanical committee? With the virtual intrusion severed, the faces of the 2 brigadiers in the meeting room turned grim. After a long pause, Grieville forced a smile. Cunning little devil. You've got us all figured out. Mo Shanshan snorted. This kid and that woman named Du are definitely in cahoots. They're orchestrating to get a mechanical committee member, then have us file a report to establish a wartime factory, and finally, move the human modification technology production line to the new factory. It's a seamless plan. All we get is 50 of the patent and priority purchasing rights. Quite a deal. The 2 generals looked sullen. This move was like getting something for nothing. If he succeeded, his status would soar, transforming from a lackey to an elite in the desert. Let's agree to it for now, keep him happy. We can settle accounts later, Mo Shanshan suggested to Grieville. Greville's expression grew even darker. As the mechanical general stationed here, he was the one truly making sacrifices. A spot on the mechanical committee would cost him considerable connections and offend many people. There are only 40 seats on the committee, and adding someone means someone else must step aside. Who would willingly give up their seat? Think of the bigger picture, Mo Shanshan emphasized. Grieville sighed deeply. Let's go with it for now. Back in his office, Grieville immediately pulled up the profiles of Gao Gong and Du Xiaodi. As expected, they both hailed from the same factory, which had recruited many war orphans post-conflict, following the Mother City's mechanical directive. But Grieville soon noticed an interesting detail. There was a third orphan from that time, who happened to be under his command. Moments later, Zhao Xia was summoned to the office. "Greetings, General." Zhao Xia was a bit nervous, as Director Zhou was his direct superior, and the person before him was even higher up. Grieville pointed to two photos on the desk. "Do you know these two?" Zhao Xia hesitated for a moment, then nodded. A glint flashed in Greville's eyes. "Since you know them, that makes things easier. I have an important task for you. Do it well, and Director Zhou's position will be yours." On the tarmac of Motor City, the mechanical airship took to the skies once again. 6 energy jets emitted blue flames, and countless vents within the airship autonomously adjusted airflow. Thanks to its unique fluid structure, passengers felt no discomfort during takeoff. Du Xiaodi gazed out the window, watching the vehicles on the tarmac shrink until the entire Motor City became just a tiny black dot. She glanced around. Besides herself, there were Gao Gong, Zhao Xie, and an entire tactical squad of exoskeleton soldiers. Leading the team was still Major Zhou Tsong, whose expression was complex as he sighed. "Let's hope for a pleasant collaboration this time, Major Gao." Gao Gong, now a military advisor for the security regiment and holding the rank of major, responded with a cheerful smile. "Of course, when have we ever had an unpleasant collaboration?" He glanced at Zhao Xie and then at Du Xiaodi, who was intently going through some documents. "The three of us from the factory are back together. We may not form a party branch, but we can certainly have a class reunion. Right, Xiao Zhao?" Zhao Xie's face darkened as he took a deep breath and forced a smile. "You're right, Major Gao. May I ask, who's more senior, Major or your team leader?" "Tisk, even a lieutenant can make life unbearable. So imagine what a major can do." Gao Gong mused for a moment, then looked at Du Xiaodi with interest. "I get it, it's to flirt with women." Du Xiaodi shot him a disapproving glance and waved the documents in her hand. This ponytailed young woman had just received committee membership yesterday and was already enthusiastically drafting equipment application reports for the factory. Zhao Xie forced a strained smile and said, "I'll go get some fresh air." "He's here to steal our technology," Du Xiaodi said without looking up. "They won't admit defeat so easily. What can we do?" Gao Gong shrugged. "If they want technology, let them have it. Open the market, compete fairly." Du Xiaodi gave him a serious look to make sure he wasn't joking, then gently squeezed his hand before returning to her work. Gao Gong pondered for a moment, opened the system panel, and poured experience into his first secondary profession. The system notified him that he had upgraded industrial material science and mechanical modification to level 5, gaining the ability to modify, repair, and synthesize most mechanical materials, as well as skills in mechanical design principles and performance upgrades. At the same time, his level 4 junior worker in the 4th factory had reached level 5, triggering the transfer task for a level 3 intermediate worker. The task involved finding a veteran to get familiar with the mechanical factory's processes and roles, as well as performing maintenance on 10 mechanical bodies. Gao Gong understood that all transfer tasks were closely related to actual work, with each stage from child laborer to senior worker having specific skill requirements. Gao Gong grasped Du Xiaodi's hand earnestly and said, "Director Du, please guide me. I want to join the factory." Du Xiaodi blinked, looking puzzled. Their destination this time was the third link in the classical hunter quest chain, the cemetery of veteran mechanical hunters. It lay beyond the boundaries of Motor City, across 2 oases, nearing the edge of the Central Desert. In this region, the Central Desert was not bordered by the Western Desert, but by what was called the Blue Desert. The frontline mechanical corps fought not against land beasts, but against marine radiation species. On most life-bearing planets, the number of marine species far exceeds that of land species. With the industrial development of mechanical civilizations, or the genetic restructuring of carbon-based civilizations, land species are rapidly declining. The Hydra campaign was merely the precursor to the Beast Machine calamity, its impact limited to Mechanical City. The real Beast Machine calamity affected 22 colonies, resulting in an interstellar war spanning all colonies. The war's main forces came from the ocean, combining biological warships with mechanical species and mechanized super-ocean life forms. The battlefield was an endless ocean, making the situation even more complex. Even a formidable city like the Mother City suffered losses of several colonies in the Sealand War. If it weren't for the internal vulnerabilities caused by the Beast Machine disaster in the 3 major mother cities, the final cyber tide might have been difficult to launch successfully. It's important to note that the Mother City had the backing of a galaxy cluster-level advanced civilization. On the front line, the troops were fiercely battling the seafloor radiation beasts that continuously emerged from the ocean. Although the radiation field in the no man's land severely disrupted aerial surveillance quality, the transformation of large red areas to black on the map was still clearly visible. Recalling the past, the westward expedition of the classical mechanical hunters almost spanned the entire Central Desert. Unfortunately, The sudden onset of biological rejection led to a dismal end for this post-disaster human rescue effort. Just when hope seemed to fade, Old Sun became a deserter, or rather, a gravekeeper. He stored invaluable biological modification data and some individuals' remains at the Western Expedition's endpoint, a place known as the Hunter's Grave. Major Gao, please come to the cockpit. Zhou Tsung's voice came through the speaker, tinged with tension. Engineer Gao, who was pretending to nap, opened his eyes, gave Du Xiaodi a reassuring look, and quickly headed to the cockpit. Once the door closed, Zhou Tsung got straight to the point. We've got trouble. Gao glanced at the onboard radar, which displayed chaotic numbers. Through the window, he could clearly see the storm clouds forming a massive vortex under the gloomy sky. How can there be thunderclouds when the atmosphere is clogged with nuclear waste? Gao asked in disbelief. It's a thundercloud eel, an oceanic radiation creature. It can whip up fierce winds and waves at sea, even capsizing ships, posing a major problem for colonial transportation, Zhou Tsung explained, wiping cold sweat from his brow. Gao didn't ask how they came ashore. He simply focused on the frost forming on the window glass. What's your suggestion? The pilot proposed two options. 1. We force our way through before the thunderstorm fully forms. 2. We divert to the nearest oasis and wait for the storm to pass before proceeding. How long would we have to wait? At least 5 days. Gao sighed. According to the command center's plan, they were supposed to depart in the morning and return by evening, using 3D technology to print a temporary factory and airdrop various equipment. If everything went smoothly, they could manufacture biological weapons by nightfall. The beast tide attack was expected within the next day or two. Waiting 5 days would be too late. What level of beast is the thundercloud eel? Gao asked. By radiation beast standards, it's a clevel, but the energy within oceanic radiation species is generally 2 to 3 times that of land radiation beasts. No choice, we have to push through, Gao ordered. Shut down all electronic devices and energy weapons, minimize the power of the energy reactor. Prepare landing gear for everyone, ready for airdrop at any moment. After a pause, he added, open the hatch and let me out. The crew immediately sprang into action. As the hatch opened, the violent wind and waves hit Gao's face like a knife. He activated the enhanced motor on his knees and climbed the ladder step by step to the top of the airship, braving the gale. Fortunately, the gaps between the top armor provided a foothold, so he wasn't worried about being blown away. Gao donned the neural frequency amplifier, instantly sensing a typewriter-like rapid clicking sound emanating from within the storm. According to Zhou Tsung, many colonial cargo ships deviated from their course and eventually disappeared after hearing this sound. Taking a deep breath, Gao expanded the radiation field. A blue glow instantly enveloped the entire airship. In his view, the radiation field of the sky was more of a stream of charged particles rather than neutron radiation. Even a nuclear war wouldn't reach the ocean floor. Ocean radiation species are more likely energy mutations than radiation mutations, Gao thought. Suddenly, a blue eel, several meters long, emerged from the thunderclouds. Its surface shimmered with circuit-like patterns, and it had 4 pairs of dragonfly wings on its sides, resembling a flying serpent, curiously gazing at Gao. Gao remained unfazed, as transparent tendrils extended from his temples, swaying gently. Using the neural frequency amplifier, he tried his best to emit friendly emotions. Typically, as long as high-level radiation beasts didn't attack proactively, lower-level ones wouldn't easily provoke them. However, the behavior of oceanic mutant species was still unclear. Fortunately, the blue eel behaved quite docilely. It curiously nudged the airship's armor before swimming away, allowing Gao to breathe a sigh of relief. Thus, in the storm, Gao simultaneously expanded the radiation field to disguise the airship as a mechanical beast and guided the pilot's direction through subunits, essentially becoming a human radar. As long as he wasn't unlucky enough to be struck by lightning, they should be able to pass through without much trouble. The wind strengthened and weakened, and the storm was visibly receding behind them. Gao hadn't yet relaxed when his eyes suddenly twitched. A dozen or so eels were charging at them aggressively. He had encountered these thundercloud eels in the storm before, but only 2 or 3 at a time, and they had cautiously avoided them. How could there suddenly be so many? These eels charged into the radiation field with great momentum. Gao quickly signaled the exoskeleton warriors, who were ready to attack, to hold their fire. Within his radiation field, he didn't sense any ambition from them to challenge him. Instead, they seemed to be in a very anxious physiological state, much like they were in a hurry to lay eggs. In the center of the lounge on the mechanical airship, a large ornamental fish tank captured everyone's attention. However, the once colorful bionic fish were now in a pitiful state. They had been electrocuted, their skins torn apart, and electronic components floated on the water's surface like innards. In their place were 8 juvenile thundercloud electric eels, each over a meter long. These mutated marine creatures were restless in the confined space, their tails sparking with electricity, with blue light flickering constantly in the water. The generator is here, someone exclaimed. Two exoskeleton-clad soldiers quickly connected a backup generator to the tank. The intense voltage caused the electric eels to emit a series of contented hums, finally calming down. The onlookers exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Just then, Gao Gong entered the cabin carrying 8 large fish, prompting a chorus of exclamations. Zhou Tsong hesitated for a moment before explaining, "Those thundercloud electric eels must have mistaken you for an ecological beast." "What is an ecological beast?" Zhaoxia couldn't help but ask. Du Zhaodi replied softly, "When a whale falls, all life thrives. The whale is the ecological beast. The ocean's living environment is far more complex than on land, and mutated creatures tend to join an energy ecosystem to coexist. The organizer of such ecosystems is the ecological beast. Simply put, an ecological beast is like a small-scale beast tide." Zhou added, "I've fought near the coast and seen mechanical giant whales as large as aircraft carriers and strange life forms that control entire fleets. Countless mutated sea beasts breed and spread among the vessels. The appearance of such ecological beasts poses a huge challenge to the mechanical core." Gao Gong stroked his chin thoughtfully. "They must think I'm their nanny." Zhaoxia panicked. "Shouldn't we get rid of them? What if those giant eels come looking for them?" Gao Gong glanced at Zhaoxia as if he were an idiot. "If someone leaves their child at your place and you throw them out, do you think their parents won't come after you?" Zhou Tsong extended his armored hand, and before he even touched the glass, the air was thick with electric charge, forming finger-like shapes that crackled. The eels in the water turned suddenly, their fist-sized eyes warily watching him. Zhou Tsong withdrew his hand, shaking his head. "There's no need to be so pessimistic. This might be a good thing. The seabed is richer in resources than land, and mining underwater minerals can't rely on just one type of radiation beast. Marine radiation beasts are more inclined to cooperate in foraging than engage in conflict. They are more herbivorous than carnivorous, of course, as long as they don't initiate a sea tide. With these thundercloud electric eels' pheromones, at least on the way back, we won't have to worry about being attacked by lightning storms." He continued, "If you disregard the danger, these eels are actually beautiful creatures. Their blue, nearly transparent bodies, jewel-like eyes, and the shimmering glow they emit would have certainly been worshipped as water gods in ancient times." Gao Gong stared at the attributes displayed on the system, murmuring to himself, "At least we won't have to worry about the factory running out of power." Attribute panel. Name: Thundercloud Electric Eel Juvenile. Health: 16601660. Stamina: 300,300. Bioenergy: 3,530. Biological attributes: Strength 12, Agility 17, Endurance 19, Intelligence 8, Perception 12. Skills: Charge LV7, Hydroelectric Generation LV6, Advanced Thunder LV4. Elite note: provide it with a superior living environment and treat it with care, and it will be your best bioelectric plant. Aside from the surprise of the thundercloud electric eels, the journey was smooth. By around 3 in the afternoon, Gao Gong and his team successfully reached the outskirts of the hunter's tomb. It was a colossal forest, far exceeding the concrete jungles of urban areas in scale. Standing within it, Gao Gong felt a serene power, as if facing a deity walking the earth. Suddenly, the exoskeleton soldier scouting ahead made a discreet gesture. Gao Gong pulled Du Zhaodi behind a tree. Not far away, a sinewy horned antelope appeared. It stood over 2 meters tall, with 2 horns like bent steel bars atop its head, wrapped in a streamlined mechanical helmet, and muscles distinctly visible below the neck. The antelope leisurely walked to a tree, curling its tongue around metal fallen leaves on the ground, chewing slowly for 5 minutes before leaving at a relaxed pace. The exoskeleton soldier signaled all clear, and the group continued forward. At a waterfall, they encountered another mechanical bio-beast. This time, it was a mechanical rhino 3 stories high, its body covered in massive metal modules, with cable-like mane running along its spine, and 4 jet vents on its sides. It stood under the waterfall, letting the water wash over its steel frame, and every 5 minutes, it would release a jet of murky water from the vents, resembling a giant car wash in progress. After a full half-hour, the mechanical rhino finally emerged slowly from the waterfall, shaking its head as if trying to dry off the water droplets clinging to its body. It didn't travel far before it settled down on a rocky outcrop. Its electronic eyes flickered a few times before suddenly going dark, entering a sleep mode. Gao Gong assessed the situation quietly. This mechanical rhino was evidently much more formidable than the antelope he'd encountered earlier. While it wasn't quite at a level, it was probably around AC level in terms of strength. Besides, he had also noticed the presence of mechanical ostriches, armored yaks, and folding-winged ducks, all thriving peacefully in this area. So peaceful, Du Zhaodi couldn't help but remark. Compared to the violent chaos of the beast tides and the constant threats in the city zones, this place resembled a peculiar zoo, albeit one where the animals were all part mechanical beings. We're almost at the location you mentioned, Zhou suddenly reminded them. Gao Gong glanced at the map and nodded in confirmation. Yes, we're close. He hadn't concealed the fact that he'd inherited the legacy of a classical mechanical hunter, a backstory that conveniently explained his newfound powers and prevented unnecessary suspicion. Be careful, something has triggered my alarm system, Zhou said with a frown. He pressed a button on his exoskeleton, causing panels on his forearms to open and releasing two palm-sized drones. These little machines quickly vanished from sight. Zhou turned, the electronic glow of his eye sensors sweeping over Gao Gong. Instantly, Gao Gong's cybernetic eye displayed a small window, sharing the drone's perspective. He sighed inwardly, realizing he needed to install a firewall for himself, even a basic one, to prevent his cybernetic body from being as exposed as a sieve. Through the drone's view, they saw the thick white mist ahead. Shortly after the drones entered the fog, the window in Gao Gong's vision turned to static. The drones have been attacked, Zhou said gravely. Wild viruses, electronic life forms, or just physical attacks? Gao Gong inquired. Not sure, but the last image from the data terminal showed a humanoid figure. A humanoid figure? Surely not a scavenger, Gao Gong raised an eyebrow, thinking it was more likely a mutated wild human. Soon, the group reached the edge of the mist. Zhou divided them into three smaller teams. Gao Gong and Du Xiaodi formed one team, he and Zhaoxia another, while two other exoskeleton warriors formed the third. The remaining personnel stayed on the perimeter to ensure no issues arose outside while they explored the mist. Seeing Gao Gong and Du Xiaodi paired together, Zhaoxia opened his mouth as if to speak, but then closed it again. He knew he couldn't be in the same group as Gao Gong, and Du Xiaodi wouldn't pay attention to him, so he chose to remain silent. Gao Gong took Du Xiaodi's hand and activated a radiation field as they entered the mist. Surprisingly, the usually infallible radiation field failed to work, as if an invisible wall was blocking all the energy. Gao Gong couldn't sense anything. This must be a new type of stealth material, similar to radar-absorbing coatings, but it blocks energy rays instead of electronic signals, Du Xiaodi speculated, scanning the mist with a professional eye. Looks like we've definitely arrived, Gao Gong said, blinking his right eye twice to switch to infrared vision. In this mode, the fog had little effect. He thought to himself, this is meant to block radiation beasts, not mechanical modifiers? As they ventured further, they soon discovered a massive corpse. Wow, it's huge, Gao Gong exclaimed. This corpse was only slightly smaller than the mechanical rhino, still towering as high as a two-story building. What was even more astonishing was that the creature was a gigantic, steel-plated lobster. Its shell was covered with a thick layer of ice. Du Xiaodi put on radiation-proof gloves and picked up a stone to chip away at the ice. Her skilled movements showed she was no stranger to hard labor. After chipping off a piece of ice, the ponytailed girl pulled out a flashlight. Under the light, the ice's surface didn't display the usual hexagonal patterns, but instead looked like a powdery texture, as if countless tiny needle points were sealed within. It's nuclear ice. It must have come from the ocean, Du Xiaodi explained. Nuclear ice, also known as nuclear winter ice, is a byproduct of nuclear winter, typically found on glaciers at sea level. After a planet-shaping war, heat and light became rare, while cold, damp, and solitude became the norm for this planet. Gao Gong circled the massive lobster corpse, finding no obvious wounds. Maybe it starved to death, or froze, he joked to Du Xiaodi, who responded with a playful eye roll. Soon, they found a second corpse, which reminded Gao Gong of a paper he'd read in Professor Han's lab. The possibility of marine humanoids existing, even in the vast cosmos, with countless civilizations like stars in the sky, carbon-based life forms remain predominant. Gao Gong stood in the lab, his gaze sweeping over the peculiar humanoid creature before him, his mind racing with thoughts. The creature had fully formed limbs, but its hands and feet were noticeably atrophied, and its facial features were unsettling: a flat, flounder-like face, nostrils as large as coins, and hair that resembled a cross between octopus tentacles and nerve bundles, sending shivers down one's spine. Zhao Di instinctively touched her arm, retreating behind Gao Gong. The ponytailed young woman didn't mind mechanical modifications. In fact, she thought they could enhance a man's appeal. However, this slimy, bizarre entity made her skin crawl. Gao Gong leaned in for a closer look and noticed a conspicuous blood hole in the creature's chest, covered with dried green ooze. What puzzled him more was the absence of any reproductive organs, not even a reproductive opening. Could it be a clone? Gao Gong muttered to himself, his eyes falling on the creature's waist tag. Lifeform 3151, it read, with blue water technology engraved on the back. Yet, what truly caught Gao Gong's attention was the emblem above the Taga colossal mechanical figure blotting out the sun, unmistakably the symbol of Cybertron, one of the three mother cities. Gao Gong's expression grew serious as memories of the three mother cities flashed through his mind. Each mother city was anchored by a planet-level mainframe, serving as an agent of advanced civilizations in this cyber experiment field. The Cybertron emblem indicated that this marine being was part of a Mother City outsourcing project, the Human Creation Initiative. Gao Gong pondered for a moment, then turned to Zhao Di and said, I was thinking, if we could create humans ahead of time, we might gain an advantage. This left Zhao Di flustered, her face turning red as she stammered incoherently. Realizing his words had been misinterpreted, Gao Gong cleared his throat and nonchalantly said, just kidding, let's keep exploring. At that moment, a voice crackled over the intercom, reporting that their team had been attacked and that the exoskeleton had sustained minor damage. As soon as the words were spoken, Gao Gong's expression hardened, and his hand transformed into a bloodthirsty claw, sweeping forward in a flash. With a clang, a black spear embedded itself in the ground not far away. A dark figure flickered in the distance, vanishing into the mist. Gao Gong wanted to escape. With a flick of his wrist, a monomolecular wire shot out like lightning and hooked onto a large tree. His figure disappeared instantly, leaving the newcomer bewildered and glancing around. The area was empty, but suddenly, a sharp pain hit the newcomer's shoulder as a massive force pulled from above. Gao Gong descended from the sky, his iron knee striking the opponent's waist like a sledgehammer, knocking them to the ground. Before the opponent could react, Gao Gong's claw-like hand was already poised over their forehead. A piercing metallic screech erupted, and sparks flew between them. A system notification sounded in Gao Gong's ear. You dealt 27 points of damage to the mechanical thrall species. Gao Gong hesitated, his other hand, which was ready to grasp the opponent's neck, instinctively stopped. The opponent was also stunned, staring in terror at Gao Gong's bloodthirsty clawed foot, hurriedly gesturing. Are you saying you're a servant of those mechanical hunters? Gao Gong curiously examined the creature before him, less than a meter tall, covered in animal skins and metal, a half-human, half-monkey being. The creature nodded excitedly, its body adorned with electronic components that clattered softly with its movement. A latest-stage mechanical hominid, Gao Gong mused. Do you know Lao Sun? Hearing the name, the thrall hominid became even more excited, gesturing wildly and tugging at Gao Gong's clothes, eager to lead him somewhere. You know this monkey? Du Zhaodi asked curiously from the side. No, but an old acquaintance does, Gao Gong replied, scrutinizing the mechanical hominid. Can you understand what I'm saying? Do you have a name? To his surprise, the creature did have a name. It excitedly scribbled 3 crooked characters on the ground. Friday. Friday. Nice name, Gao Gong nodded. Are you saying you recognized me as one of Lao Sun's group because of my hand? And what's with this mist? Is it an old generation mechanical hunter weapon? Interesting. Guided by Friday, Gao Gong soon arrived at the real burial ground, a nondescript earthen enclosure. Here, he met Friday's family, a tribe of latest-stage hominids numbering in the dozens. They had fashioned steel into weapons, and their dwellings housed small forges and generators, basic tools for survival. Gao Gong speculated that these might be new humans, subjugated and taught survival skills by mechanical hunters. If all went well, perhaps in a few centuries, these new mechanical sapiens could replace post-war humans as the dominant species on the planet. Those classical mechanical hunters might become a Prometheus of the post-apocalyptic world. Of course, this was just Gao Gong's imagination. In reality, this planet would likely be destroyed in less than 3 years. So you're saying the items Lao Sun left are in this earthen enclosure? Gao Gong asked. Friday nodded and shook his head simultaneously, gesturing as if performing a dance. It took Gao Gong a moment to understand. You mean there's some danger inside? Friday nodded, then disappeared into its earthen hut, emerging with a metallic apple in its hand. Gao Gong took it, and his system interface immediately displayed its properties. Electric screen fruit. Mechanical creation. Disperses 3 by 3 meters of energy shield fog upon use. 60 chance of heavy metal poisoning. 80 chance of diarrhea. Gao Gong's eye twitched. Although he had modified his stomach, he had no intention of testing it. He changed the subject. Can you let my companions in? Friday shook its head vigorously, pointing to Gao Gong's hand, indicating that only those with the classical mechanical hunter legacy or biological weapon implants could enter. No wonder Lao Sun never mentioned it. His biological implant is the perfect key, Gao Gong thought, handing the walkie-talkie to Du Zhaodi and instructing her to wait outside as he ventured into the enclosure alone. Inside the enclosure, rough and simple graves lay scattered, with names crudely carved on the tombstones. Fortunately, the quality was just passable. Otherwise, the bones would be exposed. Gao Gong thought, Lao Sun wouldn't make me dig up each grave, would he? Soon, Gao Gong found the key. Most graves had only names, but some were marked with faint symbols. Following these signs, he unearthed a pile of biomodification materials. You have obtained level 2 biomodification blueprint, tree scythe. You have obtained level 2 biomodification blueprint, bone radiation armor. You have obtained level 3 biomodification blueprint, demon horns. You have obtained level 2 biomodification blueprint, gasoline flame whip. You have obtained level 2 biomodification blueprint, electronic bee eyes. You have obtained level 1 biomodification blueprint, biogun. You have obtained level 1 biomodification blueprint, jet clamp. Gao Gong straightened up, tossed the shovel aside, and dusted off his pants. According to the mission prompt, besides the blueprints, there should be implantable biological weapons. But after so many years, how many would still be usable? At some point, the mist had thickened, gathering around the graves, creating an eerie atmosphere. Gao Gong knew that the Danger Friday mention had arrived. Gao Gong squinted his eyes, his fingers gently stroking the metallic apple given to him by the mechanical ape-man. He was certain that the danger mentioned by the ape-man was closely linked to the surrounding white mist. Swallowing the metallic apple might not completely eliminate the threat, but it could significantly reduce it. However, doing so might lead to a reduction in the rewards for the third-ring task chain. His eyes fell on the reward column of the task list, where the words implantable bioweapon were prominently displayed. He recalled the object he had searched for tirelessly, which he had yet to find, and felt a twinge of desire. Decades had passed, and if these bioweapons were still intact, they must have been preserved under special conditions. Gao Gong's gaze swept over the surrounding mist, and a bold hypothesis took shape in his mind. He twisted his neck, a glint of determination in his eyes, and without hesitation, he activated the predator domain. In an instant, a three-metertal blood-red metallic monstrosity rose from the ground. This time, the Reaper Queen, enhanced with a leader template, exuded an even more ferocious aura. 6 metal blades, resembling the scythes of the Grim Reaper, extended from its back, while a pair of enlarged metal claws expanded and contracted with each breath, like 2 bloodthirsty hooks. The predator domain activated, successfully linking the food chain. In the next moment, the mist rolled like serpents and dragons, as a massive shadow circled the Reaper Queen. The Reaper Queen's blood-red eyes slowly widened, its thick neck slightly retracting, and the tips of its 6 scythes lightly quivering, as if a master swordsman was adjusting their breath before a duel. This was its stance when facing a formidable foe. Suddenly, a foul wind arose, and the surrounding mist was not sliced apart but sucked into a massive vortex. The vortex revealed its true form, a colossal blood vessel, twice as thick as a water barrel, descending from above, with layers of fleshy buds blooming like a blood-red chrysanthemum. The Reaper Queen barely managed to turn aside from the digestive opening of the blood vessel before being ensnared and hoisted into the air. The digestive opening at the other end of the blood vessel took the opportunity to emerge from the mist, enveloping the lower half of the Reaper Queen. Those fleshy buds contained a bizarre power, causing steel-like surfaces to crack at the slightest touch. The Reaper Queen's lower half gushed with blood. Yet, the Reaper Queen did not relent. The 6 scythes slashed out at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, leaving the blood vessel's surface rapidly shriveled. Simultaneously, its bloodthirsty steel claws tore frantically, attempting to sever the massive blood vessel. The battle reached a fever pitch. The mist turned crimson, and the roars of the 2 beasts echoed like thunder and lightning. Stimulated by the massive blood vessel, the radiation field on the Reaper Queen, initially suppressed by the white mist, began to emit a blood-red glow. One of its shriveled limbs suddenly pierced the blood vessel and embedded itself in the ground, followed by another. The biological conduits on its back swelled to twice their size, resembling a fallen angel descending. The 6 blades inverted, their tips stabbing into the ground. While the mist hindered the radiation forces in the air, the ground offered no such resistance. A torrent of radiation surged in, and the Reaper Queen's abdomen visibly swelled. In the next moment, 3 pairs of bloodthirsty claws burst from its abdomen, simultaneously piercing the surface of the massive blood vessel. The Reaper Queen opened its gaping maw, releasing a torrent of digestive fluid from the cracks between its razor-sharp teeth. With a piercing wail, the massive blood vessel was violently torn in 2. You have defeated the biological entity of the massive blood vessel. Experience 520. Gao Gong snapped back to reality, the blood-red glow in his eyes gradually fading. He licked his cracked lips, only to find that all 10 of his fingers had transformed into bloodthirsty capturing limbs, their blood-red nails twitching unconsciously. Not only that, but his 10 toes had also changed, becoming capturing limbs as well, albeit shorter, with claws that gleamed a mix of blood-red and metallic sheen. Each step he took clicked with a distinct metallic sound. Time to get new shoes again, Gao Gong remarked, glancing at his bare feet, regretting that his new shoes hadn't lasted long. Surveying his surroundings, he spotted a 3 to 4 meter long tattered sack not far away, its surface veined with blood vessels, strikingly similar to the previous massive blood vessel. So, these bioweapons have been surviving by feeding through the white mist all this time, Gao Gong mused as he dragged the tattered sack over. He could sense that it was on the brink of collapse, the Reaper cells within him bubbling, causing an itch in his shoulder blades. The opponent is on its last legs, while I am in peak condition, Gao Gong thought smugly. Once more, the predator domain unfolded, successfully linking the food chain. The mist parted slowly, revealing a graceful mechanical giant wolf emerging from within. A massive blade, akin to a tiger's guillotine, extended from its spine. As its electronic eyes locked onto Gao Gong, a primal fury surged within him, igniting a fire from the depths of his bloodline. Blade Lupus, a standout among the C-grade mechanical bio-beasts, stands toe-a-toe with the Reaper, its natural adversary. These two mechanical beasts are born enemies, destined to fight to the death upon encounter. Although Gao Gong hasn't implanted Reaper's bloodline, he has ingeniously turned their rivalry into a biological weapon, giving rise to a peculiar sense of destiny. Perfect timing. Gao Gong's eyes gleamed with a crimson glow. If I don't take you down, how can I prove that the student surpasses the master? Before he finished speaking, 6 sharp blades and 8 bloodthirsty claws lunged forward. Meanwhile, Du Xiaodi was keenly observing the activities of modern hominids. Suddenly, a familiar voice shattered the calm. Zhou Tsong and Zhao Xia emerged from the mist, causing Du Xiaodi's heart to skip a beat, though she remained outwardly composed. "You're just in time," she said calmly. "Major Gao just went after the Night Order." "The Night Order?" Zhou Tsong's face changed suddenly. "What are they doing here? Could this be a trap?" Du Xiaodi shook her head. "I'm not sure. We were ambushed too. Major Gao secured me and then pursued them. So the figures and attackers earlier were from the Night Order?" Zhao Xie suspiciously eyed the mechanical hominids. "How are they listening to you?" "Major Gao has special taming techniques," Du Xiaodi explained offhandedly. "By the way, these mechanical hominids are very territorial. Don't intrude on their nests, or you'll be attacked." Zhou Tsong nodded seriously, glancing at the nearby earthen fortification. Zhao Xie felt something was amiss and was about to speak when 2 exosuit soldiers arrived on the scene. "Captain," one soldier began to greet them but suddenly turned pale, raising his electromagnetic rifle. "Captain, they're the ones who attacked us. Where are the Night Order members?" Zhou Tsong was stunned, his gaze fixed on Du Xiaodi. She too changed her expression. Could this be the Night Order's backup plan? Zhao Xie sneered. "Director Du, drop the act. Aren't you and they in cahoots? Gao Gong is likely gathering technical data right now." Zhou Tsong suddenly realized, quickly scanning with an infrared probe, soon pinpointing Gao Gong's location. "Is that the graveyard?" he asked, restraining his anger. "Not sure," Du Xiaodi replied indifferently. "Then we're going in." "That's not allowed." Du Xiaodi blocked Zhou Tsong's path, and the mechanical hominids immediately showed their ferocity, steel spears in hand, surrounding the group. "We're not enemies, Director Du." Zhou Tsong tried to ease the tension. "Then don't interfere with the mechanical committee's work." Du Xiaodi stepped forward, her gaze icy. "Don't forget, your security corps is merely the factory security personnel. Know your place, Major Zhou. Do you want to face a military tribunal?" Zhou Tsong's breath hitched. This woman's presence was truly intimidating. Zhao Xie quickly reminded him, "Major Zhou, don't forget the general's instructions." Zhou Tsong found himself in a dilemma. He was a deserter at heart, just wanting to return safely to headquarters, but trouble kept finding him. Just then, a chilling wolf howl emanated from the earthen fortification. Zhou Tsong exhaled deeply, making up his mind. "I'm worried Major Gao is in danger. There's no harm in helping, right?" His exosuit opened at the back, revealing 2 hunting tubes, ready to fire an electromagnetic net to subdue these monkeys, while carefully avoiding Du Xiaodi. Injuring this prospective mechanical committee member would be a huge problem. "Boss," a soldier suddenly exclaimed. "What now?" Zhou Tsong asked irritably. "See for yourself." Zhou Tsong turned to see a blinding red light pouring out of the earthen fortification, dispersing the thick white fog. The brilliance of the red light was almost blinding. "A high-intensity radiation field," Zhou Tsong exclaimed. "What the hell is he doing? Could there really be a radiation beast?" Meanwhile, the battle in the graveyard had reached a fever pitch. The Reaper Queen slammed the torn blade Lupus to the ground, squeezing out a new pair of eyes beneath her bloodshot ones. In a human voice, she said, "No one Unknown this time?" Switching to a gang fight. 3 monsters surrounded the Reaper Queen. A mechanical hunter over 2 meters tall stood naked, with at least 10 hands implanted on its body, each gripping a blood-stained chainsaw. A hunched dwarf elder had a 3-meter-long chain axe hanging from his coccyx. There was also a motor beast, its exhaust pipe billowing smoke, with a human torso mounted on its seat. He downed the last gulp of gasoline, his arms transforming into 2 blazing whips of fire. The names Wang Huiyao the Limbless, Charles the Tortoise, and Flame Rider are frequently mentioned when the old warriors reminisce about the past. Gao Gong squinted, sensing a unique harmony from these individuals, akin to a perfectly functioning mechanical system. This sensation was typically only felt in level radiation beasts. He couldn't help but wonder if their bioweapons were derived from the body parts of these creatures. The battle was on the brink of erupting. Wang Huiyao the Limbless was the first to strike, grinning malevolently at the Reaper Queen as a dozen enhanced chainsaws on his body roared to life. 6 blade limbs and 8 metal-clawed legs clashed with the chainsaws, creating a shower of sparks that nearly formed a continuous stream. Following closely was Charles the Tortoise, who completely ignored the rules of single combat. His massive bone axe, the size of a millstone, launched like a cannonball, covering over 20 meters in an instant. The Reaper Queen spun around swiftly, her 4 scythes slashing horizontally and vertically, but with a thunderous crash, she was knocked back. Not yet touching the ground, the roar of an engine filled the air. Flame Rider's 2 fiery whips came coiling up from below, instantly wrapping around the queen's waist. The flames seemed extraordinary, igniting her steel body with the slightest touch. Flame Rider cackled as his motor beast roared, attempting to drag the queen away. However, the torch, suspended in midair, remained unmoved. The queen slowly unfurled 6 newly formed wings, each blade limb sprouting bone spurs, with biological intake ports dotting their surfaces. These external organs rapidly expelled flesh, forming 6 fleshy wings. As the flames scorched a layer, new flesh grew instantly, presenting a scene both magnificent and menacing. At that moment, commotion from outside reached them. The Reaper Queen glanced outwards, sighing softly. I had hoped to play a little longer, but now there's no chance. In the next moment, the radiation field began to contract, causing the bioweapons within to wither rapidly. The moment the radiation field enveloped the bioweapons, the outcome was sealed. A notification appeared. Experience 2200, implanted bioweapon 5, bioweapon blueprint 7. Following this, the next phase of the mission chain was revealed. The briefing for the 4th task, Flame Rekindled, read. An old steed in the stable still aspires to gallop 1,000 miles. A valiant hero in his twilight years remains full of vigor. What are the old warriors truly hoping for? The mission objective is to cure the biological rejection syndrome, with rewards including experience 4100, reputation 1000, and more. Aboard the mechanical airship, Zhao Xia watched intently at the box under Gao Gong's feet. In this cyber world lacking in initial inventory, carrying a large amount of equipment requires mastery of anti-gravity technology. Folding equipment needs spatial technology, and upgrading equipment on the go demands a space tech warehouse. These technologies far exceed the scope of a first-level civilization. The blueprints, data, and various devices Gao Gong collected were being loaded onto the airship by several exoskeleton warriors. These human modification technologies were right in Zhao Xia's sight, within reach, yet he dared not make a move. Gao Gong seemed to have forgotten the previous conflict. Engaging in a pleasant conversation with Zhou Kong, Du Zhaodi was also deeply engrossed in studying the biotechnological data, occasionally exchanging insights with Gao Gong. These data would ultimately be converted into products on the production line, which was her area of expertise. As the mechanical airship approached the oasis, everyone's expressions turned serious. The sight on the ground was astounding. Boiler elephants several stories tall moved slowly, swarms of barely visible metal ants scurried about, and skyscraper-sized masses of decaying flesh writhed, occasionally spewing thick slurry. Giant tree roots crawled like fingers. Fortunately, there weren't many flying radiation beasts, allowing the airship to land safely. On the outskirts of the old automotive city, amidst 3 employee neighborhoods housing nearly 50 buildings, a variety of weapons were positioned. Beyond Gasoline Town lay the ruins of over a dozen auto parts factories. This area had now transformed into a massive defensive network. Fortified bunkers rose between the buildings and factories. Hundreds of armed helicopters were on standby. Thousands of drones hovered in the sky, and cannons emerged from the bunkers. This mechanical front was not a simple line but a complex grid utilizing a decentralized command structure. This was the result of years of fierce battles between the frontline corps and the beast tide. Any place sky, ground, or underground could become a battlefield. A centralized command center would only become the primary target for the enemy, thus it had to be avoided. Gao Gong and Du Zhaodi locked eyes, their gazes filled with challenge. Why are you staring at me? Gao Gong thought to himself. Are you going to say something that makes me back down now? Du Zhaodi seemed to read his mind, a sharp glint flashing in her eyes. What if I do? She challenged. I'd slap you. Gao Gong shrugged, a hint of self-mockery in his tone. My character isn't noble enough to let a woman retreat first. Du Zhaodi smirked, rolling her eyes, her disdain evident. Almost as soon as they stepped off the plane, Director Du was plunged into a flurry of activity. It wasn't just her. All the logistics staff were like well-oiled machines, racing against the clock. In this battle against the beast tide, logistical support had become the key to victory. Combat robots could replace parts, and the radiation beasts were seemingly endless. This war was, at its core, a logistical contest. Gao Gong's wartime factory was set up on the 8th floor of a residential building, right on the front line. This wasn't the security team trying to make things difficult. In fact, the temporary command posts of 2 generals were just below him. This arrangement wasn't out of some noble sense of leading from the front, but was instead a conclusion drawn from years of combat experience. The more fortified and further back a place was, the more likely it was to be heavily targeted by the beast tide. The most dangerous places often turned out to be the safest. When Gao Gong's radiation field was activated, even a class boss would steer clear. Unless they were unfortunate enough to encounter an A-class radiation beast, this was actually the safest spot on the battlefield. The workers in this temporary factory were all members of the Cable tribe, and those defending this line were also under Gao Gong's command. The security team's arrangement wasn't due to any great faith in the combat prowess of this small faction, but rather because, with the radiation field in play, showing weakness was actually safer. However, Gao Gong's subordinates didn't see it that way. This time, Keiko must go on a rampage. Matsushima Keiko exclaimed excitedly, the blade in her hand emitting a disconcerting sound. Nearby, Fat Xiang was devouring his boxed lunch, as if storing energy for the upcoming battle. Mom always said, make sure to eat your fill before working, he mumbled through mouthfuls. On another front, Daisy was meticulously checking the defenses, her brow furrowed. This was the first real test of a new tactic, and she felt uncertain. Aunt Xiang and a group of apprentices were focused on crafting handmade parts. As she worked, she shouted, don't be fooled by those high-tech gadgets. When the beast tide hits, all that fancy tech will be useless. Gao Gong was also busy with his tasks. He had already completed the first part of his career change Mission 3 cybernetic surgeries. Now he was working on the second task, creating 2 unique modification components. He had long envisioned these components. One was an upgraded 3D maneuvering device derived from a monomolecular grappling hook, with a load-bearing design that adhered to ergonomic principles, significantly extending its range. The other was an upgraded version of the high-speed microcomputer knuckle duster, tearing microcomputer knuckle duster, which focused on enhancing tearing effects and, when paired with bloodthirsty hooks, significantly boosted blood-sucking capabilities. The technical complexity of these pieces was just within Gao Gong's grasp. The only issue was that they could only be used as exclusive equipment, difficult for others to master. Meanwhile, in a certain rest area of the temporary factory, the scene was starkly at odds with the tense battlefield atmosphere. Some were playing cards, others were playing mahjong, some were leisurely sipping tea, and one was even reading a yellow tabloid with reading glasses. The petite Huang Yuanli finally couldn't stand it any longer and erupted. Everyone's working hard to survive, and what are you doing? She snatched a beer bottle from an elderly man's hand and slammed it on the table. You? Drinking beer in broad daylight. The elderly man dryly explained. It's not beer, it's gasoline with a beer flavor. Bullshit. You're drinking gasoline in broad daylight? Her anger then shifted to another elderly man. Reading a yellow tabloid during the day? Have you no decency? The man wearing reading glasses shivered, and a foul odor began to permeate the air. Old Qian, amused, remarked, young lady, old Cha's bladder isn't great to begin with, and you scared him into soiling himself. Huang Yuanli stared in disbelief at the scene before her. At this moment, a stern old man wearing sunglasses approached and bumped her shoulder 3 times with his own. Furious again, Huang Yuanli demanded, what's your problem? Trying to start something? Young lady, step aside. Old who is blind, someone explained. After a moment of silence, Huang Yuanli, gritting her teeth, said, you're not truly old, weak, or infirm. Even the elders in our tribe are helping transport weapons and forge equipment. You loafing around like this is not what a man should do. With that, she stormed off. After she left, the rest area fell silent. Old Qian shakily pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and squinted through the smoke with a sardonic smile. Got scolded pretty badly, didn't we? Meanwhile, on the 6th floor, a mechanical factory almost identical to the one on the 8th floor was taking shape. The production lines and machinery were exact replicas of those above. In the office of a 6-story factory, 3 new management members were having a meeting. The logistics department's major, the equipment department's lieutenant colonel, and logistics supervisor Zhao Xia were gathered around a large conference table. The lieutenant colonel wore a knowing smile as he looked directly at Zhao Xia. Supervisor Zhao, you've been given an opportunity. Don't let us down again. Zhao Xia's gaze drifted past the window to the factory undergoing renovation. He took a deep breath, feeling a mix of emotions. He had thought he would be sidelined for failing to obtain the necessary information, but unexpectedly, he had been given another chance. Now, temporarily taking over Supervisor Lao Zhou's position, he was responsible for the production of bioimplants. The major gestured lightly, and a group of people in lab coats filed in. Behind them were rows of nutrient tanks filled with massive biological organs appendages, resembling octopus tentacles, skinless arms, and writhing vascular tissues. These were irradiated organs from the front lines, soon to be used for modifying an entire company of soldiers. The major nodded toward a display screen not far away, indicating for Zhao Xie to look. The screen showed secretly recorded footage of human modification data. You and Director do have the same background, so we trust you and are giving you a second chance. Make sure you seize it, the major warned, his tone carrying a hint of menace. The higher-ups have high expectations for the BioWarrior program. He paused, his gaze sharpening. You know what the consequences are if you fail. Yes. Zhao Xie straightened his back, his voice firm. After the major left, he went directly upstairs to one of the temporary command posts. He found Brigadier General Gu Wire and quietly reported the situation. Gu Wire nodded. Zhao Xie is indeed capable. Otherwise, Lao Zhou wouldn't have transferred him to the security corps. Let him proceed. I'll have our cybernetic doctors assist him. The major hesitated for a moment before asking, General, since we already have the technology, why risk burning bridges? Gu Wire sneered. So what if we burn bridges? As long as we're a step ahead, our security corps can control this powerful weapon ourselves, and it's worth it. He suddenly changed the subject. What are those two doing now? Are they struggling without biological materials for modification? The major paused, then replied, they seem to be manufacturing other mechanical equipment. Gu Wire waved the major away. He was silent for a moment before opening an email from the visual sensor. The message was brief and to the point. Quickly determine the practical prospects of this technology flag Knight order. Steel Knight, flag. Meanwhile, in the temporary factory on the 8th floor, a production line was churning out monster lures, special effect generators, and beast control rings. Since Director Du took over, production efficiency had increased by 30. A senior engineer climbed out of a machine, covered in grease, muttering to himself, it was wise to make a quick escape back then. This is exhausting. A ponytailed girl had already assumed her Director Du mode, her expression serious and eyes sharp. Task 1. Mentoring new staff is complete. Maintain silence during work hours. The senior engineer wiped his hands and suddenly noticed something unusual outside the window. Just then, the lights above flickered off with a loud buzzing sound. The beast tide is here. On the distant horizon, a red glow began to spread, and a black line emerged. Various sizes of irradiated beasts, led by their commander, were advancing methodically towards the human positions. At a vantage point, Daxila frowned as she observed the scene, her expression grave. Starting right off with a red radiation zone. Huh? The red indicated level radiation beasts, meaning that those unable to withstand their aura wouldn't be able to participate in the upcoming battle. Huang Wen's electronic voice echoed from a drone. After the last failure, you seem to have lost your edge. Daxila was momentarily taken aback, but she didn't retort. She took a deep breath, and the 3 electromagnetic rifles in her hands crackled, ready to fire. I'll leave this to you, Huang Wen continued. From now on, you're the commander of our defense zone. A flash of determination crossed Daxila's eyes. What I've lost on the battlefield, I'll reclaim on the battlefield. Almost as soon as the beast tide appeared, countless helicopters took to the sky, blocking out half of it like a flock of birds. Various missiles protruded from fortified bunkers, and the next moment, hundreds of missiles launched simultaneously, resembling a brilliant meteor shower, engulfing the mechanical biobeasts ahead in explosions. The beast tide's commander was clearly intelligent, deploying mechanical biobeasts in the front lines. Had they used radiation beasts, it might have triggered a chain reaction. The missile bombardment continued unabated, yet the advance of the mechanical beasts showed no signs of stopping. Suddenly, a dark shadow descended over the beast tidea swarm of mechanical birds, led by various mechanical bird bosses, diving toward the human aerial positions. Among the bird swarm were hundreds of corrupted armed aircraft, their surfaces covered in a layer of crimson flesh, executing standard tactical maneuvers against their former allies. The aerial battle commenced first. A helicopter pilot couldn't help but call out over the radio, calling 430 Phylong, calling 430 Phylong. The weapons operator cursed, Ma Yong, you idiot, what are you doing? I just thought I saw Feng Jian. He's not dead. Suddenly, a tired voice came over the radio. This is Feng Jian. Is that you, Ma Yong? Ma Yong responded with excitement. Old Feng, thank goodness you're alive. Hurry and make an emergency landing. I'll send someone to meet you. Feng Jian's voice took on an eerie tone. Emergency landing? I'm afraid it's too late. Ma Yong's heart sank, and his pupils suddenly contracted. 2 tracking missiles locked onto his position, and in the next second, a massive fireball erupted in midair. Meanwhile, in the cockpit of the Phylong, Feng Jian operated the aircraft with a blank expression. His cybernetic eye, modified for hacking, displayed an unsettling stream of digits instead of a pupil. On the ground, the battle was officially underway. 200 massive combat robots, each as tall as a 3-story building, stood at the front line. Their heavy armor bristled with various large melee weapons. For mechanical arms deftly wielded electromagnetic serrated blades, close-range energy cannons, six-barrel Vulcan guns, and gravity guns, crashing against the mechanical barricade like a tidal wave of metal. With a thunderous roar, the protective glass in front of distant spectators cracked under the intense impact. Zhou Tsong stood at the edge of the battlefield, calmly executing enhancement protocols. Inject battlefield focus serum. Inject muscle booster. Inject nerve enhancer. As each syringe was inserted into the armor's ports, his expression turned cold and fervent. His physical capabilities doubled, and as for the side effects, as long as he could withstand the beast tide, what did it matter? In front of Zhou Tsong was a row of exoskeletons. They resembled large robots but were piloted by professionals through a combination of neural and manual controls via numerous connecting wires. These exoskeletons would replace combat robots when damage exceeded 50 and fill other defensive gaps once the robots were repaired. Behind Zhou Tsong were over 200 more warriors also equipped with exoskeletons. Their mission was to decapitate class radiation beasts during the stalemate phase of the beast tide. This was the only way to resolve the beast tide, eliminate as many high-level radiation beasts as possible to force the tide to regress into a radiation zone. Although large radiation beasts couldn't breach the Oasis defenses for now, smaller mechanical beast swarms could slip through the gaps in the front lines. These small mechanical beasts were often as tall as two-story buildings, only appearing small compared to other mechanical bio-beasts. In the vision composed of countless surveillance cameras, the comatose Huang Wen silently observed the mechanical bio-beast swarm. This beast tide sparked a long-lost sense of excitement within him. Then, 20 luring devices were activated. The electronic eyes of the mechanical bio-beasts surged in power, causing most to go berserk and be successfully diverted. Along the way, open virtual projections were activated sequentially, projecting simulated buildings, roads, and defenders to guide the beast swarm along predetermined routes. Huang Wen's plan was to lure the radiation beasts into a maze filled with machine guns, landmines, grenades, machine guns, rocket launchers, and prosthetic weapons fired simultaneously, delivering a saturation attack on the beast swarm. The eyes, mouths, connecting pipes, and neural pathways of the mechanical beasts were their weaknesses, and numerous semi-mechanized beings fell along the charge. More mechanical beasts were thrown into disarray by false enemies filling their electronic eyes. The mechanical hunters were ready, starting to take down the isolated mechanical beasts one by one. Matsushima Keiko wielded her blade with combat chips in full operation, leaving a trail of blood-red cherry blossoms in her wake. Like a fierce Japanese schoolgirl, Fat Xiang roared, transforming into a deformed giant, swinging a massive spiked club and charging through the gunfire from the gunbeasts. Having absorbed the Reaper cells, he was even more ferocious than before. Meanwhile, three-handed Daisy faced off against AC-grade leopard-shaped mechanical beast. The fierce exchange of glances between human and beast revealed an uncanny resemblance. The front lines were ablaze with conflict, while the rear was equally bustling with activity. Gao, a prosthetic doctor, was in high demand. Just 10 minutes into the battle, two subordinates were brought into the clinic. A new face, a mechanical hunter, and a tribal warrior. The mechanical hunter's right prosthetic arm was in a deplorable state, with flesh, bones, and mechanical parts tangled together. Gao immediately set to work on replacing the prosthetic. On the operating table, 3 surgical arms worked simultaneously. One for removing the damaged prosthetic, another for suturing, and the last for adjusting the mechanical components. The hunter's upper body was nearly all mechanical, with any change affecting the whole system. The operation was completed successfully, and the system notified a reward of 120 experience points. The newcomer quickly handed over a spare prosthetic, not forgetting to ask, "Boss, can you enhance it a bit?" "Enhance what?" Gao inquired. "Grip strength in the hand and rotation in the forearm. I'm planning to focus on close combat," the newcomer explained. Gao nodded in agreement and spent another 10 minutes increasing the grip strength by 20 kilograms and optimizing the forearm system to suit melee weapons. "Thanks, boss. I'm heading back to the battlefield." The newcomer beamed, as if the injury had turned into a blessing. The other, a tribal warrior, had a leg pierced through. Though not a severe injury, the recovery would be long, making a return to the battlefield difficult. He watched his companion leave with envy and then turned to Gao, requesting, "Advisor, I'd like a prosthetic too." Gao glanced at him. "You don't want this leg anymore?" The warrior replied resolutely, "For great power. What's a leg worth?" Then he added with a chuckle, "Besides, it's not the middle one, so I don't mind. Don't rush, just wait. I'll give you something better," Gao said with a meaningful look. Within half an hour, 3 more injured were brought in. One had been shot 3 times by a gunbeast, twice hitting prosthetics and once lodged between the ribs. Another had bioengineered muscles and tendons violently torn. The last had a malfunctioning electromechanical converter, causing upper body paralysis and a strange gait. For Gao, these were minor issues, quickly fixed, with even a performance boost thrown in. This was the advantage of having a top-tier prosthetic doctor on the team. a luxury most mechanical hunters couldn't afford. From the descriptions provided by the injured, Gao gradually pieced together a picture of the battlefield. Clearly, Huangwen's tactics were a resounding success. With a monster-attracting device, special effects machines generating maps, stronger firepower, and more manpower, the efficiency of killing monsters had tripled. Gao wasn't surprised. This had been proven by players in a previous life. For convenience, Gao moved the operating room to the first floor, just steps from the front lines. Sometimes, through the window, he could even see various radiation beasts rampaging. Although the experience gained from prosthetic surgery was slower than from killing monsters, it was stable. With no worries about the rear, frontline warriors were fearless. Getting injured and gaining enhancements was something unheard of before. While performing surgeries, Gao observed his surroundings and soon spotted a large Preya massive combat robot being dragged back by a flyer. This giant was battered all over, with a gaping hole in its chest and circuits as thick as an arm visible. A logistics personnel was shouting into a walkie-talkie, but only receiving refusals on the other end. "Shall I take a look?" Gao didn't wait for a response and leaped onto the robot's upper body, tearing off a piece of torn armor with one hand. The large circuit components were clearly visible. Turns out the combat module is damaged. Let's see if the combat chip is intact. If it is, it's manageable. Gao turned to the person. "Do you have a spare module?" Recognizing Gao, the person swallowed and said, "The repair base is blocked by a beast tide, so we can't access it for now. But I can arrange an airdrop of repair equipment." Soon, a flyer appeared high above, dropping a metal box. Inside were tools specifically for handling large robots and a combat processor the size of a television. With the right equipment, repairing a robot was much simpler than performing prosthetic surgery. Fortunately, the robot's combat chip was intact. Gao extracted the chip, inserted it into the new combat processor, and the mechanical giant's eyes lit up. With the combat chip operational again, it stood up and roared back into action. Standing at a cluttered workbench, surrounded by scattered components, Gao Gong expertly repaired a damaged robot. A logistics officer handed him a cigarette, remarking, "This robot is a real workhorse." Gao Gong accepted the cigarette, casually asking, "What's your name, brother?" The logistics officer was flattered, though puzzled why such a powerful asset wasn't on the front lines. Nonetheless, he expressed his gratitude for Gao Gong's assistance, aware that not everyone could tear apart armor with their bare hands like him. Through their conversation, Gao Gong learned about the current battle situation. General Imo Shan had divided the entire Auto City into over 90 sectors, each a battlefield managed by a regional leader tasked with eliminating radiation beasts. If a Class B radiation beast appeared, elite forces would be pulled from the surrounding 9 sectors for a joint assault. As an exceptionally resilient mechanical hunter, Gao Gong was appointed leader of this sector. His primary responsibilities were twofold: to protect the command center hidden within the building and to manufacture biological weapons. However, it seemed someone else had already taken on the latter task. The logistics officer sincerely praised, "I've been to many battle zones, but none as secure as this one. Other zones are chaotic, but here, all radiation beasts are concentrated in a single combat area." Gao Gong humbly replied, "Of course, look who's in charge." Just then, the radio crackled to life. "Sutong, did you fix an armed robot over there? Can you handle 2 large exoskeletons?" Gao Gong responded for him, "No problem, send them over." Soon, 2 damaged exoskeletons were towed in. One had its right mechanical leg bitten off, while the other's cockpit was destroyed, leaving a pile of shattered remains inside. Without hesitation, Gao Gong began repairs, secretly absorbing the technology. "You've unlocked large exoskeleton framework. You've unlocked mesh circuit diagram. You've unlocked mechanical arm." Gao Gong was thrilled. These were hidden gains beyond the regular mission rewards. Many players focused solely on tasks, overlooking these deeper layers. Mechanical body repair 2. Mechanical body repair 3. Amidst the hustle, the radio buzzed again. Sutong looked to Gao Gong for help, and he unhesitatingly took on all the tasks. In less than half a day, various large discarded parts piled up around Gao Gong. Mechanical body repair 10. A system prompt appeared. "Your job transfer task is complete. Successfully transferred to level 1 intermediate worker at factory number 3. Basic mechanical repair upgraded to intermediate. Factory number 3 intermediate worker LV1. You are a skilled mechanical modifier, capable of maintenance work on small, medium, and large mechanical bodies. Intermediate mechanical repair profession. Perform extensive repairs on mechanical bodies by adjusting internal structures." You've unlocked professional knowledge. Mechanical electronic engineering. You've unlocked professional knowledge. Exoskeleton design. Mechanical electronic engineering LV1. Possess foundational theories and knowledge in mechanical, electronic, and control disciplines. Exoskeleton design LV1. Understand preliminary research into exoskeleton structures. Gao Gong swiftly advanced both professional skills to LV5 upon leveling up. Mechanical Electronic Engineering LV5. Proficient in mechanical engineering, electronic technology, and control theory, capable of internal adjustments on general mechanical models. Exoskeleton Design LV5. Master the implantation technology for small and medium exoskeletons. With remaining experience points, Gao Gong first upgraded his factory number 3 intermediate worker to LV4, enhancing repair success rates. Then, he maxed out industrial materials science and mechanical modification to LV10. These max-level skills would lay the groundwork for his upcoming body modifications. In the game Cyberworld, the maximum level for secondary professions is 20, while the cap for professional knowledge is 10. Gao Gong is focused on the preliminary preparations for a module exclusive to mechanical hunters, his eyes scanning the data panel in front of him, displaying various levels of professional knowledge. Level 5 is quantitative change, level 10 is qualitative change, Gao Gong murmured to himself, his fingers flying over the virtual keyboard. Each time a professional knowledge point reaches the maximum level, the system lights up a characteristic icon, resembling a shining star. These traits not only apply to the specific professional system, but can also be utilized in other professions, making them versatile auxiliary skills. Gao Gong's attention is drawn to two particularly striking icons: treasure from trash, lit by industrial material science, and enhanced modification, lit by mechanical transformation. The combination of these two characteristics promises to open a new path for the development of mechanical hunters. Thinking about the foundational profession of mechanical hunter, Gao Gong couldn't help but smile wryly. Despite its reputation for formidable combat power after all, a profession that fights mechanical beasts with a chainsaw is hard to come by. Its upper limit is worrying, not exceeding level 20. Worse still, mechanical hunting modifications lack a fixed standard, with a very low margin for error. A single failure could mean starting over. As a result, most mechanical hunters struggle to reach top-tier status. Gao Gong's thoughts drifted to those renowned mechanical hunters: Huang Wan, who was originally a mechanical engineer; Miyamoto Sanzang, a former assassin; Daisy La, who inherited family combat techniques; and Grade Adrian, a follower of the Turing religion. They all expanded the mechanical hunter's path through auxiliary professions. However, this method of enhancement is too personalized and lacks universality. "I'm not here to build a small path, but a grand bridge," Gao Gong muttered, determination gleaming in his eyes. He believed that combining treasure from trash and enhanced modification would produce a remarkable effect: mechanical module replication. With the job change completed, Gao Gong bid farewell to logistics personnel Su Tong and immersed himself once more in crafting modification components. Under the influence of these two traits, inspiration flowed like a fountain, and ingenious designs came effortlessly. Soon, the prototypes of two modified components took shape before him. The first was a three-dimensional maneuver device. It resembled four sheaths hanging at the waist, with ejection ports at both ends. Gao Gong meticulously inspected every detail. High hydraulic ejectors doubled the efficiency of a rocket launcher. Advanced mechanical claws offered both drill and hammer modes. 15-known monomolecular ropes replaced single monomolecular lines, sacrificing stealth for greater tensile strength. Most striking was the ergonomically reinforced bodysuit, crafted from bulletproof fabric and the coarse tendons of a Class C radiation beast. Gao Gong nodded in satisfaction. This suit not only effectively prevented the body from tearing under immense tension, but also extended the effective range from the first generation's 100 meters to 1,000 meters, with a maximum range reaching an impressive 3,000 meters. Gao Gong quickly recorded the device's detailed information on the virtual panel. Name: three-dimensional maneuver device. Category: mechanical hunter exclusive equipment. Quality: excellent. Weight: 20 kilograms. Operation mode: manual operation. Auxiliary module: sky hunt mode. Note: a mechanically versatile tentacle with a wider range and higher operating requirements, boasting elite-level grappling skills. In just 10 minutes, Gao Gong fully adapted to this new device. In the makeshift operating room, he moved like an agile spider, constantly teleporting in midair. Thunderous explosions echoed, and with each one, a rope shadow flickered through the air, and Gao Gong would appear in a new location. Soon, the walls on both sides were riddled with fist-sized holes. Suddenly, Gao Gong appeared before a wall. He gently pressed his palm against it, and the wall caved in instantly, as if struck by a decade's worth of internal force, leaving a 3-centimeter deep palm print. The second modified component was the tearing micro-machine, an electric saw glove designed for tearing through defenses. This version was more nimble than the previous one, resembling a pair of fingerless gloves with ventilation holes on the back of the hand. When the palm flipped, the surface was covered with ultramicro blade gears, made from an ultralloy purchased through the special privileges of the ponytailed girl. Gao Gong quickly noted down the information for this device on the virtual panel. Name: Tearing Micro Machine 2. Category: mechanical fist weapon. Quality: excellent. Weight: 3.7 kilograms. Additional mode: tearing mode. Plug-in slot: Ripping Tiger 32 tearing damage. Note: an electric saw glove entirely designed for tearing defenses. Gao Gong smiled slightly, imagining the power of this equipment combined with the bloodthirsty hook foot. Even if the opponent had multiple layers of armor, he was confident in delivering a fatal Black Tiger Heart strike. Modification Components 2. Task 2 completed, Gao Gong murmured to himself, marking a check on his task list. Compared to the job change of a mid-level worker at factory number 3, the transition to a senior prosthetic doctor was evidently more challenging. Fortunately, with his deep accumulation of professional knowledge, he successfully completed the 2 modified components. Now, only the final task remained: conducting a prosthetic experiment. Gao Gong had already asked Professor Han to design a bionic plan, with the experimental material being the subbody. Just as he was about to begin this final task, his electronic eye and VR effect machine simultaneously lit up with a blinding glare. Hacked again, Gao Gong's heart sank. The scene before him suddenly transformed, the room expanding into a spacious command center, with electronic data around him morphing into human figures, surrounding him. Suddenly, a familiar voice exploded in his ears. "Lone Wolf, fight me!" Gao Gong turned to see Black God, eyes wide with rage, roaring at him. Gao Gong scrutinized the person before him, his pupils narrowing. The individual's eyes were streaked with yellow blood vessels, and metallic marks covered his cheeks, neck, and hands. Most disturbingly, the skin where mechanical components connected was completely decayed. Even more unsettling was that the mechanical parts seemed alive, moving on their own. A chill ran through Gao Gong. This was a classic case of cyberpsychosis, a disorder of the nervous system where mechanical components become phantom limbs. If it worsened, the entire mechanical body would become uncontrollable. With heavy metal poisoning and cyberpsychosis combined, this person was beyond saving. As Gao Gong pondered, he suddenly noticed a familiar figure. "Miyamoto, you're alive," he asked with a smile. Miyamoto Sanzang cast a cold glance at Gao Gong and snorted. "You've fallen, Lone Wolf. Beasts walk alone. Cattle and sheep move in herds." Gao Gong was momentarily speechless, unable to grasp the meaning behind Miyamoto's words. Over time, more than 30 people came online in the virtual command center. The lowest rank among them was a major, and there were only 5 mechanical hunters. Apart from Miyamoto and Black Chimpanzee, there were only 2 others: the resurrected veteran hunter Creeper and a mysterious figure shrouded in pure white armor. Gao Gong examined the white armor closely, thinking to himself, "This is genuine armor, not just an exoskeleton." Judging by the energy thrusters on the thighs, waist, and back, this person's backing must be incredibly powerful. After all, a combat mech capable of flight is standard equipment for a second-level civilization. It's not available in this remote desert area, nor even in the mechanical city. To acquire one, you'd have to go to the mother city. Gao Gong observed Creeper and the man in white armor, who were silently watching him as well. The 3 of them understood that among the current hunting leaderboard, only they could vie for the top spot. Among them, Gao Gong's style was undoubtedly the most unpredictable. The last to come online was Brigadier General Demon Mountain. He wore heavy exoskeleton armor, bristling with at least a dozen automatic weapons, and his 3-meter frame towered over everyone else. His yellow and black armor made him look like a fearsome armored tiger, Gao Gong estimated. This guy must be at level 30, a reconstructed body warrior from the Legion faction, a pure violence profession, and an elite template. His counterpart should be the Grand Knight from the Knight's Order. Reconstructed body warriors are the 3rd evolution of body warriors. As a Legion profession, they excel in combat, unmatched even by mechanical hunters at the same level. The only downside is their heavy reliance on Legion technology, with body modifications being highly exclusive, essentially binding them to the faction. Demon Mountain's tiger-like eyes scanned the room, finally resting on Gao Gong, his expression slightly softening. "You did well in Defense Zone 56. It seems biological modification has potential." Just as Gao Gong was about to respond, a major stood at attention and reported, "General, the first batch of biological warriors has entered mass production and will be ready for frontline deployment tomorrow." Demon Mountain paused, looking between Gao Gong and the major. "What's Wire up to? Wasn't this your responsibility?" The major immediately replied, "General, thanks to Mr. Gao's biological modification data, we now have 2 factories producing modified warriors simultaneously." Demon Mountain grunted thoughtfully and then changed the subject. "I'm here for the second phase of pre-battle preparations." As soon as he finished speaking, a grid map appeared before everyone. Each square represented a defense zone, marked in clear colors. Red indicated danger zones where the defensive line could be breached by radiation beasts at any moment. Yellow represented contested areas, where fierce battles were ongoing, occupying most of the map. Only 2 or 3 areas were green, indicating effective control over the beast tide. Gao Gong's defense zone was a bright green, standing out prominently. Gao Gong tapped on the green area, triggering a rapid display of data. He caught a glimpse of the number in the lower left corner, 5.51 million. Recalling his previous score of 3 million points, he calculated. His daily efficiency was 500,000, while these people had racked up 1.5 million in half a day, 3 times his rate. No wonder the bald brigadier general regarded him differently. This was the reason. Gao Gong couldn't help but admire. The combat division was indeed formidable. With only 50 people, they managed what typically required 2 to 300 soldiers in other areas. Yet, even then, those areas hadn't turned green like his. In the game cyber world, developing a faction is no easy task. Gao Gong has experienced this firsthand, both in his past life and his current one. Sitting in the virtual command room, he recalls how Huang Wen once tried to form a team to boost his own ranking, only to end up in a vegetative state. This cautionary tale made Gao Gong even more careful. He surveyed his surroundings, listing the key points of faction building. First, maintaining authority among the group of mechanical hunters is crucial. Second, the funding issue cannot be ignored. Gao Gong calculated that just ensuring the basic survival of over 200 people from the Cable tribe would require a significant amount of money, not to mention the cost of weapons, cybernetic enhancements, and ammunition needed to establish a combat team. The third point is that talent is fundamental. Gao Gong thought of Daxila and her veteran team members training tirelessly day and night, as well as Huang Wen's meticulous manipulation behind the scenes. Without them, no amount of people would be more than a disorganized mob. He also remembered those miraculous tools for luring monsters, which played a vital role in team building. Fourth, professional knowledge is indispensable. Gao Gong was secretly grateful for being a cybernetic doctor, giving him an absolute advantage in body modifications. Lastly, and most challenging of all, offering hope. Gao Gong smiled wryly, thinking that if not for the times creating heroes, he might still be struggling under the whims of wealthy women, though his current situation wasn't much better. As Gao Gong pondered, Ma Shan's voice interrupted his thoughts. I'm quite satisfied with the current situation, Gao Gong inwardly retorted. If you're satisfied with such a chaotic battlefield, the mechanical wars of the past must have been terrifying. Mozhan continued, but I hope everyone doesn't become complacent. One major reason we've managed to hold our ground amidst the beast tide is because our opponents are cunning. Cunning? The leader of the symbiosis squad questioned. The electronic voice made it difficult to discern gender, but the dissatisfaction in the tone was clear. Gao Gong thought to himself, this top-rank leader is like a model student, a bit too straightforward. Mozhan patiently explained, it's simple. On the battlefield now, aside from those large mechanical beasts blocked by giant robots, have you seen any other class beasts? Remember, the Duke of Fission and the Crimson Queen both originated as radiation beasts. Their ranks should be filled with radiation beasts. Eliminating rivals? A major couldn't help but laugh, clearly finding the symbiosis squad leader a bit naive. Mozhan corrected with a straight face, radiation beasts don't eliminate rivals. Their Beast King authority can control everything. What I mean is, their true main forces haven't been deployed yet. They're waiting for the beast tide level to rise before wiping us out in one swoop. The symbiosis squad leader pressed on. A colonel from the command center took over. Exactly. Some might wonder why we don't strike first. In terms of firepower alone, we have intercontinental missiles, space-based weapons, energy bombs, and all sorts of long-range weaponry capable of unlimited bombardment. Under such bombardment, even powerful A-class radiation beasts couldn't withstand it. The Oasis Chief of Staff interjected, it's not that we haven't tried. Without the mechanical general, we are the highest military authority in the Oasis. An A-class radiation beast was killed on the spot, but the beast tide didn't stop. Instead, it became even more frenzied. The most dangerous beast tide isn't the one with the most radiation beasts, but the tide of no beasts. The reason is, when an A-class radiation beast dies, its power doesn't dissipate but fully merges into the beast tide, turning it into a complete mutation energy tide. The chief of staff glanced at Gao Gong and continued. So, during each beast tide, we allow high-level radiation beasts to come in, sever their connection to the tide, and then eliminate them. This time, that's our plan. But clearly, the opponent isn't taking the bait. Are we just going to wait then? Wait until the beast tide's intensity becomes unbearable for most, and concede defeat? The stubborn leader of the containment squad asked. Gao Gong thought, this guy really knows how to play the fool. Mozhan pointed to 5 giant mechanical birds displayed above the virtual command room, explaining, this is the second phase of the mission. In fact, not all class radiation beasts are absent from the battlefield. Without high-level beasts leading them, the beast tide will only flow downstream, not upstream. However, these class radiation beasts are all up there. He continued, since the opposition won't deploy their main forces, our goal is to cut off one of their arms. The specific hunting plan is as follows. As the cyber hacker disconnected, Gao Gong's vision gradually returned to normal. He muttered to himself, without an electronic barrier, my cybernetic eye is as exposed as my underwear, accessible to any wealthy lady. Gao Gong couldn't help but feel frustrated. He had no objections to the bird-chasing plan itself. He understood that warfare is like chess. If you don't understand the strategy, it's best not to interfere. The only problem was that he had to participate in this bird-chasing battle. The reason is simple. The security team's beast-tied energy cutoff devices are all heavy-duty, except for Gao Gong's, which is lightweight. This unique feature earned him the assignment, but it came with a condition. Du Xiaoti's title changed from Reserve Mechanical Committee Member to Mechanical Committee Member, dropping the reserve. When Gao Gong sought out Professor Han, the latter seemed to have anticipated it. He led Gao Gong to a spacious room, which contained only a massive nutrient pool, identical to those of the Cable tribe. Inside the pool, a miniature brain-jar floated slowly, its flickering mental nodes resembling starlight. The uniqueness of this operation lay in the reversal of roles, not implanting a subbody into Gao Gong, but implanting Gao Gong into the subbody. Professor Han had attempted this method before, but it was thwarted by someone. Now, everything was calibrated to perfection, and the electric eel Gao Gong brought would ensure that all electronic devices functioned properly during the implantation, even if there were radiation field interferences. Gao Gong nodded silently, slowly undressing and submerging into the pool. Among everyone present, only Professor Han was aware of his entire plan. The subbody implantation was merely the beginning. If successful, biological rejection would no longer be an obstacle. At that point, the old-school mechanical hunters would be reborn, and the profession would split into two factions. The current mechanical modification stream, which would become more powerful with specialized modules, and the classical biological hunters, who would become a sustainable foundational profession rather than a fleeting presence. Gao Gong believed this grand blueprint was enough to quell the one of vengeance in the professor's heart. As the saying goes, let's dance and appease. As Gao Gong's entire body submerged in the nutrient fluid, he felt his respiratory system gradually failing, and some liquid seeping in. A warm sensation enveloped him, as if returning to the womb. His consciousness began to sink, floating on the sea of memories, yet unable to grasp anything tangible. He desperately needed a helping hand. Suddenly, a giant tentacle emerged from beneath the surface, swallowing Gao Gong whole. In Professor Han's eyes, countless red threads sprouted from Gao Gong's naked body, like roots growing, increasing in number. These threads, thinner than single-molecule lines, were nerve bundles, turning the nutrient fluid a deep crimson. Nerve bundles emerged from the brain, eyes, neck, muscles, and spine. Gao Gong seemed to transform into a flagellum in the cellular fluid, gently swaying, searching for a new host. Professor Han watched expressionlessly. Compared to when he devoured the brain-jar, this scene was much milder. Perhaps it was because Gao Gong was only consuming a subbody, or because Gao Gong's physical strength far surpassed Professor Han's, or maybe because Gao Gong had the potential to become a brain vessel. Regardless, the surgery proceeded exceptionally smoothly. With the successful integration of the subbody, Gao Gong's abilities were significantly enhanced. His sensory, nervous, endocrine, circulatory, respiratory, digestive, urinary, and reproductive systems all experienced increased biological modification rates. This comprehensive enhancement was known as synergistic modification. Unlike mechanical modification, biological modification improved unknown abilities, or rather mutation abilities. A vast energy began to form on Gao Gong's surface, with faint bioelectric currents flickering across countless nerve bundles, gradually weaving into a network. His neurons mutated, drastically increasing his bioenergy, while granting him new abilities such as memory extraction, information transmission, and nerve bundle activation. At this moment, Gao Gong's voice echoed in Professor Han's mind, instructing him to inform Keiko Matsushima to bring the injured Daisala to the operating room. Professor Han was surprised that Gao Gong had also acquired the ability to communicate telepathically and promptly follow the instructions. Sure enough, a bloodied Keiko Matsushima rushed in, pushing a stretcher and anxiously shouting, "Daisala is severely injured and won't make it." Professor Han immediately guided her to the operating room and informed her that Senior Advisor Gao was on his way. Meanwhile, the nerve bundles within Gao Gong began to retract. As the last nerve bundle withdrew, a crisp notification sounded. Job transition complete, successfully promoted to Senior Cybernetic Physician. This time, Daisala's injuries were far more severe than before. Previously, she had merely lost 3 mechanical arms, but now the entire right side of her body, from head to toe, was shattered. Metal parts and mechanical circuits burst out of her shell like wild beasts breaking free. It was a scene straight out of a cyberpsychosis meltdown, with her mechanical body turning against her. The arrival of Gao Gong brought a sense of relief to the soldiers who had just come off the front lines. They exchanged a glance and, without a word, left the room. It wasn't until they were outside that they realized how unusual their behavior had been. Gao Gong hadn't even spoken, yet they obeyed so readily. The only exception was Keiko Matsushima, a Japanese girl whose perception ability exceeded 15 points, allowing her to resist Gao Gong's mental suggestion. However, she seemed unaware of this, biting her lip with tears welling up in her large eyes. "You're just in time," Gaogong said as he began preparing for surgery. "An hour earlier, and I would have recommended cremation for these injuries." Gaogong's hands moved over the operating table like a master pianist, graceful and rhythmic. 5 surgical arms began working simultaneously, showcasing his exceptional 5 operations skill, a high-level surgical technique even beyond the reach of a little finger. He placed his other hand on Daxela's forehead, initiating a memory extraction. Instantly, dynamic images flashed before his eyes. The buttons on his collar lit up, projecting scenes of Daxela battling 2 gravity leopards. The tearing damage from mechanical leopard claws, engine damage caused by gravity skills, and the barrage from leopard guns. Every attack, every injury, the causes and effects were all laid bare. Having understood the source and nature of the injuries, Gaogong estimated that the success rate of the surgery increased by at least 40. He even had the luxury to mix potions. "Don't worry, she won't die," Gaogong casually reassured Keiko Matsushima, whose face was tense with worry. He was confident because of the new professional knowledge he gained after his job change: pharmaceutical formulation and prosthetic rehabilitation. The former was for preparing drugs that acted on the body, while the latter was specifically for correcting distorted prosthetics. These skills were perfect for addressing Daxela's complex injuries. "Are you sure?" Keiko Matsushima asked, eyes wide with disbelief. "Not only is she fine, but it's actually a good thing," Gaogong explained while working. "Not everyone can make a breakthrough on the battlefield." Keiko Matsushima paused, recalling the battle scene. Daxela, with her exceptional gunfighting skills, had severely injured one gravity leopard. However, another sea-level gravity leopard appeared, and the 2 mechanical beasts attacked her simultaneously, forcing Daxela to switch from offense to defense. Eventually, with her engine, wires, and prosthetic eye all exploding, she completely lost her combat ability. Gaogong glanced at the system panel, quickly reviewing Daxela's stats. Name: Daxela. Bloodline: Asian martial artist. Total level: LV 29. Profession: Senior Mechanical Hunter LV 15. Mechanical Fighter LV 9. Asian Union Employee LV 4. HP: 42,317. Severe mechanical body damage. Stamina: 27,216. Mechanical energy: 131. Skills: Assault Specialist LV 9. Advanced Electromagnetic Gunnery LV 5. Advanced Basic Melee Combat LV 4. Three-Handed Style LV 3. Body modifications: Close Combat Mechanical Hand Damage Rate 72. Dragonfly 3 Internal Engine Damage 85. High Power Internal Circuit Damage LV 31. Kunwa Combat Chip Destroyed. Semi-Electronic Brain Upgrade Interrupted. Gaogong's gaze lingered on semi-electronic brain. Her injuries, in simple terms, are a case where the software upgrade fried the hardware. He mused. Like running a 3A game that burned out the graphics card in this case, the combat chip. As Daxela's various indicators gradually returned to normal, Keiko Matsushima exhaled deeply, hesitated, then bowed deeply. "Thank you, Gaogong, for saving Daxela's life again." "No problem," Gaogong replied casually, eyeing the semi-mechanical body. "How about I take this opportunity to give her a breast enhancement?" He noted the contrasting curves of her metal chest and her modest natural bust. "Breast enhancement?" Keiko Matsushima's eyes lit up. "Gaogong, that's a brilliant idea. Instead of a breast enhancement, how about installing a Mr. Tree Mighty model? I might actually make use of it," came Daxela's voice from the speakers on the operating table, her tone slightly garbled. "You're awake?" Gaogong remarked, unsurprised. "Yes, boss. What do you think of my idea?" Gaogong pondered silently. Keiko Matsushima is a lesbian, while Daxela, though heterosexual, has gender identity issues. Simply put, the former is female but likes women. The latter is biologically female but identifies as male, so she still likes women. Different paths, same destination. At the mention of gender change, Keiko Matsushima was taken aback, shaking her head vigorously. "Daxela, gender change is not good. Go for big breasts, not a big bird. If you change gender, I'll commit seppuku." Gaogong ignored their peculiar relationship and said directly, "You have 2 options. I can reinstall your body system now, but your key components are specialized goods from Asia, and there are no replacements here." "How much would my strength decrease?" Daxela asked. 50. Gaogong replied succinctly. Daxela fell silent, a hint of struggle flickering in her eyes. Her mechanical prosthetics had just been replaced, resulting in a 20 reduction in her capabilities. If she lost another 50, she would be out of the elite ranks of mechanical hunters. Gaogong noticed her hesitation, cleared his throat, and proposed an alternative. "There's another option. I can perform a deeper mechanical upgrade on you, allowing for a complete electronic brain upgrade." He sat down with interest and added, "But there's a catch, it won't come cheap." Keiko Matsushima immediately inquired, "How much? Can it be reimbursed?" Her tone was urgent. Daisala caught the undertone in Gao Gong's words. After a moment of disbelief, she asked, "Are you saying you can break the limits of a mechanical hunter?" Gao Gong chuckled. "In theory, yes. Of course, modifications come with risks, and I can't guarantee success." Daisala paused, weighing the pros and cons. Finally, she made up her mind and said, "If you can truly achieve that, I'm willing to embed a loyalty directive in the core logic of my electronic brain, pledging my lifetime service to you." Gao Gong interrupted, holding up 3 fingers. "No need for a lifetime. I'm not a corporate vampire interested in your personal autonomy. 3 years. I only need 3 years of sovereignty over your mechanical body. After that, you're free to leave and I won't stop you." Daisala was taken aback by the unexpectedly lenient terms. Trading 3 years of work for a higher-level, unprecedented mechanical body seemed a fair deal. Of course, if she perished within those 3 years, she would have to accept her fate. All right, she agreed slowly, then hesitantly asked, "Are you sure you only want 3 years?" Gao Gong shrugged. 3 years is enough. He knew that in 3 years, either the cyber tide would erupt and the machine split star would explode, forcing him to flee, or he would successfully prevent the cyber tide, completing the ultimate mission of this cyber testing ground and advancing to interstellar. In either case, he had no reason to stay. The scene shifted to the 6th-floor biomodification factory. Under Zhao Xie's expectant gaze, a series of test chambers slowly opened, releasing a blast of cold air. A group of biomodified warriors, each nearly 8 feet tall and heavily muscled, emerged in single file. Their eyes were like those of beasts ready to pounce, with a faint aura of class radiation beast intimidation emanating from their crimson pupils. Each warrior's body was uniquely modified. Some had forearms transformed into 9-foot-long biological scythes, others had hands replaced by serpent-like tentacles, while others had become part mechanical wolves, with saliva dripping from their fangs. The cybernetic doctor of the security regiment nodded in satisfaction. The second batch is more refined than the first. Not only have their physical capabilities improved, but the mortality rate has dropped from 90 to 50. I believe with further adjustments, the mortality rate can be reduced even more. Zhao Xia eyed these creatures with fervor, as if admiring rare treasures. "How's their performance?" The cybernetic doctor replied. "Based on frontline feedback, they have an 87 success rate against class radiation beasts and a 54 success rate against class 1s. Their endurance might be slightly lacking, but overall, they match the level of medium-sized battle robots. More importantly, unlike robots, they have minimal logistical support needs and can sustain themselves, making them an inexhaustible, special type of soldier." Zhao Xia was so excited he spun in place. "Mass-produce them immediately. This is a strategic-level achievement." The cybernetic doctor suggested, "Relying solely on our biofactory limits the number of soldiers we can produce. How about partnering with the higher-ups?" Zhao Xia almost blurted out, "Are you kidding?" but caught himself just in time. Taking a deep breath, he said, "With this combat power and production rate, their potential is obvious. Such a powerful weapon should be fully controlled by our security regiment, not shared. As for increasing capacity, I'll find a way." The cybernetic doctor, sensing Zhao Xia's desire to monopolize the results, frowned and cautioned. Completely cutting them out might not be wise. It could be seen as disrespectful. Zhao Xia smirked. "Who said anything about cutting them out? I'm not stopping them from developing biomodified soldiers. I've provided them with plenty of biological materials. If they can't produce results with those, that's not on us." Gao Gong observed the constant influx of biological materials, remarking with a sigh, "Looks like we underestimated Zhao. In just a few days, he's already mastered the information." He noticed that while biological materials were being delivered, most were severely damaged, and the bioprosthetics suitable for classical mechanical hunter upgrades were all removed. Du Zhaodi, with a cold expression, was about to say, "I'll report this to the committee," but Gao Gong stopped her, smiling. "Yes, report it, but not now. Let him have his moment. When biological rejection issues arise, let's see how he handles it. I've never claimed our human modification technology is flawless." Du Zhaodi frowned, deep in thought, still feeling unsatisfied. She turned to Gao Gong, her eyes shining with determination. "At the very least, we should root out the traitor, don't you think?" Gao Gong chuckled softly, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. "A traitor? There's no traitor left. Or rather, everyone here could be one, except for me." Hearing this, Du Zhaodi shot a fierce glare at Gao Gong. Unperturbed, Gao Gong continued, "Don't look at me like that. Let me put it this way. If a cyber hacker hacked into any one of your minds, who could resist? In my view, data leaks are inevitable. After all, this isn't the mechanical city where you can apply for technical patents. The security corps have 1,000 ways to get their hands on modification data." He paused, adding, "In fact, even within the relatively well-patented system of the mechanical city, espionage battles between corporations never cease. You steal my research data through hacking, and I send spies to alter the memory chips of your Cortex staff, leading your product development astray. Gao Gong's eyes grew distant, as if seeing the fate of many players. Many players only realize after they've been killed that they were being manipulated by NPCs all along. No wonder they were grinding away at a pointless task. He suddenly laughed. I treat you as an NPC, and you see me as a mere worker. Are we even talking about the same thing? Gao Gong turned and walked deeper into the warehouse. Come on, let's go treasure hunting and see if there's anything valuable among these biological organs. Du Xiaodi wrinkled her nose and followed Gao Gong. She quietly moved closer, her fair cheek slightly turned to one side. Gao Gong understood and intertwined his fingers with hers. The two strolled through the newly established large warehouse, between rows of massive and eerie biological organs, like a couple in love walking down a bustling street. Du Xiaodi spoke softly. You're heading to the battlefield in a couple of days. Be careful, okay? Gao Gong nodded. I will. If you can't win, just run, Du Xiaodi added. I'm a mechanical committee member now. I can protect you. Of course, Gao Gong replied, his gaze drifting to the window. The distant, continuous sound of explosions hinted at mechanical birds laying eggs. Each basketball-sized mechanical egg packed the punch of a 100 kilograms napalm bomb, with a blast radius nearly the size of a football field. Gao Gong knew this was due to the low-level energy reactions during the egg's life-form incubation, making each egg akin to an energy bomb. He pondered. To lure those class mechanical birds in, we'll have to temporarily give up air superiority, which is part of the plan. As a result, most of the factory's equipment had been moved to an abandoned underground garage, including this biological warehouse. Gao Gong recalled the 7 blueprints he acquired at the Hunter's Cemetery. The tree scythe, bone radiation armor, demon horns, gasoline flame whip, electronic BIs, biological gun, and jet claw. However, none of the required materials or their substitutes were present in the delivered biological materials. Most of it consisted of mechanical biobeast corpses. Gao Gong remembered Professor Han's words. Although the old generation of biological implants covered radiation beasts and mechanical biobeasts, the mechanical components in mechanical biobeasts could trigger both biological and mechanical rejection, making the failure rate too high. Therefore, biological materials were more often sourced from radiation beasts. Yet the security corps sent a pile of mechanical beast corpses. Gao Gong clicked his tongue in disapproval. Looks like Zhao Xie's group is making good progress with their biological modifications. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so cocky. They're clearly trying to sabotage us. His attention was suddenly drawn to 3 spiders not far away. Oh, the mutated trio of spiders is complete? Before him lay 3 different types of mutated spider corpses, all class beasts, towering as high as a 2-story building. The turbine spider from the engine department, the electronic node spider from the grid department, and the skinning she spider from the mutant radiation department. The turbine spider's fan granted it brief flight capabilities. The electronic node spider was covered in electronic eyes, providing a 360-degree view and the ability to emit electromagnetic pulses, disabling nearby small mechanical prey. The skinning she spider was a rare humanoid form, half spider, half human, with seductive curves and long hair made of web. It resembled a skinned version of a spider girl. Its bloody appearance stretched from human to spider form, with bloodshot eyes, bright red mandibles, and gory reproductive organs, a sight enough to make one nauseous. Even the usually composed ponytail girl nearly vomited at the sight of this creature, prompting Gao Gong to take her back to rest. Among the various grotesque radiation beasts, the mutant radiation department was one of the most terrifying, with radiation levels alarmingly high, embodying pure twisted life forms. Other radiation beasts retained some traces of their original biological forms, but this category had completely mutated. Notably, the emerging A-class monster, the Fishenduke, was a member of the mutant class. Through countless twisted growths, it had mutated to a point where even its mother wouldn't recognize it. Due to its intense nuclear fission reactions, mutant radiation beasts were also known as nuclear fission organisms. After seeing Du Xiaodi off, Gao Gong wandered back alone, his eyes once again falling on the 3 types of spiders, lost in thought. He murmured to himself, mechanical biobeasts aren't suitable for biological implants. The mutated beasts from the Radiant Division were no exception. Gao Gong had no intention of doing so. Slowly, he raised his arm, and in the next instant, countless threads of blood surged from his pores, rapidly spreading like a spider's web. They extended across 2 meters, precisely piercing the body of the turbine spider. Suddenly, the spider's eyes lit up like searchlights. This was Gao Gong's unique ability neurobundle biomodification activation. Gained through the mutation of a brain-in-a-vat experiment, this power allowed him to externally implant neurobundles, activating the nervous systems of other creatures to control them. The turbine spider's head began to rotate mechanically, its searchlight eyes flashing erratically as the 2 turbines on its back spun wildly. Amid the deafening roar of the fan, The gigantic mechanical spider slowly lifted off the ground. It could indeed fly. Gao Gong watched all of this expressionlessly, but his eyes turned blood red. Upon closer inspection, it was the result of countless threads of blood rapidly swirling in his pupils. After all, the optic nerves are also part of the nervous system. As time passed, the system panel intermittently displayed biological data. You have comprehended the structure of radioactive biological eyes. You have comprehended the structure of biological turbines. You have comprehended the arthropod movement system. You have comprehended the design diagram of the tactile limbs. Gao Gong pondered silently. The reason the profession of a mechanical hunter had inherent shortcomings was not just the usual issues like an undeveloped tech tree, biomechanical incompatibility, and overly personalized modifications. A key problem was the lack of a solution integrator. Phones, computers, and combat robots can all iterate and upgrade. Theoretically, so should mechanical hunters. Integrating all mechanical hunting modifications into one module would allow for problem-solving and system upgrades or patches when needed. This is the foundation for addressing all these issues. While such high-tech talents exist, most are concentrated in large corporations. Moreover, the resources and technology required for integrated solutions are often astronomical. Behind every new version of a combat robot, there are inevitably dozens of failed versions and countless technical adjustments. This is not something an ordinary mechanical hunter can resolve. But Gao Gong was different, or more accurately, nature was. These mechanical bio-beasts and radiation beasts were excellent integration solutions honed by countless rounds of natural selection. The only difference was that these solutions weren't designed for humans. In that case, why remain human? Gao Gong had always been open to mechanical transformation, not just mechanical mutation. Scrap can be turned into treasure by replacing industrial materials with special biological materials. Enhanced modification can achieve mechanical transformation, and the integration solutions provided by mechanical bio-beasts can be combined. Together, they form a bespoke module for mechanical hunters. The three spiders provided Gao Gong with more than 30 partial modification solutions. The only hitch occurred when inserting the neurobundle into the flayed female spider, forcing Gao Gong to inject himself with 3 reinforced radiation needles due to the intense heat within her body. Once the data was fully integrated, Gao Gong sought out Professor Han to begin developing the first version of the Spider Hunter module. During breaks in development, he checked on several old biological weapons in the nutrient tanks. Massive blood vessels had grown to 8 meters. The blade wolf's jaws regained the sheen of a giant biological weapon. The severed hand of a weapon flexibly rotated. The motor beast buzzed in the water. These old warriors were reclaiming their former glory. Yesterday, Old Xian approached Gao Gong, asking if there was any work available. Could these old fellows actually feel ashamed? Professor Han silently watched Gao Gong, who cleared his throat and said, "What's the rush? Have you ever heard of eagle training, old Han?" "They're already quite old," Professor Han frowned. "Then we'll train old eagles," Gao Gong replied calmly. Seeing Professor Han about to say more, Gao Gong handed over a technical plan. "Old Han, do you know? Biological rejection can actually be beneficial." "In what way?" "When rejection reaches a threshold, it can't get any higher." Gao Gong paused. "If they haven't exploded yet, it means their bodies have stabilized in a semi-deformed state." "And what good is that?" Professor Han glanced at the technical plan, and his eye twitched sharply. It was a nuclear fission humanoid biological modification plan. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.